Chapter 56 Supermarket distributors jointly fight against Han Group and demand to extend the shelf life to 12 months. The smile on Han Fei's face gradually faded, and he knocked the champagne glass in his hand on the table, making a loud clatter. A few crows shut up. No problem, terminate the cooperation immediately. Is there anyone else here who wants to terminate the cooperation with Han Group? Han Fei lazily leaned against the sofa, his hands casually placed on the armrests, crossed his legs, and his whole body aura was released. His sharp and aggressive eyes like a lion swept over everyone present. Henry said with a forced smile, "Everyone, this is a welcome party, not our meeting office, so it's better not to talk about business." Henry is right. This is a welcome party, not a good place to discuss business. Please stop talking about unhappy things. That's right, we can talk about this later in the office. Come on, let's have a drink. Come, drink. Han Fei looked at these people indifferently. Their expressions changed quickly, and now they were chatting and laughing about the scenery of Longhua. Han Fei didn't want to join in their conversation and kept a calm expression. Those people didn't bother to try to please others anymore and gradually dispersed. Henry leaned close to Han Fei's ear and said, "Brother Han, don't take it seriously. They are just clowns pushed out by the people behind the scenes to test our attitude. My attitude is not to show them, but to show those who are hiding behind the scenes and causing trouble. Their intention isn't to get us to remove our shelves. The meat buns and scallion pork rolls are doing so well right now, who wouldn't want to make money? They want to lower the price? On the one hand, they want to lower the price, so they can do some promotions. On the other hand, they want us to extend the shelf life. The current shelf life of 60 days is my limit. I know this, so when they come to me, I never give in." Elsewhere, all supermarket distributors sat together. They surrounded the three oldest elders, and it was obvious that these three were the culprits who were stirring up trouble. It seems that this dragon countryman is indeed the one who calls the shots. Henry is just a small fry and has no say at all. I don't know what's wrong with Henry. After going to Dragon Country, he can't even tell where he is from. He always sides with the Dragon Country people. If it weren't for Henry's sake, we wouldn't have let the Dragon Country's buns into the freezer in the first place. Without our strong support, allowing them to enter the shelves and place them in the most conspicuous positions, do they think that with their unknown buns, they can have the current booming business? We were deceived by Henry. Yes. It was Henry who teamed up with the Dragon people to deceive us. If we had known that Henry and the capitalists behind him would have fallen out long ago, we would not have given Henry face. Now they are unwilling to lower the price, and even less willing to extend the shelf life. The profit margin is too small for our supermarket. We might as well give the prominent position to other partners. What's the point now? Even if we hide them at the bottom, customers will find them themselves and sell out anyway. It seems your supermarket has put their products on ice? Oh, when they were unwilling to lower their prices for promotions, we had already put their products at the bottom of the freezer. But every time we take inventory, their products are still the fastest selling in the cold chain area. I think the only way to suppress their momentum now is to refuse to purchase goods. This isn't good for us either. After all, who doesn't want to make money? Their buns do sell well, and they can boost sales of other cold chain products. If we don't buy the goods, we can only make a little profit at most, but they will suffer a huge loss. Yes. They're going to suffer the biggest loss. The shelf life is only 60 days. If we don't restock for 60 days, the goods they have will expire, and they'll be forced to compromise. When the time comes, we'll raise the price. Not only will we have to lower the price, but we'll also have to extend the shelf life to 12 months. The longer the time, the more inventory we can hold. Otherwise, every time we sell out, we'll have to wait for them to deliver the goods, which would mean we're being manipulated by them. Business is good now, and sales are booming, but what if one day, customers get tired of it and we can't sell anymore? The goods will be stuck in the supermarket and expire in 60 days, and we'll be the ones who suffer the loss. We need to take the initiative. They are the ones asking us to give them the opportunity to do business. It can't be the other way around. Yes, you are right. We must unite and not give them any chance. Everyone is not allowed to purchase goods. Don't fall behind. Some supermarket distributors who did not want to embarrass Han Group had no choice but to compromise and join the boycott team after seeing the current situation. After the banquet, Henry showed Han Fei a video. These are the videos and audio recordings of these guys getting together to cause trouble behind the scenes. Han Fei shook his head. Brother Henry, when did you learn to play dirty? Secret photography is illegal. I learned it from you. Henry chuckled. Han Fei glared at him. I didn't teach you bad things. Han Fei also knew that foreigners were very curious. The reason why his business was booming now was mainly because they thought the food was new to them, so they kept buying it back like crazy. Once people get tired of eating it, business will definitely decline. The product has a shelf life of only 60 days, which means it will expire directly if it cannot be sold, and there is no room for maneuver. Han Fei pressed his temples and asked, what do they mean? Did you have a falling out with the people behind you? This unpleasant thing has already passed. There's no need to tell Brother Han and make you angry. It turned out that Henry had received angel investment from a capital tycoon to go to Longwei to develop the cold chain industry. After meeting Han Fei, he signed the contract and returned to China excitedly. Those capital tycoons blamed Henry for signing such a contract that was disadvantageous to them. Henry felt that everyone was making money together, and Brother Han didn't ask for anything extra, so there was nothing unreasonable about it. But those capital tycoons thought that they could just buy the recipe, then build factories abroad, produce and sell it themselves, and there was no need to go through the trouble of transporting it from Longwa. Henry felt that this was a betrayal to Brother Han, and ended up parting ways with the capital tycoons on bad terms, and the group was never established. Then how did the current Han Group come about? Han Fei didn't expect that Henry had endured so much silently. It was invested by 4 of my classmates. We didn't have much money, so we were able to grow to our current size. That's why those supermarket distributors dared to unite against us. If those big investors hadn't withdrawn their investment, the situation might be very different now. When the big capitalists canceled their investment, Henry went out on his own in anger. However, he had limited funds and connections. Later, 4 classmates came to his aid. These 4 were all second-generation wealthy people. They didn't want to rely on their family's support and wanted to make something of themselves. This time, they were willing to spend all their money to help Henry. Henry didn't say much about his life after returning home. Han Fei only just realized that Henry was a man of action. He didn't like to complain about the hard work of the process, but only cared about the results. So Han Fei had found the right person. He was comfortable being a hands-off manager and somehow got himself the position of chairman. The 4 partners and Henry each held 10% of the shares. Han Fei invested in technology and also brought in a factory, so he became the largest shareholder with 50% and was given the title of chairman. Chapter 57, Grandpa Ken's Olive Branch, No Need. Partners, Aaron, Billy, Bill, and Anthony. At the shareholders' meeting, Han Fei met the other 4 partners, Aaron, Billy, Bill, and Anthony. Han Fei smiled and said, "You have a really good relationship with them." Henry raised his head proudly. "I saved their lives." Henry and his 4 friends all liked Dragon Country culture. Once, they went on a trip to Dragon Country. Henry really wanted to try dragon boat racing. His 4 friends supported him and played with him. Unexpectedly, 4 guys who couldn't swim at all still wanted to play, and Henry single-handedly saved them all, only to nearly drown himself from exhaustion. What a touching friendship. Han Fei, if I can't swim and follow you to row a dragon boat, I'm risking my life to accompany you. These are just crazy things from our youth. Henry touched his nose. Brother Han, we've actually already made our money back. The 4 of us pooled 20 million renminbi to give to Henry, and now Henry has paid it all back. Billy, a sunny, handsome man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, was also very frank. We didn't actually want any shares. We loaned the money to Henry, but he insisted on giving us 10% each. Aaron nodded. Henry is too honest. If it were someone else, after paying back the money, why would he give shares? Bill sighed. The supermarket won't let us into the counter anymore. We still have 100,000 boxes of products waiting to expire. Anthony shrugged, crossed his legs, and choked on a lollipop. It's expired, so what? It's not worth much. At worst, we can just shut down the group and stop playing with them. Those supermarket distributors will be pissed. Bill was the first to jump up and down. Anthony, do you think this is fun? You can turn it on and off as you please? Bill, I know you're eager to show off and want to show your old man that you're more capable than those illegitimate kids out there, but what good is it even if you prove it? You won't get any more of the property. A few days ago, he bought a piece of land for his illegitimate son as a birthday present. What did he give you for your birthday last month? Oh, I remember now. A Rolex Submariner? Anthony bit into the lollipop in his mouth. A watch and a piece of land. Anyone can see that his heart has long been swayed. Stop talking. Bill lay down on the sofa and said sullenly, I know the old man likes him more, but I'm the only one recognized by the family. Anthony glanced at him sideways. Are you naive enough to think that as long as you achieve something here at Henry and the Han Group becomes a well-known enterprise, you can go back and take over the family business? Bill pursed his lips. Silence means consent. Silly brother, if Han Group achieves success, why would you return to take over this mess? You'll be toiling away like a donkey while your illegitimate brother owns shares in the company. Then you can give him dividends every year and let him enjoy himself. Bill said stiffly, he has no shares. When the old man dies, the inheritance will be divided. Wouldn't that be all he has? Then, you'll be the donkey, and he'll be living off your money. That's awesome. Anthony threw away his finished lollipop and pouted, what an idiot. Yes, I'm stupid. But how much better can you be? You're uneducated and spend all day racing. Your father has given up on you and is unwilling to train you as his heir. He has openly brought back 2 illegitimate sons from outside. Now they're working in the family business. They'll be the ones who run it in the future. You can only beg for food from them. Anthony shrugged. It's their business if they want to be donkeys. I just get a little dividend every year, which is nice. You are playing badly. You, an angry young man, will never understand my miserable life. Watching the 2 friends quarreling, Henry, Billy and Aaron silently took out chocolates and ate while watching the show, as if they were used to it. Han Fei felt a little uncomfortable and coughed dryly. Don't you want to persuade me? Henry handed him a piece of chocolate and said with a smile, why bother trying to persuade them? Even though they're arguing fiercely, they can still go to the bar together the next moment. If they get along well, we can't get in the way. Han Fei understood, this is love and hate, brother Han, the supermarket has officially declared war on us. The purpose of this shareholders' meeting, besides introducing you to these 4 idiots, is to ask you how we should respond. Han Fei looked at Henry, eating chocolate, and asked, what do you think? There are 2 options now. The first is to take a step back and slightly extend the shelf life. Of course, it won't be extended to 12 months, but only to 30 days. Extending the shelf life to 90 days would also be a face-saving measure for the supermarket. Han Fei shook his head, my bottom line is 60 days, not even a day more. Henry smiled and said, I knew you would reject it, so I have a second plan. The second option is to find a new partner and sell the 100,000 boxes of goods first. Who are you collaborating with? Grandpa Ken, Uncle Mai, they already have breakfast packages. We will make frozen buns cheaper and launch new breakfast packages for them. Are they willing to take over? In fact, Grandpa Ken has already extended an olive branch to me. They also want to make a lungua-style breakfast set. In fact, before this, they have already launched a porridge series, fried dough sticks and rice balls series, and they also want to make a steamed bun series, but they have been unable to find a good product before. Their main customers are actually the dragon people, right? Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Henry was stunned. Brother Han means that they buy our buns cheaply and then sell them to the Long people at a high price? Strictly speaking, it should be sold to dragon people abroad. Buying cheaply and then selling homesickness at a high price. I don't like this, Henry. But Henry was about to persuade him a few more times, but Han Fei interrupted him with a wave of his hand. If I'm not mistaken, they should ask you to sign a long-term cooperation agreement. Yes, they hope it will be 5 years. Han Fei laughed sarcastically. Henry, do you know what the funniest joke I used to think was? Henry looked at him doubtfully, and his four friends also looked at Han Fei curiously. Han Fei took a sip of coffee and smiled bitterly. There were two shops on the same street in Longwa. One was Ken's grandpa and the other was a porridge shop. Ken's grandpa started selling porridge and fried dough sticks, but not long after, the porridge shop closed. The five people were silent. Henry sighed. "Brother Han, I will refuse their invitation." Bill said with a bitter face, "It seems that this time, the illegitimate child will have the upper hand again." "Forget it, the worst that can happen is that I will learn from Anthony and become a salted fish." Anthony opened a lollipop and started eating. "You should have realized this earlier. Isn't it better to just give up?" Billy said nonchalantly, "At worst, we can open our own supermarket and only sell our products." Aaron rolled his eyes at him and said, "By the time your supermarket is renovated and opened, 60 days will have already passed. These buns will still expire." Billy was depressed. "Then I have no choice. We should donate it before it expires. It's better than throwing it away after it expires." Anthony smiled and said, "I know quite a few directors of orphanages and nursing homes. Should I send them there now?" Bill wailed, "Can't you just hold on a little longer? Let's all think of a solution." Aaron spread his hands, "No way. It's not that there is no solution at all." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "Henry, Grandpa Ken did remind me." 5 pairs of eyes looked at him at the same time, and Henry was puzzled. "Brother Han, do you have a solution?" Billy urged, "Brother Han, please tell us quickly, what good ideas do you have?" Bill's eyes were tinged with hope. "Brother Han, it's up to you." Aaron also looked at Han Fei expectantly. "Brother Han, please tell us quickly." Anthony stopped eating his lollipop and said anxiously, "Brother Han, stop suspense and tell us quickly." Chapter 58. Aren't they moving too fast? 100 steamed bun shops opened in a flash. It's just like the concept of chain stores like Kentucky Fried Chicken and McDonald's back then. "Are you planning to open a chain restaurant?" Henry frowned. "The investment is huge, and the renovation is time-consuming. Opening a chain of steamed bun shops, or just a chain of breakfast shops, can be done in just 4 square meters. There's also the concept of breakfast carts, which can be opened anywhere and sold everywhere, and it can also be opened quickly." "Breakfast cart? Like an ice cream cart, a hot dog cart?" "Yes, like an ice cream truck or hot dog truck. In fact, we can contact some ice cream truck owners and ask them to add buns to their sales." Bill's eyes lit up. "The investment is small, and the store can be opened quickly. If those car owners are willing to join our product, we can sell our products immediately." Han Fei nodded. "By then, let alone 60 days, even if our shelf life is shortened to 30 days, we won't be worried about it expiring and not being able to sell it." "That makes perfect sense. If we use Grandpa Ken's idea to launch a breakfast set, we can also cooperate with bakeries, restaurants, and various stores, not just Grandpa Ken." Henry also opened up his mind. Han Fei smiled and said, "In the future, if demand exceeds supply, we really won't be able to supply supermarkets." Anthony clapped his hands and cheered. "They are going to regret this time." In the end, they got nothing. Billy patted his chest and said, "Leave it to me to contact the ice cream truck and hot dog truck. I have a friend who does that business." Bill smiled and said, "Leave the contact with the restaurant to me." Aaron said, "Leave the renting of a shop and the opening of a bun shop to me." Anthony waved his hands, mumbling through his lollipop, "I'm useless. I can't help." Henry snatched Anthony's lollipop and said angrily, "Don't you know a lot about cars? Let's go to the car dealership and get some cars. We can also send some people here to drive breakfast trucks." I'm so tired." Anthony reached out to grab his lollipop back. "Stop talking nonsense. Get to work." Henry walked in front and Anthony followed. The lollipop in Henry's hand was like a carrot hanging in front of a donkey. Han Fei looked at the 5 busy young men, picked up the coffee with a smile, and said, "He is the professional when it comes to playing badly. Anthony is still a green one." After discussion, they decided to open 100 bun shops as an experiment. Each shop should be between 4 and 10 square meters, small but large enough to accommodate steamers and freezers. Everything depends on speed. In business wars, whoever is faster and seizes the opportunity first is most likely to be the winner. If the sales performance in a year is not as good as that of the supermarket, they will all close down. If the performance is good, they can allow more people to pay franchise fees to join and expand the business. After all, they want to make money from the supply of frozen buns, and chain stores are just a way to open up sales. Bill suggested a refrigerated sales area could be opened in the bun shop. Customers who have eaten hot buns can buy frozen products directly from the bun shop and take them home to heat up and eat whenever they want. Han Fei looked at him with a higher opinion, thinking that Bill was actually a talented person, but he was suppressed by his illegitimate son, and his father was partial to him, so he was too eager for success. Bill, have you ever thought about developing in Longwa? Me? Bill sighed. I don't know what I can do in Dragon Country. Isn't your family in the battery business? You mean, let me go to Longway to do the battery business? Bill shook his head. My family is unwilling to help me. The older generation prefers to develop locally and is unwilling to take risks. Without the power of the family, use your personal assets and your own name to develop new energy vehicles in Longwa. Car? Bill pointed at Anthony. He's a racing enthusiast. You could let him do it. Anthony threw his hands up. I don't want it, I want to play badly. If you two work together, you might be able to achieve great success. New energy vehicles haven't been widely adopted in Longwa yet, which is not good for the country's environment. If you can develop new energy vehicles, you can make a great contribution to the environment and also make a lot of money. After all, Longwa has a large population, and now that people are better off, they are willing to buy cars and enjoy life. Brother Han, why don't you do it yourself? Han Fei sighed and said, I'm too busy to handle everything, so I recently opened an entertainment company. Although the new energy vehicle business is booming, the investment is also huge. He has already invested all his small goals into the entertainment company. By the time he saves enough for his next small goal to open a car factory, the limelight may have passed, according to the plot in the book, from the time when Longwa put new energy vehicle license plates on the road to the time when new energy vehicles became popular, there were 2 to 3 years to seize the market. If you missed this time, there would be no business to do. Basically, most people in Longway own new energy vehicles. He saw Bill's eagerness to succeed, and since Bowsy had made a lot of money, he had plenty of cash. While his family wouldn't openly support him, he had a few close relatives who could support him privately, so he had connections. Plus, Anthony, the lazy guy they loved and hated, was a bit lazy, but he really knew cars. If they started a business together, they might actually make something big. I believe in Brother Han. Brother Han is a wise man. Bill said seriously, Brother Han, when I start a new energy vehicle company in Longway in the future, I am willing to give you 10% of the shares. Han Fei was surprised. I didn't do anything, why give me shares? Because you gave me a direction. Your golden idea is more valuable than 10% of the shares, and... Bill smiled, next time I go to Longwa, I have to stay at Brother Han's house. Anthony came over and said, I want to stay too. I've heard Henry say it 800 times before, your cooking is the best. Henry, I want to go too. Bill smiled and said, Han Group still needs you to take the helm here. Anthony boasted, I'll eat more Dragon Country delicacies for you, just stay home. Money makes things easier. The bun shop was fully decorated in an astonishing 10 days, although it was just wallpaper and some simple decoration. The festive New Year pictures of the Dragon Kingdom pasted on the wall and dragon paper cuts pasted on the windows created the perfect atmosphere. Han Fei visited several stores and found that the bun business was not very good, perhaps the fragrance of the buns was not strong enough. Han Fei thought about it and suggested adding 2 new products to the bun shop, Xingjian and pot stickers. It's not difficult to make, just the meat filling of the meat buns, which is limited in supply every day. Because the fried oil aroma is very strong, it can be used as a gimmick to attract customers. After the 3 pots of Xingjian and pot stickers were sold out, the customers who didn't get any would buy buns and steamed buns since they came, which boosted the bun and steamed bun business. Henry and his 4 friends go to the bun shop every day to eat Xingjian, rolled buns, and pot stickers. Billy has acne on his face, but he still eats pot stickers and Xingjian, rolled buns, every day. I have to say that foreigners have really big appetites. 10 or 20 pan-fried pot stickers are no problem. 5 people can make 100 pan-fried pot stickers in one meal without worrying about getting greasy. Brother Han, you can't keep it for yourself. If you have any special dishes, hand them over to me quickly. Billy was eating from the bowl while thinking about what was in the pot. Han Fei spread his hands. It's really gone. Don't believe him. There must be something, but he just won't cook it for us. Bill smiled and said, when I go to Dragon Country with Brother Han, I'll take pictures of delicious food and show them to you. Billy glared, be a human being. If anyone wants to see the photos, send them to me by express. Supermarket channel dealers gathered in a private room of a coffee shop, and the situation was still a group of people surrounding 3 elderly people. They're moving too fast, aren't they? 100 bun shops, just like that. And those ice cream trucks and hot dog trucks are now selling buns too. They will be able to sell out 100,000 boxes of goods very quickly. Are they really not going to cooperate with us? Every one of those partners has been obediently cooperating with extending the expiration date or drastically reducing the price. This time, I've hit a wall. When have I ever lost using this tactic before? They are now selling frozen products in the bun shop, so fewer customers come to our supermarket to buy other brands of buns and steamed buns. Are they taking revenge on us? 3 bosses, you should also think of a solution. You can't just sit back and watch like this, right? Chapter 59, Dragon Country Dumplings, Free Eats, buy 5 get 5 free. Chain supermarkets hit the big bang. Among the 3 old men, one was the vice president of the local chamber of commerce. At this moment, the other 2 looked at him in unison, as if they were following his lead. The white-bearded old man narrowed his eagle-like eyes, his sharp eyes and hooked nose making him look particularly sinister and cunning. Recently, a man from Dragon Country met me at Zhao's recommendation. He had a dumpling recipe and wanted to produce a large amount of quick frozen dumplings, but he had no market. I didn't agree, but I didn't refuse either. You didn't refuse right away. Does that mean his frozen dumplings taste good? Indeed, the product quality is no less than that of quick frozen scallion and pork flour rolls. We've already been tricked by the dragons once. They used our supermarket's channels to expand into the market. Now that they've gained popularity, they've opened their own bun shop and left us behind. Should we still support the dragon's dumplings in the freezer? What should we do if he opens a market here but refuses to supply goods, or ally himself with the dragon people? They won't unite. I heard that they are rivals in Dragon Country and have a big feud. Is there such a thing? Wouldn't this be beneficial to us? Let the dragon people fight each other. They're fighting each other to the death, and it's only good for our supermarket. Yu Shuanting called Grandpa Yu again. Grandpa, can you give me some money? I'm really starving to death. Since you are almost starving to death, return home and surrender immediately. Grandpa, I'm your only grandson. How can you wish me dead? Ha! I advise you to return to your country and turn yourself in. Tell the police the location of the owl. Maybe you can even redeem yourself for your crime and gain merit. Grandpa. He saved me, how could I betray him? Rescue? He's dragging you into the fire. An idiot who can't tell good from evil. Grandpa, I will not return to my country. Since you're not going back to China, don't call me Grandpa anymore. I don't have a grandson like you, so don't call me anymore. I need some money. I really can't live anymore. Yu Shuantang lowered his attitude, his voice faintly crying, but his face had a sinister expression. He cursed in his heart, old thing, why don't you die? If you die, I can inherit the estate, and everything is mine. I won't give you a penny. With a click, Mr. Yu hung up the phone. Seeing Yu Shuantang's gloomy face, Xiao guessed that the other party might have hung up the phone, and frowned. Didn't get the money again? Is he going to give up on you? No, I'm his only grandson. Who else can he give his money to besides me? He's just punishing me. Wait a little longer, and he'll definitely relent. Yu Shuantang asked Mr. Yu for money, but was rejected again and again. He thought that the old man was angry and would soften his heart when he calmed down. He hadn't figured out the situation yet and didn't know that there was already a real young master in the family. Old Master Yu had always been indifferent to him, and since he had done something wrong, the last bit of affection he had for him had been exhausted. Yu Shuenting took a deep breath and put down the phone. Has there been any response from the supermarket? Not yet. I will definitely be able to make a comeback with my dumpling recipe. Even if the old man doesn't give me money, I can still make money on my own. It's just a recipe. Can you really make 100 million? Yes. Yu Shuenting's eyes were burning. The Yu family is now very wealthy and has been involved in all kinds of businesses, but in the beginning we were just fishermen. Xiao was a little interested and asked curiously, "How did you become rich? Did you find a rare pearl?" It was the secret shrimp paste and dried fish chili sauce recipes that gave the Yu family their first pot of gold, a steady stream of income. Someone once forced the older generation of the Yu family to hand over the recipes, but the older generation allowed their children to study and enter politics. As more and more of the Yu family entered politics, and as their marriages were all arranged into political families, no one dared to peek at the recipes anymore. The snacks that Yu's family made later all contained secret shrimp paste and chili sauce, so many people bought Yu's products based on their taste. I grew up in the Yu family. I know better than anyone what kind of recipes are valuable and what kind of recipes can bring in endless money. Take this dumpling recipe, for example. Many people know how to make dumplings, and connoisseurs can easily replicate the taste by just tasting it. Ordinary dumpling recipes aren't anything special. But this dumpling is different. It uses sauerkraut, pickled beans, and a secret sauce to make the sauce-flavored dumplings, as well as a 3 fresh flavor. These all require complex recipes to make. It may seem like just one dumpling recipe, but it contains so many different flavors, making it very difficult to replicate. You make a very clear point. I believe your dumplings are indeed extraordinary. I'm wondering why you're so desperate to get the bun and steamed bun recipes? Actually, you've already seen the answer. Huh? Xiao looked puzzled. They opened 100 bun shops and used the aroma of Xingjian and pot stickers to attract customers. The reason why Xingjian and pot stickers were able to be launched quickly was because the fillings were the same. I've tried it, it's really delicious. Is the filling in the meat buns the same as the filling in the pan-fried pot stickers? I don't think they're similar. It's the same, except that the pot stickers in Xingjian have jelly in them, but the buns don't. But the meat filling hasn't been changed, the ratio is still the same. You're interested in the meat filling recipe and want to use it to produce more products. Yu Shuenting nodded, exactly. What about hanamaki? The bacon recipe for scallion and pork flour rolls is something I've always wanted to get. As long as I get this recipe, I can not only make scallion and pork flour rolls, but also all products related to bacon sauce. Even the bacon sauce itself will be a big hit when it enters the market. So it seems like there are only 2 recipes, but in fact, there are countless recipes that were born from them, yes. Xiao actually understood Yu Shuenting a little. He seemed crazy, but his mind was full of making money. Suddenly, Zhao's cell phone rang. It's a call from the supermarket. Hearing this, Yu Shuenting's eyes were full of hope. This was his only chance to make a comeback. After hanging up the phone, Xiao laughed and said, "Congratulations, they are willing to fully support you." Yu Shuenting became alert instead. What do they want? Xiao smiled and said, "As long as your business is good, it will be the greatest reward for them. However, if we can also suppress the arrogance of the Han group, they will be even happier." I understand. Yu Shuenting said gloomily, "They are using me as a pawn. Do you have any other choice now? At least, you are still qualified to be this gun." "Yes, this is my only chance. I have no other choice." "Brother, do your best first. We can deal with the future when you are more mature." I understand. Han Fei taught the employees of 100 stores how to make Xingjian and Guotai, and only then was he able to get away from his job and finally have some free time. "Brother Henry, is there a place nearby to buy raw stones?" "Brother Han, are you interested in gambling on stones? Don't get addicted to it. You can lose everything in one stroke." Henry had seen someone spend tens of millions to buy a piece of broken stone, which had only a thin millimeter of green, and the rest was waste. He was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot and almost lost his life. He looked at Brother Han. He was old and looked strong, but he was old after all. What if he suffered a heart shock in anger? It's not that I want to buy raw stones, it's just that Xiao Laolu has been collecting stones recently. Yes, I want to collect stones. Han Shanglu poked his head out from behind the sofa, apparently having been eavesdropping here for a long time. Grandpa Henry, can you take me to buy stones? I want to buy 11, no, 16 stones. Henry was surprised. You want to buy so much? Do you have enough money in your pocket? I know that the raw stones are not cheap in the places I know. The cheapest one may cost 10,000 million gold. I have money, don't worry. Where's the money? Henry wondered. In fact, Han Fei was also very curious. Where did this guy hide the money? It's not in Han Shengda's account. The boy is young and doesn't have his own account, and he doesn't have any cash hidden at home. Anyway, I have money, so take me there. Among the 16 rough stones, one is for you. Give it to me? Henry smiled. You're really nice, okay? I'll take you there now. The phone rang suddenly, and Henry apologized. I'll take a call first, wait a minute. What? Yeah, okay, I get it. After hanging up the phone, Henry's face was solemn. Brother Han, all the large chain supermarkets have launched longwa dumplings. There are about 8 flavors, and they are free to eat. Business is booming, and many people are buying them. Has it a direct impact on our business? Henry nodded. Because we're a steamed bun shop, we only do business morning, noon, and night, closing after 6. But supermarkets are open until 10, and some are even open 24 hours a day. We haven't done anything too extreme, so we've given them a chance to breathe. They're doing really good things, with free meals and buy 5 get 5 free deals. As a result, a lot of people are buying a lot and stockpiling, filling up the refrigerator. A customer who came to the store to eat Xingjian said they wanted to buy some steamed buns to stock up, but the refrigerator is full of dumplings, so they might not buy frozen food for a while. Xiaolu looked frustrated. It seems that you have something important to do. You can't take me to buy stones today. Henry rubbed Xiaolu's head and said, when I'm done, I'll take you there. I'll take you to the entrance of the largest mining area. You can pick any stone you want. Anthony walked over, eating a takeaway box of pot stickers, grinning. They're busy with important things, but I'm just a nobody with nothing to do. I'll take you there, my lovely little 6th brother. I have to say that although Anthony is playing badly now, he was a serious student when he was young and speaks clearly in Mandarin. I heard from Henry that Anthony can speak 8 languages. Really? Uncle Anthony. Hey, call me Grandpa Anthony. Henry and I are classmates. Call me Uncle. I'm a head shorter than him, right? Okay, Grandpa Anthony. Xiaolu changed his words obediently. With a cute and sweet look on his face, Anthony finished the last pot sticker, put little 6 on his back, and said with a smile, Brother Han, leave little 6 to me, don't worry. Han Fei. To be honest, this guy doesn't look very reliable. Anthony's eyes widened. Brother Han, what are you looking at me with? Are you questioning whether I can't even take care of a 6-year-old child? Henry grabbed little 6 off Anthony's back and said, you have some self-awareness? Stop kidding. Don't lose little 6 if you're having too much fun. Finally, after the two tried their best to stop him, Anthony was taken away by Henry. Han Fei wanted to go to the supermarket to take a look, so he took the reluctant little Lao Lu with him, in order to prevent the little Lao Lu from causing any trouble again. He had to keep him under his nose to feel at ease. Chapter 60. In order to extend the shelf life, too many additives are added, and all the good things are ruined. When I arrived at a large supermarket nearby, I saw a queue in front of the freezer. They were all customers who wanted to eat for free. In addition, there was even a big eating competition. Whoever became the final winner would get 100 bags of dumplings. Do you want to go eat? Han Fei asked Xiao Laolu, who was holding his hand. Little Laolu is very obedient outside and lets you hold his hand, but he is not so well behaved at home and can't wait to avoid you. No. Xiaolu shook his head decisively. Are you kidding? Can frozen dumplings be as delicious as the pot stickers made by the old man? The seven Gord brothers had become picky eaters because of Han Fei. They didn't like eating outside food very much and looked forward to mealtime every day. Even the little boss who always gave Han Fei a sour look never missed the meal. It can be seen that in front of delicious food, no matter how big the hatred or resentment is, it has to be put aside. How about trying it with me? Xiaolu looked up at him and nodded reluctantly. The two were at the end of the line. The man in front of them turned around and saw them, and asked curiously, "Are you from Dragon Country?" Han Fei nodded. "Then you have the final say. Do you think these dumplings are authentic?" "We haven't eaten yet." "Haven't you eaten yet?" The man was surprised. "The event has been going on for several days, and I've already eaten several meals here." "Do you think it tastes good?" "I've only tried 6 flavors so far, and there are still 2 flavors I haven't tried. Every time I come here, they're sold out. Actually, every time I come here, it's not to save money, but I just want to try what those 2 flavors taste like." Xiaolu pouted and said, "I just deliberately didn't sell it to you so that you would come here every time." The man laughed. "Actually, I think so too. I feel like I'm being played by the supermarket. But I don't have anything to do after get off work anyway, so I can come here and have a free meal. It's no loss." About 20 minutes later, it was Han Fei's turn. The waiter asked, "Would you like 1 or 2 bowls?" "My child and I share it, 1 bowl is enough." "A mix of flavors, or just 1?" "Mixed flavors. There are only 6 flavors available right now, and 2 are sold out." "Okay, I understand." The disposable bowl contained 18 dumplings, 3 of each kind, which was a lot. "If you don't have enough food, you can eat as much as you want with the bowl." "Okay, thanks." I have to say that although those channel dealers are not very smart, their business strategies are indeed good. The dumplings had cooled down, so Han Fei let Xiaolu eat them first. Xiaolu ate 1 sauerkraut dumpling and refused to eat anymore. "It tastes terrible?" "It's not terrible, the skin is not bad, but the filling is good." Even the picky Xiaolu said it was pretty good. "It seems the filling is delicious." Han Fei ate 1 and chewed it slowly with his eyes closed. "It's really not possible. It should be made by a machine, and the bag should also be wrapped by a machine. It is a bit stiff." Han Fei ate a dish with sauerkraut and pork filling, which was really good. The highlight was the sauerkraut. It was not too salty, and its moderate saltiness brought out the deliciousness of the pork. Because it was a pickled product, it could cover up the fishy smell of the pork. There was no need to add onions, garlic, ginger, and wine. This combination was actually very convenient and cost-effective. Han Fei ate another dish filled with sour beans and pork. It was the same concept, but the pork was not overly seasoned. Everything was blended and combined with pickled vegetables. This was the wisdom of the Chinese people. In ancient times, when there were no fresh vegetables, people used dried and pickled vegetables to survive the winter. You can tell that this kind of pickled vegetable is not a recipe of the new generation, but a craft passed down from generation to generation. Next is the sour radish and beef dumplings. In fact, this combination is not as appropriate as the first 2, and the fusion ratio is slightly inferior. But because foreigners like beef more, you can hear people ask the salesperson for all beef and no pork. It can be seen that beef is their first choice, even if it tastes a little inferior. The 4th flavor is shrimp dumplings. The shrimp meat is of good quality. Although it is called shrimp dumplings, 2/3 is actually pork, with pork fat mixed with shrimp meat. Han Fei does not like the taste because the scallion and ginger water is not properly mixed. The combination of shrimp and pork does not produce a delicious effect, but rather has a fishy effect. It can be seen that the customers all know how to eat, and the most leftover items in the big pot are shrimp dumplings. I heard the salesperson nearby say, "We only have 3 pickled cabbage and pork dumplings now. The others are shrimp dumplings. Why don't you wait for the next pot?" The customer nodded and said, "I don't like shrimp, and the pork is just so. I'll wait for the next pot. I want tomato beef and pickled radish beef." Han Fei tasted the tomato beef dumplings. The Italian tomato texture seemed to be modified to cater to the tastes of foreigners, but it was pretty good. "What does this taste like?" Xiaolu came over and asked curiously. Han Fei smiled and said, "Leeks and eggs." Xiaolu pinched his nose and stood 3 steps away from him. Han Fei laughed angrily. Why don't you try it? It's delicious. No. Xiaolu turned around and faced away from him, her little back full of resistance. I have tried all 6 flavors, and I am afraid that the remaining 2 flavors will not be available today. Judging from the supermarket's attitude, these 2 types of dumplings will be the finale, and it is obvious that they will not be released in large quantities. In general, the 6 dumplings tasted good, with sauerkraut pork and sauerkraut beef being more popular. Han Fei felt that the main advantage was the pickling of the sauerkraut beans, and sauerkraut. In fact, after eating these 6 kinds of dumplings, Han Fei had already guessed who the owner behind these dumplings was, his old rival, Yu Xuanting. I didn't expect that kid could still stir up trouble after escaping abroad. He must have some skills. Let's go home. Han Fei took Xiaolu's hand and walked back. Xiaolu covered his mouth and nose with his other hand. It stinks. Han Fei stared at him with dead eyes. Don't force me to carry you away. Xiaolu decisively put down his hand and stopped pretending. Han Fei thought that Yu Xuanting was brought down by Xiaolu, and he didn't know if Xiaolu could still bring down Yu Xuanting if they were to fight each other now that there was such a big age gap between them. Henry gathered 4 friends and waited for Han Fei together. When they saw Han Fei coming back, the 5 of them surrounded him. Brother Han, how are the dumplings? Are they delicious? Brother Han, I already lined up for food this morning. Are there 2 kinds I can't buy? I've been there too, Brother Han. Which flavor do you think is the best? I like the pickled radish and beef dumplings best. Brother Han, how are we going to respond to the supermarket's trump card? It looks like we're going to lose this round. Brother Han, do you have any good ideas? How about we try making some dumplings? You're such a great cook, your dumplings must be delicious too. Pot stickers are incredibly tasty. Let me sit down and have some tea first. I'm thirsty after eating a belly full of dumplings. Han Fei pushed the group of guys away, walked to the table, poured a glass of mineral water and drank it all in one gulp. It can be seen that there are a lot of additives in dumplings, at least a lot of MSG. It is a pickled food, and they add MSG to it. I don't know what they are thinking, Han Fei sighed. I've eaten dumplings before. The filling is good, but the wrapper is not good. It's machine-made. The dough should be moister. It's too dry. In order to extend the shelf life, too many additives are added. In order to cover the taste of the additives, a lot of spices are added. The good stuff is ruined. Chapter 61, The aroma of spare ribs is enchanting. The rice cakes are fragrant, glutinous, and chewy. They attract many customers to the store. But even so, many people still go there to eat. Billy sighed. I went there this morning and waited in line for an hour before I could get a bite. Brother Han, to be honest, I really don't taste any additives. Maybe I'm just a bit too careless. Ordinary people definitely can't tell the difference, and only gourmets would immediately feel something is wrong. However, these dumplings don't participate in food competitions. For the taste buds of ordinary people, they are already a feast. Brother Han, I feel like if they keep going like this, the buns in our freezer will expire. It's not that they're expired. After all, a lot of people buy hot buns. If they can't be sold in the freezer, we can steam them and sell them on the spot. But sales will definitely drop significantly and won't be as good as before. Henry was worried. Anthony did not join in their heated discussion. To him, it didn't matter whether the bun business was doing well or not. He had enough money to spend anyway, because the old man took back his illegitimate son. He did not object and even pretended to secretly shed a few crocodile tears. The old man actually gave him 30 million gold so that he could have some fun. Those 2 illegitimate children were actually older than him, which made him very depressed, and he had to call them brothers. However, because the 2 have different mothers, they don't get along. Instead, she is very good to him, the son of the legal wife, as if trying to please and win him over. She always gives him things, either yachts or sports cars. Anthony never thought of fighting with them. He accepted everything and never refused. The 2 of them had been fighting each other recently and both wanted his support. He said that he supported them both and they were both his good brothers, so he received a lot of gifts. Anthony feels that a simple life is the path he should take in life, and he should stay away from all the right and wrong. Xiaolu walked up to Anthony at some point and whispered, "Grandpa Anthony, can we go buy some stones now?" Anthony's eyes lit up, and he secretly glanced at Han Fei and the others. Seeing that they were discussing the development of new products and were not paying attention to him and Xiaolu, he nodded immediately and said, let's go now." The two tiptoed towards the door, and just as they were about to cross the threshold, a pair of little red shoes appeared before them. Following the red shoes, they saw a pretty little girl smiling sweetly at them, with two dimples on her face. She was so sweet, but now Anthony and Xiaolu couldn't feel her sweetness. They both reached out to cover her mouth anxiously, but it was too late. The little girl's baby voice rang out, "Sixth brother, Grandpa Anthony, where are you going to play? Take Xiaoqi with you." 5 pairs of eyes stared at him at the same time. Anthony and Xiaolu felt a chill down their spines at the same time. They stood up straight and didn't dare to move. "Xiaolu, come here." Han Fei said calmly. Little Laolu lowered his head, took small steps forward, and stood next to Han Fei. Henry raised his voice, "Anthony, you're kidnapping a child. Do you know what will happen if you take Xiaolu away and don't bring him back safely?" Anthony felt guilty. I won't lose the child." "Ha, did you forget?" Bill walked over angrily and stepped on Anthony's instep. Anthony didn't dare pull his foot back, letting Bill lash out at him. "We were traveling to Dragon Country, and I just had to pee, so I asked you to help look after my little cousin. But you went to watch someone paint sugar pictures, and you didn't even notice my little cousin ran away. If my little cousin wasn't a foreigner, standing out among the Dragon Country people, do you think I could have found my little cousin? I might have lost her long ago." Anthony felt even more guilty. She was the one who wanted to buy the sugar painting. "I didn't expect her to lose interest and run away. I thought she was looking at it as seriously as I was." "Ha, don't make excuses for yourself. You're just having fun by yourself." Bill looked at Xiaolu and Xiaoqi and warned them, "Little ones, no matter who you go out to play with, don't go out with Anthony. If you go out, you won't be able to come back. Our country has recently seen a sharp increase in missing people, most of whom are children. Although we have received national attention, you are foreigners. If you really get lost here, it will be very difficult to deal with you. Do you understand?" Little Seven nodded cutely. "Little Seven, remember this. If you don't play with Grandpa Anthony, he will lose you. Then you won't be able to see Grandpa anymore and eat the pork ribs and rice cakes he makes." Little Seven loves pork ribs and rice cakes the most. 5 pairs of eyes stared at Han Fei. Henry coughed dryly. "Brother Han, please tell me, what is pork rib rice cake?" "Anthony, you really did hide some delicious food." "Billy, Brother Han, you said you don't have any specialties anymore." "You lied to me. My heart aches." "Bill, Brother Han, I can't forgive you unless you make pork ribs and rice cakes for me." "Aaron, Brother Han, be more conscientious and do it quickly. We don't need to develop new products, just this pork rib rice cake, serve it directly." "Oh, I remembered something. I came here today to ask you if you want a spokesperson." Anthony unwrapped a lollipop and said, "I know a celebrity who loves our buns and wants to be the spokesperson for our bun shop chain." "Spokesperson for the bun shop? Who?" "Oh, that Oscar-winning actress." "What? She actually wants to endorse steamed buns? No way, isn't she afraid of losing her status?" Billy couldn't believe it. Henry frowned, clearly disagreeing. Anthony was puzzled. "She doesn't have any requirements. Just send her some buns every month." "Are you dissatisfied?" Henry vetoed. "It must be represented by the dragon people." Hearing this, Han Fei was quite surprised. "I thought you would agree, after all, it's free." Henry shook his head. "Actually, I've researched the spokesperson issue, but I couldn't find the right person, so I put it on hold. Although this female star is a household name in our country, I hope that a well-known Dragon Country person in our country will be the spokesperson for Dragon Country's steamed buns." Aaron, Billy, and Bill all supported Henry. Anthony didn't care. It was the actress who wanted this opportunity, and since they were acquaintances, he just asked. If everyone disagreed, he just let it go. He was a lazy person and didn't bother to insist. Therefore, Henry was very concerned about finding a spokesperson. He had to be a dragon, a household name abroad, affordable, and able to sign a long-term endorsement contract. This was very challenging. Just when we were having troubles, pork ribs and rice cakes were put on the shelves of 100 bun shops. The aroma is absolutely amazing. The rice cakes are fragrant, chewy, and delicious. They attract many customers to the store. What smells so good? What smells so good? It seems like the bun shop in front has released new products. Shangjian? Pot stickers? No, it's a new product, called pork rib rice cake. Pork ribs and rice cakes? Are they delicious? We don't know yet, let's go check it out. Customers came here attracted by the aroma, and when they arrived at the door, they saw a long queue already formed. Chapter 62, Gourd guards the gate, new products are hot. Xiaoqi is super cute. They finally found the little angel. Chen Weilan returned to China and purchased in waves of rice cakes from the most famous city in the country, and quickly delivered them to Han Fei by air. Zhang Jianguo and Old Man Su went to the meat factory to place orders, and large quantities of fresh pork chops were delivered to the castle every day. Han Fei cleaned the fresh pork ribs, loosened them with the back of a knife, and cut through the white fascia so that it can better absorb the seasoning and taste more tender. Add fresh soy sauce, dark soy sauce and sugar to the ribs. Because foreigners prefer sugar substitutes, he uses sugar substitutes, and then adds starch and cooking wine to season it. The next physical work was handed over to Zhang Jianguo. He had to give these chops a massage until they stuck to the iron basin and would not fall off when turned upside down. Marinate the ribs for an hour to allow the seasoning to fully penetrate. During this time, Han Fei prepared the crucial batter, while Old Man Su soaked the rice cake in cold water in advance, broke it apart, washed it, and drained it. Generally, fried pork chops are made by coating both sides of the chops with a small amount of flour or breadcrumbs, and then deep frying them in a frying pan until both sides are golden brown. However, the chops with rice cakes made by Han Fei are a kind of flour-coated chops, which is a cooking method of Shanghai cuisine. The key to making the ribs taste good is the batter. Whole wheat flour, eggs, salt, pepper powder and water are added to make the batter. The ratio is the most critical. Taking 80 milliliters of whole wheat flour as an example, the best ratio is 1 egg, half a teaspoon of salt, 1 teaspoon of pepper powder and water. Because Han Fei needs to prepare enough for 100 stores, the demand for batter is particularly huge. The next step is to prepare the sauce, adjust the starch, add soy sauce, sugar substitute and other seasonings. You need to prepare two kinds, one with appropriate amount of chili seasoning and the other with the original flavor. All these preliminary work was completed in the castle, and then Anthony led the fleet to deliver the goods to 100 stores. 20 luxury cars delivering goods, quite cool. There were many people taking pictures on the road, and Henry had already put an advertising sign of Gula Grandpa Baozi shop on every car. A large gourd of 1.5 meters is placed at the door of each of the 100 bun shops. These are all genuine gourds that grow naturally to this size. This is the key to attracting attention, and many guests will rush to take photos with the giant gourd. Taking photos and posting them on social media leads to more people checking in at the restaurant, making it an internet celebrity. Plus, the food is really delicious, which attracts more attention and contributes to its rapid popularity. Han Fei has already visited 100 stores to teach employees the following production methods, and they have all become masters. Discard the ginger slices from the marinated ribs, heat up a pan with oil, dip the pork chops evenly in batter and fry until golden brown. Heat another pan of oil and start frying the rice cakes until both sides are golden brown. By the time the noodle dump spare ribs and rice cakes are fried until golden brown, the unique aroma of fried food has already spread throughout the street, attracting hungry customers. The staff asked the customer if he wanted it spicy, and then poured the sauce prepared by Han Fei on top, and the plate of pork ribs and rice cakes was ready. Although it is not as authentic as the one made by Han Fei has completed the important work, so he just needs to fry it and it will be 90% similar. It is enough to satisfy these foreigners who have never eaten pork ribs and rice cakes. Customer, the pork ribs and rice cakes are ready. Eat them while they're hot. The clerk handed the pork ribs and rice cakes in a paper takeaway box to the customer. Because the space in the bun shop is limited, there is no dine-in service. It's so big. This piece of pork chop is bigger than my face. The female customer was very excited. She picked up the pork chop with her hand to compare it with her face and asked her friend to take a picture of her. A photo of a beautiful face and a large group of people quickly became popular on the internet. It all started when a well-known online beauty blogger went to take a photo with a giant gourd that was very popular at the time. She then discovered that there were new snacks in the store, so she bought one with the mentality of giving it a try. This opened up a new world for her, and she never looked back on the path to becoming a food blogger. Fans, you have no idea how delicious this is. Look, every piece is really this big. I didn't just charge for it and made it bigger. If you don't believe me, you can come and buy it yourself. Every piece is huge. I won't tell you anymore. I have to eat it while it's hot. It's really crispy and crunchy, and there's gravy inside. It's better than steak. I'm definitely not lying to you. And rice cakes. Wow. I always thought the rice cakes from Bang Bang were the best, but now I know the rice cakes from Dragon Country are the best. Deep-fried rice cakes are even better than stir-fried ones. I saw a beauty blogger gain nearly 1 million fans by eating pork ribs and rice cakes, and then those bloggers who really cook food came to Gord Grandpa Bowsy's shop. To check in, Han Fei took his 7 children to a bun shop closest to the castle for lunch. To be honest, with so much work to do every day, he didn't want to cook at home. Chairman, you're here. The shop owner is an employee of Henry Group. Before this job, he was a kitchen helper. He worked as a vegetable cutter and food preparer for 3 years and was not allowed to touch the stove. Finally, he resigned and by chance went to Han Group to interview for a salesperson. Later, when the group was looking to expand into new businesses, he was invited to Han Fei's office, the chairman's office, and his fate changed forever. He became the owner of the small shop, receiving a 30% commission. Besides that, he was also an employee of the Han Group, with all the benefits and insurance he deserved. Compared to running his own shop, it was much easier and more stable. Even if the shop wasn't profitable, he still received his original salary. Same old news, 1 portion of pork ribs and rice cakes for each person, and some pan-fried pot stickers. Han Fei waved his hand. I've told you so many times, if you meet me outside, there's no need to call me chairman. The pork ribs and rice cakes were served while still steaming hot, and Xiaoqi couldn't wait to eat them. She liked the rice cake the most. The rice cake was chewy and soft, and Xiaoqi's cheeks were puffed up like chubby buns from eating it. Coupled with her big eyes that were as bright and shiny as glass, she looked pretty and cute, and very likable. Wow! It's a little angel. Finally found the missing little angel. The internet celebrity angel who released the animals at the beach, we finally found you. Xiaoqi looked at the older brothers and sisters who gathered around her in a daze. She had been here for some time and was not afraid of foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes. She was just a little confused. Little did they know that this silly and cute look touched the hearts of adults even more, and their love for the little angel was sublimated once again. The little angel is so cute in real life, 100 times cuter than in the video. The little angel is eating with such relish, it must be really delicious. Boss, give me 1 portion. I want it too. I like to eat whatever the little angel likes. Han Fei and the 6 little guys looked at Xiaoqi in bewilderment. Xiaoqi was even more bewildered than them. He tilted his head and asked in a baby voice, Grandpa, why do they call me little angel? Looking at the cute little granddaughter's cute appearance, Han Fei sighed. The little granddaughter was too beautiful to be hidden. A short video went viral, showing a little angel eating pork rib rice cakes. His cheeks were bulging with food, and he was so cute. They finally found the little angel, only then did Henry and the others realize that they had such a suitable candidate right beside them. Xiaoqi, Henry told Han Fei the reason why Xiaoqi became popular on the internet. It turned out that it was because a short video was filmed while releasing giant clams. Brother Han, what do you think about letting Xiaoqi be the spokesperson? Before Han Fei agreed, Xiaoqi volunteered and raised his hand. Xiaoqi will take over. Han Fei sighed. Xiaoqi, more and more people will like you. Xiaoqi likes to be liked. Some people like you, and some don't. High exposure always brings good reviews and bad reviews. Can Xiaoqi handle all of this? Xiaoqi stood tall on tiptoes, and said firmly in her baby voice, Xiaoqi can handle it. Xiaoqi likes the delicious food that Grandpa makes, and wants to be their spokesperson. Xiaoqi is the best spokesperson because Xiaoqi doesn't lie, it's really delicious. Xiaoqi eats it every day. No one is more suitable than Xiaoqi. Grandpa, Can you let Xiaoqi be the spokesperson? Xiaoqi hugged Han Fei's arm and shook it coquettishly. Han Fei, what to do? What else can I do except agree to her? Chapter 63. Did you buy the fried pork chops from Grandpa Hulu's house? In the studio, Xiaoqi became nervous when facing the camera and asked in a baby voice, how should I smile, Xiaoqi? The photographer patiently said, just smile happily like usual. But I don't know how to smile when I'm happy. Can you please make me happy and I'll smile for you? Photographer, anyway, Xiaoqi has nothing to be happy about right now, so she can't laugh. The little girl sat down on the ground and started to act like a spoiled child. You're making me happy. Photographer. I've never photographed children in my life. I photograph supermodels. Sure enough, the seniors were right, children are the gateway to the photographer's industry. Xiaowu came forward with his SLR camera, pushed the photographer away, and snorted, let me do it. Xiaoqi, fifth brother is telling you a joke. Great, great. Xiaoqi clapped his hands, looking expectant. Crack, crack. Xiaowu quickly pressed the shutter button, then handed the camera to the dumbfounded photographer and smiled arrogantly. See, it's that simple, done. With anticipation and a smile, Xiaoqi will definitely look photogenic. Xiaoqi was furious. Fifth brother, you haven't told the joke yet. Xiaowu stuck out his tongue at her. I'm kidding, I won't tell jokes to a scoundrel. You want to be a spokesperson, but you don't work hard, you're a scoundrel. Xiaoqi rushed over angrily, Xiaowu ran in front, and the two children started playing in the studio. Tired of playing, the two saw meat buns, pan-fried pot stickers, and pork ribs and rice cakes on the table, so they sat down and started eating. At first, everyone ate their own food, but then Xiaowu grabbed a piece of rice cake from his sister's bowl, which was Xiaoqi's favorite. Xiaoqi also went to grab his pork ribs, which was Xiaowu's favorite. The two started a competition to see who could eat faster. The stunned photographer finally came to his senses, his eyes lit up, and he started taking pictures. Click, click. The director, who came to see the final makeup photos, picked up the camera and started recording, muttering, such a good lens, it would be a waste to just take pictures, just record it. Because Chen Milan returned to China, Han Fei had a video conference with her and asked her to add 2 production lines, quick frozen pan-fried dumplings and quick frozen pot stickers. In fact, Han Fei also thought about opening a factory directly overseas, but because the standards for building factories overseas are different from those in China, and the purchase price is higher, and the employee price is also high, in the end, it is more cost-effective to produce domestically and then transport. Because of the popularity of pork ribs and rice cakes, the shops Xingjian and pot stickers have adopted a hunger marketing strategy, selling them only on weekends. However, they have also launched a large number of quick frozen Xingjian and pot stickers. The back of the bag has cooking instructions, which can be fried in oil or in an air fryer. The fried version is more delicious, and the lazy air fryer version tastes much worse. Although the production of these two frozen products is more difficult than simple steamed buns, it has not dampened the enthusiasm of foreigners to buy them. Boss, can you have a frozen version of pork rib rice cake? Sometimes when I want to have a midnight snack, your shop is already closed. In fact, we recommend that your store be open 24 hours a day. Yes, we have many suggestions, and we hope you can adopt them. Han Fei, who was pretending to be a customer, heard this in the crowd and thought it was worth considering. He asked Henry to place a wish box in front of 100 shops, with paper and pen next to it, so that customers could write down their wishes and suggestions and put them in the box. Pork ribs and rice cakes are difficult to make into quick frozen products. First of all, the batter is frozen and then fried, and the taste will be very poor, which may even damage the brand. Han Fei will not allow such a thing to happen, but he can make some breadcrumb fried pork chops that are not batter versions. Breaded pork chops fried in an air fryer are actually more delicious than those fried in an oil pan. This is because breadcrumbs absorb oil and those fried in an oil pan will easily become very greasy after cooling down. However, those made in an air fryer are more crispy and fluffy, without any greasy feeling. The marinating method for the ribs themselves is the same, except that the final step of dipping them in batter is replaced by dipping them in egg liquid and then covering them with breadcrumbs, then dipping them in egg liquid again and then covering them with breadcrumbs, repeating this 3 times, and then directly quick freezing them in the freezer. Obviously, these customers have become loyal fans of Gourd Grandpa, and even have a competitive mentality, so they buy large quantities of goods. In the office, have you bought any of the fried pork chops from Hulu Grandpa's? No, they're so popular, they were sold out when I got off work. Hey, I bought it. And I bought a lot. Give me some, please. Good brother, I'll pay 10 times the price for one piece. I've put it in the refrigerator in the company cafeteria. Let's go now. It says on the back that you just need to fry it in an air fryer. I'll be the chef for once today and treat you all to a free meal. When a group of people followed the wealthy owner of fried pork chops to the refrigerator in the dining room and opened it, the air was dead silent. Mike, where's the pork chop? Ah. Who is it? Who stole my pork cutlet? Mike, I smell the aroma of fried pork chops. Look, the air fryer has been used. The thief should still be in the company. We'll definitely be able to catch this thief by following the scent. A group of people came to the door of the big boss's office and were all dumbfounded. The fragrance is coming from inside. Hey, what are you looking at through the crack of the door? The man took a sharp breath and said, it came from the crack in the door. Mike, the tonkatsu killer has been found. It depends on whether you have the courage to go in and get it back. Brothers are all waiting for your heroic return to take back everything that belongs to you. Mike, I support you morally. Come on, Mike, I'm going to get busy now. I remember I still have several emails from important clients that I haven't replied to. I have things to do too. Come on, Mike. Wait for your fried pork chops. In a flash, everyone ran away, leaving Mike alone at the door. Mike looked constipated. He stretched out his hand to knock on the door, then retracted it and stretched it out again, over and over again. Finally, he sighed and was about to turn around and leave when the door opened by itself. He stood at the door and made eye contact with the big boss, whose mouth was full of greasy food. The big boss wiped his mouth and asked, Mike, what do you want to talk to me about? Mike looked at the desk in the office and saw that the plate on the desk was empty and now I can't get it back even if I want it, so there's no point in saying it. Mike shook his head in frustration. It's okay. By the way, Mike, I want to know whose fried pork chops are in the refrigerator. Do you know? Mike looked at the boss with a bitter face and said nothing. Mike, you seem very unhappy? Is the pork chop yours? It's mine. Mike sighed. The big boss apologized. I worked overtime at the company last night. I was hungry and saw some fried pork chops in the refrigerator, so I ate them. Where did you buy them? I'll go buy them for you. It's out of stock. My colleagues have already bought it. This fried pork chop is very popular. The boss nodded. It should be very popular. It tastes really good. By the way, a lot of companies have contracted us to host their annual meetings. I was wondering what snacks to add. What do you think of these fried pork chops? Mike's eyes lit up. Boss, are you planning to cooperate with Huluye Baozi shop? If possible, I want you to discuss cooperation. Of course, I'd be honored. Henry met Mike and they had a very pleasant collaboration. Mike's company specializes in contracting various business banquets, annual meetings and other events, as well as wedding banquets, celebration banquets, etc., arranging the venue and creating the atmosphere. The business is not only in China, but also in other countries. This means that through the various banquets held by this company, more people can taste their snacks. Henry told Han Fei and his 4 friends the good news. Bill sighed, as expected, as long as the product is good, partners will naturally come to you. There is no need to work hard to sell it. Billy shook his head. This collaboration must have been made possible by chance. Otherwise, how could such a big boss possibly have access to the food at the bun shop? He only got it through his employees. Anyway, all of this seems to be assisted by God. Anthony smiled and said, I know that the God of Wealth in Dragon Country is very effective. When Bill and I go to Dragon Country, we must go to the God of Wealth temple to worship him. Bill asked curiously, Brother Han, have you ever been to the temple of the God of Wealth? Han Fei thought about it and realized that he had been there in his previous life, but he had never been to the temple of the God of Wealth in this world. When you go to Dragon Country, I will take you there. Okay, it's settled. Anthony said excitedly. Yu Shuenting's buy 5 get 5 free dumplings promotion, coupled with free meals, meant that all his earnings went into the promotion, leaving him with virtually no profit for some time. Despite this significant cost, the bun shop he'd longed to see close hadn't even begun to close. Instead, he saw its business flourish. Xiao, I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy because of that old guy. Calm down and put the knife down first. Xiao, why doesn't he die? It would be great if he died. If it weren't for him, I would have ended up like this. The supermarket is already very dissatisfied with me. If I don't see results next month, they will no longer support me. They will ask me to close the counter. Then close the account. You haven't made any profit or loss anyway. It would be more practical for you to call your grandfather for money. Don't even think about making a comeback. The old man always hangs up on me. I suspect something happened in Longwa. Send someone to help me check my grandfather or my father to see if they have an illegitimate child? Otherwise, there's no way the old man would just ignore me. Chapter 64, New Product, put it in the microwave on medium heat for 3 minutes. Happy Lantern Festival. Mike, go ask Grandpa Hulu if he has any sweet snacks besides salty ones, preferably ones that look good. We got an order yesterday for a banquet for a member of the royal family, and she prefers desserts. Okay, I'll go ask. Mike left the office and immediately called Henry. Currently, the products of Han Group include meat buns, scallion and meat rolls, pot stickers, pan-fried dumplings, and pork ribs and rice cakes. All 5 products are salty foods, and there is indeed no sweet food. Foreigners prefer sweet food. The sweetness that Chinese people think is just right often cannot satisfy foreigners. They may want double the sweetness. Henry couldn't answer for a while, so he can only go to Han Fei. Brother Han, this is a banquet for the royal family. The guests attending the banquet are extraordinary. We must launch a product that will firmly hook their taste buds. Let me think about it. Okay, I won't disturb you. Let you think about it. For Han Fei, it is not difficult to come up with a dessert, but to be honest, it is difficult for Longwa's desserts to beat overseas desserts. That is why all the products launched by Han Fei are salty. If the Huluye brand under Han Group launches desserts and it is not as popular as the previous 5 products, its reputation will probably decline. Han Group mainly operates in the cold chain industry, so this dessert must be quick frozen and have a certain shelf life. Just as Han Fei was deep in thought, Xiaolu, who was eavesdropping outside the door, tiptoed to Anthony, who had accompanied Henry. Xiaolu's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Grandpa Anthony, let's run away while the old man and Grandpa Henry aren't paying attention. Anthony was a little hesitant. He felt that it was not his fault that his cousin Bill got lost, it was his cousin Bill who was disobedient. He looked at Xiaolu, who had a cute and obedient expression at the moment. This child looks very well behaved, so he should be very obedient, right? I can take you out, but you must stay with me and not run around. I will definitely stay close to you and won't run around. You swear? I swear, I won't run around. I believe you. Let's go quickly. The nearest mining area is an hour and a half away. Yu Xuanting's face was filled with disbelief. What did you say? Grandpa brought someone my age back to the Yu family? And declared to everyone that he was Grandpa's grandson? Xiao said in a deep voice, the news cannot be wrong. It was sent by my most capable subordinate in Longwa. He was almost exposed. The Longwa police are keeping a close eye on him. I will not contact my subordinates in Longwa in the near future. Who is he? My father's illegitimate son? Or the son of the old man's illegitimate child outside? Xiao looked at him sympathetically. Your mother is his biological mother. What do you mean? Yu Xuanting's pupils trembled. Could it be that my mother gave birth to twins back then? You're mistaken. He and you are not twins. Yu Xuanting murmured softly, he's my mother's son, the old man's grandson? He's me? Then what about me, who am I? Yu Xuanting ruffled his hair frantically, his eyes bloodshot. Who am I? He is the young master of the Yu family, so who am I now? Brother, you got the wrong child. He is the real young master of the Yu family who was lost outside, and you are just a fake young master. Impossible, my uncle and I look so much alike, how could I be a fake young master? You already said that you look like your uncle, not your father. You don't even have the Yu family's birthmark. You should have guessed that you are not the young master of the Yu family. Could it be that I'm my uncle's son? Yu Shuanting looked at Xiao in despair. I want to contact my mother. I said, we can't contact Longwei in the near future. I want to find out what's going on. Even if we figure it out, what's the point? You're just a fake young master. The old man must have known it a long time ago. You asked him for money a few days ago, no wonder he didn't give it to you. Even if I'm a fake, my last name is Yu, and he's still my grandfather in my household registration, he laughed maniacally. As long as they are all dead, everything in the Yu family will be inherited by me, the nominal young master of the Yu family. He acted like a madman. Xiao, create an accident and kill them. Just like when we got the dumpling recipe, start a fire and kill their whole family. I don't even dare to contact my men in Longhua, and you still want me to kill people? Yu Shuanting, do you have money? Killing people costs money. I do. As long as all the Yu family members die, I will be the only legal heir. You don't even dare to go back to Dragon Kingdom, what's the point of inheriting it? I will turn myself in. Even though I hired someone to kill someone, the old man surnamed Han is still alive. It's attempted murder, so I won't be sentenced to many years. When I get out, all the inheritance will be mine. I'll give you the money, and you can go ahead and kill the person first. Sorry, we assassins never sell on credit. Help! I can't break the rules for you. Seeing that Han Fei hadn't come up with a good idea for a long time, Henry hesitated and asked, actually, I think pork rib rice cakes are delicious. Can you try to make them sweet? Glutinous rice. Sweet. Han Fei slapped his forehead suddenly. Why didn't I think of this? Brother Han, what did you come up with? Sugar-coated rice cakes? No. It's Yuan Shao. Tang Yuan. I think I've eaten it before. It seems the names are different in the north and south. The north of Dragon Country calls it Yuan Shao, and the south calls it Tang Yuan? I've eaten Tang Yuan in the south. They have red bean paste and sesame flavors. They're really good, but not sweet enough. It would be better if it were a little sweeter. Yes, that's it. I'll make it now, and you can taste it later until you think the sweetness is okay. Actually, the southern glutinous rice balls are more suitable for you, especially those in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai. People there really like sweet things. There were a lot of ingredients in the castle. Han Fei and Henry went into the kitchen and started to develop new products, not noticing that Xiaolu and Anthony had disappeared long ago. After repeated attempts at using sugar substitutes instead of white sugar, Henry finally felt satisfied with the sweetness. Henry was a rich young man and had once been a nobleman, otherwise he would not have inherited a building like a castle. Han Fei still believed in Henry's taste. Since Henry was satisfied, it would basically be acceptable to most foreigners. Cooking yuanxiao is quite difficult. I'm afraid people in our country can't do it. Henry was worried. It is not difficult to steam buns and flour rolls. For those who know how to fry steak, frying pot stickers is also not difficult. Frying pork chops and rice cakes only requires an air fryer, but it seems difficult to control the firepower for yuanxiao. Just give it a try. If you can succeed, most people can. Okay, I'll give it a try. Han Fei stood aside and frowned. Billy and the others were right in giving Henry the nickname Kitchen Killer. Okay, stop cooking it. It's already broken. It's turned into sesame paste. How could this happen? I felt like I was in control. Try the red bean one, maybe it will be better. When the red bean paste yuanxiao turned into a sticky bowl of red bean paste, Henry said with a bitter face, "This is too difficult." Han Fei sighed and took out his phone to watch a short video. Brother Han, how come you still have time to watch short videos? Think of a simple and easy way to get started. Isn't this what you're looking for? Han Fei was typing in the search bar, "How do lazy people eat yuanxiao?" Sure enough, tutorials popped up one after another. A food influencer smiled and said, "The Lantern Festival is here." Is it difficult to cook glutinous rice balls? Or, you don't want to wash the pot? What should you do? Let me teach you a little trick. The influencer took a deep microwave-safe bowl, put in 10 frozen glutinous rice balls, and said with a smile, "No need to thaw, just open the package and put it in the bowl." He boiled a pot of water in an electric kettle and said in a gentle voice, "Pour the boiling water in. The boiling water must cover the dumplings. If it doesn't, they may explode. Cover the bowl with plastic wrap and poke a few holes with a toothpick to allow for heat dissipation. Put it in the microwave on medium heat for 3 minutes. The cooking time for the glutinous rice balls can be adjusted according to the power of your microwave and the size of the glutinous rice balls. Mine will see the glutinous rice balls float up in 3 minutes. If yours still don't float up, add another minute. Ding ding ding. You can see the dumplings have floated up. A bowl of fragrant, sweet, and soft dumplings is ready. Isn't it convenient? Gio me. Thank you all for watching. I wish my brothers and sisters from all corners of the world a happy Lantern Festival. We are lucky enough to be gathered here, so everyone, have a bowl of yuanxia while it's still hot. First, a toast to my beloved fans. Ha ha. After watching the short video, Han Fei smiled and said, "Contact this blogger. We'll buy this short video. You can add an English dub and install a small screen on the wall of each store. Play this video over and over again. I think everyone should be able to learn it." At this moment, Anthony brought Xiaolu to the vicinity of the mining area, where some people had already set up stalls to sell raw stones. "Can I touch it?" Xiaolu asked the stall owner. Anthony translated it to the stall owner, who gestured for invitation. Chapter 65. Don't die in front of me. Your death will be meaningless and stupid. Xiaolu placed his hand on the largest piece of rough stone and silently counted in his heart. 3, 2, 1. It's true, the piercing itch started from the palms of my hands. Xiaolu immediately withdrew his hand, lifted his sleeve and took a peek, and saw a circle of red bumps on his wrist. He quickly lowered his sleeve to cover it. "Little boy, do you like this?" The owner of the gambling stone stall picked up the stone that Xiaolu had just touched. "This is the largest rough stone I have here. It's very heavy, so it must be good material. Since you and my son both have black hair and black eyes, I'll give you a discount of 10,000 gold. Is your wife from Longhua?" Anthony asked. "My wife isn't from Long Country, so we adopted our child there. His parents died in a fire. After he came home, he quickly integrated into our lives. He's a very smart, strong, and sensible child. We all love him." Anthony translated the stall owner's words to Xiaolu, and Xiaolu thought the stall owner was quite nice. He thought, if the 7 of them had not met the old man, would they also be adopted by different people and forced to separate? If Xiaoqi was adopted by a foreigner and taken to live abroad, wouldn't it be difficult for him to see Xiaoqi again? The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Xiaolu lowered his head and drooped his eyelids. Anthony thought Xiaolu was upset because he couldn't afford the 10,000 gold stones. Anthony patted Xiaolu's head and said generously, "Don't be sad. I have money. I'll buy it for you. Which one do you like? I'll buy them all for you." Xiaolu was stunned for a moment, then saw that Anthony had already taken out the cash to buy it. Xiaolu asked, "Do they only accept cash?" Anthony nodded. "That's the rule here. We're worried that customers might cause trouble if they don't get good material. If they pay by credit card, they might be forced to return the money they paid for. All transactions are cash, and if they get bad material, they won't get their money back. I only have cards on me." Xiaolu took out a card. "I don't have cash, I can transfer money to you." "No need, just consider it a gift from me. I heard that Henry gave you all his collection of car models." Xiaolu nodded. "It's cool, we all like it. That guy is usually very generous, but when it comes to his car model collection, he's really stingy. It seems he really likes you guys. Since he, as a grandfather, is so generous, you should also call me Grandpa Anthony. I can't be stingy anymore. Xiaolu, you pick one for each of your brothers and sisters. I'll pay for it. It's my gift to you." "Really? You can take anything? This little money is nothing to me, Anthony. Just take your pick and take the heaviest one." Xiaolu squatted down to pick up stones. He touched them one by one, feeling the itch in his palms. The more itchy he felt, the more likely it was that good material would be found inside. Xiaolu picked 6 stones in a row. Anthony took out a briefcase from the car, which contained a bag of cash. How much is it? Let's calculate it. This one is 10,000 M gold, these three pieces are 5,000 M gold, this one is 8,000 M gold, this one is 8,500 M gold, and this one is 4,000 M gold, for a total of 45,500 M gold. Do you want to mine it? I can mine it for you for free. Anthony counted out the money and handed it over. Xiaolu, do you want to open the stone? Xiaolu shook his head, no. We're not driving anymore. Wrap up the rocks and help me load them into the car. Okay, I'll ask my son to come over and watch over the stall. The dragon country child you adopted? Yes, it's a very handsome kid. The stall owner called the other party and waited for about 10 minutes. A child came over on a bicycle. He looked about 11 or 12 years old, just as the boss said. He was a very handsome boy with thick eyebrows, big eyes, a high nose bridge, tan skin, black hair, and black eyes. His eyes were very deep, as if they were hiding a lot of thoughts. Jiao, you help me watch the stall here, I will help them put the stones on the truck. Let me take care of it. You just watch the stall. Your back isn't in good condition. No need, they bought a lot and it's quite heavy, just watch over the stall. The stall owner touched his son's head and liked this child from the bottom of his heart. He was sensible and considerate. The raw stones don't look big, but each one is very heavy. Anthony helped to carry 3 pieces, the stall owner held 4 pieces by himself, and Xiaolu followed Anthony obediently as promised, not daring to leave at all. They didn't notice that not far away, a pair of sinister and cold eyes were staring at Xiaolu with resentment. Xiao, I know that kid. He's the grandson of that old guy named Han. What does it have to do with us? Don't you want money to help me kill the Yu family? What do you want to do? You're asking even though you already know the answer. This old man is ruining my business, so I'll use his grandson as a scapegoat. The Han group must be making a lot of money, so how much do you think the old man is willing to pay to redeem his precious grandson? Kidnapping is against the law. Breaking the law? You, a killer leader, are talking to me about this? Xiao, help me lead that foreigner away. I have no obligation to help. Once I get the money from the old man, I'll give you half. You have to know that the Han group is extremely wealthy these days. I'm only responsible for knocking people out. I don't interfere with other matters. Can. Anthony's car had just driven a short distance out of the mining area when its tire burst. Wait for me in the car, I'll go down and take a look. Xiaolu nodded obediently and looked out the window. Seeing that there was no one around, not even a single person, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Anthony got out of the car to check and found that the tire was punctured by a nail. Looking back, he saw nails scattered on the road. He didn't know which wicked person did this. Anthony called to contact someone, but found that the call could not be made because there was no signal. Anthony became alert. It seemed that someone had thrown the nails there intentionally. There must be a device nearby that interferes with the signal, otherwise it would be impossible for the nails to fail to be driven out. Anthony quickly wanted to get into the car. At least it would be safe if he hid in the car and locked it. There was a gun in the car for self-defense. But before he could get in the car, someone rushed over and attacked him from behind. Anthony was hit on the head, but thinking that Xiaolu was still in the car, he had to bring Xiaolu back safely. He was already seeing double, and he shook his head vigorously, trying to wake himself up. No matter what, he couldn't faint now. He shook his head and rushed towards the other person, hugged the man's waist tightly, and shouted, "Xiaolu, run, run!" Xiaolu had already jumped out of the car to help, but before he could reach Anthony, another person, an adult, appeared and easily lifted him up. "Let me go! Let me go! Grandson of that old man surnamed Han, I advise you to behave yourself, otherwise I will not show you mercy." "Who are you? Are you the old man's enemy?" The other person was wearing a black hood that covered his entire face, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. However, with his standard pronunciation, Xiaolu could be sure that he was a dragon countryman. "Let go of Xiaolu. I tell you, I'm Anthony. Do you know who my father is? If you dare to mess with me, my father won't let you go, and the Anthony family won't let you go." Anthony was helpless and furious, his hands still tightly holding the man's waist. Xiao couldn't move. He looked at Anthony gloomily and hit Anthony's back with his elbow. Let go. No, I won't let go even if I'm beaten to death. Then it's as you wish. Xiao actually took out a gun and pointed it at Anthony's temple. Young master of the Anthony family, are you really going to sacrifice your own life for a child from the dragon country? I brought Xiao Lu out here. Unless I die, no one of you can take him away. I brought him out here, so I must bring him back safely. Anthony regretted that he had gotten out of the car rashly to check. He should have called for help from the car and locked the doors and windows when he found there was no signal. Now it was too late to regret. Grandpa Anthony, I'm fine. They are my enemies. They can't kill me easily. At most, they kidnap me and use me to threaten me. Let me go quickly. Don't die in front of me. Your death will be meaningless and stupid. Anthony, I'm so angry. Can you please speak properly, kid? I'm telling the truth. Let go quickly. There's no need to get shot. They're not targeting you. Xiao Lu stopped struggling and let the other party carry him. Xiao raised his eyebrows in surprise. In truth, he didn't really want to kill Anthony. After all, he was indeed the noble son of the Anthony family. Although he had been gradually abandoned by the family due to his laziness and lack of ambition, his father had taken 2 illegitimate sons back into the family. However, as far as he knew, the 2 illegitimate sons were fiercely competitive with each other and were very concerned about their non-competitive younger brother. If one of them eventually became the helmsman of the Anthony family, it would be a troublesome matter to come after him later. Grandpa Anthony, if you don't let go, I really won't be moved at all if you die in front of me. I will just think you are stupid. Let go quickly. Anthony looked at Xiao Lu, who looked anxious. He knew that the boy was saying one thing and thinking another, but he calmed down just as Xiao Lu said, his death was worthless and he was like a fool. Anthony let go and collapsed to the ground. He could no longer hold on. Stars appeared in front of his eyes and he felt dizzy. His head tilted and he passed out. You've managed to hold on until now, you have a strong willpower. Xiao praised and looked at Yu Xuanting. What are you still standing there for? Let's go. On the other end, Han Fei video called Chen Milan and passed on a yuanxiao recipe that suited foreigners' tastes. Produce it according to this recipe. The speed must be fast, and the cost cannot be considered for now. Okay, I got it. I'll get the first batch delivered as soon as possible. Don't worry, boss. Henry then remembered Anthony and looked for him everywhere, but he couldn't find him. He asked the maids if they had seen Anthony, but the maids all shook their heads. Henry came to the yard, and the gardener who was pruning the flowers and trees told Henry that Anthony and young Master Xiao Lu had left the castle 2 hours ago. Han Fei had just hung up the video call when Henry rushed in, looking panicked. Brother Han, this is bad. Anthony took Xiao Lu out. They've been out for 2 hours. I called Anthony, but I couldn't get through. Could something have happened? The tablet computer Han Fei was using for video calls fell to the ground. He looked down at the broken screen, his eyelids twitching, and he had a bad feeling. Which car is he driving? Do you have his location? Calm down first. Tell me, is there a mining area nearby? There's no location tracking. He's in too many cars, so we can't contact him now. He doesn't like his family to stare at him, so he doesn't use location tracking on his phone, so we can't find his current location. The nearest mining area is about an hour and a half drive away. Do you think they went to the mining area to buy rough stones? Oh, right, they were also going to buy rough stones secretly last time. Let's go to the mining area first. Before they could leave, Han Fei's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar call. Han Fei was anxious to find his child, so he hung up the phone. Not long after, a MMS message arrived. It was still that unfamiliar number. Han Fei was already in the car on his way to the mining area. He clicked on the MMS and saw Xiao Laolu, whose mouth was taped shut and tied to a chair. Chapter 66 Corner. This was not an accident, but a long-planned murder and silencing plan. Ding. A text message. I want to redeem this child. 100 million renminbi. Transfer to this our account, XXXXXX, Brother Han, why do you look so ugly? Han Fei handed him the phone. Henry was shocked when he saw the photo, and then he gasped when he saw the amount. How much liquid funds are in the group's account? Brother Han, let's call the police. There really isn't that much money in the account. Don't call the police yet. How much do you have? This is not Longhua, and he doesn't trust the police here. The group's total capital is only 20 million gold. Give it to me first. I'll call and discuss it with Billy and the others. Good. Then are we still going to the mine? Go. Henry called Billy, Bill, and Aaron. When the three learned that Xiao Lalu had gone out with Anthony and was now kidnapped, they agreed to let Han Fei use the money in the company account to rescue him first, and they also transferred all the money in their pockets to Han Fei. 100 million, or M gold. Even if everyone's money is put together, it's still a long way from this number. Bill, I'll go home and ask the old man for it. You guys wait. Billy, I'll see if I can sell my cruise ship and villa quickly to get the money together. Aaron, I asked my girlfriend to borrow some money. Her family has money. Henry, Brother Han, don't worry, everyone is going to raise money. Han Fei took a deep breath and said, thank you. On the way to the mine, the driver saw a familiar car and asked, Mr. Henry, that car looks like Mr. Anthony's. It's his car, speed up, yes. Han Fei and Henry got out of the car and came to Anthony's car, only to see Anthony lying beside the car. Anthony. Henry stepped forward and patted Anthony's face, but he couldn't wake him up. Send you to the hospital first. Han Fei looked towards the mining area and said in a deep voice. Brother Han, aren't you going with us? I'll look for clues here. When he wakes up, I'll ask him what happened and let me know as soon as possible. Okay, I get it. Be careful. I'll ask the driver to accompany you. The driver had some kung fu experience and was one of Henry's bodyguards. Henry left the driver behind and drove Anthony to the hospital himself. Mr. Han, the mine is in front of us. We can't go in, but there are many stalls next to the mine, specializing in selling some raw stones. Han Fei nodded and walked towards the raw stone stall. He found a photo of little Six and asked each stall owner, have you seen this child? As he shook his head again and again, Han Fei's heart sank to the bottom. I've seen it. Finally, Han Fei heard the sound of nature. He and a gentleman bought 7 rough stones at my stall. I was the one who sent them to the car. Who are you to the child? I'm the child's grandfather. Was there anyone suspicious following them or watching them? Suspicious people? I didn't notice that. They got in the car and drove away. Did something happen? Han Fei shook his head, thank you. After Han Fei walked away, a boy on a bicycle came over to deliver dinner to the stall owner. Zhao, do you still remember the 2 customers who made that big deal today? The boy nodded. One of the kids is from Dragon Country. Something seems to have happened. Just now, a man from Longhua came and claimed to be the child's grandfather. From the looks of it, the child might be lost. The boy frowned. The foreigner traveling with the child is a kidnapper? Probably not. It might have happened after they left. Jiao, I was carrying something and wasn't paying attention to my surroundings. You watched us leave. Was there anyone following us or staring at us with any special eyes? The boy's eyes flickered. I didn't notice. I still have homework to do. I'll go back first. Don't be too tired. Your grades are already very good. You should also take some rest and play. Don't just study and do homework all day. Okay, I'll take care of myself and rest. I'll go back first. Go ahead. The boy rode his bike away, but instead of going back home, he took a detour to another place. Jiao changed his surname to a foreigner's, found new parents, and started a new life. But he would never forget every moment he had in Dragon Country. His name in Dragon Country was Gui Jiao. Jiao also means dumplings. My great-grandmother ran a dumpling shop in my hometown. It looked simple, but it was very famous locally. The craft was passed down from generation to generation until his father, when the shop became a famous century-old store. Originally, the internet wasn't well developed, so the restaurant was only famous locally. But as the internet developed, many travel and food bloggers would travel to various cities to look for local delicacies. Their dumpling shop was discovered by food bloggers, and later more and more outsiders came to the restaurant. My father's business is getting better and better. He is in high spirits and bought a new electric tricycle, saying that it will make it more convenient to purchase goods in the future. But it was also this car that brought Zhao an indelible nightmare. That afternoon, he went to his classmate's house to play games, but he didn't know that when he left home to go to his classmate's house, it would be the last time he saw his family standing in front of the ruins, looking at the charred and blackened bodies carried out. He couldn't tell who they were. In addition to him, his parents, grandparents, and his newly born sister all died in the electric bike battery explosion. The old building was flammable and explosive, and the fire was fierce. The firefighters who arrived had no time to save people, and even the firefighters who rushed in almost didn't make it out alive. From that day on, he became an orphan. Later, he was adopted by his current foreign parents. They treated him very well. They knew his past, so they took extra care of him. They were very cautious during their time together, trying not to mention the past, and even didn't dare to buy dumplings for their home. Originally, they wanted to remove the word corner to completely separate him from his past, but he insisted on keeping this word because it was given by his grandmother and he didn't want to lose it. He knew that his foreign mother loved eating dumplings. Some time ago, the supermarket held an event and hosted a big eating contest, and his foreign mother also participated in the competition. He knew that his foreign father also wanted to eat dumplings, so he told his foreign mother that he wanted to eat dumplings. Then his foreign mother bought dumplings from the supermarket and took advantage of the buy 5 get 5 free promotion to buy a total of 10 bags of dumplings. In fact, he was not interested in foreign dumplings. When he was in Longwa, he even found Longwa's frozen dumplings unpalatable. He only liked to eat the sauerkraut and pork dumplings made by his grandmother. But the bicycle braked suddenly and he gripped the handlebars tightly. The veins on the back of his hands bulged and his knuckles turned white. The foreign mother cooked a lot of dumplings, and he tasted one just to save face. One bite was enough to confirm that the sauerkraut was made using his grandmother's unique method. It was a secret recipe that was never passed on to others. Many people had come to ask about it, but his grandmother would never tell them. How could it be? How could it be exactly the same? This is the taste, there is no mistake, they are all gone. How come the recipe for pickled cabbage appeared abroad? At that moment, he ate the dumplings as if it were chewing wax. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and a flame of hatred and anger was burning in his heart, just like the raging fire that day. What he once thought was an accidental accident was no longer a simple accident. It was not an accident, but a long plan to kill and silence people. But the murderer probably didn't expect that there was still a fish that slipped through the net. Chapter 67. Yushuanting couldn't escape his fate and died at his hands in the abandoned factory. Yushuanting was playing with his phone. Seeing Xiaolu twisting and struggling, he burst into laughter. So what if you struggled? Do you think you can escape? Yushuanting took out a gun and pointed it at Xiaolu. If you dare to run away, I will shoot you in the head. He lowered his voice as deep as hell, trying to scare the little girl to tears. When the time comes, your head will be like a watermelon. With a bang, your brain will burst out and spread everywhere. He expected to see fear, panic, and preferably crying and incontinence on the boy's face, but no. He met a pair of eyes so clear that it frightened him. These eyes were as clear as a lake that could reflect people's hearts. He saw his own face through these eyes, a face covered with a mask, with only the eyes exposed, and a distorted and terrifying face. He took a step back and was actually frightened by his own reflection in his pupils. Xiaolu made a sound. Why Yushuanting tore off the seal on his mouth, wanting to hear what this little kid could say. I know who you are. The child spoke in a childish voice, and the first sentence surprised him. He didn't believe that this little kid could really guess who he was. Maybe even if he took off the hood, he wouldn't be able to recognize him. His absolute confidence was shattered by the child's second sentence. You are Yushuanting, the old man's rival, Grandpa Yu's grandson. No, you are not Grandpa Yu's grandson, you are an imposter. What did you say? Yushuanting grabbed Xiaolu's neck, his anger driving him crazy. Xiao had originally been standing aside with his arms folded, watching the show. But when he saw the little thing rolling its eyes, he immediately went up to pull Yushuanting away and yelled, Are you crazy? This is 100 million gold, don't kill me. Xiaolu coughed awkwardly, his little face turning red and purple. At that moment, he could feel that he was very close to death. He was not sure whether the other party was Yushuanting. The reason he said the latter sentence was just to provoke the other party. If it was Yu Xuanting, he would definitely be furious. Sure enough, he is Yu Xuanting. Don't worry about it. I won't kill him, but at least let me vent my anger. I can't handle this old guy. I don't believe that even a little guy can bully me. Yu Xuanting took off his belt and hit Xiao Lu hard with it. Ah! Xiao Lu shouted. Why Yu Xuanting burst into laughter. Little thing, you're trying to trick me? Even if you figure it out, so what? I'm Yu Xuanting. What does it matter if you find out? What else can you gain except suffering more? The belt whipped down again. Xiaoliu's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Xiao grabbed Yu Xuanting's hand and the belt missed the target. He's fainted, stop it. Make a fuss? Am I the one making a fuss? Yu Xuanting threw the belt to the ground and roared, he knows my identity. Even if I get the money, I can't let him go. Xiao frowned, you want to kill the hostage? Yu Xuanting took off his hood, his smile twisted and strange. What else? Should we put him back? You have to think carefully. The case you have is at most attempted murder, but if you kill this guy, there will be no turning back. So, it wasn't me who killed him, but you. Your calculations are too precise. Xiao, you're the assassin leader, with countless lives on your hands. One more or one less won't make any more. At worst, we can split the 100 million 30% and 70% respectively. You take 70% and I take 30%. What do you think? I don't kill children under 10 years old. Ha! Yu Xuanting laughed until he doubled over with laughter, and finally rolled on the ground. Xiao, you are a killer who kills people without blinking an eye, and you are still talking to me about whether to kill children? Ha! This is the funniest joke I have heard this year. He suddenly frowned and put away all the smiles on his face. Since you don't want to kill, then I will do it myself. Xiao, I can't turn back anymore. From the day you took me away from Dragon Country, there was no turning back. Just as Yu Xuanting was walking towards the unconscious Xiao Lu with a gun in hand, Xiao snatched the gun from his hand and said with a gloomy face, I'll do it after I get the money. Xiao placed his gun on the table next to him and untied the iron canister at his waist, which was filled with the strongest liquor. He raised his head and took a big gulp. It depends on whether that Han is willing to give up the money. If the money doesn't arrive in 3 days, I will take action. The unconscious Xiaoliu's ears moved. Is the old man really willing to spend 100 million to save himself? It's not 100 million in Dragon Country currency, it's 100 million in M gold. Does the old man have that much money? I'm not a very obedient child, and he doesn't seem to like me that much. Would he really be willing to spend so much money on a disobedient child? If I had that much money, it would be impossible for me to replace anyone else except Xiaoqi. The old man has so much money, so he should keep it for Xiaoqi. It's not worth it to spend so much money to save me. I'm not that valuable, anyway, saving myself is definitely not worth it. Ding. The phone rang. Xiao Lu pricked up his ears. Xiao picked up his phone and checked it, then laughed. He's quite rich. It hasn't been long since you texted him asking for money, and he's already gathered 100 million. He's really willing to spend money, just to save such a little thing. Yu Xuanting grabbed the phone to verify, and after confirming that the money had arrived, he laughed cruelly and bloodthirstily. Xiao, the money has arrived, why don't you do it? Boom! An explosion sounded. What's going on? Yu Xuanting was startled and almost dropped the phone in his hand. Xiao snatched back the phone and said coldly, something happened outside, let's go first. Kill this kid first. No, the gunshots will attract people. Let's get out of here first. Take this child with you. Don't bring it, it's a burden. Then I'll strangle him to death. Yu Xuanting was unwilling to let Xiao Lu go. He walked towards Xiao Lu and stretched out his hand to Xiaoliu's neck. Boom! Another explosion was heard, and flames could be seen rising into the sky outside. Owl roared, don't waste time, hurry up. I'm leaving first. Seeing that Xiao had already run away, Yu Xuanting became furious and grabbed Xiaoliu's neck fiercely. Xiaoliu's face turned blue and his eyes rolled back, as if he had seen the god of death. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Xiao Lu was able to breathe again, his lungs heaving violently, his vision a little blurry. He looked at the boy walking out of the firelight. The other man had a gun in his hand, his face expressionless, like the god of death. Xiaolu lowered his eyes and saw Yushuanting lying in a pool of blood, looking dead. The boy walked up to Yushuanting and raised the gun again. Bang! 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 There was a rumbling sound in Xiaolu's ears, and he could no longer count how many shots the boy had fired. He remembered where he had seen this boy before. It was at a gambling stone stall. He was a child from the dragon country adopted by the boss. The boss seemed to call him Jiao, Xiaolu murmured. Horn? The sound of the horn brought the boy back to his senses. The gun in his hand was already out of bullets. Are you really Jiao? Brother Jiao, can you help me untie him? There's another bad guy who escaped. Jiao was surprised that the child was not afraid and even called him brother. Aren't you afraid of me? I just killed someone in front of you. You came to save me. You killed the bad guys. Why should I be afraid of you? I'm not saving you. I'm just taking revenge. He hired someone to kill my family. You said he hired a killer to kill your family? Besides him, your enemy also includes the killer. I just overheard their conversation, and the bad guy who ran away is the killer's leader. You must kill him to complete your revenge. You have a point. After untying Xiaolu, Jiao prepared to chase the owl. Xiaolu took Yushuanting's gun from the table and chased after him. Brother Jiao, take me with you. Chapter 68. I didn't expect to meet someone crazier than me today. We are kindred spirits. Xiao, who had escaped from the abandoned factory, heard the gunshots, frowned, and cursed. Idiot, didn't you say you were going to strangle the kid to death? You actually used a gun. A series of gunshots made Xiao think that the special police had arrived and there was a gunfight inside, so he ran even faster. He couldn't rescue Yushuanting, so he had to see if there would be a chance to save him in the future. He hoped that this kid would be smart and not confront the other party head-on, so that he could keep his life and wait for him to save him. But if he unfortunately dies, I can only burn 3 incense sticks for him. Brother Jiao, he ran here. Xiaolu pointed at the footprints on the ground. Jiao got on the bicycle and patted the back seat. Get on. Xiaolu jumped into the car, holding the gun tightly in his hand. Before leaving Dragon Country, Xiaolu had never touched a gun. It was not until he arrived at Grandpa Henry's castle that he saw a gun in Grandpa Henry's collection cabinet. This was the first time Xiaolu saw a real gun. When Grandpa Henry gave them a car model, the third brother was eager to try and touch a real gun, but was rejected by Grandpa Henry. However, Grandpa Henry said that he could take them to a real gun museum to experience shooting. Later, Grandpa Henry did keep his promise and took them to the real gun museum, even bringing Xiaoqi along. However, Xiaoqi was not interested in guns and was playing with Barbie dolls. Instead, her second sister, who was also a girl, was very interested in guns. Xiaolu experienced shooting for the first time in a real gun museum, but he always had an illusion that he used guns often. It seemed that in that vague dream, he would put the gun in the cabinet beside the bed so that he could easily take it. Follow me, you will be in danger. If you are afraid, there is still time. I will put you down. I'm not afraid. What are you going to do with the past? Jiao was curious. I want my money back. Xiaolu said seriously, the money belongs to my grandfather, I have to get it back. My father met your grandfather. He went to the stall to look for you. He was very anxious. Xiaolu pursed his lips and whispered, I know, Grandpa cares about me a lot. There's no grandfather who doesn't care about his grandson. Before, I thought he didn't care and I wasn't very obedient. You must be obedient in the future. It's too late for me to listen to Grandpa. My grandpa is no longer here. Brother Jiao, was your grandfather killed by them? Yes, they wanted the dumpling recipe. I don't know how they got the recipe from my family before the electric bike battery exploded. Why did they not let them go after getting the recipe? They wanted to kill them. I don't understand why. Xiaolu, who was sitting in the back seat, patted Jiao's back to comfort him. Xiaolu pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. He remembered that he had heard from his third brother that Yushuanting hired someone to kill his grandfather, but fortunately he was stopped by the special forces who were protecting his grandfather, otherwise, something would have happened to his grandfather. They wanted to kill my grandfather, but when they couldn't, they captured me and blackmailed him. They should have died long ago. Brother Jiao, we can't let the bad guys go, otherwise they will hurt one person after another and never admit their mistakes. I will never let him go. Brother Jiao, are you good at shooting? Good. Did you practice this specially? After being adopted by my parents, I often practiced shooting. Seeing that I liked it, they gave me a real gun. However, I have limited bullets, and I used too much to kill that man just now. Don't you throw up after killing someone? I overcame my fear. From the day I ate dumplings bought from the supermarket, I have been practicing. I went to help out at a friend's fish stall, killing fish every day. I was not used to it at first, but now I am not afraid anymore. Xiaolu silently remembered that if he wanted to become stronger, he should practice more with his spear and kill more fish. The owl in front of the car cursed, "Idiot. He has the keys." Unable to get on the bus, he had to walk. He called his subordinates and asked them to pick him up at the station 1 kilometer away, but he never imagined that 1 kilometer would be a distance he would never be able to reach. Brother Jiao, it seems we can't catch up. It doesn't matter. As long as he goes this way, he can't escape. Why? Jiao took out his mobile phone, clicked on the screen, and a map appeared. There was a green line on the map, and 6 red dots on the green line. The first red dot at the corner is a camera, and there is no one within the camera's range. Jiao clicked on several red dots in succession until he reached the second red dot. A person appeared on the screen. Jiao pointed at the person and asked, "Do you think this is the person?" "It's him." Xiaolu recognized Xiao at a glance. Could it be possible that I recognized the wrong person? I definitely wouldn't make a mistake. After I saw through their identities, they took off their hoods. I remember their faces. At that time, he tried hard to remember the face because he thought that if he could escape or someone came to rescue him, he could tell the police what the bad guy looked like. Okay, as long as I remember correctly. Zhao took out a small box that looked like a radio, extended the antenna, and pressed a button. Boom! An explosion was heard in the distance. Is it a long-range bomb? Xiaolu asked. Yes, my father works in the mines and usually sets up a stall. He is good at blasting, and I learned some of it. That's awesome. Xiaolu raised his thumbs up. His palms holding the gun were sweaty. He was extremely nervous before, but now he is calm. Brother Jiao, how did you know they would take this route? I don't know. I was just taking a gamble. I planted bombs on 2 roads. Luckily, there aren't many people coming to the mining area. If there were others around, I wouldn't dare detonate them. I don't want to hurt anyone. When did you start this plan? After eating the dumplings, I checked the supplier at the supermarket. Since he is from Longhua, it is actually very easy to check. Then how did you know they would come to the mine? I know they're greedy. To deal with greedy people, all you have to do is put out bait to lure them over. I just spread the word that the mine owner here is in debt and is eager to sell his minerals. I also spread the word elsewhere that diamonds are suspected to have been discovered in this mine. Ah, this sounds so complicated and difficult. It is difficult, but... Jiao's eyes were deep. Belief can overcome everything. As long as you have faith in something you want to achieve, it seems like nothing in this world can be difficult. Or maybe, it's my family in heaven who are helping me, and that's why everything is going smoothly. They had arrived at the explosion site and saw Xiao lying unconscious on the ground. Jiao went forward to check and found that he was not dead yet. My phone is broken. Xiaolu picked up Xiao's phone, looking distressed. He cheated my grandfather out of 100 million gold. I don't know where my grandfather borrowed so much money to save me. I must get the money back. I know there's a temporary house nearby. It's where miners' families from far away come to stay. The mine's been busy lately, and no relatives have come to visit. It's empty now, so we'll take him there. Xiao's eyes lit up. He tied me up, so I'm going to tie him up too. If he doesn't return the money to my grandfather, I'll beat him with a belt. It's just a minor fight. If he doesn't listen, just cut his flesh with a blunt knife. Jiao Yu said. Xiaolu was not only not afraid, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. What a great idea. Humph, Cut 1,000 times. 1,000 cuts? Yes. Xiaolu nodded vigorously. Yu Jiao laughed. I thought I was crazy, but I didn't expect to meet someone crazier than me today. Brother Jiao, we are kindred spirits. Please help me quickly, he is too heavy to drag. Jiao tied up Xiao with a hemp rope and rode his bicycle forward, while Xiao was dragged along the way. Chapter 69. He is too dirty. Killing him will only dirty my hands. When Xiao woke up, he felt pain all over his body, and there was no place that didn't hurt. Someone is plotting against me. He cursed and swore. This guy's mouth is so dirty, Brother Jiao, let's brush his teeth and wash his face. A childish voice sounded. Just as Xiao was about to look up, a basin of cold water was poured over his head, chilling him to the bone. Xiao was completely soaked, and the wounds on his body touched the water, making him grimace in pain. Damn it! Salt water, you splashed salt water. Only then did Xiao understand his current situation. He was tied up with ropes and chains, and there was a huge rock on the other end. He could not move at all. It's you! You little brat! He opened his eyes wide and looked at Xiaolu in disbelief. He never expected that the situation would be reversed so quickly. Before, Xiaolu was tied up by him and was a fish on the chopping board, but in just half a day, he became a fish in the hands of a child. Hurry up and brush his teeth. Xiaolu was angry. You are the one who stinks, you are the stinkiest. Jiao took out a toothbrush and really brushed Jiao's teeth, but the action was so rough that Jiao's gums were broken and bleeding. What kind of toothbrush is this? Jiao smiled and said, a wire toothbrush, for brushing stones. Let me go. Do you know what you are doing now? What you have done is enough to make you lose your freedom and end up in jail. Oh my God, do you know the law? Xiaolu looked exaggerated and very surprised. Jiao sneered, I didn't expect a killer leader to understand the law. If you know the law, why are you still doing this? Knowing the law and breaking it is an even greater crime. Xiaolu pointed at himself and said, I'm only 6 years old. He pointed at Jiao again. Brother Jiao is 12 years old this year. Xiaolu spread out his hands. We are still young. Whatever we do can be forgiven. Besides, we are punishing evildoers and doing what heroes do. How can it be considered breaking the law? Jiao nodded. Little six brother is right. Xiaolu took out an iron ruler and said with regret, I originally wanted to use a blunt knife to torture you, but I didn't find a blunt knife. I only have an iron ruler. It's almost the same, right? What are you going to do? Xiao widened his eyes in horror. Xiao never looks down on any child. Although the training island has been taken over by the Longwa police, he has witnessed the methods of those children on that island with his own eyes. Human nature is evil. In order to survive, in order to stay alive, these young children are forced to grow up and eventually become qualified killers. He looked at the two children in front of him and had an idea that if these two children went to the island, they would definitely be the final winners. Xiaolu took the iron ruler and cut Jiao's palm hard. The friction caused the iron ruler to scratch the skin, and blood flowed out. There was a gap, and the iron ruler bit by bit sawed into the flesh like a saw. Stop, what do you want? What do you want? Cold-blooded killer, does this hurt you? Xiaolu felt frustrated and swung the bloody ruler in his hand. Give me back the money you cheated me of. That's my grandfather's money, you must return it every penny. My phone has blown up. Use my phone, download a mobile banking app, and enter your account number and password. Jiao said coldly, don't tell me you forgot your account number and password. Xiaolu will be angry if you do that. Xiaolu waved the iron ruler. Yes, when I am angry, I will chop with it. This time it was the palm of my hand, next time. His eyes wandered around, looking at Zhao's lower body. Xiao instinctively clamped his legs together and swallowed his saliva. I remember everything. Xiaolu curled his lips. It's so easy to be a coward. It's boring. Zhao also found it boring, so he asked Xiao to tell him the bank and then the account number and password, with Zhao controlling the whole process. There's so much money in the account? Zhao's eyes flashed. Xiaolu came over to take a look and pouted. It's all dirty money. Zhao lowered his voice and said, Xiaolu, how about we rob the thieves? Xiaolu's eyes lit up. Okay. Because of Zhao's special identity, he personally signed many agreements in the bank, and he usually had frequent large-scale transactions. His bank card had no limit at all. Let alone 100 million gold, even his original 500 million deposits could be transferred away at this moment. Xiao deeply regretted that he had no limit, but it was too late. Brother Zhao, I've got what I wanted. Now I'll leave it to you. Didn't I agree that if I gave you money, you would let me go? Yeah, I let you go now that I got the money, but Brother Zhao arrested you again. Is that okay? Xiaolu childishly spread his hands and said, I even threw away my ruler. Zhao approached Xiao with a gun in hand and said calmly, You've been a killer for so long, have you ever thought that your creditors would come to your door? Creditor? Xiao shook his head. Every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt has its creditor. To me, I'm just a gun. If your loved one died at the hands of a killer, then the creditor you're looking for shouldn't be the killer, but the person who paid for their life. That's the real creditor. Brother Zhao, I'm going out for a walk. I'll leave this place to you, good. Xiaolu ran out of the temporary house and looked into the distance. Someone went to check the place where the explosion happened. There were a lot of people gathered there, including police cars. Xiaolu was a little scared, but he pretended to be calm and shouted inside, Brother Zhao, you can't use the gun. He was worried that the gunshots would attract the police. I didn't intend to use a gun. It would be too easy for him to solve the revenge of killing his father and mother and wiping out the whole family with a gun. Xiao looked at the iron ruler in the other person's hand and felt uneasy. Calm down. Every wrong has its perpetrator. You should go find the person who hired the killer. To this day, Xiao still doesn't know who the other party is, but it doesn't matter. He has made a lot of enemies anyway. Asking in detail will only make the other party recall the past hatred, and they will be more ruthless then. I've already killed him. I shot him to death when I was trying to save Xiaolu. I'm still not satisfied, so I can only vent it on you. Save Xiaolu? You mean, you killed Yu Xuanteng? Yes, I killed him, but unfortunately he died too quickly. You are the dumpling recipe. Xiao saw the endless hatred in the other person's eyes and immediately shut his mouth. Why don't you continue? Tell me, why? Just because you are guilty of possessing a treasure? But you already got the recipe, which means you got what you wanted before the fire, before they died. Why did you kill them? Zhao tapped Zhao's face gently with the iron ruler and asked softly, one question after another, like a lover whispering in his ear. There was no anger in his voice, only confusion. Xiao closed his eyes resignedly. In fact, when the killer started, he knew that one day he would die. Possibly died in the mission. You may die at the hands of a stronger opponent, but he never thought that one day he would die at the hands of a half-grown boy. Maybe this is what happens when evil is punished. There is no reason, just because we are evil. Zhao's voice was calm, like a heart as still as water before facing death. Zhao stared at Zhao's calm face, his knuckles turning white as he clenched the iron ruler in his hand. He had countless ways to kill the killer and avenge his family. Yu Xuanteng is the source of evil, and the killer is the executioner who carries out evil. They both deserve to die, but he killed Yu Xuanteng and saved Xiaolu. Kill the killer. What does it matter? Is it evil to go along with them? Is this what your family wants to see? No, they don't want to see this. I won't kill you. I'll hand you over to the police. You're a wanted criminal, a world-class one. I can get a lot of money for that, right? I think dying in my hands would be a relief for you. I won't let you die in my hands. I won't become another you. There are many people who want your life, and I think there are many who are more cruel than me. Why not let you fall into their hands? Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, and the calmness on his face disappeared in an instant, turned into extreme fear. Seeing his expression, Zhao smiled, and as he smiled, tears began to flow. I guessed right. Letting you die peacefully is letting you go. Handing you over to them is making you live a life worse than death. My family is watching me in heaven. I will not become a murderous executioner like you. I will be a hero who saves lives, a hero who catches the world's most wanted criminal. Xiaolu saw Zhao coming out and asked, Is it solved? Zhao smiled and said, The revenge in my heart has been resolved, but the person inside is not dead. I will hand him over to the police of Longhua. Xiaolu was stunned for a moment, Aren't you going to take revenge yourself? He's too dirty. Killing him will only dirty my hands. I want to keep a pair of clean hands so I can go to see my relatives clean after death. Xiao Lu muttered, but you killed Yu Xuanting. I was saving you, saving others. It was a helpless act. Xiao Lu, I am your savior, don't forget to share the money with me. Brother Jiao, you can hand him over to the foreign police. You can get a bigger reward. That won't do. Handing him over to those people is no different from just letting him go. Xiao Lu said with a pained expression, 500 million, I'll give you half. When do you want it? I don't want it now, but when I do, I'll go to Dragon Country to find you. Chapter 70, Xiao Lu calls Grandpa. Backstab from Xiao Lu. Little boss feels the biting cold wind. Han Fei found that the money he had transferred out had been returned. Just as he was puzzled, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello. Han Fei answered the phone, mentally prepared, guessing that the other party was a kidnapper. Grandpa, it's me. I'm Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu. Han Fei warned, are you using a voice changer to pretend to be Xiao Lu? You've received the money, right? Where are you? Return the child to me. Grandpa, I'm Xiao Lu, it's really me. Xiao Lu never calls me Grandpa. Grandpa, I'm really Xiao Lu, and I'm going to call you Grandpa now. Han Fei frowned, suspicious. Are you really Xiao Lu? Let me ask you, why did you go to buy the rough stone? Tell me the reason. Grandpa, I was dreaming. I dreamed that I bought raw stones and they never failed. Also, I'm allergic to jade. I think you can trust me this time. This secret is known only to the two of us. I believe you, Xiao Lu. Where are you now? Did you escape, or did they get the money and abandon you? Hasn't the money been remitted? Did Grandpa receive it? Did you call back? What happened? Where are you? I'll come find you right now. I'm in a temporary house at the mine. It's similar to the place where we build houses at the Dragon Country construction site. It's the kind of temporary house that construction workers live in. It's made of plastic. Grandpa, you don't have to worry about me. Yu Xuanting is dead, and Xiao has been captured alive by us. You guys? Besides you, who else is there? And my savior, Brother Jiao. Grandpa, do you have a way to contact the Dragon Country Special Police? We caught Xiao. Can we get a little more reward? It was Brother Jiao who caught him, and he's still alive. Can we get some more money while he's hot? Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Han Fei urged Henry's driver to drive faster, go back to the mine and find a temporary plastic house, good. Han Fei sent a text message to the senior executive. Soon, there was a call back. I sent them over to take Xiao away. We must not attract the attention of the local police, otherwise our trip might be in vain. I know, come here as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Han Fei saw that the car had been parked for a long time and asked, what happened? Mr. Han, there was an explosion on the road ahead. It might have been done by terrorists. It's blocked by the police. We can't drive through. We have to take another road, which requires a big detour. Han Fei saw the temporary house not far away through the window. Let me get off the car, I will walk there myself. I'll go with you. No, you can take a detour and pick us up from another route. Han Fei got out of the car, avoided the attention of the police, and walked towards the temporary house. There was a knock on the door, and Xiao Lu and Jiao became alert. When Han Fei's voice came from outside, Xiao Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Lu, are you here? Grandpa, I'm here. Brother Jiao, open the door quickly, it's my grandpa. When the door opened, Han Fei saw two children and the despairing Xiao. After fighting in the air for so long, this was the first time Xiao and Han Fei met face to face. Xiao just felt a chill in his heart. The biggest mistake he made in his life was to provoke this old man and his grandson. He has never won if he messes with someone named Han. Han Fei briefly asked about the situation. When he found out that he had transferred the money but Yu Xuanting not only refused to release Xiaolu but also wanted to strangle him to death, he felt terrible. Fortunately, Xiaolu was destined to be the villain. Although he is a little unlucky, he is also an indestructible cockroach. Han Fei looked at the bruises on Xiaolu's neck and felt a little distressed. It hurts, doesn't it? Xiaolu waved his hands carelessly. It doesn't hurt at all. Thanks to Brother Jiao, I felt relieved after seeing Yu Xuanting being beaten to death. Han Fei learned that Jiao was the owner of the dumpling recipe. At this moment, the plot perfectly matched. In the book, the capitalist tycoon Xiaolu bankrupts Yu Xuanting, and the owner of the dumpling recipe brutally kills Yu Xuanting. Now, Yu Xuanting died at the hands of Xiaolu because of the conflict between him and the owner of the dumpling recipe. Han Fei was glad that Xiaolu was rescued, but he also felt very complicated because Yu Xuanting's final ending was perfectly connected with the book. This seemed to be a bad omen, as if telling Han Fei that no matter what changes he made, the final ending might still be the same. The driver's voice came from outside the door. Han Fei lowered his voice and said, "Send the people to the car first, and then we will leave the mine." Everything that happened next went smoothly. As if with divine help, they left the mine and returned to the castle safely. The Dragon Country Special Police who came to pick them up also arrived quickly and took them away directly by helicopter. Jiao remained silent as he watched Xiao leave. Han Fei lowered his voice and asked Xiaolu, "He regrets it?" In fact, Han Fei admired this guy very much. He remained calm at the last moment and chose to hand the person over instead of doing it himself anyway. If Han Fei had such a deep blood feud, he would definitely not let the other party go. At least he would kill the other party with his own hands to feel satisfied. Xiaolu shook his head. I think Brother Jiao is waiting for the reward from the Dragon Kingdom. When Han Shengda learned that Xiaolu had been kidnapped, Han Fei had already brought Xiaolu back safely. Han Shengda was about to ask about his well-being when he heard Xiaolu calling Han Fei in front of him, "Grandpa." Han Shengda felt the stab in the back from Xiaolu and felt the biting cold wind. Xiaoqi rushed towards Xiaolu and hugged him tightly, crying in her baby voice, "Sixth brother, Xiaoqi is so scared. I just hope you're okay." Xiaolu hugged his sister tightly, feeling extremely scared at the moment. When Yu Xuanting almost strangled him, all he could think about was what would happen to Xiaoqi if he died. But strangely, he thought that if he died, Xiaoqi still had his grandfather, who would treat him well. It didn't matter whether Xiaoqi was alive or not. I feel an indescribable sense of loss in my heart, but now, feeling the hug from his sister, he realized that it was not like that. Even with the care of Grandpa, the sister would be very sad to lose her brother who has the same father and mother as her. I can't let anything happen to me. For Xiaoqi's sake, I have to be safe. Only when you are safe can you better protect Xiaoqi. Jiao returned home and his parents cooked hot dumplings. Jiao was curious, are they frozen dumplings? His foreign mother blushed and became a little shy. I learned how to make it. Jiao was stunned. The foreign father laughed and said, "Your mother learned it from a short video. Come and try it." Jiao was eating dumplings, tears rolling down his eyes. "Hey, why are you crying while eating? Are the dumplings I made so bad that they make you cry?" Jiao wiped away his tears, smiled and shook his head. "No, it's just too delicious. It made me cry." The foreign father took one and tasted it, shaking his head and saying, "It's really delicious. It seems your mother is very talented in making dumplings." The family laughed and talked happily while eating dumplings, which represented reunion. A foreign mother turned on the TV and a commercial was playing. Two children were fighting over food, competing to see who could eat faster. The one who ate faster could get more food than the other. An interesting picture, a cute pair of boys and girls, makes people curious. What delicious food is the one that the two children are fighting over? Dui Jiao looked at the little girl on the screen and remembered Xiaoliu's self-promotion. "Let me tell you, my sister is the cutest girl in the world. Look, this is a photo of me and my sister. Isn't my sister cute? Isn't she pretty?" Jiao didn't answer at that time, but now Jiao ate dumplings and whispered silently, "It's quite cute." Chapter 71. If Grandpa doesn't let Xiaoqi sleep in there, Xiaoqi will cry to death here. Xiaolu accepted his grandfather in his heart, so he naturally told Han Fei all the secrets. Late at night, he knocked on Han Fei's door. Fortunately, Han Fei was still awake at this moment, otherwise he would have to be spanked. It is not a good habit to disturb people's sweet dreams. "Are you still awake at 1 in the morning?" Han Fei said with a stern face. Xiaolu snorted silently, feeling a little guilty, and lowered his voice. "I have a secret to tell you. There are too many people during the day. Because he survived a near-death experience, his brothers and sisters have been overly enthusiastic recently. Xiaoqi sticks to him all day long, and his second sister keeps asking him to eat, as if she wants to feed him like a piglet. Come in first. After Xiaolu entered the room, Han Fei closed the door. Xiaolu came to the table and saw the photos of his fifth brother, all of which were photos of him training and dancing, as well as some photos of other contestants. Grandpa must be busy with the entertainment company's affairs, so he hasn't slept yet so late. If you have any secrets, tell me. Xiaolu took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Han Fei. Han Fei was surprised. Whose card is this? If it was his parents' or grandmother's card, it might have been cancelled due to death and should not be usable. He kept it with him, so it can definitely be used. The money from selling rock sugar may also be hidden in this card. This is my uncle's card. My uncle's IQ is not very high, so the government gives him a disability subsidy. He has always lived with us, so my mother kept this card for him. But 3 months before the landslide, my uncle suddenly disappeared. Missing? Han Fei suddenly thought of something and his face looked a little strange. Yes, he disappeared. Mom has been looking for him, but she never found him until she got into trouble. This card came into my hands later. I saved all the money from selling rock sugar in it, and... He lowered his voice and said in a mosquito-like voice, Xiao still had 500 million in his account, and I transferred it all to this card. Han Fei was surprised. 500 million? You cheated him out of 500 million? This guy is really possessed by a Pichio. Is it possible for him to make money so quickly? I came to this world, setting up stalls and engaging in business wars. I have worked so hard for so long, but I have never lost as much as this kid has in one move. Grandpa, it's not Dragon Country currency, it's 500 million gold. Han Fei's expression was numb. You keep this money. I want to give you the card. It's your uncle's card, and the money is all yours. Keep it to yourself. Your uncle is just missing, and he might come looking for you later. Will he come looking for me? Xiao Lu looked bewildered. But everyone in the village said that the idiot had been missing for 3 months and couldn't possibly be alive. He must have starved to death out there. Now he's been missing for almost 2 years. Is he really still alive? Alive. Han Fei said confidently, as long as there's no corpse, he must still be alive. Keep this card safe and return it to him in person later. Grandpa, you sound so confident, like you know something. I don't know. Han Fei shook his head, but I feel that he should still be alive. My sixth sense has always been very accurate. Xiao Lu muttered, women's sixth sense is accurate. Grandpa is a grown man, where does he get his sixth sense? Han Fei ruffled Xiaoliu's head and said, you're the only one who talks too much. Now that we've finished telling each other secrets, go back to sleep. Grandpa, this is 500 million gold, do you really not want it at all? Keep it for yourself when you grow up, or give it to Xiaoqi as a dowry. I'm an old man and I don't need much money. What I earn is more than enough for me. That's right, Grandpa is very good at making money. By the time I grow up, he might have made hundreds of millions. Thank you for your kind words. Go back to bed. You may not be sleepy, but I'm an old man and I need sleep. Xiaolu reluctantly took 2 steps and looked back 3 times. Grandpa, won't you let me stay? Why would I keep you here? But you let fifth brother sleep in your bed with you last time, why didn't you let me sleep with you? That's different. Your fifth brother is timid and has nightmares. Xiaolu immediately fell flat on his face, looking pitiful. Grandpa, Yu Xuanting died in front of me. I have a psychological trauma. I have been having nightmares and I can't sleep. I need a sense of security. Grandpa, I want to stay here. Give me a small corner. I am small and can sleep in a small corner. I will definitely not fight with you for the quilt. Han Fei was speechless inside. Stop nagging me. Go to sleep if you want to. Go to sleep quickly. I have to get up early tomorrow. Xiaolu quickly took off his clothes, climbed onto the bed, and smiled brightly. Thank you, Grandpa. At 4 in the morning, Han Fei looked at the silkworm who had rolled up the quilt in silence and sighed. Didn't you agree not to grab the quilt? Xiao Wu is cuter than you. At least he doesn't grab the quilt. Finally, it was dawn and Han Fei sent this annoying thing away. But that night, the annoying thing came back again, holding a small pillow and standing pitifully at the door. Han Fei, Grandpa, I'm scared. I'm having a nightmare, really. I don't believe you. Han Fei looked at him with dead eyes. Grandpa, if you don't let me sleep, I'll sleep at your doorstep. Han Fei rubbed his temples and said, Go to sleep if you want. That night, the silkworm rolled away the quilt again. The next morning, Han Fei asked the maid to add a quilt to the room, who knew that there were 2 kids standing at the door at night. Xiao Wu stared at Han Fei angrily and complained, Why are you sleeping with Xiao Lu in your arms? Han Fei, watch your words. I don't care, I'm going to sleep here too. Xiao Lu looked pitiful and said, 5th brother, I was kidnapped and I'm traumatized. Grandpa let me sleep because he felt sorry for me. Don't make a fuss, or Grandpa will be angry. I'm making a fuss? I have psychological trauma too. I was almost tricked into filming something bad. Anyway, I have psychological trauma too, and I want Grandpa to feel sorry for me. Han Fei stared at the 2 of them with dead eyes. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, a little cub came over holding a Barbie doll. Its voice was soft and cute, and it was filled with endless grievances. Grandpa, don't you like Xiaoqi anymore? Han Fei, Xiaoqi laughed heartily. Grandpa is an old-fashioned man who favors boys over girls. Han Fei, if Grandpa doesn't let Xiaoqi sleep in there, Xiaoqi will cry to death here. Grandpa wouldn't let Xiao Wu sleep in, and Xiao Wu cried to death here. Don't make things difficult for Grandpa. Xiaoqi, be good. Brother will take you back to the house. Xiaoqi angrily shook off Xiao Lu's hand and said, 6th brother is bad, I don't want it. I want to sleep with Grandpa. Han Fei, he rubbed his temples and sighed, come in. The 3 little cubs cheered and rushed to get in as if they were competing. Little 7 rushed in so fast that she almost fell. Fortunately, little 6 was still worried about her sister and did not really sprint with all her strength, so she supported little 7. Han Fei looked at the 3 little cubs occupying his bed, feeling tired but also inexplicably warm. Chapter 72. 7 little guys, each with a piece of raw stone and 2 bodyguards, all arranged in place. At the end of summer vacation, Han Fei returned home with the children. Xiao's suitcase was overweight. When he opened it, he found that the culprit was 7 raw stones. Xiao Lu hung his head and said, I should have asked Xiao's father to help me open it. Han Fei was puzzled. Why didn't you open it then? Grandpa Anthony said these 7 rough stones were gifts for the 7 of us. I thought I wouldn't open them yet. I thought I'd bring them back and let everyone choose. It would be more fun to open them after everyone has chosen. But I didn't expect to encounter so many things, and I forgot about it later. Since these are given to you by Anthony, each of you can pick one. The stones are not big, just a little heavy. Put them in your backpacks. Xiao Cheese will be with me first. 7 stones in a suitcase is heavy, but when shared among 7 people, it is no longer a problem. The eldest chose a piece of medium size, Han Ro chose the roundest piece, the 3rd chose the heaviest piece, the 4th chose the piece with raised edges, the 5th chose a triangular piece, the 6th let his sister choose first, the 7th chose the smallest piece, and the 6th took the last piece left. Grandpa, Xiaoqi can lift it. Xiaoqi can lift it himself. Xiaoqi held the smallest piece he had chosen in both hands and raised it high. Han Fei was worried that she might drop it if she didn't hold it firmly, but when he saw that she really did, he breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, Xiaoqi, keep it for yourself. When we get back to Dragon Country, Grandpa will help you open the stone. Several pairs of eyes stared at Han Fei in unison. Xiao Lu was surprised. Grandpa, you can also cut stones? The 3rd child was full of admiration. Grandpa, what can't you do? You are worthy of being my god. Xiao Wu held his triangular rough stone and smiled. Actually, it looks very nice the way it is now. It doesn't matter if I don't open it. Maybe it will look even better when it opens. I heard that jade is very valuable. Expensive jade can be exchanged for a house. Little 4 sighed. It's also possible that it will be empty, and then the original appearance will be lost, and it will be a waste. Han role-played with the round raw stone in her hand and liked the feel of it very much. She felt that polishing and moisturizing this raw stone was a very fulfilling thing. Ah. Then I won't open it. Xiao Wu hugged his triangular rough stone tightly, liking it very much. The third child weighed the rough stone in his hand and asked curiously, "Is it true that the heavier this thing is, the higher its density, and the more valuable it is?" "That's what they say. Who knows, maybe you can get some good stuff out of this piece of yours." Little Fourth narrowed his eyes. "Then you can sell it for money." The third child shook his head. "No, that won't do. If it's really good stuff, I'll carve it into a pendant and wear it every day to show off." "I won't sell it," Xiaoqi said in a baby voice. Xiaoqi also wants a beautiful pendant. Han Fei smiled and patted Xiaoqi's head. "When you get back, Grandpa will help you cut the stone. If you find good material, Grandpa will help you carve a kitten. Don't you like kittens, Xiaoqi?" "Cat." Xiaoqi's eyes lit up, and she leaned over to Han Fei, saying in a baby voice, "Xiaoqi also likes bunnies, pandas, and chickens." Han Fei's mouth twitched. Grandpa will do his best to carve all the little animals that Xiaoqi likes. "Grandpa, you can also carve?" The third child was shocked. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "What's so strange about that? Few country folk don't know how to carve wood. Ask your Grandpa Su, he can do it too." The third child looked at Old Man Su, who looked constipated. "If I say I can't, won't it be embarrassing? Who gave old Han this misconception? If he could carve wood, he could also carve jadeite? Could the two materials have the same density? Could they be the same concept? If you make a mistake with the cut on the wood, it's a mistake. As long as it's not valuable wood like golden nanmu or agar wood, you can carve it without any pressure. But can jade be carved casually? If one knife breaks, at least hundreds or thousands of dollars will be lost. If it is a good piece of material, wouldn't tens of thousands of dollars be lost?" After the children boarded the plane one after another, Old Man Su walked over to Han Fei and lowered his voice. "Old Han, if we don't have the skills, don't take on porcelain work. If you mess it up, it will be a waste." Han Fei smiled and said, "I know what's going on." This time on the plane, the children didn't have the novelty of the first time, but they didn't stay up late and were disobedient. Even Xiaoqi slept well. Chen Milan brought people to pick them up at the airport, a total of 14 people, each of them dressed as a professional bodyguard. This was the person Han Fei asked Chen Milan to choose. After Xiaolu was kidnapped, Han Fei was a little scared, so he arranged 2 professional bodyguards for each child. "Wow! Bodyguard brother, you graduated from a martial arts school? Then are you good at fighting?" Han Shengshan was a very outgoing person and had already had a good chat with the 2 bodyguards. Xiaoqi raised her head and looked at the pretty sister on the left, then looked at the handsome sister on the right. The pretty sister held Xiaoqi's hand, and the handsome sister helped Xiaoqi with her luggage and bag. "Sister, you two look alike." The beautiful sister smiled, her smile full of affinity, "Because we are twins." Xiaoqi widened his eyes, his glass-like pupils filled with question marks. "I'm more ladylike, and my sister is a tomboy. After we grew up, we dressed completely differently. We gradually became less alike, but in fact, if we take off our makeup, we look like we share the same face." "Cool. Then, during the exam, can you help each other?" Xiaowu's eyes sparkled as he lowered his head and said to Xiaoqi, "Xiaoqi, how about we switch? My 2 bodyguards are really fierce, and I'm a little scared." Xiaoqi snorted twice, "No way." Xiaowu looked frustrated. "I also want a beautiful sister to be my bodyguard." Xiaolu pushed Xiaowu away and said angrily, "My sister said no, that means she doesn't want to change, so don't pester her. You are already a grown man, and you are still trying to steal my sister's love." Xiaowu muttered, "I'm not that old either. I'm still young." "Ha, Master Xiaowu, are you very dissatisfied with us? Master Xiaowu wants a female bodyguard? Actually, the 2 of us can also wear women's clothes to make you happy. Do you want to see us in black silk miniskirts or leather jackets and pants?" Xiaowu looked up at the 2 square-faced bodyguards and twitched his lips. "You'd better wear suits, otherwise I'll have nightmares tonight." "How scary is that? 2 burly, square-faced muscular men wearing black stockings? Leather pants? It'll leave a psychological scar every second, okay? Han Chengda came to Han Fei with a stern face and said in a deep voice, I don't need a bodyguard. Han Fei shook his head, you need it. I find it annoying that someone is following me. You get used to it once you get used to it. Old man. I don't want to spend another 100 million to redeem you. Han Chengda, are you sure you're willing to spend 100 million to redeem me? I can consider Dragon Country currency, but I'm not sure I'd be willing to part with them gold. After all, Xiaolu is much more obedient than you. You're a little jerk who doesn't keep your word. I'm really reluctant to part with it. Han Chengda, it hurts. He tried to open his mouth, wanting to fulfill his promise to call him grandpa, but no sound came out and he really couldn't say it. Seeing that he looked constipated, Han Fei kindly advised him, eat more vegetables, don't just eat meat all the time. Han Chengda was stunned and stared blankly at the old man's back as he walked away. Has he actually been paying attention to himself all this time? Even I know I don't like eating vegetables. Actually, the old man is really a very good grandfather. Han Chengda ruffled his hair in frustration. The bodyguard at the side handed over a mirror and a comb. Master, pay attention to your appearance. Why, do you carry these with you? I'm a professional, there's more to it. Then Han Chengda saw the bodyguard take out all sorts of random things from his pocket, including canned food and chewing gum. The most outrageous thing was that there were also sanitary napkins for girls. Han Chengda covered his eyes, put it away quickly. Back at Old Man Su's self-built house, Han Fei asked Zhang Jianguo to buy all the necessary tools for stone cutting and carving. If Xiao Laolu really has the ability to determine the quality of the stone material by touching it and using his allergy, he must not open stones outside in the future. Opening too much will attract attention and cause trouble. The safest way is to take the stone home and cut it yourself. No one else will know what material you get. Therefore, although these stone cutting equipment are expensive, they are not a one-time consumption but a necessity. Xiao Qi ran around the yard cheering, shouting towards the window, brothers and sisters, come quickly. Grandpa is going to open the stone. Bring the precious stone here. Quick. Chapter 73. Han Fei cuts the stone himself. His technique is sophisticated and steady. Breaking stones is something new and exciting. Not only the children like to watch it, but even the 14 bodyguards and the old man Su are looking forward to it. Old Han, can you really do this? Don't cut your hand. Han Fei smiled and said, no problem. He looked at the 7 little guys holding the stones and asked, who will go first? I'm a little panicked. I actually like its triangular shape. Xiaowu took a step back. Han Ro looked at her brothers and sisters and stepped forward first. Grandpa, open mine first. Second sister, you have to think carefully. Your round stone is so cute, but it will be gone if it is cut. Xiaowu advised strongly. Han Ro waved her hand. I can afford the bet. Han Chengda patted his sister's shoulder and stepped forward. I'm the eldest brother, so I'll go first and go down one by one. Han Ro shrugged but didn't insist. Han Chengda handed the raw stone to Han Fei. Little boss, if it breaks down, you won't blame me, right? Won't. Han Fei smiled and started working. It started to peel off layer by layer, and finally I saw a color different from the gray-black color of the skin, which was a hint of green. Wow! It appears. Could it be the legendary Imperial Green? Xiaowu was shocked. Xiaolu patted him and said, be quiet, don't scare Grandpa. What if Grandpa gets a knife hand? It looks so dangerous. Xiaowu covered his mouth and asked in a low voice, is Imperial Green the most valuable? Han Qingxi walked over with a smile. I have read relevant books all night last night and I have a good understanding of this. Xiaowu rolled his eyes. You're showing off again. Xiaolu asked curiously, fourth brother, can you understand what material is being opened? Han Qingxi shook his head and said, there's an old saying that beautiful stones are all jade. That means beautiful stones can be called jade. Jadeite is the king of jade. The concept of jade is very broad, including jadeite, Hutian jade, shoyu, Dushan jade, jasper, and so on. Jadeite has 3 physical characteristics: high hardness, also known as hard jade. The high refractive index of 1.66 makes the color and luster of jadeite extremely brilliant and dazzling. The density is high, reaching 3.33. When you hold natural jade in your hand and weigh it, you can feel its weight and pressure. A slight difference in color can result in a tenfold price difference. Imperial green and sun green are the most valuable. Simply put, the more gorgeous, the more expensive. Light green, apple green, blue green, and spinach green are generally not expensive. If the quality is not high, you can buy them for just a few thousand. Xiao Wu complained, "I've said so much, but it's like I didn't say anything." "Stop memorizing it." Xiao Lu listened attentively, his eyes fixed on the stone he had opened. He asked, "Fourth brother, this one should be apple green, right?" "This." Han Shengxi, who was somewhat colorblind, squinted his eyes and looked carefully. To be honest, he couldn't tell the difference between apple green and spinach green. What was the difference? "Aren't they both green?" Xiao Wu curled his lips and said, "You ask him? He's only good at memorizing, but he can't really do anything." "Who said I can't?" Han Shengxi gritted his teeth and coughed dryly. "Actually, it doesn't matter what kind of green it is. The water quality should be prioritized, and then consider the color. High water quality plus high color equals high price." "What's the water quality thing?" Xiao Wu said suspiciously. "You're not kidding, are you?" "I've only heard that jade is valued for its green color, but I've never heard of the concept of water quality." "That's because you are ignorant and uneducated. TSK. If you have the guts, explain it clearly, or else it's just nonsense." Jade is basically divided into glutinous jade, glutinous ice jade, high ice jade, ice glass jade, and glass jade based on its water content. Glutinous jade feels like glutinous rice cake, not at all transparent, and is the cheapest. Next is glutinous ice jade, which has a slightly watery feel on the basis of glutinous jade. Above that is ice jade, which is like thick ice, so thick that you can't see the other side, and is a little inferior. Next is high ice jade, which feels like a transparent ice cube in a drink. Above that is ice glass jade and glass jade. This is easy to understand, I don't need to explain it further. It is as transparent as glass, and the more transparent and brighter it is, the more valuable it is, millions or even tens of millions. Xiao Wu muttered, "Ice glass is dirty glass, and glass is very shiny? Then why do we need jade? Can't we just play with 2 green glass bottles? The adults are so surprised to spend so much money on glass?" Xiaoqi nodded her head and echoed in her baby voice, "That's right, green glass marbles are so pretty, and they're cheap too." "It's done." Han Fei handed a fist-sized piece of apple green jadeite he had cut out of the rough stone to Han Shengda, and said with emotion, "It can be considered a high-grade ice jade, but there are some flaws on it. However, if it is made into a small pendant, the flaws can be avoided. It is definitely not suitable for making into a bracelet because the flaws are inevitable." Han Shengda held the freshly baked jade in his hands, feeling it was heavy and cold. 6 heads came over and stared at the jade in his hand. "Han Ro, there's a small black spot in the middle. Is that the flaw Grandpa mentioned?" "Han Shangshan, it's so green. I think this green is really beautiful." "Han Shengxi, this must be apple green, for sure. Grandpa said it's high-grade ice jade." According to the principle of jade, high quality plus high color equals high price. This stone must be worth tens of thousands. "Han Shengwu, it looks so smooth and shiny." "Han Shanglu, this rough stone is not expensive, it is 5,000-meter gold." Xiaoqi blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, "What about Xiaoqi's? How much did you buy Xiaoqi's stone?" Han Shanglu replied, "Although Xiaoqi's stone is small, it is heavy. The boss opened it for 8,000-meter gold, which is relatively high." "Wow, my stone is more expensive than my brother's. My brother's stone is so beautiful after being cut. Xiaoqi's stone will definitely be more beautiful. Xiaoqi wants to cut the stone. Grandpa, Xiaoqi wants to cut in line, okay? Ask your second sister if they allow you to cut in line," Han Fei said lovingly. Xiaoqi stuck to Han Ro and begged in a baby voice, "Second sister, Xiaoqi is so anxious. I really want to know what Shirtu looks like when he takes off his black clothes. Can you let me open it first?" Han Ro as always doted on Xiaoqi, so she agreed without hesitation. Xiaoqi jumped up and kissed Han Ro on the cheek. "Second sister is the best." She looked at the third brother and was about to speak when Han Shengshan squatted down and put his face close to her, laughing. "Come on, kiss me and I'll let you cut in line." Han Fei couldn't stand the boy's wretched appearance, so he kicked him away and took Xiaoqi's rough stone directly.
Grandpa allows you to cut in line.
Xiaoqi cheered and stuck out his tongue at Han Xiangshan. Don't kiss third brother stinks.
Han Xiangshan blared angrily, how do I stink? I even sprayed perfume. Ha! Xiao Wu leaned in closer and sniffed, third brother, you really put on perfume?
Xiaoxi shook his head, when things are out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy. Third brother smells like the rotten smell of love.
Get lost.
Han Xiangshan slapped him on the head. Xiaoxi dodged and smirked at him. I predicted you.
Don't let me get you, kid.
Han Xiangshan gritted his teeth in anger.
It's because Xiaoqi always says I stink of sweat.
I won a shopping voucher at the mall, but there wasn't much to buy. I wanted to practice speaking with the salesperson, and she recommended that I buy some perfume to cover up the sweat odor.
Chapter 74, Tang San Kai. Imperial Green.
Is this exciting? Xiaoqi's stone is the smallest one among them, but it is very heavy. Small stones are more difficult to open than large stones. Xiaoqi held his breath and stared at the stone, hoping that a beautiful jadeite would emerge. She doesn't want the green one, she thinks green is not pretty at all. She wants purple, red, or colorful ones. How beautiful that would be.
Xiaoqi will definitely be able to drive the Imperial Green.
Xiao Wu cheered from the side. Since ancient times, jade has been valued for its green color. Among the many green colors, there is an extremely rare green. It is so green that it seems as if it is about to drip out.
It is called Imperial Green.
Xiaoxi started to show off his knowledge again. Xiaoqi puffed up his cheeks and glared at the two of them angrily. The two were bewildered by Xiaoqi's stare. Xiao Wu was annoyed. Xiaoqi, fifth brother is praying for you.
Why do you look like fifth brother has offended you?
Xiaoxi nodded in agreement. Imperial Green is the best.
Doesn't Xiaoqi like it? I don't like it.
Xiaoqi shook his head vigorously. Xiaoqi likes red.
Is there red jade?
Xiao Wu looked at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi shook his head. I haven't heard of it, but there are beautiful colors, such as purple and pink close to purple.
I want purple.
Purple is so pretty.
I also like pink.
I can make a pendant for my pink Barbie doll and let her wear it.
But it's not worth much.
Xiaoxi said. Xiaoqi blinked her big, innocent eyes, which were as clear as glass, but no matter how expensive or ugly it is, Xiaoqi doesn't like it.
It's blooming, Xiaoqi, look, I see a hint of purple.
Xiao Wu said excitedly. Xiaoqi's eyes lit up and he looked over with joy. It was just a hint of purple, more green, and a little yellow. Xiaoqi puffed out his cheeks, looking unhappy. It's so ugly, and it's shit yellow.
Han Fei laughed out loud.
If the experts in the industry heard these childish words, they would probably be furious. Although this stone is not full green or full purple, it is a rarer variety and is nicknamed Tang San Kai. This kind of stone is rare, and rare things are valuable, so the price is quite high.
Ice glass type, it's more watery than your brother's stone. It's a very good piece. Don't you like it at all, Xiaoqi?
Han Fei handed the stone to Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi pouted and took it with both hands. She said in a wronged voice, although it is ugly, it was chosen by Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi does not mind its ugliness and will still hide it well. What this means is that it will be hidden well, so it is impossible to wear it. Han Fei was amused. He touched Xiaoqi's head and gestured with the colored blocks on the stone.
Look, the yellow here can be carved into Xiaoqi's favorite chicken. The purple here can be carved into a kitten. The transitional purple-pink here can be carved into a bunny. The green here can be carved into grassland in bamboo forest. The intersection of white and green can be carved into a giant panda.
All the small animals that Xiaoqi likes can be presented here. Xiaoqi's eyes, originally filled with disappointment, gradually brightened, becoming brighter and brighter, like the brightest stars in the sky.
She cheered in a baby voice, great. This is Xiaoqi's favorite jadeite, my most favorite jadeite.
Xiaoqi wants to wear it every day.
Not collecting anymore?
Han Fei asked teasingly. Xiaoqi shook her head. I have to wear it every day and hold it while sleeping.
Xiao Wu asked curiously, Grandpa, is this jadeite valuable?
Han Fei nodded. It's almost 10 times the original stone, which is a big profit. Han Fei had seen people offer prices hundreds of times higher than the original stone, so he was relatively calm at the moment, but the others were no longer calm. The bodyguards whispered to each other, "Oh my god, I remember Master Xiaolu said this rough stone was worth 8,000 million gold, right? Equivalent to Dragon Country currency, it's about 50,000 or 60,000. What does it mean to increase it tenfold? 5 or 600,000. 5 or 600,000 worth of good materials, just to carve chicks and rabbits as toys for Miss Xiaoqi? That's so grand. I can only say that Master Xiaolu is lucky." Now both stones have been opened. They are both good materials. The previous one is not as good as this one, but it should be 3 times as good as the original stone, right? I wonder if I can find a better jadeite in the future. I have never seen imperial green in my life. I am looking forward to seeing it once. The twin sister's eyes sparkled. The twin sister, Kusa, shook her head. "Sister, stop dreaming. I've already earned it by letting you see Tang Sankai for once." "That's not certain. We still have 5 chances. Maybe we can see the imperial green?" The square-faced bodyguard said, "Imperial green is auction-quality jade. It's in high demand. I remember 3 years ago, I accompanied my former employer to an auction and was lucky enough to see an imperial green. There was a rush to bid, and the price soared to 200 million yuan. It was bought by a foreigner. Xiao Rou, it's your turn." Han Fei waved at Han Rou. Han Rou gripped the stone nervously. "Okay." Han Fei took the stone and the cutting machine started working. The first thing that appeared in front of everyone was a flash of white. Seeing the white, the experienced bodyguard sighed, thinking that this might not be good stuff, without color, just good water quality. The value is not high. The white color became more and more, and Han Rou heard the bodyguard's sister sigh behind her. She wasn't actually that disappointed. After all, it looked much better than the original black stone. Besides, white was beautiful, wasn't it? He moved as ferociously as a tiger, with familiar techniques, much faster than the previous 2 times. Without any delay at all, Han Fei regained his feeling and became familiar with this body. The stone was completely cut, and everyone gasped, because at the last moment, they saw green. It is as if the color of the entire stone has been absorbed by this little finger-sized area. This green is very pure and a little deep, and it looks gorgeous and shiny under the light. "It's imperial green," the square-faced bodyguard exclaimed. "It's the same color as the one we saw at the auction, even smoother than that one. It's just too small." "Small? This is imperial green, and you still think it's small?" The bodyguard said angrily, "This size is more than enough to make a ring cabochon." "How big were the ones you saw before?" "The size of a pigeon egg." The square-faced bodyguard replied. "A pigeon egg-sized piece can sell for 200 million, so how much can this piece sell for?" "Oh my god. I've never seen such a thing before, sister." The twin sister shook her sister hard. "Tang tricolor glazed pottery. Imperial green. Is this too exciting?" The cool sister was stunned. "It's really imperial green? Unbelievable." The square-faced bodyguard sighed, "Although it's only 1/5 the size of the imperial green piece at the auction, I think its color is more captivating. It's worth at least 40 to 50 million. Han Rou, who had just received the jadeite from her grandfather, was shaking when she heard this. She looked up at her grandfather with a kind face and asked cautiously, "Grandpa, can this jadeite be sold for tens of millions?" Han Fei nodded with a smile, looking calm. Han Rou changed the action of holding the jade in both hands to hugging it, worried that her hands would slip and it would fall to the ground. "Is it true? Tens of millions. Second sister, let me see it." Xiao Wu came forward. Xiao Si also came over with a curious look on his face. "Second sister, you are holding too tight, we can't see." Xiaoqi blinked her big eyes, her face full of confusion. "It's white, with just a little bit of green, so ugly, how can it be sold for so much money?" Xiaolu patted his sister's head and said, "Money can't buy the love of one's heart. What Xiaoqi likes is the most precious." Xiaoqi nodded, hugged his jadeite tightly, and said in a baby voice, "Wait for Grandpa to carve it for me, my jadeite will be the most beautiful." Xiaolu deeply doubted whether his grandfather could really carve well. Are carving wood and carving jade really the same thing? Chapter 75, It was almost like I was defiled. Grandpa, I want to change my bodyguard, I must change. Finally, it was the third child's turn. He was so impatient that he handed over the raw stone in a hurry. Grandpa, you have to help me find good materials. My requirements are not high, just a little bit worse than my second sister's. Han Fei glanced at the brat and said, You think your requirements are not high? Hey, Grandpa, this stone of mine is the heaviest. According to Old 4, the heaviest the material, the better, and the higher the density. It seems you've done some research. Stay away so I don't splash you. The third child obediently stood a distance away from the machine, and Han Fei began cutting. Have you seen green? The third child rubbed his hands, looking expectant. Is it purple? Shao Qi was quick-eyed and shouted, Third brother, it's purple. It's so purple. The stone was cut open, revealing its entirety to everyone. It was all purple, without a single color. The purple was eerie, and it even turned red in the sunlight, making it very gorgeous. The third child frowned, Purple is worthless. How can I show it off? I felt a huge sense of disappointment in my heart. I thought my rough stone was the best among the 7, but now it seems that it is the worst. Bodyguard sister, purple is less valuable than green, right? The square-faced bodyguard said, Not necessarily. It's actually quite good to have no other colors. This seems to be the most expensive of the 7 rough stones, right? 10,000 million gold, 70,000 dragon country coins, just to buy a piece of purple material? It's a loss, a huge loss for sure. We haven't poured water on it yet, so we don't know what it will be like. Maybe it can be reversed? It's generally impossible to reverse it, unless it's imperial purple. What does imperial purple mean? Is there such a purple? Imperial purple is the most vibrant purple, tinged with red. It symbolizes a red that's almost purple, and also symbolizes the arrival of purple energy from the east. Some jade merchants have hyped up this symbolism, and many celebrities believe in it, so imperial purple has also been quite popular at auctions in the past 2 years. My former boss was a top star. He once spent 60 million to buy a piece of imperial green cabochon for a ring. It seems there is still hope. Maybe this piece of his is also imperial purple? It's hard to say. After all, it's very difficult to achieve glass quality. With a splash, water splashed onto the jade, washing away the white powder and stone fragments on it, revealing the full appearance of the purple jade. A full purple. Han Fei narrowed his eyes, and when the third boy wanted to come over and take away his bargain, Han Fei blocked his hand. Grandfather? Wait a little longer. Han Fei carefully examined the jadeite, and finally chose a position and cut it again. The thickness of the piece was about enough to make a bracelet. The third child sighed and said, It seems my stone is really worthless. Grandpa has already sliced it into pieces. Han Fei picked up 2 smooth pieces of purple jade and looked up at the sky through the purple. You can see blue sky and white clouds, and birds flying by. It's like looking through a piece of glass into a purple dream world. Emperor Purple, Mountain Boy, you've earned it. Han Xiangshan was bewildered. Grandpa, mine isn't the last one? A cheap commodity? Ha! Han Fei raised his eyebrows and looked at him. A whole piece of flawless imperial purple is worth no less than Xioro's imperial green, which is only a little bigger than her little finger. What? What? Han Xiangshan scratched his ears hard. Grandpa, what did you say? Did I hear it wrong? Mine is imperial purple, and it's more expensive than my second sister's? My second sister's is imperial green, and the bodyguard said it's worth 40 or 50 million. How much is mine more expensive than hers? How much is it worth? Han Fei conservatively estimated 100 million. I can't take it anymore. I feel like I can't breathe. Help! Help! Han Xingshan's eyes rolled back and he fainted. The square-faced bodyguard was quick to catch him before he fell to the ground and pinched his philtrum hard. Han Xingshan woke up in pain and saw a square face gradually getting bigger in front of him. Han Xingshan screamed and pushed her away. You almost defiled me. The square-faced bodyguard said, I wanted to give you artificial respiration, to save you. Han Xingshan looked at his brothers and sisters who were laughing sullenly, and his grandfather who had a smile on his face, and howled like a ghost. You just watched him defile me. Are you still my blood relatives?
Han Shangda suppressed his laughter. Third brother, he didn't get to kiss me either, did he? Han Shengxi smiled and said, don't worry, if you don't wake up at the last second, we will take action.
Who knows whether what you said is true or not, maybe you were just waiting for the next good show.
Grandpa, I want to change my bodyguard. I must change. If you don't, I'll die in front of you.
Han Fei rubbed his nose, feeling that his behavior of just watching the show was indeed not what a good grandfather should do. The square-faced bodyguard's eyebrows drooped into a frown.
Master, I'm eager to save people. We're all men, so what does it matter?
I didn't expect the third young master to be so disgusted. Han Fei waved his hand. No need to say more, just follow me from now on, and I will arrange another one for him.
Grandpa, I want a sister. A bodyguard sister. You know. Han Chengshan winked. Aren't you already misogynistic because of that girl you sent the love letter to last time?
Han Chengshan said seriously, I hate girls of my age, not including my older sister and my bodyguard sister.
Han Fei sneered, I'll find you a bodyguard aunt.
Han Chengshan wanted to cry but had no tears. He wanted to argue for a while longer, but something cold was stuffed into his arms. He looked down, his eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted again. He quickly held the things in his arms tightly, for fear that they would be bumped or hit by accident. This is 100 million, how scary. For Han Chengshan, there was a time in his life when he had 100 million in his pocket.
It was like a dream.
Shao Si, don't just stand there.
I'll open the stone for you.
Han Fei waved at Han Shengxi. Han Shengxi responded loudly, okay.
Then I'll trouble you, Grandpa. Fourth brother, are you nervous? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Han Shengxi smiled and said, I'm not nervous at all. Why? Aren't you afraid of running out of options? Will it be empty? Han Shengxi asked back.
Gambling on stones, with the word gamble added to it, means risking a lot with a small investment.
If you're not careful, you could lose everything. That's someone else gambling on stones. What does it have to do with us, Xiaolu? Ha? What does that mean? Han Shengxi lowered his voice and said, Xiaowu, don't you understand yet? As long as it's the stone chosen by Xiaolu, it can't be an empty stone.
It must contain jadeite. The difference lies in the quality of the jadeite. Xiaowu thought about it carefully, his eyes widened in shock, his pupils full of disbelief.
Fourth brother, are you saying that Xiaolu has a golden finger? No, it's the emerald finger that can turn stones into emeralds. Chapter 76, Xiaolu, how could you be a chicken? You are a good brother to your brothers.
Hush, be quiet, just keep it to yourself.
Fourth brother, is Xiaolu really that powerful? I'm just guessing, but I think it's definitely not simple. Fourth brother, do you think it's possible that the stall selling raw stones only had good materials, and Xiaolu was just lucky? If you were a stall owner, you would have all the good stuff here, so why don't you open your own stall? Why would you sell it? Maybe he is a philanthropist. Philanthropist? Are you kidding me?
According to the information I found about jadeite, after a large amount of stone is mined, experts will identify it and select the good ones. Only then will some small pieces, which are obviously worthless, be sold.
According to fourth brother, are all the gambling stones fake?
The good ones have long been screened out, and the ones released are all bad materials.
Then why are there still so many people keen on it? Even experts sometimes miss things.
Another possibility is that some people who engage in the business of gambling on stones deliberately put a few good stones mixed in with the waste materials.
When someone opens a good stone, they will advertise it hard to attract customers.
If a stall always opens waste materials and never opens a good stone, no one will go there after a while.
I'm even more confused. If that's the case, how could Xiaolu buy 7 pieces and get good materials in all of them? Let's wait and see.
Although this is just my guess, I still have great confidence in Xiaolu.
You've forgotten that when third uncle and third aunt gave birth to Xiaolu, they made a fortune. The nickname Grandpa gave him, Little Pichio, is well deserved. Xiaolu blinked. He had indeed heard his parents say that when his third aunt was pregnant with Xiaolu, she was particularly greedy and loved eating cherries the most.
However, because it was out of season, cherries were very expensive and his third uncle could not afford to buy them for her. Aunt San also wanted to save money, so she told the baby in her belly that there was no money at home and asked her to be patient. However, Aunt San kept vomiting, and the baby in her belly refused to be patient at all. Uncle San had no choice but to go buy cherries again. Aunt San went with him while taking a walk. While Uncle San was buying cherries, Aunt San saw a lottery shop across the street. While Uncle San was queuing to pay, she bought a scratch-off ticket to play with. Who knew that this scratch-off lottery ticket, which I was just playing to kill time, would win 200,000 yuan? Xiaolu's cherries were finally found. I used to think that third aunt was lucky, but now it seems that it's Xiaolu. The sixth one is a Pixiu, which brings wealth. Wow! So beautiful! An exclamation came from the bodyguard's twin sister. When Xiaoxi and Xiaowu looked, they saw that the jade was fully revealed after the water was splashed, a dreamy pink and purple color. Xiaoxi's mouth twitched. I was thinking of making a pendant to wear, but forget it now. Xiaowu laughed grimly. Should we sell it? Xiaoxi nodded in agreement. Sell it for money, and then ask Xiaolu to find me some rough stones. Xiaowu's eyes suddenly lit up, surprisingly brightly. Fourth brother, you were so wise. Just as the two were whispering, a faint voice reached their ears. You're dreaming. Don't even think of using me as a goose that lays golden eggs. The two turned around at the same time and saw Xiaolu with a gloomy face, looking at them with squinted eyes. Xiaoxi touched his nose and said, Ahem, Xiaolu, how could you be a chicken? You are a good brother to your brothers. Xiaowu nodded in agreement. Yes, my dearest brother, you don't know how much I love you. Ugh. Xiaolu dry-retched. Don't disgust me. I'm about to throw up the food I ate last night. Xiaolu grabbed Xiaolu's hand, stroking it while laughing. Xiaolu, let me share your good luck. You must be the reincarnation of a Pixiu. You must protect me and make sure I have endless money and endless snacks. Xiaolu pulled his hand back forcefully and wiped it on his body in disgust. Did you not wash your hands after eating the candy? It's so sticky. Xiaowu chuckled, took out a bag of gummy candies from his pocket, and took out a piece of fruit gummy candy coated with white sugar. He grinned and said, This is delicious, but it sticks to my hands every time I eat it. Xiaolu snatched his fruit candy. Xiaowu just glared, and Xiaolu narrowed his eyes. What? You can't bear to eat a little bit of your candy? Xiaowu immediately flattered him. Eat, 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 my dear brother loves to eat, all of it is yours. Xiaolu snorted, turned around and took the candy to give to Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi happily ate the fruit candy and smiled sweetly at Xiaolu. Brother, this candy is so delicious. Where did you get it from? Xiaoqi likes to eat, brother can make it every day. Xiaowu smacked his lips and muttered quietly, This is what Xiaomei gave me. I don't know where she bought it. It's just this one pack. He wants to make it appear every day. What a dream! Xiaoxi took the purple-pink jadeite from Han Fei and looked at Han Ro. Han Ro immediately hid her jadeite in her arms to avoid Xiaoxi's eager eyes. My younger brother, I can tell what he's thinking just by looking at him. Want to change him? Dream on, although Han Ro is a girl, she said, I don't like pink. Xiaowu, bring the stone over here. Han Fei shouted. Xiaowu happily handed the triangular rough stone to Han Fei, his eyes full of admiration. Grandpa, you are really amazing, a master at cutting stones. You have to cut a good material for me too. It doesn't matter if it's pink, I like it too. Xiaoxi shouted, then I'll switch with you. No, I want my triangle. Han Fei smiled and said, I'll polish it and make it into a decorative piece for you. Great. Xiaowu's eyes lit up. Grandpa, it would be great if it were golden. It would look like a pyramid. Is there any golden jade? Yellow jadeite, a better color, like imperial yellow, can achieve the effect you desire. Really? Xiaowu clasped his hands together and muttered, Heaven and earth, may the Jade Emperor appear. Emperor Huang, Emperor Huang, Emperor Huang, will praying to the Jade Emperor be successful? Xiaoxi muttered, Should I pray to the god of wealth? Xiaowu quickly changed the words, Heaven and earth, may the god of wealth appear. Imperial yellow, imperial yellow, imperial yellow. As the rough stone was polished and cut bit by bit, a whole triangular piece of yellow appeared in front of Xiaowu. Xiaowu knelt down and shouted to the sky, Grandpa god of wealth, thank you. Thank you so much. Xiaowu held the pyramid-like jade in his hands and was very excited. Grandpa, it's so beautiful. I want to put it on the bedside table and look at it every day.
No need for carving?
Xiaowu immediately shook his head, not daring to look at Han Fei, and said anxiously, I like it the way it is now, no need to carve it.
Han Fei was suspicious. Are you afraid that I might carve it badly? No, how could it be?
Han Fei narrowed his eyes and sneered, okay, just don't regret it when the time comes.
Xiaowu hugged Fei Sui tightly, smiling innocently, no, I will never regret it. Chapter 77, The Loving Brother and Sister Feed Each Other. Preserved fruit is more fragrant than 200 million? Okay. I'll remember it. Han Fei waved, Xiaolu, it's your turn.
Xiaoliu's stone was purchased at the lowest price among the 7 raw stones. Its surface is uneven and doesn't look like it is very valuable. This stone has been in Jiao's father's hands for a long time. He takes it out every time he sets up a stall, but he can't sell it. Few people even pick it up to look at it. For Xiaolu, this piece of raw stone that was left out by everyone else and was not favored by everyone is the best material in his opinion, because it itches. It itches so badly. Even the soles of my feet itch. At this moment, Xiaolu was wearing a pair of gloves and did not dare to touch his skin with the stone. Seeing him like this, Han Fei had an idea in his mind. I'm afraid this stone is the highlight of today. The surface of the stone was dirty and covered with moss, and it was obvious that it had been left unused for a long time. Han Fei was also an expert, but he was not optimistic about it at first. But this is just a judgment within the normal scope of knowledge, and does not include miracles. After all, Xiaolu was a miracle maker. Han Fei took a deep breath, moved his fingers and wrists to warm up, and then began to carefully open the stone. The square-faced bodyguard was puzzled. Why do I feel that the master has suddenly become serious?
The twin sister nodded, I feel the same way. It seems that he is completely different from before. He has become more serious. The twin sister narrowed her eyes and asked, is this stone very special? It feels like the worst of the 7. From the outside, it looks really heavy. If it's too dark, will the material inside also be very heavy? Maybe it's black bone jade. Is that thing worth anything?
It's not worth much, but some people are speculating on it recently. Anyone who knows the business knows it's garbage, it's just for profiteers.
It can't be a black chicken, right?
Seeing how cautious and serious the master is, it must be good stuff.
What did the master do before? How come he can even cut stones?
I heard that he has to carve it himself.
Could he be making jade?
I heard from Sister Mylan that the master runs a frozen food group, a food business. It seems like we've only been in business for a little over a year, but we've already grown to a large scale and are collaborating with foreigners.
Master, you're already in your 50s, right? You're so old, and you're just starting a business?
Don't worry about how old I am, just look at my current achievements. The founder of Lao Gan Ma, which is now sold overseas and is very popular in China, started his business at the age of 60. As long as you have the ability, you can become rich no matter how old you are.
It's never too late to fish even at 80. That's what it means to be a late bloomer.
It's better to be successful later in life than to be successful early in life.
When you are young, you are full of ambition and it's easy to get carried away.
God is jealous of talented people, and they are prone to premature death.
Stop making noise, look, it's cut open. So green. Oh my God, it's so green. It's full green.
Now I can see that it is full green, but I don't know what the water quality is like.
If it is glass type, then it will be great.
Xiaolu nervously held Xiaoliu's hand tightly. Xiaolu, if you become rich, don't forget that I gave you some fruit candy. Xiaolu pulled his hand back, looking disgusted and suspicious. Why are your hands sticky again? Xiaolu reluctantly gave up and took out a bag of candied fruit from his pocket. This is made by Xiaomei's mother herself. She said that the candied fruit outside is not clean. This is made with the freshest and best fruits. Xiaolu got the candied fruit, turned around and fed it to his sister. Xiaoqi ate until his cheeks were bulging. It's delicious. Xiaoqi has never eaten such delicious candied fruit.
Eat slowly, sister. Is there a core?
Swallow it carefully. Xiaoqi chewed twice, shook his head, his eyebrows curved, his dimples sunken, and he smiled sweetly.
It's delicious without the core. Brother wants to eat it too. Xiaolu opened his mouth and ate the candied fruit that his sister fed him.
He smiled with his eyes curved. It's delicious.
I've never eaten anything so delicious.
Han Fei, he held a piece of imperial green, looked at the two loving siblings, and coughed dryly.
Is candied fruit more fragrant than 200 million? What's wrong with this kid? He's not looking forward to the critical moment of opening the stone at all, but actually runs off to eat candied fruit. Xiaolu placed the candied fruit in Han Fei's hand, took the imperial green jadeite, looked at it, and muttered, "Is it really necessary to be so obsessed with this thing? 200 million? That's it?
This piece of imperial green is large enough to be made into a set of jewelry, so its value potential is huge."
Han Fei put the candied fruit into his mouth.
After chewing it, his brows relaxed and the corners of his mouth turned up. This candied fruit tastes good.
Where did it come from?
Fifth brother gave it to me. Han Fei looked at Xiao Wu, who pouted and said, "Xiaomei's mother made this for me." Yes, it seems that the mother-in-law is getting more and more satisfied with her son-in-law.
She likes you very much and even makes delicious food for you. I remember you bought a bow-shaped pearl necklace for Xiaomei?
Xiao Wu nodded, smiling brightly. When Xiaomei goes to training class on the weekend, I'll go find her and give her the necklace. It will look really beautiful on her, and she'll definitely like it.
Han Shengxi was shocked. Who is Xiaomei? Xiaowu, are you dating behind our backs? Don't talk nonsense. Xiaomei and I are not in a relationship yet.
Xiaowu started to shy away, we are just childhood sweethearts. Anyway, I like Xiaomei very much. Xiaolu retched. Xiaoxi looked disgusted. You are so pretentious.
Han Shengshan wondered, you are only 6 years old, do you know what love is? I understand. What is like? I don't like fat girls. So Xiaomei is very thin?
Because she's Xiaomei, even if she's a fat girl, it doesn't matter. I just like her. The bodyguards looked at each other. The twin sister lamented, "At my age, I still don't have the clarity of life of a 6-year-old.
I understand. Twin sister, that does make sense.
The square-faced bodyguard said, "I used to dislike you, but since it's you, I can ignore it because I like you."
Oh my god, the fifth young master has a really high EQ.
It's not just a little bit high, it's very high. I hope the fifth young master and his childhood sweetheart can be together.
Please don't let anyone show up. Can childhood sweethearts fight against those who came from the sky?
Well, it's difficult. It's very difficult. The bodyguards all looked at the innocent and childish Xiaowu with sad faces and worries, and mourned for him in their hearts, as if they had already seen the miserable Xiaowu who would suffer a heartbreak in the future. Han Fei didn't notice the bodyguards' emotions, but took another candied fruit to eat. Xiao Qi wrinkled his face and said in a baby voice, "Grandpa, Xiao Qi is not much longer." Han Fei smiled and took another candied fruit from Xiao Qi. "Xiao Qi," Han Fei smiled and reached out again. Xiao Qi burst into tears. Han Fei retracted his hand and coughed dryly. "Don't cry, Grandpa will make you a jar of supplements." Chapter 78. There is no such thing as good luck, everything is manipulated by his grandfather behind the scenes. Han Fei prepared fresh apricots and plums, made a jar of preserves and returned it to Xiao Qi. The little girl ate one and pouted, "Grandpa, it's delicious, but it's still a little bit worse than what my brother gave me." Han Fei narrowed his eyes and nodded, "Grandpa will improve it." "Xiaowu, when are you going to the training class to find Xiaomei?" "Grandpa will go with you." "Ah. Grandpa, what are you doing?" "Discuss some cooperation with the training class." "Cooperate?" "The entertainment company needs to hire a few teachers.
Ask them if they're willing to work part-time."
"Of course I'm willing. The teacher who filmed my short video last time was about to get married and had no money, so she thought of making short videos to make money."
"Whenever you go, call Grandpa."
Xiaowu hesitated, but does this count as meeting the parents?
Will Xiaomei be nervous?
I need to discuss this with Xiaomei. Han Fei looked at him with dead eyes. Xiaoxi fanned himself on the side, a rotten smell of love. "Fourth brother, you are jealous."
"TSK, I'm jealous of you? I'm a top student. Do you know what a top student means? What does being a top student mean?"
Xiaowu was curious. Han Shengxi waved to him, and Xiaowu followed him happily.
Han Chengxi opened the drawer and said, "Look for yourself." Xiaowu took out an envelope with a big heart drawn on it. Love letter. Xiaowu took out another letter, and then another, a drawer full of love letters. Han Chengxi shook his hair and said, "Do you understand now? This is the treatment of a top student." Xiaowu clenched his fist and said, "When I start studying, I want to be a top student too." "You're going to be in first grade soon, right?" "I'll be a primary school student soon." Xiaowu said confidently, "I'm going to be a top student." Han Fei glanced at Han Xingxi's drawer and sighed. Today's little girls are influenced by online dramas and short plays, and are much more mature than children in the past. As agreed, the third child went to the military management school again. Last time, he got nervous when he heard about the English test, but this time he was quite calm. Xiao San passed the interview and her fluent spoken English shocked the examiner. This examiner was the one who examined him 2 months ago. He could never have imagined that in just 2 months, this child would have changed so much. Not only does he pronounce words clearly, but he is also quite confident. This kind of confidence is very American, and the tone of speaking is also very relaxed and confident. "Mr. Han, I haven't seen you for 2 months. I'm surprised by you." "Ha, teacher, can you give me a high score this time?" "Not only can I give you a high score, I can also give you a full score." "Full marks?" "I am embarrassed." Han Chengshan scratched his head, his ears turned red. In fact, he was still a little nervous when the principal received Han Chengshan's results. He asked in disbelief, "Did you receive any bribes? How could you get a perfect score?" "Principal, am I the kind of person who needs money?" I forgot that this English teacher is a rich second generation and indeed has plenty of money, so there is no need for him to do such things. This is a video of me and my classmate Han speaking English. You can take a look at it. He really amazed me. I've seen many students go abroad to practice speaking English, but I've rarely seen such a complete breakthrough. Unless you're dating a foreigner, how can you expect such rapid improvement? Are you suspecting this child is in a relationship with a foreigner? She's only a few years old. How is that possible? It's not impossible. Puppy love is a common phenomenon among foreigners. But I also asked Han about it, and he told me that he won a prize at a shopping mall, and then he kept going there to buy things. The cashier was very enthusiastic and talked to him about many local customs and interesting things. Is this someone God sent to teach him how to speak? I won't lie. I'm so lucky. I didn't expect him to be such a lucky charm. The English teacher laughed out loud. There's no such thing as lucky luck. Everything is manipulated by his grandfather behind the scenes. How do you know? The principal asked in surprise. He showed me a picture of the foreign cashier, and guess who I saw? Do you know the cashier? So many people know her. Anyone who likes watching American TV series knows her. She's an actress in an American TV series, and her role at the time was also a cashier. The principal laughed out loud. It seems that his grandfather spent a huge amount of money to hire an actress to cooperate with the child to practice speaking. I envy Han for having such a caring grandfather. When I wasn't studying hard, my grandfather and my father used rolling pins and beatings to teach me. I've met Mr. Han before. He's indeed a very wise, elegant, and gentlemanly old man. He wouldn't do something like hitting someone with a rolling pin. The principal was in the courtyard at the moment and must have been shocked with his eyes wide open, because Han Fei was chasing Xiao Wu with a rolling pin. You bastard, how dare you put drugs in other people's food? I just put some medicine to help with bowel movements. Do you know that your classmate is exhausted? Who would have thought that this little bastard Xiao Wu would drug his classmate on the first day of school? He said he was constipated. I was just trying to help him out of kindness. Say it again? Are you really that kind? Don't you have any selfish motives? I only have a little selfish motive. Who asked him to give Xiaomei chocolate? Xiaomei is mine, and he actually wants to snatch her from me. Come here. You can't escape this beating today. Xiao Wu ran around the table and said, Grandpa, corporal punishment is not popular nowadays. If you explain things to me nicely, I will listen. I really will. Stop right there. I dare not, I really dare not stop. Where did the medicine come from? Ah, this. He glanced at Xiaolu. Han Fei turned and looked at Xiaolu, holding the rolling pin high in his hand. Xiaolu turned and ran, shouting, "Grandpa, that's not food, what is it?" "It's a suppository." "How would I know that fifth brother would give it to someone else?" Xiaoxi, who was watching the show, spit out a mouthful of tea and burst into laughter. "Suppositories, Xiaowu and Xiaolu, you guys are awesome." Ha ha ha, Han Fei was furious. "Stop right there and write a self-criticism. Each person should write a 1,000-word self-criticism. If it's not profound, rewrite it." Xiaowu and Xiaolu looked at each other bitterly. Xiaowu muttered, "Grandpa, I'm only in the first grade, and I only know a limited number of words." Xiaolu sighed, "Grandpa, even asking me to write a 100-word picture story is hard for me." Han Fei said coldly, "Add another 1,000. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll add another 1,000. Xiaolu hit Xiaowu and said, "It's all your fault. What are you talking about? Now 1,000 has become 2,000. Xiaowu hung his head. "How could I have known it would be like this?" Han Fei looked at Xiaoxi, who was about to burst out laughing, and asked coldly, "Are you free?" Xiaoxi immediately stopped laughing, stood up, and hugged the code. "Grandpa, I still have a lot of laws to study thoroughly. I'll go look at the case." Xiaowu wanted to ask if he could write the pinyin for words he didn't know, but Xiaolu covered his mouth and dragged him away. He was afraid, worried that fifth brother's big mouth would cause trouble, and then the 2,000 would become 3,000. Han Fei returned to the room and began to carve jade. He had promised Xiaoqi to give her a zoo, so he had to speed up the process. "Grandpa, I have something to talk to you about." Xiaoru's knocking and asking voice were heard outside the door. Han Fei put down what he was doing and went to open the door, only to see Xiaoru standing at the door with a troubled look on her face. "Come in first and tell me what you want to say slowly." Han Fei made Xiaoru a cup of cocoa milk. Chapter 79. Han Xiangshan collapsed, tears streaming down his face. "Second sister, my wings are broken." Han Ro took a sip of cocoa milk, and the sweet taste relieved her tension. Han Ro mustered up the courage to speak. "Grandpa, I also want to go to the school that my third brother goes to. Your current grades are very good and you were directly recommended for admission to a key middle school. Why do you want to go to that school?" "I don't want to just study what's in books. I heard from my third brother that the school is a military-style school where you can learn a wide range of knowledge. You can practice archery and horseback riding, and do a lot of chemical and technological experiments. This is something I really want to learn. It's a skill that can be used in real life, away from books." Han Fei hadn't expected Han Ro, so young, to understand that textbook knowledge was just theoretical. Applying it in real life required practical application. Middle schools in ordinary cities, even key ones, couldn't afford to offer too many experimental classes or practical activities. In some big cities, such as first-tier cities, children may be exposed to more experiments, such as scientific experiments, and even anatomy classes when they are in junior high school. The school will also organize children to go to Antarctica to see the aurora. These are difficult to achieve in some small cities. In fact, now that he is rich, Han Fei also wants to go to big cities and take his children to receive a better education, but he is also worried that in those cities, his children will encounter cold violence from their classmates, or, even worse, treatment. This was something Han Fei was very sensitive about. He didn't want his children to experience the reality and cruelty of society too early. Schools in big cities are more like miniature societies. Many students, due to family reasons and financial resources, have experienced the wider world abroad, leading to greater maturity. While maturity has its advantages, it also has its downsides. Locals can gang up on outsiders, and transfer students can become targets of attention. In fact, Han Ro's choice is relatively good. The military school is located in the local area, and she can expand her knowledge. Compared with ordinary middle schools, it is indeed more comprehensive and can avoid the risks that may come with transferring schools. After all, they are all locals, so the small city is quite harmonious and has strong urban cohesion. Just look at how Han Fei led the troublesome candied Haas vendor to the village, and how the villagers all came out to help. It's clear that the locals are simple and honest, unlike the cold and heartless people in big cities. In big cities, even next-door neighbors are unlikely to exchange a single word, and wouldn't even recognize each other if they met on the street. You should know your third brother's ambitions. He told me that this military-style school is a combination of junior high and high school,
and he plans to join the army as soon as he graduates.
What about you? After graduating from junior high school here, do you plan to continue studying in the high school department of this school, or take the high school entrance exam and go to another school? If possible, I would like to continue studying. After graduation, I also want to join the army. Given your situation, getting into university is not a problem. I'd rather join the army. I heard you can go to college while in the army.
If you can get into a good university, Grandpa suggests that you go there and then join the army after you graduate.
Why? The army needs college students even more. Then why doesn't third brother use it? Han Fei gave her a helpless look. Can he get into Tsinghua University or Longda University? Han Ro knew that her third brother didn't like studying. For boys in ordinary universities, it's better to join the army directly. There's no need. Han Fei looked at Han Ro and said, "You are different. You have good grades.
If you have the opportunity to enter a key university, Grandpa hopes that you will go to college first and then join the army after graduation."
I understand. There are still differences between girls and boys, right? Han Fei touched his nose. Isn't this kid too sensitive?
Grandpa, I believe you, I will listen to you, I will take the college entrance examination, and I will work hard to get into Long University.
Don't consider clearing H? Han Ro shook her head. I am going to be a soldier. Longda is more suitable for me.
I love my country. Han Fei smiled but said nothing. This child is a smart person. On the first day of school, Han Chengshan happily dragged his luggage and waved to his family. See you on the weekend.
I feel like I have wings and can fly. My family can't control me anymore.
Han Ro came over dragging her suitcase and said with a smile, let's go together.
Han Chengshan was bewildered. Second sister, you're walking with me? What the hell? Isn't your school in the East District?
We're going our separate ways. His second sister was a good student and didn't even need to take the entrance exam to get into higher education. He was very envious of her because she was directly recommended. Unlike him, he had to go through the hardships of taking the military-style school exams and practicing oral English.
Third brother, I forgot to tell you that you and I are in the same school. What? Second sister, you asked me to clean my ears. Did I hear it wrong? I go to the same middle school as you. If we're lucky, we might even be in the same class. Second sister, what's wrong with you? You can't joke about this kind of thing. Didn't you get admitted? Aren't you in a key middle school? Oh, I don't want to study in that school anymore. Han Royan said calmly. No. That's a key middle school. So many people are begging to go there. My school is only for those who can't do well academically and want to join the army in the future. Why would you want to go there? Oh, I forgot to tell you, I want to be a soldier in the future. What?
Han Chengshan was confused again. Han Ro smiled softly. Classmate Han, please give me more guidance in the future.
If we don't set off now, we may be late.
Han Chengshan got on the car in a daze, and he didn't come to his senses until he arrived at the school gate. After taking out the admission letter and entering the school, he saw his second sister showing the same admission letter, and only then did he truly begin to believe it. His smart and beautiful second sister, a top student, actually gave up her chance to go to a key middle school and became his classmate? It was unbelievable. When they entered the same class, Han Chengshan broke down and cried, "Second sister, my wings are broken. It's so hard to fly here, and I can only see my family on weekends. Now, there is a big Buddha hanging over my head, and we are still in the same class. How can I live like this?" After sending the children away, Han Fei returned to his room and continued carving. Xiaoqi's zoo is almost finished. The 7 rough stones that Xiao Laolu brought back this time all produced quite good results. Big brother, apple green, full green, high ice quality. 5,000 M gold multiplied by 3 can make 2 sets of jewelry at a reasonable price. Second, white with a hint of imperial green, about 4,000 to 5,000, can be made into egg-shaped diamonds.
The white color can be made into a set of jewelry. Glass type, the price is around 10 million.
Third, full purple, imperial purple, about 100 million, the largest and heaviest, can be made into 2 sets of jewelry. The fourth one, full pink purple glass type, can be made into a set of jewelry. It varies from person to person. If you like it, you will like it very much, and a beautiful lady may want it. Fifth, imperial yellow, natural pyramid, ornament. Used by the royal family, cannot be replicated, auction price can be over 100 million. Old 6, top imperial green, can be made into a set of jewelry, preliminary estimated value 200 million, can be auctioned, inestimable. Xiaoqi, Tang Sankai, I want grandpa to carve a zoo with yellow chicks, purple kittens, pink bunnies, white pandas, green bamboo, and grass. It can be used as an ornament or handicraft. The jade itself is estimated to be worth 500,000 yuan, and the carving is worth 3 million yuan. Although Han Fei is not short of money, he is also a little envious of Xiao Lalio's jade fingers. If he is short of money, he can go to the gambling stone market and only make money. Isn't it great? So, I'm the one who traveled through time, right? Could it be that my cheat code is just for predicting the plot? Chapter 80 features a family of villains. Witness the friendship, brothers share the same style. Grandpa, don't go in with me. Just wait for me in the cafe. I'll come out to find you after I give Xiaomei her gift. Han Fei glanced at the coffee shop, which was now fully booked. He saw a middle-aged man holding a cup of coffee in his left hand and a bottle of beer in his right, guzzling them. I'll go to the training class with you and ask your training teacher if he's willing to work part-time. Okay then. Grandpa, you have to promise me one thing. Explain? You can't make fun of Xiaomei. Xiaomei has a little baby fat. Xiao Wu thought for a long time before finding a more tactful and lovely word to describe Xiaomei's roundness. Okay. Han Fei finally met Xiao's Xiaomei. The little face is round and chubby, with red cheeks. It seems that the baby cream was not applied properly. The little girl's eyes were small, but they were very black and bright, like obsidian. Her smile is very sweet, like a big red apple. This faceplate, it seems a bit big. He looked at the attentive Xiaowu and fell silent. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Maybe Xiaowu just likes this one. Girls change a lot when they grow up. Who knows, she might become a great beauty in the future. Xiaomei, look, this is what I brought back for you from abroad. Wow! So pretty! It's pearls, made into a bow. I'll put it on you. Okay, thank you, Xiaowu. Xiaowu, this is the candied fruit and fruit candies my mother made for you. She likes you very much. She asked you to come to my house when you are free. She will cook her special dishes for you. I'm free every day. Then come home with me. Okay. Xiaowu nodded repeatedly. Cough, cough. Han Fei coughed hard. If I don't speak up, this brat will forget me once he gets married. He's actually planning to go home with someone and become a son-in-law. Hey, Grandpa, why are you still here? Han Fei. Am I in the way? Should I have left long ago? Xiaowu winked at Han Fei and said, Grandpa, you still have things to do. Go quickly. Don't worry about me. I'll go to Xiaomei's house for dinner. I can go back later. Ha! Han Fei laughed angrily. Xiaomei raised her head and looked at Han Fei, blinking her eyes sparkling with spirit, and said in a soft voice, Grandpa Xiaowu, hello? I'm Xiaowu's classmate. Even though Xiaowu doesn't attend class anymore, we're still classmates. We're in elementary school this year and in the same class. You know what, this little Daodu is quite cute. Han Fei smiled and said, Hello, Xiaomei. Grandpa Xiaowu, have you cooked dinner at home? Han Fei shook his head, I haven't had time to do it yet. Grandpa Xiaowu, stop cooking and come home with me. My mom cooks delicious food. Even me? Does your mother agree? Xiaomei said cheerfully, it's just an extra pair of chopsticks. Come on, come home with me. This little Daodu has a good personality and is quite likable. Han Fei smiled and said, Okay, I have to prepare some gifts. No need to spend money. This must have been bought by Grandpa Xiaowu. It's already a very good gift. She pointed to the pearl necklace she was wearing. Xiaowu hurriedly said, I bought it myself. Xiaowu, how can you have money? You must have borrowed it from your family.
If you didn't earn it yourself, it can't be considered your money.
Xiao Wu sullenly said, I'll be able to make money soon. When I do, I'll buy you beautiful gemstones. Led by Xiao Mei, they came to a community near the training class.
The environment of the community was quite good. This is my home. Xiao Mei knocked on the door and shouted, the big bad wolf is back, little white rabbit, hurry up and open the door for me.
The door opened to reveal a woman in white fluffy pajamas. She had fair skin, was a little plump, and looked very wealthy.
Xiao Wu, you're here. Hello, Auntie, this is my grandpa.
Hello, Uncle. I am Xiao Mei's mother.
Hello, excuse me for disturbing you. Don't bother me, don't bother me.
I love cooking delicious food for my friends and family.
Wait another half hour, and Xiao Mei's dad will be back from get off work.
Half an hour later, a middle-aged man dressed in elite attire came back with a briefcase.
He politely called me uncle.
Han Fei frowned, thinking that the man looked familiar. Isn't he the man in the coffee shop holding coffee in his left hand and beer in his right hand, drinking alone in a cafe? It seems that there is no place to drink, so I can only buy a cup of coffee and sit in a seat in the cafe, drinking alone to relieve my sorrow. Xiao Mei's mother just said that Xiao Mei's father would be back from get off work in half an hour. In other words, this man should have been at work, but he was drinking in a cafe to drown his sorrows. There is only one possibility: he is unemployed. The two children ate carefree during this meal. Xiao Mei's mother happily served food to Xiao Mei and Xiao Wu, and asked Han Fei to eat this and that from time to time. Han Fei was very considerate and tried everything. He thought this full-time mother was an excellent cook. After dinner, the children went to watch cartoons, and Xiao Mei's mother cleaned up the dishes and went to the kitchen.
Han Fei had the opportunity to be alone with Xiao Mei's father. Did you lose your job? Han Fei asked straight to the point. Xiao Mei's father was startled and looked into the kitchen.
Seeing that his wife didn't hear him, he breathed a sigh of relief and made a shushing gesture to Han Fei. The company is downsizing, and I was unfortunately laid off.
Have you found a new job?
Xiao Mei's father shook his head and sighed. I'm already 38, and many jobs require you to be 35 or younger.
I'm not even qualified to submit a resume. I'll introduce you to a job. Really? What kind of job is that? What did you do for a living?
I used to work in finance and sales.
Sales? Okay, I can recommend a sales job for you, but it's not in the financial industry, it's in the entertainment industry. I have zero experience. Can I do it well?
It's okay, go in first and learn slowly from the seniors.
What is the salary? Actually, any amount is fine. I'm just asking.
He seemed uneasy because he was a little worried that if his demands were too high, others would reject him. Don't worry, the HR department will discuss your salary with you.
They won't deliberately exploit you just because you're a newcomer. It will definitely be enough for you to support your family. Thank you, Uncle. You're welcome. Everyone has difficulties sometimes. Just do your best in the future.
After returning home, Han Shengda handed Han Fei 2 invitations.
Grandpa, you came to deliver the invitations today, but since you weren't here, he gave them to me. There's another one that teacher Xiao Yu gave me. Anyway, both invitations are the same.
The content of the invitation was that Mr. Yu was going to hold a grand family reunion banquet for the real young master. They'd held it before, but it was on a smaller scale, just for friends and family.
This time they're going to have a grand banquet and invite a lot of media outlets. Han Fei nodded. It should be more solemn.
Grandpa Yu said that he has given teacher Xiao Yu a new name and will announce it at the banquet tomorrow.
What's the name?
I asked him too, but he was very mysterious and said we'll know when the time comes.
I'll give you a call and ask. Old man, you don't have to be so anxious. You will know tomorrow.
I have to urge him. Old Yu is terrible at naming.
What if he comes up with another unlucky name like Yu Xuanting? Is Yu Xuanting an unlucky name? Sun means blinded by prophet, and Tang means tongue snake.
Although he is a flying snake, he is still a snake, not a real dragon. From the beginning, he was destined to be a fake young master.
Han Shengda was surprised. Is it possible that Grandpa Yu thought he was fake, so he gave him this unlucky name? I can't rule out this possibility.
After all, he doesn't have a birthmark, so he doesn't look like a member of the Yu family.
Grandpa, what are the characteristics of our Han family? Han Chengda asked curiously. What do you think? Han Fei smiled meaningfully. Characteristics? Either good people or Han family members.
A family full of villains, Han Chengda always felt that the old man's smile was very dangerous, so he didn't dare to ask any further questions.
Grandpa, it's a great joy that Teacher Yu has returned to the Yu family. What gift should we give? Han Chengda racked his brains and thought hard. Xiaoxi smiled generously and said, Do you need to think about it? I'll just give you jade. Xiao Wu hugged his precious pyramid imperial yellow tightly and said, You don't like your pink and purple jadeite and you can't wait to give it away. I don't want to give it away. I love my pyramid. I'm not giving the whole thing away.
It's such a big piece, I can cut off some of it and make a pendant for someone.
I don't want it to. It's a perfect triangle now. If I cut a little bit off, it won't be a pyramid anymore. Han Chengda asked, Grandpa, didn't you say that my apple green high ice jadeite could be made into 2 sets of jewelry based on its size? Indeed. Please make me 2 sets suitable for men. 1 set will be given to Teacher Xiaoyu, and the other set will be kept for me. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. You want 2 identical sets?
Han Chengda nodded. I have a good relationship with Teacher Xiaoyu, so we wear the same one.
Xiao Wu muttered, Why are 2 grown men wearing matching couples' clothes? Han Chengda glared at him. What do you know? This is a testimony of friendship, a brotherly gift.
Xiaoxi took out his full pink and purple glass jadeite and said, Grandpa, you said this can be made into a set of jewelry.
Can you make me 2 pendants?
I'll give one to Grandpa Yu and one to his grandson, so they can both have the same style.
Old Yu is wearing a pink pendant? Han Fei smiled. That's a good idea. 4th brother, don't you keep it for yourself? Xiao Wu asked. Xiaoxi looked disgusted. Pink, what use does it have for me?
I'll save the scraps for you.
When you have a girlfriend in the future, you can give it to her. Grandpa.
A wise man doesn't fall in love. Xiaoxi said with a righteous look on his face, I want to serve my country and society in my life. I want to be a prosecutor who punishes evil and promotes good.
Women will only hold me back. I want to live my life alone.
Han Fei complained, often, when we set a goal, things always go against our will and we get slapped in the face. Xiao Wu laughed heartily, I'm waiting for 4th brother to slap me in the face.
Grandpa, Xiaoqi's zoo hasn't been carved yet. Xiaoqi really wants to see it. Come on, Grandpa will take you to see it. Han Fei took Xiaoqi's hand and went back to the house.
Han Chengda, Xiaoxi, Xiaowu and Xiaolu hurriedly followed.
Chapter 81, Is Xiaomei a white, rich, and vicious female partner?
The Yu family feast. The real young master's new name is Yu Longzi. There is a small leaf red sandalwood base on the table, and on top of the base is a fist-sized piece of jade. The gentle warm yellow light of the desk lamp shines on it, as if it is coated with a layer of colorful rays of light like a high mountain. There is a cute giant panda in the bamboo forest. It has a round head, a little fox nose, curved eyebrows when it smiles, a pair of big round and bright eyes, and 2 short little hands holding a bamboo.
It's Hua Hua. Xiaoqi pointed at the giant panda and said in a baby voice, I like Hua Hua the best.
Xiao Wu was surprised. It really looks like the top female panda star Hua Hua, so lifelike.
Grandpa is so amazing, the carving is so similar. There is a purple cloud in the bamboo forest, and purple bamboo appears.
Around the purple bamboo are pink rabbits. The white color is the rabbit's body, and the eyes are dark pink, which makes the eyes look very vivid.
Little rabbits, so many rabbits. Xiaoqi counted them one by one. Wow! There are 7 little rabbits. There is a lazy big cat above the purple clouds.
The dark purple big cat is mysterious and noble, like a god overlooking all living beings.
What a cool purple cat! Xiaoxi exclaimed. The way it looks down on everyone, it's like an emperor.
Xiaolu suddenly said, I think this big cat is Grandpa, and the 7 little rabbits below are the 7 of us. Xiaoqi pointed at the smallest bunny and said with a grin, This bunny is Xiaoqi. Han Fei smiled without saying anything, and looked at Xiao Lu with admiration. Beneath the purple bamboo is a field of golden rice ears, and next to the rice ears is a group of chicks. Some of them are stumbling and unable to walk properly, some are pecking at rice on the ground, and some are lying on the ground motionless, all very vivid and lifelike.
So cute! They even have fur on them.
Xiaoqi took a closer look and said in a baby voice, "They look so fluffy."
"This is jade, how can it be furry?"
Xiao Wu didn't believe it and took a closer look.
He exclaimed in amazement, "Grandpa, you are amazing! It must have taken a lot of effort to carve out the hair. It's amazing! Grandpa, can this really be carved just by carving wood?"
Xiao Lu looked at Han Fei, his eyes full of curiosity and inquiry. Xiaoxi asked with a smile, "Grandpa, you haven't done jade carving before, have you?" Xiao Wu was suspicious. "Grandpa, you can cut stones and carve, and you are so good at both.
It doesn't look like you are just learning." Han Chunda looked at Han Fei inquiringly, "Grandpa, what did you do in the past?" Han Fei smiled mysteriously, "I'm a garbage collector."
Tisk. Han Chengda, Xiaoxi, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Lu, all four children said in unison, with the same reaction, "I don't believe you." Han Fei shrugged. These days, no one believes the truth.
Xiaoqi's attention was completely drawn to the jade ornaments. She counted them in a baby voice, 1 chick, 2 chicks, or 7 chicks. The one with the roundest head must be sixth brother. Xiao Lu, it can't even walk steadily. Like sixth brother. Xiao Lu looked at Han Fei suspiciously, "Grandpa, like me?" Han Fei smiled and said, "What a coincidence." Chen Milan handed Shirmei's father's resume to Han Fei.
According to the boss, he has been assigned to the sales department. His previous monthly salary was 20,000 yuan, but we couldn't afford that, so we gave him 10,000 yuan.
Han Fei nodded, "That's fine.
There will always be a slight gap, but for his family, they can still maintain their original life." In fact, Chen Milan felt that for such older employees with no experience, 6K would be enough and they would be willing to do the job, but the boss believes that the older you are, the greater the pressure in life. Unlike young people who have parents to help them, the elderly not only have to take care of their parents in retirement, but also have to support their children.
6K is definitely not enough. Xiao Chen, your thinking is wrong. Han Fei shook his head.
You have gradually become capitalized.
Think about the hardships you and Zhang Wo went through when opening the bun shop. You must stick to your original intention. Chen Milan was stunned, then laughed and shook her head. "Boss, I'm more professional now, isn't that good?"
"It's not bad, but I hope your style of doing things can be more humane."
"Even if we lose money, it doesn't matter, does it?" Chen Milan sighed.
"Boss, the entertainment company has been generating zero income, yet they're still paying salaries every month, all transferred from another account."
"This isn't a solution." "It doesn't matter.
A tall building starts from the ground, and it always takes a lot of money to build it." Han Fei flipped through the resumes in his hand and paused when his eyes fell on one resume. A real estate salesperson resigned in anger because the company was selling haunted houses and required salespeople to use sales tactics to deceive buyers. He then went into financial sales. Han Fei turned the resume to the first page again and stopped at the name column next to the photo. Shuekai.
Real estate agent. Haunted house for sale.
It matches, all of it matches. Sure enough, there are certain patterns when meeting people in this world. Ordinary passers-by are just passers-by, but those with whom you have deep connections must have reasons, and they may very well be important characters in the book. He is Shuekai, and Xiaomei is a match made in heaven, rich and beautiful. Han Fei rubbed his temples. Things were beyond his expectations.
Could Xiao Wu be in trouble? "Boss, did you not sleep well last night? Do you need coffee?" "Thank you, a cup of black coffee, dark roast." "Okay, wait a moment."
Chen Milan went out to make coffee, and Han Fei took out a locked notebook from the drawer. The key was actually hanging around his neck, which shows the importance of this notebook. Opening the notebook, there were densely packed words recorded, all about the contents of the book. Han Fei was afraid that after staying in this world for too long, he would gradually forget the contents of the book, so he would record any important information he remembered here. He flipped through a few pages and his eyes fell on a page with a person's name written on it. Shuekaime, the vicious female supporting role, fair, rich and beautiful, Han Fei called home and it was Han Chengda who answered the phone. Grandpa,
Did you leave anything at home? Can I send it to you? No, I'm looking for Xiaowu. Xiaowu, the old man is looking for you. I'll be right there.
I'm playing online games with Xiaomei. Han Fei heard this and said, there's no need for him to come over.
Just ask him what Xiaomei's full name is. Grandpa asks you, what is Xiaomei's full name? Why are you asking this? Xiaomei's name is Shui Kaimei. Xiaomei doesn't like this name because her father's name is Shui Kai.
Her father named her so casually, saying that she was Shui Kai's beautiful daughter, so he named her Shui Kaimei. Hearing Xiaowu's nagging and complaining voice on the other end of the phone, Han Fei was certain in his heart, Xiaomei is the future Shui Kaimei, the future fair, rich, beautiful and vicious female supporting role. She is engaged to the male protagonist for a business marriage. The male protagonist looks down on her and likes the little white flower female protagonist in his heart, but in fact Shui Kaimei is very outstanding in all aspects. She is beautiful and has a good figure.
She won many awards when she was studying abroad.
In fact, this is quite difficult because the school she attended is equivalent to Harvard. To stand out among a group of international students from all over the world, you can imagine how hard she worked. When watching this plot, Han Fei felt that the male protagonist probably had something wrong with his brain. There is a description in the book. The male protagonist said to his fiancée Shui Kaimei, who was about to get married, Shui Kaimei, I know you are the most suitable for me.
Marrying you is what I should do.
I can agree to marry you, and I will also break up with her completely. Please don't make things difficult for her anymore. That night, the hero went to find the heroine, and it was the same cliched invitation-giving scene. Han Fei found this part very wrong.
You're getting married, and you send her an invitation?
Are you afraid that she isn't sad enough and want to stab her? When the heroine saw the invitation, she broke down, knelt down and hugged the hero's legs, and was so sad that she went into shock. Then the hero sent the heroine to the hospital and performed various rescue operations. The hero looked at the pale heroine lying on the hospital bed and fell into various regretful and conflicting emotions to in the end, the hero made the final choice when the heroine moaned his name and her sleep out on his wedding day. He told his bride, Shui Kaimei, I know you're the right person for me, but she can't live without me. When I broke up with her that day, she cried like a child and fainted.
She can't live without me. Then at the wedding, he took the hostess's hand and left? Left? Han Fei was too exhausted to complain.
Even if they weren't getting married, why did they wait until the wedding day, humiliating the supporting actress and making her lose face? Then the vicious female supporting role became a laughingstock in the wealthy circle. Her father, Shui Kai, an old father who loved his daughter dearly, did something crazy. He kidnapped the female protagonist and wanted to burn her to death. Han Fei rubbed his temples.
That's ridiculous. He loves his daughter so much? Why this arranged marriage? It's completely incomprehensible. For the sake of the plot, the character's intelligence is automatically lowered? Bai Fumei is out of men, so she has to choose a man who doesn't love her and suffer? Knock knock.
There was a knock on the office door. Han Fei locked the notebook and put it in the drawer. Come in. Chen Milan came in with a cup of black coffee, followed by a little tail. Han Fei was surprised to see this little daughter here. The little girl looked at Han Fei with sparkling eyes, and smiled like a big sweet apple. Grandpa Xiaowu, I'm Xiaomei, do you still remember me?
Of course I remember. Why is Xiaomei here? Xiaomei is here to thank you. Thank me? Xiaomei took off the backpack she was carrying and took out candied fruit, fruit candies, snowflake crisps, cookies, a pile of transparent bottles and jars filled with snacks. This is what Mom made. Xiaomei also helped. Grandpa Xiaowu, thank you for finding a job for my dad.
Otherwise, Xiaomei would have nothing to eat and would have become a beggar. In the book, Shui Kai is a real estate boss. It seems that because the financial company was laying off employees, he couldn't find a job, so he had to go against his conscience and do his old business. He started out by selling haunted houses, did a lot of unethical things, and became a real estate tycoon. Han Fei laughed and patted Xiaomei's head, but there is no little beggar as cute as Xiaomei. Your father would not be willing to let you be a little beggar. It seems that he has embarked on a path of no return in order to support his family. If he makes a mistake, he will make it all the way to the end. There is no turning back. Xiaomei, do you like Grandpa?
I like it. So do you like Xiao Wu?
The little girl actually became shy and said in a baby voice, Xiao Wu said he wants to marry me when he grows up. When we play house, I always play the role of Xiao Wu's wife.
Then are you willing to marry Xiao Wu when you grow up? I do.
Hey, if the male lead doesn't like you, then let her be a child bride for my Xiao Wu. Little girl, open your eyes and don't fall for the male protagonist again. Cultivate your granddaughter-in-law's vision from a young age. If Xiao Wu was snatched away by the male protagonist who comes out of nowhere and takes Xiao Mei away, Grandpa will beat you to death. The real young master returned to the Yu family and held a grand banquet. There were media and internet celebrities present, and the internet celebrities started a live broadcast. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to come here.
Let me introduce you to my grandson. Teacher Xiao Yu's face turned red.
This kind of big scene was not suitable for him. He was very nervous and his hands were shaking. Mr. Yu patted his shoulder and said, "Don't be nervous.
Relax."
Teacher Xiao Yu nodded, but he was still extremely nervous. Congratulations to Mr. Yu for recovering the lost young master. The young master is a man of great talent, and it's obvious at first glance that he's not just any ordinary person. Yes, even though my precious grandson has been stranded outside, he still grew up to be such an outstanding person. A golden fish cannot stay in a pond. When faced with wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Now that my precious grandson has returned to the Yu family, I have changed his name to Yulongzi.
A mountain isn't famous for its height, but for the immortals who inhabit it.
A river isn't famous for its depth, but for the dragons who inhabit it. Even though my Longzhe grew up deep in the mountains and forests, he's still just as outstanding.
I'm not boasting, but in today's world, whose grandson is as promising as mine?
Teacher Yu anxiously tugged at Mr. Yu's sleeve. Stop blowing.
I'm so panicked.
The audience immediately complimented him. A real dragon is a real dragon. How can those snakes, insects, rats and ants pretend to be one? Even if young Master Yu is stranded outside, he is a true dragon, and his brilliance is still shining, and it is difficult to hide his talent. Han Fei looked at the flattering looks from the people around him and felt a little uncomfortable.
Grandpa, how do we give them our gifts? Xiao Wu asked. Wait a minute, let's go to the back to give it to Lao Yu.
Seeing that Mr. Yu and the freshly baked Yulongzi went off the stage to rest in the back, Han Fei took the 7 children over.
This is a little gift prepared for you by the children. Han Fei said to Mr. Yu. What is it? I'm really looking forward to it.
The gifts from 7 children to teacher Xiao Yu are all jadeite. When the jadeite was displayed, Mr. Yu was stunned.
Old Han, you're so generous. You even brought out the imperial green. Is this imperial purple? Am I mistaken because of my age?
It is indeed imperial green and imperial purple.
They were prepared by the children. It has nothing to do with me. Where did the children get these valuables? You must have given them to them, right? Chapter 82, Ben Dao, the fool uncle, has recovered his memory.
The Yu family, the vampires come to the door. Xiao Wu pointed at Xiao Lu and said proudly, because Xiao Lu is lucky.
Han Fei did not hide the origin of the jadeite in front of Lao Yu.
After all, Lao Yu had assets there, so it was impossible for him to be greedy for them. However, Han Fei said that Xiao Lu's uncle was extraordinary and knew a lot about jadeite, and he taught Xiao Lu some tricks. Grandpa Yu was shocked. I didn't expect Xiao Lu to be so talented at identifying stones. Actually, I bought quite a few stones when I was young, but I never opened them. I was afraid that they would lose their value if I opened them.
Next time you come to my house, can you help Grandpa Yu identify the stones? Xiao Lu nodded obediently. Leave it to me. Xiao Lu muttered to himself, my idiot uncle doesn't know life and death, and he even knows how to identify jadeite? Grandpa is really boastful.
On top of an ancient tree, a middle-aged man with a Taoist and immortal demeanor sneezed. Under the tree, a group of young Taoist priests were very anxious. Uncle Master, please come down quickly.
Uncle Master, you've caught a cold. Uncle Master, I'll make you a bowl of hot tea to ward off the cold. Master, the He family is here again. They said there are some unclean things in the house again. Master, please go take a look. I see. The middle-aged man touched his nose and muttered, "Who is saying bad things about me?"
As he was thinking about something, he slipped and fell out of the tree. Uncle Master, a group of disciples gathered around to watch the middle-aged man hit his head on the ground. He covered his head and sat up with a blank look in his eyes. "Uncle Master, are you okay? Master, are you stupid? Uncle Master, you didn't fall down and become stupid, did you?" Back then, when Master picked up my uncle from the foot of the mountain, it seemed he had also broken his head. The middle-aged man's eyes gradually became focused, and the past events came to mind vividly. He was a little fool, and had not yet gained any wisdom. One day, he was pushed down a mountain and broke his head. Then he gained wisdom, but he also lost his memory. Because he was a virgin, it was especially rare to see an older virgin. In addition, after he became enlightened, his understanding of cultivation surpassed that of ordinary people, making him extremely suitable for cultivation. He was accepted as the last disciple by the head of Longhu Mountain. The master named him Shancheng and told him that if he wanted to recall his past, he had to do good deeds and accumulate merit. When he reached a certain level, he would naturally be able to recall his past. This is also the method of self-control and spiritual practice. He never thought that his memory would be restored in this way. When he thought about how his sister never left him when he was a little fool, and even took him with her after she got married, he was deeply moved. His brother-in-law and his family were all good people. Not only did they not despise him as a burden, they were also very good to him, spoiling him like a child. Even the 7 younger generations cared for him and thought of him first when they had something delicious. Even the youngest child, Xiaoqi, would save her favorite candy for him. Now that his memory has been restored, he has also come to his senses. It is time for him to repay his parents' kindness. "Tell Mr. He that I'm busy today and will come back another day." "Master, where are you going? Go home." "Uncle Master, you have lost your memory and forgotten where your home is?" After this fall, I remembered everything. I told my master that I was going home to visit my family. "Uncle Master, wipe off the blood before going out, or you'll scare passers-by." Shancheng wiped his forehead, his palm red. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he stood there for 3 seconds, shouting, "Someone help me. Uncle Master. Don't faint." A group of disciples surrounded him. "I'd better recover from my injuries before going back to visit my family. I'll scare my lovely little niece." When Han Fei and the others came out after delivering their gifts, they saw that Old Man Su was already arguing with someone. "Old Su, what's going on?" Old Man Su was furious. "They look down on me, thinking I'm just an old beggar who sneaked in to eat and drink for free." The waiter carrying the fragrant ice wine said confidently, "I clearly saw you picking up trash. Before, I was halfway through drinking water when you asked me for the bottle." "Old Man Su," Han Fei patted his shoulder and said, "Who made you so shameless before? Did you meet someone you know?" Old Man Su touched his nose and sighed, "Is this dark history impossible to erase?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Young man, you're not mistaken. He was indeed a scavenger before, but you were wrong to call him a beggar. You have to know that there is an essential difference between beggars and scavengers." TSK. What's the difference? We're all poor. Beggars are lazy and only wait for food to be handed to them out of pity. Scavengers create wealth with their own hands, earning their own living, doing the dirtiest and most tiring work. They live their lives on their own, whether good or bad, and do not ask for help from others. The poor bastard is right. I don't care if he's a scavenger or a beggar, this isn't the place for him. He wants to get free food and drinks without even considering the place. People nowadays are so shameless. They'll eat as long as there's a feast. They dare to eat and drink for free by pretending to be relatives or friends. They don't even consider who they are. How could they possibly know the Yu family and even dare to attend the Yu family's wedding banquet? If you don't get out of here, I'm going to call the police." Old Man Su was spitting all over his face. He wiped his face and said angrily, "Young man, you have such a bad temper. If you want to call the police, then call the police. Anyway, I was invited by old Yu personally. It's up to you whether you believe me or not." "Humph. I'm calling the police right now. If you're just cheating on me, you'll end up in jail." Han Fei rubbed his temples.
Old Sue, are you going to get the police to come to Old Yu's family reunion banquet? Old Sue grumbled, this young man is so irritating.
Han Fei stopped the young man on the phone and said, Old Yu can make this call himself.
It's definitely not someone like you who can make this call. You know, today is a wedding banquet.
If the police come and interrupt the banquet, and they find out that it was you who called the police, your job might be in jeopardy. The young man calmed down and said unhappily, I'll go find the leader.
What's wrong, Old Sue? Why do you look so angry? Old master, you came over with a wine glass.
Seeing that Old Sue's nostrils were dilated, he asked with a smile. When the young man saw that Mr. Yu really knew the beggar, he was so shocked that he was speechless.
Some people treated me like a beggar and wanted to kick me out. Who is so brave?
Old Master Yu looked at the young man holding the champagne with dangerous eyes. The young man was so frightened that his hands were shaking. Seeing the champagne spill, Han Fei quickly caught it and said with a smile, Don't bother with young people, let's drink champagne. He waved at the young man, signaling him to leave. The young man wanted to run away, but when he thought about the person he had offended, he stopped. He bowed 90 degrees to Old Sue and said, I'm sorry.
I was blind and looked down on you.
I shouldn't have called you a beggar, and I shouldn't have called the police to drive you away from such a grand banquet, which would have been an irreparable mistake.
It hasn't been reported yet, forget it.
Old Sue waved his hand.
I'm sorry.
The young man bowed again. Old Sue was depressed. If you bow a third time, it won't be right.
Are you sending me away?
Han Fei and Old Man Yu laughed heartily. After the young man left, Old Man Yu toasted Old Sue and said, You, why couldn't you wear something more decent? It's no wonder that young man misunderstood you.
This is the most presentable set of clothes I have. It doesn't even have a hole. Old Man Sue pouted. Mr. You glanced at Han Fei and asked, Didn't you arrange work clothes for him?
Forget it. I gave him money to buy clothes, and then he turned around and bought clothes for his eldest grandson.
He was reluctant to spend any money on himself.
As soon as he had money, he ran to give it to his eldest grandson.
I'm not like you two, big bosses with huge fortunes. This is all I can give my grandson, along with all my love.
You don't know how hard it is for me to see my grandson every time. My ex-wife doesn't like me, and my son is in a difficult situation too. He always has to send her away, and I can only hug my grandson when she's not around.
It's so hard. Mr. Yu became melancholy. I don't know what Xiaolong was like when he was little.
I wish I could go back to the past and find him sooner. I could buy him nice clothes and fun toys to make his childhood happier.
You heartless bastard, now that you're rich, you've forgotten about your parents. I'm your brother, what's with your attitude? I just asked you to buy a house for your nephew. Now that you're rich, how can you be so ungrateful? We raised you from the ground up, and now you're back home with the rich, and you've never thought about repaying us? You're an ungrateful, unfilial son.
There were bursts of shouting and cursing, and all the media cameras were pointed at the scene of the incident. An elderly couple was dragging the real young master who had just been adopted by the Yu family and beating and scolding him.
Old Yu, something happened. Old Sue exclaimed. Mr.
Yu rushed over so quickly that he almost fell, but fortunately Han Fei supported him.
Lao Yu, don't be anxious. Don't fall. Thank you, Lao Han.
Old Master Yu rushed to his grandson's side and pushed away the old woman who was holding his grandson. Let go of my grandson.
Yohu, you're his wealthy grandfather, right? How come we've been raising your grandson for nothing for all these years, and you haven't even given us a token of appreciation? Chapter 83. The whole audience was silent, all frightened by the fierce lady. You're really good at taking advantage of what's readily available. We provide him with food, drink, and education. You're already so old, but you're so shameless. I tell you, we won't leave unless you give us 10 million. The young man standing behind the old woman pulled her and lowered his voice. House prices are high now. What kind of house can you buy with 10 million? It costs 100 million. The old woman immediately changed her tone. 100 million. If you don't give us 100 million, don't even think about taking him away. The old woman tried to pull Yulongza again. Why Yulongza?
who had always been submissive, unexpectedly slapped her hand away for the first time.
Hey! You kid have a backer now, and you're getting bigger. I'll beat you to death.
The old woman took off her shoes, raised them high, and beat Yulongza in one go. She did it in one go, very skillfully, and it was obvious that she beat him a lot. Old man, you blocked Yulongza's way, and Yulongza said anxiously, Grandpa, get out of the way. Just as the shoe was about to hit Mr. Yu in the face, Han Fei grabbed the old woman's wrist and dug his fingertips into her inner wrist. The woman felt pain and loosened her grip, and the shoe fell at Mr. Yu's feet. Mr. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of the pain, but he was embarrassed about his face. With so many media outlets present, tomorrow's front page headline would be that Mr. Yu was slapped in the face by an old woman with her shoe sole. He would lose all his dignity.
Thank you, Lao Han. Han Fei smiled faintly. It's a small matter.
The bodyguards arrived late and protected Mr. Yu and his grandson in the inner circle. Seeing they couldn't get close to Yulongza, the couple sat on the ground, rolling around and crying, the Yu family is stealing people.
Shameless.
We're two farmers, we've worked so hard to raise our child, and the Yu family just snatched him away. If it weren't for us, this child would have died long ago.
He was sickly since childhood and couldn't do any farm work.
He even dropped out of school and spent all day playing games. We never despised him, but now that he's rich, he's abandoned us. You ungrateful bastard, your conscience has been taken away by a dog.
They say businessmen are cunning, and it's true.
They bully poor farmers like us. Oh, God, please send down a thunderbolt and kill them.
Boom!
Thunderclouds actually gathered in the sky and rolled. The old woman was also startled. The old man, however, remained calm, his eyes strange. He shouted, Look, even God can't stand it anymore. Don't you know, this kid in our house even snatched up his nephew's candy, stayed in his room all day playing games, and dropped out of middle school.
You dare to let such a scum of society as him become the future heir of the Yu family? Aren't you afraid that he will bankrupt the Yu family and put millions of people out of work?
The old woman spitted out a sound. What a dragon!
Pa, it's just a rice bug. Stop talking nonsense and ruining my grandson's reputation.
Old Master Yu roared, Go, shut their mouths, throw them out, throw them all out. Just as the bodyguards were about to attack, the old woman screamed like a pig being slaughtered, If you dare to touch me, I will hit my head and die here.
You are murderers.
The old man stared at the clouds, and finally a torrential downpour of rain and thunder began to fall. The old man shouted, God will punish you.
The guests were discussing, is it really thundering and raining? The Yu family, did you really steal someone's child without paying any money? The way they eat is too ugly.
After all, it's not easy for them to raise a child.
The Yu family is wealthy and powerful. Can't they just give some money to settle the matter? Why do they have to make it so ugly? I really don't understand Mr. Yu.
He can just give a little money to send this kind of person away, but he has to make things like this.
Is he getting senile and confused? Is the real young master that the Yu family found really like they said? A lazy bum who only knows how to play games?
Just now on the stage, Mr. Yu praised his own grandson to the skies.
Could it be that he's feeling guilty, so he's bragging to cover up the truth? Look at this young man, he's very talented and doesn't look like a parasite.
Look at him, his eyes are blue, and he looks like he has kidney failure. He must be living with his days and nights reversed.
Playing games day and night? It looks a bit like that.
He looks skinny, but I didn't expect him to be a rice bug.
Some drug addicts look like this, skinny and weak, with bags under their eyes. Shu, keep your voice down. Don't let Mr. Yu hear us.
Our cooperation still requires the full support of the Yu family.
That's true.
Even if he's a complete loser who only knows how to play games, now that he's back at the Yu family, he's the future leader of the Yu family.
Where's that fake young master? What's going on now?
It seems he fled abroad, and there is no specific news.
TSK, were the Yu family's ancestral graves dug up? Is the feng shui bad? Look, whether it's the real young master or the fake young master, it's really bad. Wealth does not last for more than 3 generations. Look at the Yu family, they've almost fallen on hard times, right? It's a pity for the employees of the Yu family.
If the Yu family goes bankrupt, who knows how many people will lose their jobs? Mr. Yu's son and daughter-in-law rushed over and saw this scene. They didn't know how to respond for a moment. Mr. Yu's son frowned deeply and looked at his wife with disdain. It's all your fault. If you hadn't gotten angry with me and insisted on giving birth at my parents' house, the child wouldn't have been switched by your brother, and there wouldn't be so many troubles today. The lady's face turned pale and she started coughing. Blame me? You blame me for everything? If you hadn't cheated on me, would I have gone back to my parents' home in such anger? Back then, Yu's father had an affair, and Yu's mother went to her parents' home in anger. She had a difficult delivery there and was told that the child was dead. Her uterus had detached, and she would never be able to get pregnant again. In fact, the child was abandoned outside by Yu Xuanting's uncle, father, in the freezing cold weather, and Yu Longze was lucky enough to be picked up by human traffickers. Yu Xuanting's uncle, father, gave his sister a child, but the child was actually his illegitimate child. Since then, he has used this to control his sister and has been asking for money. For Yu Longze's biological mother, a nephew is equal to a son. In addition, it is difficult for her to get pregnant again, so she really treats Yu Xuanting as her own son, but she didn't expect that she was deceived and the child did not die at all. Instead, her brother cruelly threw the child away just to control her and keep asking her for money. Cough, cough, cough. After learning the truth, she fell seriously ill and had no time to develop a relationship with her own son. Today, when she felt a little better, she couldn't wait to come and see her son. Father Yu covered his mouth and nose and said in disgust, "Stay away from me, sickly bastard. Don't infect me." Yu's mother laughed in anger. You're afraid I'll pass my illness on to you? Then why aren't you afraid of those filthy things out there infecting you with filthy diseases? You are being unreasonable. Today is a happy day, and I don't want to argue with you in front of our son. You think I want to argue with you? You too, come here. Old Master Yu was furious. Yu's father and mother ran to Grandpa Yu in dejected manner. When Yu's mother saw Yu Longze, she was very excited and reached out to hug her son, but she found that her son was very shy and actually hid away with a red face. She learned from the old man that the child had suffered a lot at the hands of his adoptive parents and was forced to drop out of school despite having excellent grades. She looked angrily at the couple crying on the ground. She didn't know where she got the strength from, but a delicate lady who was still sick took a bottle of wine from the table, rushed over in high heels, and smashed the bottle on the old woman's forehead. Shock. The whole audience was silent, all frightened by the fierce lady. After a while, the sound of reporters' shutters snapping frantically could be heard. The stunned old woman came to her senses, touched her hand, and found it covered in blood. She screamed heartbreakingly, "Murder! The Yu family is trying to silence us." Chapter 84, Mr. Yu has realized it. He hits people with a bottle, quickly, fiercely and accurately. He personally joins the fight. Just as the old woman stood up and tried to tear the noble lady apart, Yu's father pushed her away and said, "I am the only one who can bully my woman." The lady rolled her eyes and patted the shoulder of the man standing in front of her. Yu's father turned around and asked, "What are you doing?" The lady handed him the bottle of wine and said, "Here, go and smash that old man's head." What? Are you scared? Unable to bear the contempt in his wife's eyes, Yu's father took the bottle of wine and said angrily, "Just watch. I'm not a coward." Yu's father walked towards the old man sitting on the ground with the wine bottle. The old man looked at him gloomily. "What are you going to do? You've slandered my son, so you'll have to pay a price. Every word we say is true." The old man looked at everyone present and said, "Look, you are all still here, in full view of everyone, and the Yu family is about to use violence against us." Old Master Yu felt a headache. Aren't these stupid couple afraid of making things worse? Even if you want to take action, why dirty your hands? Wouldn't it be better to call in bodyguards? Old Master Yu turned to look at his grandson and was stunned that he found that his eyes were shining, surprisingly bright. Suddenly, Mr. Yu understood. Old man Yu turned around, grabbed a bottle of champagne and rushed over. When the old man was inciting people, he hit the old man on the forehead with a bang 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 sound. Father Yu was stunned. "Old man, you, oh my God. Is his father so violent? Coward, you're not as good as your dad. What nonsense are you talking about?" Yu's father was furious. Seeing the old man's son trying to sneak attack his old man, he rushed over and started fighting with a wine bottle. The scene was in chaos. Old Su trembled.
Old Yu is so violent. Should we stop him? Will someone get killed? Han Fei shook his head. Old Yu knows what's going on. He noticed that Lao Yu took action only after looking at Yu Longza. Obviously, Lao Yu also understood that if he wanted to get this overly shy and otaku boy to come out, he might have to do it personally by his family. Bodyguards or other people would not be of much use. Only by letting this child who has been living in a small, dark room see the powerful and warm sun and feel truly loved and protected can he learn to embrace the sunshine. The farce finally ended after media friends called the police. Before being taken away, Mr. Yu winked at Han Fei and said, "It's quite exciting." Han Fei smiled and shook his head. "Old naughty boy. Take care of my grandson for me." "No." Han Fei was not worried about Mr. Yu's family. Even if they were the first to take action, they would only have to pay money in the end. After all, they had connections in the bureau, and it was the other party who came to cause trouble first, so there was a reason for it. Han Chengde walked over to Yu Longza, who was standing there, as if he was out of the matter, but in fact, everything was caused by him, and lowered his voice. "Teacher Yu, come home with me and stay for 2 days? Well, I'll go get something." Yu Long went to where the gifts were piled up and took out the set of apple green jadeite that Han Chengde gave him to put on. Under the thick black rope is a green apple pendant, which symbolizes peace and safety, as well as the meaning of the fruit of wisdom. Because the jade itself was of good quality and did not require excessive carving, Han Fei simply carved the outline into an apple, with a smooth surface and a very watery feel. A jade bracelet, different from the width of women's jade bracelets, is double the width, and the thick green color gives it a sense of fashion. "You put it on so quickly?" Han Chengde was surprised. Why? Yu Long nodded. "I like it very much." "I'm glad you like it. I have a set too. We're brothers." When he returned home, Han Fei discovered that there was an extra Yu Longza. After asking, he found out that he was the person invited by his eldest grandson, thinking that old Yu is still in police station and no one knows when he will be released. "It is really pitiful for the child to be left alone in the Yu family's big villa, so I decided to take him back." The speed of dissemination by media, marketing accounts, and internet celebrities cannot be underestimated. That night, the Yu family's little family affairs fermented on the internet, spread widely, and directly rushed to the hot search list. 10th on the hot search list, the Yu family's parasite has returned. Whether it's a worm or a dragon is still unknown, but the Yu family has gone crazy. Trending searches number 9, the Yu family's noblewoman picked up a bottle and hit people. It's exciting and thrilling. She's a heroine. 8th on the hot search list, Old Master Yu, a sturdy old man, hit someone with a bottle without shaking his hand, fast, fierce and accurate. Trending searches number 7, Rich Family Storm, real or fake young master. Return of the true dragon? A rice bug gets rich? Trending searches, 6th, your social circle is in chaos. A wealthy man personally intervenes, throwing bottles at people and bullying them. An elderly farming couple is left with bloody heads. Han Chengshan grinned and read out the trending search list. It's already in the top 6 tonight, and tomorrow morning, it should probably be in the top 3. Han Chengde glared at him. "You are a man, how can you be so gossipy?" Han Chengshan clicked on the comments section and said, "Look, there are quite a few men eating melons below." Han Chengde didn't want to read it, but Yu Long beside him took the tablet, clicked on the comments section, and read each comment carefully. "Teacher Xiao Yu, don't read it. It'll ruin your mood." Han Chengde advised, "These people don't know the true situation. They just talk nonsense when they have nothing better to do. Don't read it and don't take it to heart. There are many haters and people who hate the rich in the comments section. They are full of rejection and bad words about the real young master who transformed from a farmer's son into the grandson of a wealthy man." Why? Yu Long turned off the screen, his face flushed, a flush that came from extreme excitement. His eyes sparkled and sparkled. "Duh, I don't feel sad, instead I feel excited." Excited? Could it be that he was mad and his mind was out of control? I'll remember all these accounts. When my game goes online, they won't be able to play it. Wait a little longer, 3 days, it will be online in 3 days. I will definitely succeed. I want to tell everyone that even if I'm not recognized by the Yu family, I can still live a good life. What game? I want to play it. Xiaowu ran over with a game console in his hand. 3 days until it goes online. It's an online game. Will they regret not being able to play the game? Xiaoxi was a little skeptical. Han Shengde glared at Xiaoxi and said, "You don't usually talk that much." Xiaoxi curled his lips. Okay, I'll shut up. Teacher Yu, I believe in you. You will definitely prove that you are a true dragon, not just a parasite as they say. Even if you don't return to the Yu family, you will still be great. I admire you the most. Thank you, duh. Han Fei came out with a bowl of preserves. Come on, let's try some new things. Grandpa, this candied fruit tastes so familiar, as if it was made by Shirmei's mother. Xiaowu ate the candied fruit with a puzzled look on his face. Han Fei nodded. I signed a contract with Shirmei's mother. She provided the recipe. When the business takes off, I'll give her a share of the profits. It will definitely sell out. The candied fruit made by Shirmei's mother is the best. Xiaowu is a mother-in-law flatterer. Mr. Yu and his family paid compensation and were released from the police station. At the same time, the vampire family also came out. When they met on a narrow road, they glared at each other. Mrs. Yu's mother smiled and said, I'm so sorry, I was too gentle. Next time I will definitely be more aggressive and send you away directly. Yu's father wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. When did his wife become so violent? I'm glad that my wife was not like this when I cheated on her, otherwise I would have been sent away long ago. From now on, you'd better be more restrained. Take a detour when you see a beautiful woman, otherwise you will be killed by your wife accidentally. Don't think that this is the end of it. We will definitely ruin your reputation. We will go find him every day. Drive him crazy. The old woman was helpless and furious. Mother Yu continued to smile like a lady, elegant and generous, without showing her teeth, her eyes curved. Then let's give it a try. Come here every time and I'll smash your head. The Yu family has plenty of money anyway, so the worst that can happen is I'll just pay a little more each time. It all depends on whether you're stubborn enough to take it. The old woman instinctively shrank her neck, thinking of the pain of being hit on the head brutally. Although she could get money, she also felt fear in her heart. Stop talking and go. The old man looked gloomy and dragged the old woman away. At the same time, a trending search topped the trending search list. A farming couple begged God to strike them dead. Was it really thunder? Did the Yu family's crimes anger the heavens? Chapter 85. Negative news is overwhelming, and the Yu family is being smeared by competitors. A flood of negative news came out, starting with personal attacks targeting Yu's father's personal character and infidelity. What followed was a surge of posts, heatedly discussing Yu's mother. Don't be fooled by her fierce appearance, she only targets outsiders. If a man cheats, divorce him, why bother hanging on to him? I heard that the real and fake young master was created by this woman. I would like to hear more details. I also heard it from someone else. It was said that the fake young master was the illegitimate son of this woman's brother. In other words, the fake young master is actually the real young master's cousin? Did this woman know about this? She actually agreed to her family swapping the child? It seems she was also deceived. She believed her brother when he said the child was dead. How stupid. She just gave birth, was 3 years old, and had a uterine prolapse, so she's not in good health. This woman seems to have postpartum depression, so you believe it, right? Fuck, why are there so many insiders upstairs? Where did you get all this information? Go next door, there's a post that clearly states it. Who is the whistleblower? Could it be the lady's brother? Could it be that fake young master? Is the fake young master now abroad? Was he expelled from the wealthy family? Latest news, the fake young master is dead. He died abroad, becoming cannon fodder in a terrorist attack. Is this true? Killed by terrorists? Such a meaningless death, cannon fodder, isn't it? Is there a possibility that he was secretly killed by the Yu family? It's terrifying to think about it. It turns out the Yu family's reach has already reached overseas.
Gradually, the topic changed from attacking individuals to attacking the Yu family's business. A lot of negative information appeared, covering everything and spreading at an extremely terrifying speed. For example, there is an additive in Yu snacks that will make children mentally retarded if they eat it. For example, Yu's 4-piece betting sets have a dirty disease, and some people have been infected. For example, Yu's beverages contain addictive ingredients, which are extremely harmful to the kidneys and pose a risk of cancer. For example, the electric vehicle batteries under the Yu family are all refurbished batteries discarded in foreign countries. They pose safety hazards and may spontaneously combust and explode.
Old man, what should we do this time? It's too fast and we can't suppress it at all.
Yu's father was sweating profusely. Mr. Yu put down his milk tea, his face gloomy. With such a good opportunity, the enemy will definitely do everything in their power to punish us. We will hire twice as many internet trolls as they do to suppress the news.
But the problem is, we can't hire any water army right now.
How is that possible?
It's not just one company.
All of our rivals have teamed up. All the online trolls have been sent away, even if they're not needed. Their goal is to prevent us from hiring trolls and suppressing the news online. Old man Yu raised the cup high. Just when Yu's father thought he was going to smash it, Old man Yu slowly put it to his lips, took a big sip of milk tea, took a deep breath, and muttered to himself, "Drink something sweet, it will make you feel good. Don't get angry, don't get angry, let's put the online stuff aside for now. Send all the products they question for testing first, and then produce the test reports and make them public." But what else is there?
Don't hesitate. I'm worried that there really is something wrong with the test report, asshole. How could there be any problem with our products? How could you doubt your own products?
If even you doubt them, how much more so would the outside world?
I'm telling you, I've checked all the finalized products. If there's even the slightest problem, I won't let them be put on the shelves under the Yu family's name.
Okay, I feel relieved with the old man's words. I was worried that if I didn't get tested, it would be fine. But if I did get tested and found something wrong, I wouldn't be able to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River.
Go, just do it when I tell you to.
If you don't have confidence in your own products, you are not qualified to be the successor of the Yu family.
Yes, it's my fault. I'll do it right away.
After Yu's father left, Old man Yu stood up and sighed softly. It seems that I have to use my connections that have not been used for many years.
There is definitely no problem with the product.
Mr. Yu is in charge of every level of product selection and testing, but what he was worried about was that someone would tamper with the test report and falsify it.
Hello, third grandpa, it's me, Xiaoyu.
Xiaoyu, you haven't been back to your ancestral land for a long time.
Remember to come back and pay respect to your ancestors in the ancestral hall.
I'll be back in a few days.
So anxious? Looks like something's happened.
Third grandpa, I brought my grandson back to recognize his ancestors.
That little snake? Forget it. He's an unpleasant child.
He'll probably start a quarrel with the other children in the tribe.
You've raised him to be too arrogant and unreasonable. That's not him.
He's the grandson I just recognized.
Xiaoyu's illegitimate child outside?
Back then, something happened, and the child was switched.
We've only just found him now.
There's such a thing. You guys are so confused, so confused.
I've said it many times. It's impossible for the Yu family not to have that birthmark.
That birthmark is?
Oh, forget it. Have you confirmed it this time? It's confirmed.
There's a birthmark.
It's definitely a Yu family member.
Okay, bring him back and let us old guys take another look to make sure you don't get fooled again. People out there are getting more and more skilled at cheating.
They can even fake a nose, let alone a birthmark. It won't be wrong. It really won't be wrong this time.
Xiaoyu, my trust in you has dropped to freezing point. We must confirm it in person.
Mr. Yu hung up the phone with a serious look on his face.
He dressed neatly and went to Han Fei's residence to pick him up.
Old Han, where is my Xiaolong? Playing games with some kids in the room.
I'll go take a look. Through the crack in the door, he saw his little dragon surrounded by 3 little cubs, Xiaowu, Xiaolu, and Xiaoqi. There was no impatience on his face, but tenderness and a smile. Brother Xiaolong, please teach me why I can't pass this level. Brother Xiaolong, you should teach Xiaoqi how to play this first. How to change clothes for a beautiful doll. Brother Xiaolong, ignore them and teach me first. I always get eaten by monsters at this level. How do I stomp them to death? Old master, you took a few steps back and did not disturb this heartwarming scene. It seems that it is right to let Xiaolong spend more time with children. It seems that he is not so shy in front of children. He will smile naturally and speak boldly, unlike usual when he is reluctant to speak. You want to take him back? The house is too messy. I'm afraid that couple will come and cause trouble again. I'd better take him back to use house after a while. I also hope he can spend more time with the children. So you're coming here just to take a look and leave? Old Han, you know what's going on online, right? Han Fei nodded. The Yu family is so popular, I can't help but see it. They always push news about the Yu family to me. The Yu family's competitors have formed an alliance. As you know, the Yu family has many diverse businesses. This time, the competitors have found an opportunity and want to crush the Yu family so that they will never get up again. They have invested heavily in us. You won't fight back? Fight back? I want to, too. Old Han, all the online trolls on the market are completely taken over by them. Even if they occupy the toilet without doing anything, they won't give any to my Yu family. All the ones on the market? Han Fei raised his eyebrows slightly. Not necessarily. Old Han, what do you mean? You forgot, I opened an entertainment company. Chapter 86. The whole department is full of enthusiasm. It takes 1,000 days to train an army, but only a moment to use it. Clap, clap, clap. There was a burst of clapping. It woke up a group of people who were taking a nap. Hey, sir, what are you doing? Is it time to serve afternoon tea? Come to think of it, I'm a little hungry. Eat, eat, eat. Is all you do is eat? Don't you see how much weight you've gained since you came to the company? Xiao Su, if you don't lose weight, you won't be able to get married. The girl who was eating potato chips like a little hamster suddenly felt that the chips in her hand were not tasty anymore, and stared at the supervisor with resentment. Everyone, wake up. You can't blame us for getting fat. The company just opened and we haven't produced any artists yet. Our PR department has no work to do. Exactly. We want to go fight online, but there's nothing to argue about. Okay, enough complaining, now it's time to get back to work. Get up, and if you're still sleepy, wash your faces with cold water. This is your first battle since joining the company, so you have to fight well. Is there a new thing? Is it launched by our company's time group? Has any of our company's artists become famous recently? Do we need to start a fight online? Even if it's exposed and becomes famous, it's unlikely that someone will tear it apart so quickly, right? The supervisor threw a pile of information at them and said with a smile, "This is a big job. If we fight well, not only will the big boss be happy and satisfied and give us a raise, but even this employer will give us a big bonus." Xiao Su took a copy of the information and muttered, "I need to see which celebrity it is and how big the red envelope will be." Oh my god, it's the Yu family. Xiao Su was shocked. If they win a comeback, won't they give each of us a huge red envelope of 100,000 yuan? 100,000? The supervisor laughed inscrutably. Xiao Su, you're being too narrow-minded. Xiao Su's eyes sparkled. A 10-year gym membership with a trainer included. Do you think I can earn that all in one go? The supervisor smiled and said, yes. Fuck, let's do it. Xiao Su threw away the potato chips, put on his glasses and started doing it. Colleagues in the same department pricked up their ears, took the information, took a look, and then did almost the same thing. They threw away their nap pillows, game consoles, milk tea snacks, and eye masks, and just got to work. This is the Yu family's business. If we do it well, we will make a fortune. Getting rich overnight is just around the corner. The supervisor smiled and said, the big boss said that if you help the Yu family clean up their mess, you'll get a reward of 10,000 yuan each. If you help the Yu family win a comeback and get praised by netizens, you'll get a reward of 100,000 yuan each. If you help the Yu family mess up their competitors and make them lose face, you'll get a reward of 500,000 yuan each. No one answered him, because everyone was already full of energy and was fighting with netizens. The supervisor felt like he was leading an army into the battlefield, and his opponents were just new recruits, not enough to defeat. Even though this PR department only has a few dozen people, they are all top talents in the industry. In addition to their regular jobs here, each of them also holds multiple positions outside. For example, the boss of a certain water army studio, the behind-the-scenes boss of a certain internet celebrity studio, the owner of a certain marketing account, or a certain well-known blogger. A Xiaosu has 3 or 4 marketing accounts and 5 or 6 studios under his command. These people were hired with high salaries, but there was not much work for the company, and they gradually became inactive. This time they are finally mobilized. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only a moment to use it. The online situation changes rapidly. Oh my god, this child is so pitiful, covered in bruises. No way, is it the real young master of the Yu family? Look at this post. The child is only 3 years old, but he's already working in the fields. His hands are covered in chilblains. Here's a link to this post. He's doing really well. He got a perfect score in math. Look, this is his middle school ranking. He's number 1. Is first place the main point? Look at second place. The second place is only 1 point behind him. What a pity, just 1 point away and he's already behind. Look at the first place's English score before you speak. What did I see? 0 points? 0 points for English? How is that possible? Even if I randomly chose all CS, there must be a correct answer, right? I'm a classmate of the second place student. Let me tell you about our school's pitiful second place student. He was always first in elementary school, but ever since joining this middle school, he's been second place for a long time. Finally, one day, something happened to classmate Yu, and he didn't take the final English test. He thought he was safe this time and no longer in second place. But, everyone saw the list. He's still second place. I'm dying of laughter. You can imagine how the perennial runner-up feels. This is more thrilling than a roller coaster. I originally thought that the top scorer didn't take the English test, so I was guaranteed to get first place. But it turns out that the top scorer didn't take the English test, so I got 0 points. My total score was still 1 point higher than his. This feeling of getting just 1 point higher, not too much, not too little, who understands it? I'm dying of laughter, I can't even find a good deal. The young master is truly amazing. Even if he missed one subject, he can still sit firmly on the top spot. I saw a short video online a while ago where his adoptive parents called him a loser and a parasite. I was really curious, why did such a top student, who had been ranked first for 1,000 years, not continue his studies? Why did he drop out of school? New post is out, everyone go check it out and share the link. A group of netizens followed the link to the new post entrance, and when they clicked on it, the screen froze, which shows that the number of people was so large that the post almost collapsed. This is a surveillance video. In the video, there is a teacher and an elderly couple. Everyone can recognize the elderly couple as the adoptive parents of the real young master of the Yu family. The teacher said earnestly, his grades are really good. He doesn't need to take the high school entrance exam. Our school has a place and can recommend him to a key high school. We are all farmers, so it's enough for us to know a few words. The 9-year compulsory education is free, but we have to pay for the rest of the education ourselves. We can't afford it, we really can't. The old woman shook her head and sighed, looking embarrassed. The teacher frowned and said, if it's because of financial problems, you don't have to worry at all. You can apply for subsidies for poor students. Plus, his grades are so good, he can get a scholarship when he goes to high school. That won't do. I've raised him to this age, so I should get something in return. He's in high school now, and he won't have any income for several years. If he continues to study, when we two old bones are buried in the grave, I don't know if we can even have a bite of the filial meal bought by our son with his salary. Your thinking is wrong. What can he do now that he's just graduated from junior high school?
What else can he do besides hard labor? How can he make any money? He's really smart and talented. Let him continue his studies. There's no shortage of good jobs after graduating from university, and he can earn more money. Teacher, please stop framing us.
We've all seen college graduates from our village whose families sold their land and everything they had to support their college education, only to find they couldn't even find a job after graduation. On the other hand, those who graduated from junior high school and entered society early have already climbed up from the bottom in 7 years and are doing better and earning more than these college graduates who just graduated.
That's not how it's calculated.
Listen to me, the situation you're describing does exist. Someone who entered the workforce 7 years earlier does have an advantage over a fresh graduate, possessing more work experience. However, their future ceilings are different. Unless they later work part-time and attend night school to improve their academic qualifications, they won't be able to secure a management position and will ultimately be replaced by graduates who have only worked for 3 or 4 years.
Listen to me, you too.
We can't just focus on the first 2 years after graduation. 2 years from now, you'll definitely have a greater advantage than those who've spent 7 years there. His grades are so good. If he applies for university in the future, he'll definitely get into a 211 or 985 university. If he excels in college, his instructor will privately recommend a job, so he'll definitely have no trouble finding one. If things don't work out, he can take the civil service exam with his academic qualifications, which is also a way out. He's truly outstanding, and his future shouldn't be underestimated. Teacher, you don't need to brainwash us or paint us a rosy picture. We're from the countryside, we don't look to the future, we only care about immediate benefits.
We won't allow him to continue studying. He has to go out and work to earn money now.
His brother is getting married soon, and the family needs money for the betrothal gifts and wedding banquets, so he needs to earn money.
You are not doing this right. You can't be like this. Anyway, if we don't agree, he can't read it. Fuck, my fist is hard. Same here, my fists are stiff too.
With such great grades, even without taking the exam, he can still secure first place.
As long as he studies hard in high school, he can definitely get into Longda University. I'm so angry I'm laughing. What do you mean his brother is getting married soon and the family is short of money for the betrothal gift? Money for the wedding banquet? He needs to earn it himself? Can't his brother earn it himself?
Chapter 87, The Competitor's Insidious Strategy Against the Yu Family.
The red envelope given by Mr. Yu was very thin? How could this happen? Public opinion collapsed instantly. Navy, come on. I've posted everything, but it's useless.
Now no matter what I say, I'll be called a hater.
People's values aren't as easy to guide nowadays as they used to be.
They've seen through the tricks of the internet and have developed their own subjective consciousness, so it's hard to guide them.
Don't tell me these useless things.
I don't want to sympathize with your work.
All I want is results. I want the Yu family to fall.
I spent so much money to hire you, you must show me the results I want. If you can't do it, it means your professional ability is not good enough.
We will try our best.
The other party is too strong, and they have produced photos and videos, which are substantial evidence of whitewashing.
We can't produce anything. Can't get it out? Then make it for me.
I'm afraid this is illegal.
Is the existence of a water army legal? I tell you, if you can't do it, I won't pay you the balance.
The man slammed the door and left. He came to a club and entered a private room, where big bosses from various industries were sitting. These industries were all industries that the Yu family was involved in.
How's things going?
A fat man with big ears held a wine glass in one hand and a plump woman in the other. This bunch of water army is useless, a bunch of trash. The man loosened his tie, sat down with his legs spread wide, picked up a bottle of wine and started to drink.
Add more money and hire more people. They've basically taken care of everything, both openly and covertly.
I have no idea where the Yu family found this group of people.
They're incredibly strong.
In just 3 hours, all our efforts of several days have gone to waste.
Check these people and see if you can bribe them with some money? We've already checked it out. They're all experts, including some who are experts in the black market. They've wiped out all the clues and can't find any.
The U family, is indeed a behemoth.
It's too difficult to bring them down in one go. We were too naive. It's almost impossible to bring down a company using the internet alone. How can it be impossible?
Have you forgotten that MSG, D-calcium milk, Yanquaction, water, and milk all saw their sales plummet due to public opinion? In the end, in order to stop the losses, they either closed the factory or pulled the product from the shelves.
Don't you see who's messing with them? The power of foreign countries is not something we can match by just sitting down and forming an alliance.
We're still a little immature, and we can't compare to those ruthless capitalists abroad.
I think everyone has heard about the recent developments in new energy vehicles. I don't drive, I don't know what's going on. Can't you get a driver's license and drive yourself? I already have a driver, why should I drive myself? What if something happens and I get locked up for a few days? Wouldn't that mess up the company? If something happens and the driver goes to jail, what does that have to do with me, the passenger and boss?
You're the ones who are so stupid that you insist on driving yourself.
A man should drive himself, that's what's cool. Aren't foreign countries waging a price war to prevent the development of China's new energy vehicle industry? They're afraid, just like the mobile phone war back then.
Back then, they looked down on us, Longwa, thinking that it was impossible for Longwei to produce mobile phones on its own.
Even if it did, it would be OEM or knockoff products, and it wouldn't be able to create its own brand.
Because they underestimated us, they underestimated the enemy and caused irreparable losses. This time, they haven't even waited for my country's own new energy vehicle brands to develop, and they've already started a price war.
Foam tea and the like are all garbage. They almost went bankrupt back then.
Sometimes, even though they live in low life, they are garbage.
But they are also really united.
They know that this car is not good and not as good as the imported ones, so they don't buy imported ones and support the domestic industry.
In the end, didn't they save this brand? Those big trucks from the United States burn a lot of oil. How can they compare to the quality of our exports? But those people in the United States would rather burn oil than buy big trucks from Dragon. Do you know why? Strong patriot. What's the point of saying so much? I've got an idea. Guess what it is? Patriot Alliance. Wanna play? What's your latest trick? How much money do you want us to invest this time? I'm telling you, if we can't bring down the Yu family this time, we won't play with you anymore. Just go and have fun on your own. Is the Yu family considered a local industry?
The man narrowed his fox eyes and smiled strangely.
If I say they're not, will anyone still support them?
Stop it, the Yu family is a long-established business, the pride of domestic products. That's right, everyone knows that he is the pride of domestic products and never cooperates with foreigners.
Not cooperating with foreigners?
TSK. I can fabricate some news and turn him into a dog of foreigners.
Do you think he can still be the pride of Chinese products at that time? What are you going to do? Hey, can it be done this way? But it would be hard for the Yu family to find a flaw, right? Isn't the fake young master abroad? Why does he run abroad when he encounters problems?
This shows that the Yu family has always had connections abroad. Also, lately, Mr. Yu has been frequently visiting a place, a country courtyard.
A country yard? Now that I'm older, there's nothing strange about going to the countryside and experiencing rural life, right?
Indeed, as I get older, I like to experience rural life, but a foreigner appeared in that yard.
What is intriguing is the identity of this foreigner. What's your identity? Did you secretly hire a detective to follow Mr. Yu? Am I the only one keeping an eye on Mr. Yu? Didn't you hire a detective to follow him?
My private investigator told me that at least 8 or 9 of his colleagues were following Mr. Yu.
Didn't you investigate the identity of this foreigner? I do know a little about him. His name is Henry. He's an investor from abroad with angel investment.
Many big investors admire him.
The fox-eyed man laughed heartily. We've caught such a big tail. When Mr. Yu met Henry, couldn't we say that there was a foreign capital tycoon behind Mr. Yu?
The glory of Chinese products is fake, it's meant to deceive the Chinese people, the real boss behind it is a foreign company.
Buying things from the Yu family is equivalent to making money for foreigners.
When the time comes, we will shape our company's image and use the banner of glory of Chinese products.
Once the sense of contrast comes up, won't they all come to buy things from us?
The Yu family's sales are declining, and they will gradually fade out of the market.
That's indeed a solution. I hope everything goes well.
I'm just worried they'll find another opportunity to reverse the situation.
Don't worry, I will definitely smack them to the ground this time. Mr. Yu personally went to the entertainment department of Han Fei's company to thank these young people.
The lights were on and all the houses were bright. It was already time to get off work, but they were still working overtime for the Yu family's affairs. I ordered a private dish, it will be here soon. These are my little tokens of gratitude, I hope you can accept them. Mr. Yu transformed into a money-giving gentleman and began distributing red envelopes. The red envelopes were very thin, but the employees took them with a smile and didn't mind.
After all, even if the Yu family was stingy, Boss Han wouldn't be either.
This time, there would be at least a 100,000 yuan bonus. The private dishes arrived, and because of work reasons, everyone ate in the conference room, using the large table in the conference room as a large dining table. After Mr. Yu left, everyone took out their red envelopes and opened them, exclaiming, "A check for 100,000 yuan.
There are 23 of us here, and 2,300,000. Mr. Yu is quite generous."
I thought it was a small red envelope of 200 yuan, after all, it was so thin, but I didn't expect it to be a check.
Rich people are really different. They are so generous. Clap, clap, clap.
The supervisor clapped his hands, and the entire department fell silent. He smiled and said, "Since Mr. Yu is so generous, we should work harder."
It's obvious that Mr. Yu really likes this returning young master.
We should praise him as much as possible, magnify his shining points, and make the people like him even more.
First suppress it, then praise it.
First, show more of his tragic experiences at his adoptive parents' home, then show his unwavering self-reliance and inspiring character.
I believe more people will like him.
By the way, I heard this young master made a game and it will be online tomorrow.
It's going online tomorrow? We have to promote it well. Is it fun? Boss, have you ever played it? It's online tomorrow, how could I possibly have played it? They didn't even conduct an internal test before launching it directly?
This young master is so brave.
Isn't he afraid of failure?
So what if he fails? He's the real young master of the Yu family. He has the entire Yu family backing him up. What's there to be afraid of? Then let's praise this game to death. If the game isn't fun, it will be a slap in the face and have the opposite effect.
Then wait a little longer.
When the game comes online tomorrow, we'll go play it first, experience it, and then brag about it. Chapter 88. He is destined to be written into history and become the pinnacle figure of this era. Yulongza. Early the next morning. A barrage of comments popped up, and a gorgeous and unreal picture showed the entire vast universe and starry sky, occupying the mobile phone screen. Why Universe Era? Experience the immersive experience.
Am I poisoned? Ha! Why Universe? What is that? This showed up on my phone too.
There were 4 students in a dormitory, and this title appeared on the mobile phones of 3 of them.
The title was vibrating slightly, as if tempting people to click on it. Chen Hao, this didn't show up on your phone?
The classmate on the upper bunk leaned over to look down, and was surprised to see that Chen Hao's phone was working normally. Chen Hao rolled his eyes. It must be because you guys watched the little station that you got addicted.
I don't usually watch it. You don't want to see? TSK, you're kidding me, no one will believe you.
There was a series of banging sounds on the door. When Chen Hao opened the door, he saw a group of people gathered at the entrance.
He asked in surprise, "What are you doing? Robbery? Moses Chan, let me see your phone." Ha! Why doesn't your phone have this Y universe era? What about you three? Have you been dominated by the Y universe era? Yes, look. I really want to press this button, but I'm afraid the money in my card will be instantly deducted if I press it. Me too, I'm so eager. Can I press it? A group of people at the door laughed and beckoned. Press. It's awesome. It feels great. The three of them were suspicious. You guys, are you here to frame us? To be honest, we've already risked our lives and tried it for you. A group of people showed their mobile phones to the three people in the dormitory. The screen shows a vast universe, and the subject is on a blue planet. There is a button on the planet called Blue Planet. The button is vibrating, and it is obvious that the next step is to press this button. The three of them finally felt at ease and pressed the Y Universe Era Experience Immersive Experience button. With a swipe, a short video appears on the screen. In the Hongmeng era, Panga created the world, and Nuwa was as stunning as a flying swan, holding 5 colored stones in her hands to repair the sky. Then the picture changed to the same screen as the ones on the mobile phones of the group of people outside the door. In the vast universe, the blue star button on the blue planet was vibrating. Why didn't you press it? We're just here to confirm whether everyone's phone has been taken over. This group of people have gathered from each dormitory. We plan to gather everyone together and press the button together. Except for Chen Hao, everyone else in our dormitory has taken over the screen. Everyone in the boys' dormitory, except Chen Hao, is currently dominated by this Y universe era. Chen Hao became an outlier, and he felt quite uncomfortable. Maybe I am a special person, you don't have to envy me too much. Tisk. Everyone rolled their eyes at him. If this is the beginning of a new era, then, Chen Hao, you are the one being abandoned. Right. That's why we don't envy you at all. You are so beautiful. If you press the blue star button, we'll be teleported away instantly. Chen Hao, don't cry with envy. Ha, Chen Hao, are you constipated? You look so ugly. Brother, you understand yin and yang, ha. Chen Hao was laughed at by the crowd and stormed out of the dormitory door in a bad mood. A bunch of lunatics, I'm waiting to see you press the button and transfer all the money in the bank card away. Soon, all the students in the school gathered together. Except for Chen Hao, there were 3 girls whose phones did not appear in the Y universe era. You 4 are really unique. Minorities are always surprising, but don't you feel uncomfortable? Hey, don't leave. Aren't you supposed to watch us press the buttons? These 4 people are so fragile. Why did they just leave like that? Ignore them, let's press it quickly, together. Student Union President, you go first. Let me call out the number. I'll count down to 1, and everyone presses it together. Good. Wait. Have you taken out all the money from your bank cards? Have you unlinked the cards? Don't worry, the money is all out. Don't worry, I'm just a poor guy with no money. Ha, I didn't link my mobile banking account at all. That's no problem, I'll start counting down. 3, 2, 1. At the same time, everyone pressed the Yi blue star button. XXX. Please cooperate with wearing glasses. What the hell? What glasses? We gathered so many people and worked for so long, and this is what you show us? This cross makes me very angry. If this phone wasn't mine, I'd really want to smash it. Classmate, can you lend me your phone to smash it? Get lost. You're sick, go smash your own. Excuse me, is anyone here to sign for this package? At this moment, a delivery boy entered the campus. Hey bro, how did you get in here? Didn't the security guard stop you? I gave a package to the security guard. He was addicted to the game and couldn't stop playing. Security also gets a delivery? A video game console? Excuse me, who's Su Wan? I. Excuse me, who is Chen Hai? I. Excuse me, I. Courier boy, you're just short of the principal calling the roll and counting all the students in the school. What is this? Sunglasses? Mine is the same. Wait, the phone said wearing glasses, isn't it these glasses? Things seem to be a little beyond our imagination. Just give it a try, it's free anyway. Try and you'll die. You're all cowards, I'll do it. A bold school bully put on his glasses, and his phone screen went black. A line of text popped up, no peeping mode is on. Please enjoy your Y-Universe moment, exciting. Wait, beautiful lady, have a cup of coffee. Oh my god, I'm rich. Is it possible to do this? Can I write my graduation thesis this way? Thank you, master. I've been stuck here for a long time thanks to you. The students heard the first person who dared to try the crab screaming and shouting in excitement. The delivery guy smiled and said, another person who was addicted to games and can't extricate himself. I have another package to deliver. College students, enjoy the Y-Universe feast. Hey, wait a minute, does every student in our school have sunglasses? Did you miss 4 deliveries? There's no delivery for Chen Hao in our dormitory. Did he miss it? I won't miss it. I'm a professional. Then why didn't he have a courier? The delivery boy smiled mysteriously, then we have to ask who he offended. Oh, by the way, the founder of this game is Yulongza. Remember this name. After saying that, the guy didn't even look back and drove away on his cool motorcycle. The Yamaha rumbled. Can I wear these glasses? Wait a minute, let's see how he reacts when he takes off his glasses. After waiting for an hour, this classmate was addicted to the game. After waiting for 2 hours, this student was addicted to the game. When everyone was anxiously thinking they would have to wait another hour, this student took off his sunglasses with a gloomy face and cursed, "This is so exciting. Why is there a time limit? Only 2 hours a day? How cruel. Brother, what happened after you put on these sunglasses? Tell us about it." The guy said, "This is a game, what's going on? You didn't try it? We don't dare, we're waiting for you. What a bunch of wimps. This thing is so exciting. Playing the game in person is absolutely awesome. I chose to experience life. I was sent to a world called Blue Star. Once there, I felt like a god. Do you know what dimensionality reduction strikes are? That's what it feels like. It's so thrilling. Is it really that exciting? Immersive? Isn't that what foreign countries are promoting recently? Something like holographic games? We, the people of Long Country, can experience something that foreigners haven't even developed yet? Are you using us as guinea pigs for an experiment? Will there be any side effects? Are you feeling dizzy or nauseous? How could I possibly be dizzy and want to vomit? I'm fine now. My major is such a rubbish, I couldn't even finish my thesis. But now I've got a burst of inspiration, and I have to go write my thesis. Bye everyone. Is it true that playing a game can help him write his paper? What's his major? He seems to be a farmer. Put. Are you kidding me? Agricultural science and technology, isn't it about farming? Anyway, their graduation thesis must include a graduation project, and the project is the new varieties they planted. Could it be that he also experienced farming while playing the game? I can't wait any longer. I have to put on my sunglasses and try it out. Don't stop me. No one stopped him. He was actually cowardly. He coughed dryly, stepped forward, and grabbed a classmate's hand. With an extremely exaggerated expression, he shouted, "Classmate, why are you holding me? Don't stop me, let me try." Just to make it clear, you were the one pulling me. Classmate, don't stop me, let me try. He acted enthusiastically. A group of people rolled their eyes and stood several meters away from him, not wanting to play with a fool. Chun Hao and the other 4 don't have sunglasses. According to what the young man said, they offended the game founder named Yulongza? I don't know how they offended me. Yulongza, this name sounds so familiar. Of course I'm familiar with it. The Yu family incident was a hot topic a few days ago and even made it into the top 3 trending searches. Oh. I remember now. Is that the real young master who was living away from home and returned as a parasite? So this game was made by Nibwa?
In the short video, the elderly couple did accuse the young master of living a life of playing games all the time.
Playing games and being addicted to them is one concept. Playing games and making games is another concept altogether. Shall we give it a try?
Okay, I think the young master of the Yu family is already so rich that he wouldn't steal our bank cards.
Some people boldly picked up their sunglasses and put them on. Then, there were exclamations and laughter one after another. Exciting! Exciting! This is so cool! My life is taking off. Mom, is that you?
I miss you so much, whoa. A classmate suddenly burst into tears and held his head with his head in his hands.
What happened to him? Could it be that he sought his mother in the virtual world?
His mother died in a car accident last year. Grandma, Grandpa, I miss you so much.
Look, I'm a college student now. I've walked out of the mountains.
Another classmate shouted excitedly, I did it.
Am I your pride now?
Woo woo woo, why is he crying too? He and I shared a dorm room.
He came from a remote mountainous area.
After his parents divorced and each started their own family, they left him with his grandparents in the mountains. His grandparents' biggest wish was that he could become a university student. Unfortunately, on the day of his college entrance exam, his grandmother fell and suffered a stroke. Later, his grandfather took care of his grandmother and passed away before her. His grandmother was heartbroken and died with him that night.
He received his university acceptance letter, but his grandparents didn't get to see it.
This has always been a regret in his heart. He rarely speaks because of this and is a very quiet person.
This game can also see deceased relatives and make up for the regrets? Is this still a game? I want to see my father. He is a firefighter. He died in a fire while saving people. I didn't even see him for the last time. I want to see him. Ask him if there is anything he didn't tell me. Ask him if I have grown up to be what he expected me to be.
As he said this, the classmate put on sunglasses with tears in his eyes and murmured, Please, let me see him. 2 hours later, the group took off their sunglasses.
Some looked extremely excited, some looked lost, and some even cried bitterly. Yulongza, I remember this name.
Yulongza, thank you for allowing me to fulfill the regret in my heart. Yulongza, thank you for letting me see my father, the hero in my heart, again.
Yulongza, are you a god? What kind of myth have you created?
He created the era of the Dragon Kingdom. He is the creator of the myth of this world. The hot search list was all red, and was dominated by news about why Universe era, those business owners who tried their best to discredit the Yu family, to slander them as foreign dogs, and to create the image of themselves as the pride of domestic products were all dumbfounded. They spent so much money and effort, hoping for the downfall of the Yu family, but what did they get? The news they released made no splash and fell silent. The Yu family became famous, but this time it was not the first.
3 generations of the Yu family who became famous.
They always believed that the Yu family's wealth would not last for more than 3 generations, but this time the 4th generation stood up and stood in front of people in an incredible way, standing at an unsurpassable height. He was destined to be written into history and become the pinnacle figure of this era. Yulongza, his halo does not come from the Yu family, but from himself. A young man who did not grow up in a wealthy family and suffered all kinds of grievances in a remote village, he rose in an incredible way and told the world that he can shine on his own. He will be a bright star that suddenly rises in the silent night of Dragon Country, and his starlight will even outshine the bright moon. At the same time, there was an uproar abroad. They didn't believe it and couldn't believe that they were about to conquer it and release a holographic game that would shock the world, but it was beaten to the punch by a dragon countryman whom they looked down upon.
Chapter 89. Henry is in trouble. Billy, you have been brought up to be too naive, isn't that a form of flattery? Grandpa, look, Brother Long is on the hot search.
Xiao Wu shouted excitedly before Han Fei had time to look. The doorbell rang. Express delivery.
Han Fei received the express and opened it. It contained 9 pairs of gorgeous sunglasses. Sender, Yulongza, there is also a detailed instruction manual, which is something others don't have. Han Fei looked at the diamonds and laid on his sunglasses and twitched his lips. I'm just an old man, so I don't need to spend so much money, right?
Xiaoqi happily picked up her pink diamond sunglasses and asked in a baby voice, "Grandpa, Xiaoqi doesn't have a cell phone.
Can I still play?"
The doorbell rang again. Han Fei opened the door and saw the courier coming back. "There is another package that was missed just now."
"This is a big box." Han Fei opened the box and found a bunch of brand new mobile phones inside.
They had no brand, but there was an instruction manual. "This is a mobile phone designed by Yulongza himself." He did not hide his ambition and purpose. He wanted to change the people of Longwa through games, drive out foreign brand mobile phones, and let the brand mobile phones belonging to Longwa rise. His game currently only occupies all game pages, which is equivalent to giving them a trial. After 2 hours, when they want to play the game again, they will find that the app does not exist on the mobile page at all. If they want to download the app, they can only use the domestic client, and the foreign client cannot be downloaded at all. At that time, I will have no choice but to change my phone. Even Han Fei had to admire Xiaolong's move.
Being young is good, and full of energy.
Unlike him, he is old, and if it weren't for Xiaowu, he would be too lazy to open an entertainment company. It would be fine for him to just live a life of idleness and wait for death and be a hands-off boss. He really wanted to find a partner like Henry who would not require him to worry about anything. As I was thinking this, the doorbell rang again. He thought it was the delivery guy again, so he opened the door and asked, "What are you delivering this time?"
"Hey, Anthony, Bill, Billy, Aaron? Why are you here? Why didn't you tell me before you came? I could pick you up at the airport." "Brother Han, something happened to Henry. Henry was taken over by the capital tycoons he once worked with."
With their combined efforts, Henry was completely gone. They used shady tactics and sent people to eat in the store, causing them to vomit and have diarrhea, and even caused a death. The case is under investigation, and the store will definitely be closed temporarily. Soon after, rats were found in the warehouse where frozen products were stored. Are you kidding me?
There are rats in the freezer?
Yet, the relevant authorities insist that the sanitation conditions are substandard and continue to close it. There are problems with the accounts again. The finance department must be a commercial spy who made a lot of false accounts. Fine, all the difficulties he faced only resulted in the closure of the store and financial losses. Henry was arrested because the products contained contraband. Henry went in just like that. In addition, when Longwa obtained the patent for the holographic game, the news had already reached the ears of those who were interested. It seemed that the game was only released now, but in fact those people had already known about Longwa's big move earlier, and began to take various measures to deal with Longwa people. It was also a common practice to make things difficult for Longwa companies. With the government's strong support, these capital tycoons were even more ruthless towards Henry, and they simply beat him to death. It is now revealed that the person who died from eating is Henry's ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend. Henry may be forced to become a murderer. The fine is a considerable amount, and it is difficult to rescue Henry.
The families of Anthony, Billy, Bill, and Aaron are unwilling to help.
The four have no say in the family and are of no use. At this moment, Bill once again deeply feels the sadness of having no real power. The four of them came to Longwei to seek Han Fei's help. Their families also asked them to seek refuge abroad because if they stayed there, they might become Henry No. 2 and be imprisoned for no reason.
"Old Sue, make me a cup of coffee."
"Okay, I'll go right away."
Han Fei sat on the sofa with his eyes closed. Bill whispered, "Can Brother Han come up with a solution?"
Billy shook his head. "I don't know, but we can only hope that Brother Han can come up with a solution.
There is no other way."
Aaron sighed. "Henry's family has given up on him. I hope Brother Han will not give up on him."
Anthony clenched his fists. Those two bastards actually agreed on this. No one in the family actually helped me, just because I was abandoned long ago? There was rage in Anthony's eyes. He had never thought he would encounter such a situation. Was he abandoned? Did they make a mistake? Was it him that Anthony didn't want? He should never be the one being abandoned. There is nothing in this world that Anthony cannot get, only what he does not want. He was a genius since childhood. No matter what language he learned, he could learn it quickly. He grew up in praise until he was 10 years old. When he saw his mother commit suicide by taking medicine, he then realized that his mother had been suffering from depression since he was born. It was because of his arrival that his mother became plagued by the illness. He blamed himself immensely, gave up on himself,
and thought he should not have been born. Later, his mother was sent to a mental hospital and he rarely visited her because his mother didn't recognize him every time, which made him depressed. Later, someone deliberately approached him, took him out for food, drinks, and entertainment, and let him experience the thrill of racing. In fact, he knew very well that the purpose of these people was to lead him astray and turn him into a playboy, so that he would be rejected and abandoned by the family. Or rather, they would rather he die. Racing is a life-threatening sport. If he plays racing and loses his life, he will be blamed for it if he dies. He seeks excitement, and the acceleration can make him forget his worries. He also likes the thrill and pleasure that racing brings. Compared with playing with women and gambling, his favorite thing is racing. It can be said that the only thing that makes him addicted and leads those people astray is probably the path of racing. As he overcame difficulties, challenged his limits, and drifted around corners, he was thinking, if his car flew off the cliff and fell into the sea in the next moment, would he die and would his mother's illness be cured? He indulged himself until he met Bill, Billy, Aaron, and Henry. These 4 people really wanted to lead him onto the right path. He knew very well who was going to lead him astray and who was going to guide him well. He was reluctant to play with these 4 people at first, but these 4 people were like followers, or perhaps they were young people who wanted to have a wild boar transformation, and they had to redeem him. If his mother is his weakness, these 4 close friends are his bottom line. He never thought about fighting for power or snatching anything. After all, it was enough to have enough to eat and play. He was very happy to be a salted fish. His brothers also had the protection of their families behind them, so there was no need for him to work hard to become their backer, but now he regrets it. If he had not indulged himself back then, if he had real power, if someone attacked Henry today, he would have used all his family's strength to help. Even if the Henry family gave up Henry, he, Anthony, could use the power of the Anthony family to support and protect him. Anthony's lazy attitude gradually subsided. He sat up straight, raised his chin, and the nonchalant smile on his face disappeared. His eyes drooped slightly, and his gaze became cold. He was like a sword hidden in a scabbard, unsheathed at this moment. Bill keenly noticed the difference in Anthony and looked at him more, but because Henry's matter was weighing on his mind, he didn't ask any more questions. Billy sniffed, his eyes reddening. My girlfriend sent me a message. Aaron understood and asked, is it a breakup message? Billy was surprised, how did you know? Aaron sneered, Henry's family has abandoned him now that he's in trouble. The 4 of us are letting them go abroad to avoid the spotlight. Isn't that another form of abandonment? Your girlfriend is an only child and will inherit the family business. Besides liking you as a person, she's also concerned about the power behind you and whether being with you will benefit the company's development. You're talking nonsense. We're in a free love relationship, not a family marriage. You 2 may seem to be in a free relationship, but if you weren't from the same social circle, how could you have been together? Your family doesn't object to you being together, isn't it because it's mutually beneficial? Now that you're no longer useful, it's like being expelled from the country, leaving that social circle. You're no longer qualified to be her boyfriend, so naturally she'll break up. I don't believe it. You're lying to me. She loves me so much. She must have been forced to break up with me by her family. I need to call and find out. Billy went to make a phone call. Aaron, Bill, and Anthony looked at each other with sadness in their eyes. It was obvious that they had no confidence in Billy's love. Dear, I know you were forced to do this. We loved each other so much. Was this farewell message written by someone else, or did they force you to write it? Billy, I really like you. I know you love me. In the wealthy world, it's rare to find a man as simple as you. If this hadn't happened, I really wanted to be with you, because I would definitely be very happy with you. But Billy, I'm sorry, between love and bread, I always choose bread. If there's bread, it's good to have a little love to spice it up, but love without bread is not what I want. I don't understand. I don't understand what you are saying. Billy, you've been raised too naive. Isn't this just flattery? I'm about to get engaged to your brother. Please forget about me. Impossible. How is it possible? Hello? Hello? Hello. Billy squatted down, hugged his knees helplessly and pitifully, tears streaming down his face. Aaron handed him a tissue. There's a saying in Dragon Country that I really like. There are always beautiful women in the world.
It basically means there are plenty of women. Billy raised his red and swollen eyes and looked at him. Aaron, she's getting married. Breaking up is fine, but she wants to marry my brother, and I have to call her sister-in-law from now on. I have to watch her and my brother fall in love, get married, and have children? How can I endure this torture? If we became strangers, I wouldn't be so sad. This outrageous move has left Aaron with no chance of success. Aaron returned to the sofa with a look of astonishment on his face. Bill and Anthony approached him and asked, "How's the situation?" "Just break up. There's no need to cry like this, right? This isn't his first love. Isn't it a bit too much to go to this extent? Does he like that girl that much?" Aaron said with a sad face, "Billy is the worst ex-boyfriend I have ever seen. Every day from now on, I have to call my ex-girlfriend's sister-in-law off. Oh my God?" Bill and Anthony were shocked. This incident left the three of them at a loss, and they had no idea how to persuade Billy. Bill sighed, "Let him cry." Anthony sighed, "Cry, stay in Dragon Country for the rest of your life, don't go back." Chapter 90. Henry, we can let you out, but you have to do one thing for us in prison. Henry tried to minimize his presence and not provoke anyone, but even if he doesn't want to provoke anyone, there are still people who provoke him. Henry was taking a shower and the soap fell to the ground. Two black men approached him with strange smiles on their faces. "White people, really white. Play with us?" Henry had heard that the prison was in chaos, but he didn't expect it to be so chaotic. His orientation has always been normal, so he naturally would not compromise on such things. He got into a fight with two black men, and one of them actually pulled out a knife. Be good and obey, or else. Henry bit the back of the man's hand, and the black man's hand loosened, and Henry caught the knife before it fell to the ground. Henry didn't think about killing anyone, really didn't think about it, but someone pushed him. Henry, sitting in the interrogation room, had his hair still dripping, and his face and hands were covered in blood. "Someone pushed me. It was another black prisoner. You'd better behave yourself. They are brothers. It's impossible for them to do this. I told you. He pushed me. Why don't you believe me? He just held the knife and he just wanted to protect himself. It was the black man behind him who pushed him hard, causing him to lose control and fall forward. He didn't expect that another black man was lying on the ground, waiting for the knife to stab him. This is a trap. It was a trap from the beginning. Henry stared gloomily at the people in front of him. They didn't listen to his explanation at all. They were convinced that he had committed murder on purpose. They are in cahoots with those who want to kill them. Henry knew he was finished. The death of the ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend is still under investigation. He killed a black man in prison and may be accused of racism. Henry squatted behind the iron bars, crying in despair. How did it turn out like this? Just because I didn't help them make money, just because I made a lot of money, they were unhappy. Yes, it was indeed they who asked me to go to Longwood to look for the development of Longwood cuisine, but he found it back. He really found it back. They are the ones who are evil-hearted and want to trick Brother Han. I just made a righteous choice, choosing to break away from them and work alone with Brother Han. It doesn't matter if they don't make money, they just treat it as a joke, but he and Brother Han succeeded in building a successful business and made money, which made them unhappy. They are always so domineering. If they don't like an investment, they won't allow it to succeed, as that would make them look bad. They'll use all means to make this obviously promising project fail, to show off their ability and their sharp judgment. Henry, do you regret it? You're crying so pitifully. Like a poor creature. Henry suddenly raised his head, his eyes were red and swollen, the whites of his eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at the three men across the iron cage. It's really disappointing. I wanted to see Henry fight two black men. Henry, how does it feel to kill someone? Is it exciting? I never thought that a coward who could only sign documents with a pen would fight to the death at the critical moment. I just love seeing your helpless and hopeless expression like a trapped animal. Why don't you cry? Keep crying. Henry was so angry that he was shaking all over. It's you designed it all. TSK. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? It doesn't change the fact that you, Henry, killed someone. Henry, this is what happens when you go against us. When you disobeyed our instructions and escaped our control, you should have thought that if you failed, it would be fine. But if you succeeded, we would be very unhappy. If we're not happy, we won't make you happy.
Henry sat down on the ground, looked at them provocatively, and laughed out loud. Ha ha, fuck you.
Yeah, I'm laughing at a bunch of farts.
Henry stared at the three men with a pair of vicious eyes.
What can you do to me? The most you can get is life imprisonment, but I'm not afraid. I'm doing well here. I have food and drink. I've suffered from insomnia for a long time, but in prison, I sleep well. I like it here. I'm so happy. Thank you so much. Henry, stop being so stubborn. Weren't you the one crying just now? Can you be happy if you smile for us? Look at yourself, your smile is uglier than your cry. Henry frowned and said coldly, if you three really wanted to kill me, you wouldn't show up in front of me in person. Tell me, what do you want? Clap, clap. One of the men clapped his hands, his eyes full of admiration. We chose you back then because you were smart. Henry, why can't you always be a smart guy and help the dragon countrymen? Henry, we can let you out, but you have to do something for us. As long as you can accomplish this, we can invest in Han Group and help you grow bigger and stronger. Just tell me what you want to do. Approach a man named Yulongza. I believe you can do it. You don't have to do much. Just hand over his laptop to us and your mission will be completed. Let me think about it. It does take some time for you to think about it. We'll come back tomorrow. I hope you can give us a satisfactory answer. At the same time, Han Fei was surrounded by Billy, Bill, Aaron, and Anthony. Brother Han, haven't you come up with a solution yet? Brother Han, you've already drunk 3 cups of coffee. It's hurting your stomach. Brother Han, Han Fei interrupted, stop arguing. I need to contact someone. Please stay away from me. Is it an important person? Billy wanted to ask a few more questions, but Anthony covered his mouth and he was carried away by Bill and Aaron. Anthony closed the door considerately. Brother Han, we won't disturb you. After being forcibly carried away, Billy was freed and asked in confusion, why didn't you let me ask more? If that man can really help Henry, we should treat him to a meal and thank him. You're stupid. Brother Han asked us to leave because he's a politician, and we're foreigners. Yes, he must be a high-ranking official of the Dragon Kingdom. We are harming him by inviting him to dinner. Oh, I almost forgot that I'm not from Dragon Country anymore. Billy said dejectedly, I'm never going back in this lifetime. I don't want to see my brother and sister-in-law. Out of sight, out of mind. I will live in Dragon Country forever. I want to become a Dragon Country person. Han Fei called the senior executive who had been helping him. He knew that this matter was very difficult for the top management. Since it involved foreign affairs, he would most likely be rejected. When the call was connected, the other party did not refuse. He gave Han Fei a very unexpected answer. We are very concerned about Henry's affairs. You know Henry too? I don't know him, but his case might involve something related to holographic technology, which is very complicated. Then are you willing to help him? We would like to, but there is no good way at the moment. It is difficult for people from our side to get in. Actually, I have a solution. It seems that Lao Han had thought it over carefully before making this call. Yes, I was prepared to be rejected by you, but I didn't expect the official to pay attention to Henry, a businessman. Tell me, what good ideas do you have? It's better for the dragon people not to get involved in this matter, but we still need to hire someone to rescue Henry. I have a candidate. Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me quickly. Owl. The voice of the senior executive was obviously excited. Why didn't I think of this? We captured Xiao secretly. The international community still doesn't know that Xiao has been arrested, so he is still the leader of a killer organization. He should have quite a few people under his command. Let him hand over a few of them. It would be best if one of them could sneak into the prison over there first. Breaking out of prison would be a very exciting experience for Henry. Lao Han, you are a genius. I have always thought that you are very suitable for politics. Why don't you help me? Han Fei played it off and said with a smile, I'm old and I really don't have time to take care of the kids at home. I envy you so much, you enjoy the joy of having grandchildren around you. Chapter 91. I changed my surname to Han, and I am Brother Han's half-brother. Henry was working in prison, peddling a sewing machine, when suddenly a man approached him. He became alert, thinking that they were sent by the three guys just like the two black men. Don't be nervous, I was sent by Boss Xiao. Henry, he had heard of this name before. He was the leader of a killer organization who once sent people to kill Brother Han. He didn't remember having any friendship with this owl. If you have to count it, it's only hatred. After all, Xiao was captured and taken to Longhua, and the people of Longhua went to the castle to take Xiao away. I'm telling you, we're going to run tonight. Henry, is this brother mentally healthy? Is this going to be a prison break movie? That's just a movie. Can it be done in real life? Once the infrared ray is fired, it will sweep directly and no one can escape. Seeing that Henry ignored him, the man lowered his voice and emphasized again, don't sleep too deeply tonight. Henry sighed. He couldn't sleep even though he wanted to. The three men wanted him to give an answer tomorrow, so tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. At night, Henry tossed and turned on his wooden bed. He thought about pretending to agree with the three men first, and then not following their orders when he got out, but he was also afraid of those people's methods. His escape to Longhua did not mean that there were no people of theirs in Longhua. They will keep an eye on me, and if Brother Han's family is implicated, it will be in trouble. We must come up with a foolproof plan. He really wanted to just die like this, without any worries. Hey, stop sleeping, let's go. The wall was suddenly pushed open. Henry was shocked. When did you dig the hole? The hole has been there for a long time. It was left by people in the past. I just know more about it. Can we really escape? But even if we do, we're still fugitives. We might as well stay in jail. I have a plan. Our people are waiting outside. I know several secret passages. How many? Henry thought it was a big deal to have one secret passage, but it turned out that this man knew several. We're killers, living on the edge of a knife, so we always have to have a way out. Henry's mouth twitched. Do you all know the secret passages of all the major prisons? The other party smiled mysteriously. Yes. Got it. All prisons have holes. How did you do it? It's not difficult. When the prison was built, our people were part of the engineering team. Awesome. No wonder this killer organization has been around for so long, with so many countries looking for them. Even if they were caught, they wouldn't give up their accomplices. It turns out they have a secret escape route. However, there are also a few prisons that we cannot handle. Is this the Dragon Country prison? How do you know? Henry smiled and said, I heard that the ancient emperor's tomb of Longhua taught future generations a lesson, so the prisons of Longhua are all guarded by layers of security. It seems that they were all built by the soldiers when the country was founded. It is impossible for others to sneak in. The ancient emperor of the Dragon Kingdom had the imperial mausoleum built, and he would eventually kill the builders. However, there would always be those who slipped through the net and robbed the mausoleum years later. Okay, this is the road. Let's get out from here, and my companions will take care of the rest. What happened next? He will take you to a plastic surgery clinic. You will need to cooperate with the anesthesia and sleep well. Henry, want to change my face? Anyway, your face can't be used anymore. We'll do our best to replace it with an Asian one. We'll also get you a fake identity when the time comes. You won't be called Henry anymore. Henry was taken out of the prison in a daze. Looking back, he was already very far away from the prison. I changed my face, but where's the original Henry? We have arranged for a body to be sent in through a secret passage. By then, the previous Henry will have burned himself to death. Henry found it magical and asked tentatively, who came up with all this? Oh, Boss Xiao said that your big brother thought so, and he was very lucky that he didn't offend this big brother to death. Henry was disheveled in the wind, and murmured foolishly, it's Brother Han. Henry didn't expect that even though his family had given up on him, Brother Han would never leave him and even come up with these ways to help him. He has been with Brother Han for so long, and he can see that Brother Han is a person with bottom lines and principles, who is unwilling to cross the legal bottom line. An upright person who is unwilling to compromise even on the expiration date of buns, but for his own.
Sake, he actually came up with these methods and even teamed up with the leader of the killer organization. In the past, Brother Han would never have teamed up with the leader of the killer organization. All this is to save myself. In order to save himself, Brother Han actually violated the principles he had always adhered to. Henry was so moved that he burst into tears.
Hey, why are you crying? I'm just so moved.
Brother Han must have gone through a lot of psychological struggle to save me.
Otherwise, how could he have teamed up with the killer?
He's such an upright man. The killer's mouth twitched. He remembered Boss Xiao saying, "It's a good thing that this big brother didn't come to steal my job when he was young, otherwise I would have been taken over long ago." Never offend the big brothers, they are all experienced old men. Xiaojie, do your best this time. Once Henry is rescued, change your appearance and send him to Dragon Country.
The people of Dragon Country will give you a new identity, and you don't have to be a killer anymore. Now that I, the leader, am gone, you can be free. Well, we're at the plastic surgery clinic, don't be moved yet.
I always feel that the reason you were moved is not right, but I can't say it. I'm afraid of offending that terrible old dang. Henry wiped his tears and lifted his hair. Can I choose the face I like?
You still picked it? Actually, I think Brother Han has a very nice face.
I want to look like Brother Han so that I can be his biological brother.
You are overthinking it. A biological brother is impossible, right? Who says it's impossible? As long as I look like Brother Han, I'll change my last name to Han and I'll be Brother Han's half-brother. Half-brother? Did you become stupid after being locked up in prison? Whatever you want, talk to Xiaoye yourself. Her craftsmanship is pretty good.
Many of our brothers have relied on her to change their appearance. Your assassin organization is full of talented people.
There's nothing we can do about it. When you're in the underworld, you always need to have more skills.
Henry took out a cherished photo, which he kept close to his body even when he was arrested.
Miss you, this is a photo of me and Brother Han. Can you help me look like Brother Han? This old dang is quite handsome, with a kind of dandy gentleman vibe.
Xiaoye took the photo and looked at it carefully, then looked at Henry's facial features. She reached out and touched Henry's facial bones, sighing, maybe a lot of bones need to be cut off, so the recovery will be slow.
It's okay, I'm willing to wait.
They're in a hurry to send you to Dragon Country, so they don't give you much time to recover.
Time is limited, so I'll do my best.
It might not be too similar, but I'll keep it within 50% of the resemblance.
Okay, I can fix it slowly later.
3 months later, when Han Fei saw a young face that looked 60% similar to his own, he was stunned.
Excuse me, are you my lost son? The original owner didn't have children? Even grandchildren? Henry smiled obscenely. Brother. I am your biological brother.
Chapter 92. Yulongzi said 2 words lightly, rebound. When Han Fei learned that this was Henry, oh no, it was Hanli, he felt terrible.
Are you okay? You're like this. Brother Han, I am now a dragon countryman.
My new identity is your biological brother, your half-brother.
What a half-brother.
Han Fei was too exhausted to complain. Han Fei took the person home.
Xiao Qi was sitting on the ground playing with Lego.
When he saw his grandfather coming back, he wanted to run over to hand him a pair of slippers, but at this moment he sat on the ground stupidly, looking up at his grandfather on the left, and then at the person on the right. Xiao Qi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears. Whoa, Grandpa is a bad guy, Grandpa is a big bad guy. Han Fei, Xiaolu ran out when he heard Xiao Qi crying. While coaxing Xiao Qi, he stared at Han Li vigilantly. Han Chengda rushed out and smashed the cup in his hand to the ground. I knew it.
I knew you let Grandma down.
You got married and had children outside, that's why you didn't come back to the village.
Han Fei, no way, can there be some trust between grandfather and grandson?
No, you misunderstood.
I am your uncle.
Henry explained in poor Dragon Country language. Xiao Qi blinked, scratched his ears, and then widened his eyes and asked in shock, Grandpa Henry? Henry, before coming here, he made up many versions of his life story. Among them, what made him most satisfied was, that year, there was chaos and war, and my father and mother were separated. My father lived in the village with my eldest brother, while my mother and I had to flee the country for some political reasons, so my dragon Mandarin was not very good, but before he could finish his nonsense, Shaoqi exposed him as soon as he opened his mouth.
How did you hear that? Henry said dejectedly. I tried to change my voice.
Shaoqi smiled and said, Shaoqi has good ears. Mommy said that Shaoqi is a smart child with sharp ears and eyes.
Xiaolu was dumbfounded. Is it really Grandpa Henry?
Han Shengda silently took the broom and swept away the broken pieces of the teacup that he had smashed. Han Fei glanced at him coldly and turned his head away. Han Shengda touched his nose, feeling very guilty, knowing that he had made the old man angry again, but this cannot be blamed on him. The old man suddenly brought back a man who was about the same age as his father and uncle, and who was about 60% similar to the old man. Anyone would have wrong ideas. In fact, he smashed the cup just because he was anxious and looking for an outlet to vent his anger. He admitted that he was wrong and a little too angry. He lowered his head and silently swept the broken glass into the dustpan, not daring to breathe.
It's me, and I won't pretend anymore. You better keep your mouths shut and don't tell anyone.
Just tell everyone that I'm your uncle, your grandfather's younger brother who's been living away from home.
Grandpa Henry, can I touch your face?
Shaoqi lay beside his legs, his little hands eager to move. Henry leaned over and smiled. The wounds are all healed. I don't have any prostheses, so feel free to touch them. Henry has a high nose bridge and deep facial features. His facial skeleton is very good and he does not need fillers or prostheses. However, if he wants to look like an Asian, he needs to grind and shave his bones, which is quite difficult. Shaoqi pinched his nose bridge and said in a soft voice, it's collapsed.
The hump here is gone. Did you cut it off? Henry nodded. The protruding bone of the original hump nose was cut off.
Shaoqi blows into his nose. Shaoqi will blow on you, it won't hurt anymore. Henry's nose was sore. Shaoqi is really amazing, you just call and the pain goes away. Shaoqi touched Henry's cheek again. The bones here seem to have changed a lot.
It's worn off a little.
My cheekbones were originally quite high. The chin here, originally Grandpa Henry's chin was double-jointed, like a baby's butt.
It's worn off, too. Now it's like your grandfather's, a little flat and with a little pocket.
Shaoqi's eyes were filled with tears. Grandpa Henry must have suffered a lot. Henry didn't expect that the person who cared about him the most was not his family, but the little kid Shaoqi. From now on, Shaoqi will be his family, and he is also a person who has his family to love and care for him. Shaoqi, your uncle brought you a lot of fun things from abroad.
Come, look at this.
This is called a kaleidoscope. Wow, it's so beautiful.
It even changes shape. It's like it contains all the fireworks in the sky.
Han Fei felt relieved when he saw Henry and Shaoqi having fun. Xiaolu quietly pulled Han Fei and said, Grandpa, is he really a dragon countryman now?
Han Fei nodded. Is he really our uncle? If you don't want to, you don't have to call him uncle. Just pretend he doesn't exist. No, I like him very much. I would like to call him uncle.
Go play with your sister. Xiaolu nodded and said, Grandpa, I will tell my sister not to let anything slip. He is our uncle, not Grandpa Henry anymore. Han Fei touched his head and said, You are so clever. Y-Universe Era was extremely popular, leading to a rapid increase in sales of domestic mobile phones. In order to play this game, you have to replace your mobile phone with a foreign brand. At the beginning, many people criticized you, and some even went to the Consumer Rights Department to complain. However, this game does not have any pay-to-win activities. At most, you are forced to watch 2 advertisements, and the higher-ups have also specifically notified you about this, so all complaints have fallen on deaf ears. Seeing that it was useless, the complainants started posting various messages online, hoping that more people would join them. Their only goal is, if you don't put foreign systems on the shelves, they won't play. You will lose a group of customers. No one paid any attention to them. Their presence or absence made no difference to the game's popularity. The game was still a hit, and they were like children who cried and rolled around because they couldn't get their candy. They were a joke. Those people quietly deleted the posts and went to buy domestic mobile phones. The 2-hour daily limit caused a lot of complaints, but the official message said that too many people were playing and they were afraid that the server would crash, so the 2-hour limit would help the game run more smoothly. In universities, offices, and every home, the most talked about topic recently is the game Y-Universe Era. Fathers and sons, mothers and sons, and grandfathers and Grandchildren, who originally had a generation gap in age, now have something to talk about after playing this game. The family atmosphere has also improved, becoming warmer and more harmonious. There is only a group of people who can only say that the grapes are sour because they can't eat them. These people were the low-quality black fans who slandered, swore, and cursed the ancestors online when the real young master of the U family returned. These people have been locked down by the authorities. Even if they change their phones and download the game, they cannot enter and play because they need to verify their face every time they enter the page. As a result, they cannot play the game at all and are always ejected by a flash screen. A group of haters including Chen Hao are still full of energy and scold Yu Longza online every day, calling him a chicken-hearted person and other unpleasant things to the ears, but this couldn't hurt Yu Longza at all. Sometimes Yu Longza would go online for a malicious purpose, enter forums that cursed him, and leave 2 words, rebound. Those people were so angry that they jumped up and down, and started to output even more crazily. Why Yu Long said 2 words lightly, rebound. Those people were so angry that they gradually lost their temper and the posts changed from abusive to apology. Among them, Chen Hao wrote a 10,000-word confession. After reading it, Yu Longza left a line of words lightly, if you can eat the shit you pooped out, I will forgive you. This time, Chen Hao did not just leave, but wrote another 30,000-word apology letter. This time Yu Long left 2 words. Forget it. Chen Hao opened the Y Universe Era app again. After facial verification, he miraculously did not get logged out. Instead, he entered the world he had been looking forward to exploring. Chapter 93. I advise you to find an expert to see. It is better to be safe than sorry. Inside the dilapidated temple, the old man dug out a strange bronze statue with 3 heads and 6 arms from under a wooden shelf. The bronze statue has a strange and hideous face, with eyes as big as copper bells and a mouth full of sharp teeth, which does not look like a human. The old man took out 2 crescent-shaped pieces of wood, with the outside convex and the inside flat. The convex surface is called Yin. The flat surface is called the Yang. If Yin and Yang are called the Holy Grail. The old man, barefoot, picked up the divination blocks and circled them 3 times on the incense burner. He then knelt before the strange bronze statue with 3 heads and 6 arms, mumbling his name, birthday, and address. The child I raised is not filial to me. Now he is so successful and famous, but he doesn't care about my life or death. This child is unfaithful and unfilial. I beg the gods to punish him and vent my anger on my behalf. He threw the divination blocks high up in the air, and they fell to the ground. Yin cup, 2 convex sides, 2 yin sides. It means that it is not allowed, the gods do not allow it, or the gods are angry, or it is very bad. The old man's heart tightened. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed, then threw the divination blocks again, this time for the laughing cup, for those with 2 planes, 2 positive sides. It means that the explanation is unclear and the idea is undecided. His face was filled with pain, and he wailed pitifully. I raised him and was very kind to him. Why can't I ask for something in return? If I hadn't picked him up, he would have died long ago. He would have died long ago. Now that he's been found by his wealthy parents, he actually refuses to acknowledge me, the father who raised him. How could such an unfaithful and unfilial person still succeed? How could he achieve such great success? I don't want anything in return from him now. I just want him to be in trouble. I want him to be the unluckiest person in the world. The 3rd time he threw the divination blocks, the Holy Grail he had been waiting for finally appeared. Holy Grail, 1 flat and 1 convex, 1 yang and 1 yin, indicates a request for instructions. Yes, okay, I agreed. He showed a smug smile. You heartless wolf cub, you will suffer. He took a piece of black cloth from the dilapidated temple, went to Yu's house, and hung the black cloth on the door. The security patrol saw the sneaky old man and shouted, "Hey, who allowed you to enter the villa area? Stop right there." The old man ran away and climbed over the wall. Yu's father just came back from get off work and saw the security guard standing in front of the door. He frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" "Mr. Yu, a man just now was sneaking around and tied this thing to the iron gate. I was just trying to take it off." Yu's father came closer and said angrily, "What kind of psychopath would hang rags in front of my door? It's bad luck." The security guard took off the black cloth and apologized. "It's my fault for not keeping a good lookout and letting such a sick person in." Yu's father waved his hand and said, "Burn this thing. I don't know if it's just a pair of torn pants. I'll go burn it now." Yu's father entered the villa and immediately forgot about the matter and didn't take it to heart. The security guard found an iron basin, lit the black cloth and threw it in, and the security team leader saw the fire and rushed over, looking ferocious. "What are you doing?
What if there is a fire? Someone hung this thing on the iron gate of the Yu family's house, and Mr. Yu asked me to burn it. Burn it up quickly, be careful with the fire. The two men did not dare to be careless and stared at the fire in the basin, fearing that a spark would fly out and cause a disaster. The black cloth burned out, forming black smoke. The smoke formed a strange shape, like a phantom with 3 heads and 6 arms. The young security guard rubbed his eyes and asked, "Did I see it wrong? Why do I see a person with 3 heads and 6 arms? Is it Neza?" The security team leader said with a serious face, "This matter is probably not simple. I have to go talk to Mr. Yu." "Captain, did you see that too?" "I see. This is a wealthy area, and many things can't be judged by common sense." He has been working as a security guard in this wealthy area for 30 years, from the age of 18 to now 48, and has seen too many strange and bizarre things. For example, there once lived a female star in this place. She was beautiful and kind-hearted, but for some reason, she lost her mind and ended up living with a fat, poor guy. Later, the female star committed suicide. The fat, poor guy got all the money of the female star and turned himself into a real estate tycoon. Immediately afterwards, anyone who opposed him or tried to bid for a piece of land would encounter an accident. Whatever he wants, even if it doesn't belong to him originally, even if it's land he is not qualified to bid for, will eventually fall into his hands. 30 years of work experience made the security team captain suspect that this piece of black cloth was not simple and that someone might have cast a spell on the Yu family. Mr. Yu poured a cup of milk tea for the security team captain. The captain of the security team, "Old man, has your taste changed?" "Ha, it has changed a long time ago. I'm not young anymore, and my blood sugar has been high recently." The security team leader was a little embarrassed. "Don't worry, it's a sugar substitute, even diabetics can have a sip." The security team leader finally took a sip and praised the drink repeatedly. "It tastes really good. It's much better than what's sold outside. Yes, it's the best Dahompo, with a rich buffalo milk flavor. My old friend made it especially for me. It's calcium-rich and refreshing. It's delicious." The security team leader drank it all. Mr. Yu smiled and said, "If it tastes good, drink more." He asked someone to refill the security captain's glass. The captain of the security team was overjoyed and started drinking again. His blood sugar index has been high recently, and his mother, wife, and children at home are all staring at him. Whenever he eats a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, he will be bombarded by everyone. He has almost forgotten what sweetness tastes like. It tastes delicious, it's really delicious. I wish I could have another cup. Rich people's food is really good. It's delicious and doesn't raise blood sugar. "What do you want to talk to me about?" asked Mr. Yu. The security team leader slapped his forehead and said, "I was so drunk on milk tea that I forgot all the important things. Old man, someone tied a piece of black cloth to your iron gate today." Mr. Yu also saw it and asked the security guard to burn it. "We burned the black cloth according to his instructions, but the smoke from the burning black cloth..." He paused, leaned close to Old Man Yu's ear, and said in a very soft voice, "The smoke formed a phantom with 3 heads and 6 arms. It's not clear, but it's very strange." Old Master Yu's heart skipped a beat. "You mean, someone is using some evil means to target the Yu family?" "Old man, I advise you to find an expert to take a look. It's better to be safe than sorry." "Thank you very much. Do you have any connections?" 3 buildings ahead, last year, the kid there seemed to have lost his soul. They found a master, and he recovered soon. You can go ask him. After the security team captain left, Mr. Yu called his son to ask about the situation. Yu's father said nonchalantly, "It's just a madman tied up a piece of rag." "Don't be suspicious, old man. What do you know? It's better to believe it than not to believe it. Old man, I have to play the national anthem for you." Chapter 94. Young Master has been extremely unlucky along the way. Yu's father actually opened his phone and played the national anthem. Old Master Yu picked up his slippers and hit him. "Why are you playing the national anthem so late at night? It should only be played during flag raising. It's disrespectful. Aren't you close to Sandong? Something happened to their family last year, didn't you know?" "Last year? What could have happened to Xiao Chen's family? You and that guy named Chen from Building 3 go to shady places like bars and KTVs together, and you're called best buddies. How come you don't know anything about his family?" Xiao Chen and I have a very close relationship.
It's not that he won't tell me, but I'm the one who doesn't ask.
I'll ask him right now, and he'll definitely tell me everything.
Yu's father immediately called Xiao Chen and asked about the strange incident last year. Xiao Chen hesitated on the phone. It's okay, it's nothing serious, it's all in the past, there's no need to mention it again. Hearing the voice playing on the hands-free mode, Mr. Yu looked at his son provocatively. It's as if his eyes are saying, look, you treat him like a close friend, but he's hiding something from you. He even boasts that if you ask, he'll tell you everything. Yu's father was so embarrassed that he became angry. He got angry at the person on the other end of the phone. I always ask you to be a princess first, but you hesitate when encountering something. You don't treat me as a brother at all.
Let's not play together anymore.
Hearing this, old man Yu rolled his eyes and thought to himself, he's already old, and he's still threatening others by saying we won't play together anymore.
How childish. This son is a waste.
Surprisingly, when Xiao Chen heard this threat, he immediately started begging for mercy. Xiao Yu, we grew up together, how could I possibly hide this from you? It's just that this matter is really hard to talk about. It concerns the reputation of the old man and my younger brother. I'm afraid that if it gets out, the old man will punish me.
You tell me, I won't tell anyone else.
Hey, alright, just don't tell anyone.
I definitely won't tell anyone, just tell me. Here's what's going on.
My parents gave me a younger brother, their second child, at an advanced age. Last year, he suddenly became unhinged, as if he'd lost his soul. He used to have good grades, but last year he failed every subject. My grandfather thought my little brother was bullied at school, which is why his grades plummeted. But after asking around, he found out that my little brother wasn't bullied, he was the one who bullied others. My younger brother and his friends once bullied a transfer student, causing him to be afraid to go to school.
The transfer student's father hired an expert and used some shady tactics to set up a trap.
The child who bullied the transfer student has become very strange. He can't concentrate on studying, is absent-minded all day, and even has serious symptoms of sleepwalking. My old man invited an expert to help him break the situation, so my little brother has returned to normal. This kind of thing was caused by my shamelessness in provoking others, and I deserved the retaliation later. The old man felt embarrassed, so he forbade me to spread the news.
Yu's father was suspicious. Is this really the case? Your little brother may have simply failed the exam, and it has nothing to do with this matter, right? Hey, I knew you wouldn't believe it even if I told you.
Actually, I didn't believe it at first. I even suspected that my younger brother was in love, which was why his academic performance plummeted. I investigated and found that my younger brother developed these symptoms after bullying that transfer student.
And everyone who bullied the transfer student at the time is now like this.
1 or 2 is an accident, but if several people develop these symptoms, it's not an accident.
After hanging up the phone, Yu's father looked incredulous. Grandpa, is this really happening?
Old man Yu sighed. This kind of thing used to happen a lot, but it's less common now. Transport companies used to compete with each other, and when normal means couldn't accomplish something, they'd resort to unconventional tactics. Some casinos, hotels, clubs, all resort to unconventional tactics to some degree.
What exactly is that piece of black cloth? Yu's father said solemnly, did someone curse our Yu family? Leave it alone for now.
I'm going to take Xiaolong back to our ancestral land tomorrow.
Will you come with us? No, no, no. Father Yu shook his head repeatedly and took several steps back. I'm busy. Old man, I'm very busy.
I still have a lot of documents to look at.
I'm going to go get busy first.
Looking at his fleeing figure, old man Yu cursed, coward.
Old Han, are you free recently? It's quite empty. Henry is now Hanli, the children's uncle.
He works harder than the real grandfather and is very good at taking care of and coaxing the children. The little boss had misunderstood him before, and perhaps because he felt guilty, he had restrained himself a lot recently, so Han Fei's life was quite comfortable.
How about accompanying me back to the Yu family's ancestral land? Does everyone in your Yu family really have that birthmark? Yes, go and see for yourself. From young to old, everyone has it.
It's magical, like a totem of inheritance. Haha, actually the clan leader also said something similar. He said this is a kind of inheritance totem.
When are you leaving? We'll pick you up tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock?
No, I'll go to Yu's house to see you tomorrow. After notifying Han Fei, Grandpa Yu waited for his grandson Xiaolong to come back. Usually, Xiaolong would have come back at this time, but today, no matter how long he waited, Xiaolong still hadn't come back. Why don't we give him a call and urge him to come back?
If he doesn't come back for dinner, we can eat first?
Father Yu looked at the table full of cold dishes, his stomach rumbling.
What if Xiaolong is busy? No phone calls.
Yu's father felt so aggrieved that he had already secretly reached for the chopsticks, ready to take a bite while the old man wasn't paying attention. Yu's mother glanced at him and said, "How dare you eat it?" Father Yu was so frightened that he withdrew his hand and lowered his voice. "Don't scream, if the old man hears me, I'm done." Yu's mother stared at him. "If you dare to eat first, I will scream."
"I'm waiting to see Dad spank you." "You woman, I'm your man, are you happy when I get beaten?"
"Yes, I am happy. I enjoy watching it." Ever since this lady didn't care about her image and hit people with a wine bottle, she has let herself go and become a fighter in the circle of ladies. If anyone dares to be sarcastic to her, she will hit them with the wine bottle, and her temper is getting worse and worse. Father Yu touched his nose. In his heart, he was actually a little afraid of his daughter-in-law who might beat someone up at any time. A group of wealthy women's husbands had complained to him. He said that his wife cursed at someone else's wife, grabbed a wine bottle from someone else's wife, and slapped someone else's wife. Every time he felt cold in his heart, he didn't dare go home and blame his wife, for fear that the anger would fall on him. If he didn't slap those ladies, he would slap himself. Another half hour passed, and Yu's father was completely exhausted from hunger.
What's wrong with this kid? Why didn't he come back or call? Did he eat out?
Yu's mother said coldly, "Even if the child has eaten outside, you are not allowed to say anything to him when he comes back.
If you say anything bad about him."
Yu's mother moved the joints of her hands, and there was a sound of bones creaking. Yu's father trembled. "Here she comes, she is warming up, she is about to slap me." Father Yu coughed dryly and said, "I didn't say anything."
"How could I possibly say anything about him? I was just complaining to you. I couldn't possibly say anything about him. I absolutely wouldn't say anything about him."
Yulongza came back, but his condition made the whole family worried. At this moment, Yulongza had dirt on his head, his clothes were covered in mud and water, and the skin near his eyes and temples was broken.
"Xiaolong, what's wrong with you? Were you robbed?"
Yu's mother stepped forward and anxiously supported her son, checking him up and down. While Yulongza was still a little uncomfortable with his mother's concern. He blushed and shook his head. "No, I didn't encounter any robbers."
The bodyguard standing by looked sad.
The young master was hit by a flower pot that was blown down by the wind. "Luckily, I pushed him away, but dirt fell on his head." The young master tried to reach out and wipe the dirt off his head, but his fingernails scratched his face. Then, a passing car splashed him with mud. This journey was extremely unlucky.
Chapter 95. Shaoshan, it's too formal for you to call me Mr. Han.
Just call me Dad. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Han Fei was ready to go out and arrived at Yu's house before 8 o'clock. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw a man squatting at the door. The man was wearing a purple Taoist robe, with his head lowered. His hair was very long, as if he hadn't had a haircut for a year or two.
This Taoist priest? Han Fei frowned. Are you begging for alms here?
The middle-aged man who was dozing off at the door suddenly woke up. He raised his head and looked at Han Fei sleepily. Han Fei saw the other person's face clearly and felt that it looked familiar. Suddenly, I remembered that in the original novel, Xiao Lu had an uncle who was a Taoist priest. Now, could this guy be Xiao Lu's uncle? In the original book, Xiao Lu later became a capitalist tycoon and did many unscrupulous things, naturally making many enemies. Those enemies used all kinds of means to retaliate against Xiao Lu, and later used some evil magic, which made Xiao Lu very unlucky for a while, and he was almost injured by a stray bullet. Just when he was unlucky enough to be hospitalized, a man came to him. He was his uncle who had been missing for many years. His uncle helped him break the impasse and later stayed with Xiao Lu, helping him resist the evil tactics from various forces. It was precisely because of this reading that Han Fei said with certainty that his idiot uncle was still alive when Xiao Lu mentioned him.
Who are you?
The purple-robed man counted with his fingers, his eyes widening.
A dying man, yet not dead yet. Judging from your philtrum, you have the appearance of longevity.
How is it possible? Han Fei smiled. It seemed that this man was really Xiaoliu's uncle.
He was quite capable, the original owner was indeed a dying person.
After I traveled through time, he exercised and kept a young mentality. Who knows, he might really be a long-lived old man.
You look like my sixth grandson, Han Fei said, imitating his mysterious tone and pretending to pinch his fingers.
The purple-robed man was stunned, and his hands were calculating so quickly that sparks seemed to be flying.
You are really Xiaolu and Xiaoqi's grandfather?
What else? The purple-robed man muttered, I thought it was a ghost. Han Fei's heart tightened, but he kept smiling and asked, I didn't hear what you said clearly.
The purple-robed man waved his hand, it's okay if you didn't hear it. Where are my nephews and nieces? I want to see them.
Han Fei invited the person in. Today is Saturday, the two children will sleep until 8 o'clock, will you wait? The purple-robed man sat on the sofa and nodded. I was afraid of waking them up, so I didn't dare knock on the door when I got there.
I just waited outside. Han Shengda got up and walked out. He was startled when he saw the man on the sofa. Stupid uncle?
The purple-robed man said sternly, watch your words.
Han Shengda's eyes widened, you are alive?
The idiot who has been missing for 2 years is back. He is still alive and seems to have become normal. The purple-robed man frowned at Han Shengda. Seeing that the brat was under a dark cloud and had a greenish hue between his brows, it was an ominous sign. He sighed, took out a yellow talisman from his pocket, folded it into a triangle, and handed it to him. Wear it on you.
Han Shengda took it stupidly, and after realizing what was happening, he returned it. What's wrong with you? You're no longer a fool, but a liar? The purple-robed man shook his head, the dark clouds are pressing down. I don't need my amulet to block them.
Be careful of being entangled by dirty things.
I don't believe it. It's totally incomprehensible. Han Shengda looked at Han Fei who was watching the show on the side. Did you let this liar in?
Han Fei shrugged, he is Xiaoliu's uncle.
He was always weird before, and now he's even more weird. I even suspect he was just pretending to be stupid. Han Shengda asked, where did you go before? Why are you dressed like this? What's your purpose for coming here now?
Han Fei felt inexplicably balanced when he saw the purple-robed man being harassed by the little boss. Well, little boss isn't just targeting himself. It turns out he is like this to everyone, sensitive, irritable, and has a bad temper, it seems. I really need to take him to see a psychiatrist.
He seems to be in a rebellious period, right?
Han Fei touched his chin, wondering if the little boss would be so angry that he would jump up and down if he suggested taking him to see a psychologist.
He must look so cute when he was angry. I am such a good grandfather. No matter what the kids look like, I think they are cute unconditionally. The noise outside woke up the children. Xiaolu and Xiaoqi walked out of the room.
When they saw the man in purple robe, they were stunned for a moment. Xiaoqi reacted faster than Xiaolu. She rushed over and threw herself into her uncle's arms.
Uncle, Xiaoqi misses you so much.
Where did you go to play?
Why didn't you take Xiaoqi with you?
The man in purple robe picked up Xiaoqi, weighed him, and felt relieved when he confirmed that Xiaoqi had gained weight. It seems that Xiaoqi's grandfather is raising his child well. He looked at Xiaoqi's fair and tender little face with a rosy complexion, then at Xiaoqi's bright black eyes and hair. It seems that Xiaoqi eats well and gets enough vitamins and nutrition, otherwise her hair wouldn't be so good, her eyes wouldn't be so bright, and she looks so healthy. Her face looks very noble, which is the kind of blessed appearance that only a little girl who was treated like a princess can have. Han Fei was just about to call Lao Yu to tell him that he had something going on at home and couldn't accompany him to the Yu family's ancestral land. However, just as he picked up the phone, Lao Yu called first.
Hey, old Han, something happened. My grandson has been cursed. We can't go to the ancestral land for the time being. Send someone from the ancestral land over here.
I'm also looking for a master here, but I don't know if it will be of any use. Mr. Yu spoke very quickly, even a little too quickly, and his words were very confusing. Han Fei's eyes fell on the purple-robed man and narrowed his eyes. Wait, I'll bring someone over. The man in purple robe felt that he was being stared at. He turned around and met Han Fei's narrowed eyes. His heart skipped a beat and he sensed danger, as if he was being stared at by a falcon. He wondered what to call the other person. When he went to his brother-in-law's house with his sister before, he always called his brother-in-law's mother Mom. Now this is his brother-in-law's father. Does he have to call him Dad too? It's okay that I was a fool before, there's no shame in calling you Dad. Now he couldn't scream. Xiao Zi, let's go somewhere with Dad. Han Fei hooked his arm around her and smiled. Xiaolu told me that you called my deceased wife Mom, so why don't you just call me Dad? The purple-robed man looked at Xiaolu as Xiaolu stuck out her tongue at him and ran away. Mr. Han, my name is not Xiao Zi, my current name is Shan Chang. Oh, Xiao Shan, it's too formal for you to call me Mr. Han. Call me Dad. Han Fei handed over a check. You just told Xiaolu that you've been living in Longhu Mountain. Longhu Mountain hasn't had any renovations or improvements to its housing environment in years, and its reputation has been overshadowed by Maoshan. Here, take this money and go back to thank your master. If your master hadn't saved you, you might have died out there, and Xiaolu and Xiaoqi would be left without an uncle. Look at the zeros on the check, 10 million. Shan Chang decisively swallowed the 3 words old man and changed his words, Dad Han. Chapter 96, The Beautiful, Strong and Tragic Villain in the Book, Han Shengda. A paradoxical being who can become a Buddha with one thought and a demon with another. Good son, Daddy will take you to make money. After getting in the car, Shan Chang belatedly asked, where are we going? As long as you do this job well, Xiao Shan, you will become famous in the circle of rich people and wait for you to be treated like a guest of honor. Can I make a lot of money? Shan Chang's eyes lit up thinking of the dilapidated buildings of Longhu Mountain, the moldy and smelly quilts of the young disciples, and the extremely bland meals. He was eager to improve the lives of the disciples of Longhu Mountain. Han Fei met his shining eyes and recalled how he had done many immoral things to help Xiaolu in the book, and later became an evil cultivator. He said earnestly, Xiao Shan, you must control yourself. Don't do anything harmful to the world for money. In fact, all you need to do is to break the deadlock. Not only will you accumulate virtue and do good deeds, but you can also make a lot of money. Even if it's 100 million, there are many people who will offer it with both hands. Is this 10 million check real? Shan Chang felt that Mr. Han was a little unreliable. 100 million? That's too much. Are those rich people that rich? Forging a check is illegal. I am a law-abiding citizen. Han Fei smiled. Shan Chang stared at his face suspiciously. He couldn't tell anything using physiognomy. He could only see that this man had originally been dying, but later had a great opportunity and now showed signs of longevity. He was at least a centenarian, but looking at his palace of wealth, it is vague. Logically, he is a poor person, but his palace of servants is full and thick, which is a very contradictory face. Shan Chang rubbed his eyes, feeling that they were sore and painful from looking for so long. His master once told him that if someone makes you feel tired, your eyes will become sore, or you will feel dizzy if you look at them for a few more seconds. You should never try to spy on them. I'm afraid this person is extraordinary. He must be extremely rich and powerful, and have great merits to protect him. He is not someone a small Taoist priest can easily spy on. In ancient times, this situation would only occur to prime ministers, cabinet ministers, emperors, royal relatives, and people who could change the country's destiny. Shan Chang's heartbeat quickened, and he felt a little breathless. He no longer dared to peek into Han Fei's face in future. Do your eyes hurt? Han Fei asked with a smile. What do you see on my face? Shan Chang waved his hands repeatedly. Dad Han, I dare not look at you for too long. It's too much for me. It seems you have figured something out. Tell me about it? I can't say it. Shan Chang waved his hands repeatedly, and really didn't dare to look again, keeping his eyes closed the whole time. Dad Han, I'm afraid I might not be able to catch my breath, my heart might stop, and I might die of shock. Please don't let me see your face. Shan Chang took out a pair of sunglasses from his cloth bag and put them on, then turned his head to look out the window. Han Fei, not really? What kind of lake beast am I? Shan Chang leaned against the car window, keeping a distance from Han Fei. This posture proved that Han Fei was more lethal than the beast in the lake. Han Fei shrugged. When you said that the little boss would be haunted by something dirty, were you trying to scare him, or were you serious? Although I have only been in the Tao for a short time, because I was once a fool with a pure heart, I am quite talented in cultivation.
I will not be wrong about that child.
Shansheng said carefully, he may be a person of great goodness, or he may be a person of great evil.
It's ambiguous. What's the difference between saying it and not saying it?
What I mean is, if he's not taught well, what he does will be extremely evil, and it will attract dirty things, making him worse and worse, with no way back. But he actually has a good side, a side that can become a Buddha with a single thought and a demon with a single thought. Han Fei believed it in his heart. Little Boss is a very contradictory character in the book. He is a cruel man who kills people like crazy, but he is also a kind-hearted person who robs the rich and helps the poor. He could kill everyone in a casino and steal all their money, or he could turn around and donate all the money to an orphanage, to poor mountainous areas, to build roads, to repair houses, and finally have nothing left. Because of his childhood experiences, he was worried that the tragedy would happen to him again. He asked the director of the orphanage he donated to promise him that he must improve the adoption conditions and conduct layer-by-layer screening and review. Even after a child was adopted, he had to visit once a year. If he found that the child was not doing well, he had to take the child back to the orphanage immediately. If a child does not want to be adopted and does not want to leave the orphanage, the child should not be forced. With his donation, the orphanage can afford to raise these children and send them to school. When they grow up, they will also be provided with low-rent housing. Everything is arranged in place, and there is no need for others to raise the children, and the orphanage can afford it all. Naturally, the directors all agreed. He is willing to pay for road construction, house repairs, environmental improvements, patrols, and geological surveys in impoverished areas. Once there are signs of danger such as landslides, earthquakes, and floods, all people will be evacuated immediately. Even if it is a false alarm and causes financial losses, he will bear all the consequences. He robbed several casinos, raided several ice-making basements, and held up several black bars, accumulating wealth by robbing fellow thieves, but he was also the poorest person and never had any money on him. When he was captured, he did not resist. In fact, he was willing to raise his gun and fight back. He could definitely escape, but he did not kill any police officer. Every country has its laws and every family has its rules. Even though he is a real-life Yazihua who robs the rich and helps the poor and is admired by others, he is also a murderer with blood on his hands. Finally, he was caught by the law, and when he was sentenced, he was very calm. His only wish was to tell the children that their dad was traveling around the world. When he died, countless villagers came out of the mountains and surrounded the execution ground. They are waiting for their hero. Each of them held a stick of incense and lit it, hoping that the curling smoke would point him in a clear direction. They don't think their hero is a murderer. They think their hero is a god sent by God to help them. Now the time has come. He has overcome the tribulation and completed this journey of life. It is time for him to return to the ranks of immortals and continue to be an immortal. When the ashes were sent out, people were asked who his family members were and who wanted to take them away.
Everyone was scrambling to get them.
Every village wanted to take the hero back, send him to the ancestral hall, and worship him as an ancestor. In the end, it was Han Shengshan, a relative, who took the little boss away. Because he was the little boss's relative, the village heads and villagers of various mountain villages finally calmed down. On the day of Han Chengda's burial, thousands of people held umbrellas to see him off, burned incense and kowtowed. The old people in the mountains sang the mantra for rebirth, which is also used to liberate the souls of the dead. It can eliminate the 4 major sins: killing, stealing, the 5 heinous crimes, and the 10 evil deeds. All sins can be eliminated. If reincarnation truly existed, the elders hoped their hero would be reborn as a human, free from punishment for his past sins. He had already been punished in the human world, and all was paid for. If one were to calculate his merits, the lives he saved far outweighed those he killed. They simply prayed for the hero's well-being and a happy next life. Pulling his thoughts back, Han Fei looked out of the car and saw that they had arrived at the villa area where the Yu family lived. After the security guard called the Yu family to confirm, he let the car pass. The car drove into the villa and arrived in front of the Yu family villa.
Mr. Yu was already waiting at the door.
"Old Han, you're here."
"Who is this?"
Old man Yu looked at the purple-robed Taoist priest beside Han Fei and asked in a low voice, "Is this purple-robed Taoist priest real or fake?" There are several other purple-robed Taoist priests inside. 3 of them are fake and were driven away after being exposed. The other 4 real purple-robed Taoist priests are from Mashan and are trying to use the formation to help break the situation.
Chapter 97 Shancheng, Dad Han, I'm going to faint. He fainted immediately and Han Fei almost didn't catch it. Have you already invited 4 purple robes? My son hired them. The 3 scammers were pointed out by the other 4 purple-robed men. That guy is just unreliable. My son is more reliable. This is my son. Han Fei introduced with a smile, Shaoshan, this is your Uncle Yu. Shancheng pursed his lips and called out, hello, Uncle Yu. Old Master Yu was shocked and lowered his voice, didn't your son have an accident? My 3 biological children all met with accidents. This one is my daughter-in-law's younger brother. He was originally my half-son. Now that I don't have a biological son, I've promoted him to a higher position. Old Master Yu nodded in understanding. Whose uncle is he? Little 6 and little 7's. It seems that Xiaolu looks like him, with the same nose and chin. Han Fei smiled and nodded. The nephew looks like his uncle. When I entered the Yu family, I saw a large-scale battle array. I saw a Taoist in a purple robe holding small flags, and small flags were inserted in various parts of the room. Yu Long was forced to stand in the middle of the hall, and you could see from his face that he had lost all hope in life. TSK, another liar. It's not certified by our Mao Shan. Even if it's wearing a purple robe, it's still a fake bought on the street. Mr. Yu, why don't you kick this liar out? Mr. Yu's face was stiff. He absolutely trusts Lao Han. The fact that Lao Han can bring his adopted son here means that this adopted son must have some real skills and is definitely not a liar. These 4 people actually pointed at the people brought by Lao Han and called them liars, just like they had driven away the other 3 people before. It seems that the 3 of them may not be scammers, but these 4 of them are definitely not good people. You all shut up, he's my best friend's son. The 4 men had gloomy expressions. The purple-robed Taoist holding the small flag folded the flag. Yu Long, who was in the formation, immediately turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. The purple-robed Taoist sneered, since Mr. Yu won't chase him away, then we'll have to go. If anything happens to your grandson, you can't blame us. Xiao Long. Old Master Yu rushed over and supported the staggering Yu Long Zida while Yu Long wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head weakly. Grandpa, I'm fine. I believe in Grandpa Han. Don't drive Grandpa Han and the others away. Master Yu wants us to leave. Then we'll say goodbye. If you want to invite us down the mountain again in the future, you must bring enough money. If it's 10 times less than this time, don't even think about inviting us. The purple-robed Taoist swung his sleeves vigorously. Shancheng, who was beside Han Fei, saw Yu Longzi vomiting blood and immediately felt dizzy. Dad Han, I'm going to faint. Han Fei, are you okay? Dad Han, let me faint for a while. After saying that, he fainted. Han Fei fainted so suddenly that he almost couldn't catch it. The 4 purple-robed Taoists saw this scene and burst into laughter. What the hell? Are you pretending to be faint? Did you see us getting scared? This person seems to be the last disciple of the old Taoist priest Nubizi from Longhu Mountain? It was just collected 2 years ago, right? He's already old, and he's only been studying for 2 years, yet he dares to wear a purple robe. Aren't you afraid that the Taoist master will send down a thunderbolt to kill him? Not only does he dare to wear a purple robe, he also dares to compete with us for business. He's really brave. Mr. Yu, this loser who only studied for 2 years pretended to faint when he saw us and didn't even dare to confront us face to face. How dare you use him? Aren't you afraid that your grandson, who was originally just unlucky, will be killed by him? If you want to get out now. Don't curse my grandson. Old Master Yu looked at them coldly. My grandson won't be unlucky if he doesn't go out. He's vomiting blood because of you. Are you blaming us? If we do something, do you think your grandson will just spit out blood? Brother, stop talking nonsense with this old man, let's go back to the mountain. Let's go back and wait. He will definitely beg us to come down the mountain. We are the only ones who can break this vicious curse. When the time comes, we will make him kneel down and kowtow to us on the mountain. The 4 of them swung their sleeves and left, looking very certain that Mr. Yu would come to them for help, their eyes full of disdain and contempt for Han Fei and Shancheng. Han Fei placed the unconscious Shancheng on the sofa and shook his head.
he failed at the critical moment and even missed the chance to fight back.
Olju, aren't you afraid that my son won't be able to solve the problem? You let them go so easily. Have you paid the money? My good-for-nothing son paid for it. What a fool.
He paid before the job was done.
He said it was a travel fee and a door-to-door fee. Yu's father and mother invited 2 more people in from outside.
When they entered, they were met by the 4 purple-robed Taoists who had left in anger.
Yu's father was puzzled. Why did you leave? Can't you save my son? Yu's mother looked gloomy and said, even the purple-robed Taoist priest can't break the curse?
The purple-robed Taoist sneered, Mr. Xiaoyu, your father has hired someone more capable.
He doesn't look down on us. Since you look down on us, the problem is not with us. We will not return the money we collected.
Mr. Xiaoyu, if the people your father hired are useless, you can come to us again. However, the next time you go down the mountain, the fee won't be 1 million. Even if you pay 10 times that, it all depends on our mood. Yu's father wiped his sweat, muttering to himself, down the mountain, the driver is my driver, the car is my car, I took you here, and I charged 1 million each, not including the subsequent disposal costs.
Now, 10 million is too little? How shady.
Yu's mother rushed in anxiously, wanting to ask her father what was going on and why he didn't let the 4 purple-robed Taoists take action. When she saw Old Man Han and then looked at the purple-robed Taoists beside Old Man Han, she suddenly understood and asked, did Old Man Han invite this Taoist?
Han Fei smiled and said, my son.
Mr. Yu added, Old Han's late daughter-in-law's younger brother is now Old Han's adopted son, whom he treats as his own son. Yu's mother immediately understood why her father chose to drive away the 4 purple-robed Taoists. Old Han is a great benefactor to their family. He took in Xiaolong, a homeless man who couldn't even pay the rent, and later helped them find each other. It can be said that if it weren't for Old Han, she would have been a complete fool in her life, raising an illegitimate child for her heartless brother and not knowing that her own son was suffering. If I were in his place, I would also choose to believe Old Han and drive away those 4 purple-robed Taoists. Mother Yu ran back to Father Yu, pointing at the 4 purple-robed Taoists, and angrily said, if you want to leave, leave now.
We won't invite you back.
Not to mention giving you another 10 million, even if you give us 10 million in return, we won't invite you back.
Yu's father, wife, have you eaten explosives again? Shut up.
Feeling aggrieved, Yu's father lowered his head, pursed his lips, and really shut up. After being set free, the daughter-in-law became moody and helpless. The 4 purple-robed Taoists did not expect the other party to have this attitude, and they became even more angry. The 4 of them made the same movement, shook their sleeves vigorously, and left angrily.
We're waiting for you to come to us. By then, 100 million. You can't ask us to come down the mountain for even a penny less.
I want this woman to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times, otherwise I will never take action.
You family, I will remember you. Yu's father trembled in fear. Wife, why are you going to offend them? What if they make a doll and curse us? Coward. With Dad and Old Han here, we're not afraid. Yu's father, I'm a little scared.
The 2 masters behind them smiled and said, Mr. Xiaoyu, we are still here. One is a witch who lives in seclusion in the mountains. One is an old man dressed as a beggar, playing around in the world. 2 masters, my father has invited a Taoist priest in purple robes. He should be able to resolve Xiaolong's problem.
You may have come here in vain.
Yu's mother was very confident in Mr. Han and believed that the person he invited must have real skills. The witch and the old beggar looked at each other and smiled. The beggar took out a red envelope and said with a smile, Mr. Xiaoyu has already given me the money, so my trip is not in vain. Besides, I can also witness the magical powers of fellow Taoist and broaden my horizons. The witch nodded and said, Mr. Xiaoyu is very generous.
As an old woman, I can make money without making any effort this time. It's a great bargain. Father Yu sighed inwardly, look. There's no harm without comparison.
2 red envelopes are only 10,000 each. 1 million for the 4 purple-robed Taoist priests, plus a total of 4 million for their door-to-door fees.
In comparison, 20,000 is just a drop in the bucket.
But the attitudes and demeanor of these 2 masters are simply different. This is what a true master is like, open-minded, generous, and not taking things personally. This is the highest realm. Han Fei soaked a towel with cold water and slapped it on Shancheng's face as he fainted. Shancheng shuddered and woke up suddenly.
Are you afraid of blood? Han Fei asked. Shancheng wiped his face with cold water and nodded. What about the 4 people? I left in anger a long time ago. It's time for you to take action. If you don't, my old brother will be anxious. Did he wipe the blood clean?
Shancheng closed his eyes and didn't dare to look at Yulongzi. Yulong said weakly, I've already cleaned it up, including the blood on the ground. Master, please open your eyes. Shancheng opened his eyes and looked at Yulongzi, and saw the shadow of a koi on the young man's face. The koi showed signs of turning into a dragon, but at this moment, the shadow of a strange man with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared, and the harpoon in his hand stabbed the koi with force. Yulongzi suddenly turned his back, covered his mouth with his hands, and spat out another mouthful of blood. Shancheng closed his eyes and didn't see any blood, but he didn't faint. Han Fei asked, What did you see? Shancheng sighed, Someone has asked the evil god to suppress his luck.
The evil god is extremely greedy.
Now he is not only suppressing it, but also devouring his luck. He wants to kill him and take his body.
Possession? That's about it. How to solve it? Shancheng pondered and said, The only way is to find the culprit.
Are you talking about the man with a black cloth tied around his head? Asked Mr. Yu's father, and mother came in with 2 experts. When Yu's father heard this, he hurriedly said, I'll go find the security guard right away. He saw that person and might be able to provide some clues. Mr. Yu urged, Go quickly. Yu's mother introduced, This is, the witch waved her hand, No need for introduction, I know this young nephew.
Shancheng bowed and said, Uncle Master.
It turned out that this witch had studied Taoism in Longhu Mountain for 10 years. Later, when her mother fell ill, she left the Taoist temple and returned to her hometown, where she became a famous witch. Last year, she returned to Longhu Mountain and met Shancheng, the master's close disciple. The old beggar smiled and said, I am an acquaintance. I have seen this young man before.
Shancheng was stunned for a moment, frowning as he recalled, Have I ever met the old man before?
30 years ago, when you were still a child, your parents brought you to me, hoping that I could help you open your mind. The old beggar sighed, Unfortunately, I was too incompetent and unlearned at the time to do anything about it. I can only assume that you will eventually come to your senses, but I can't predict what will happen next.
It turns out to be the old gentleman.
Shancheng took out an old jade from his collar. It was a white peace locket. This was given to me by the old man. When I was little, I was a fool. I always had bizarre dreams and would talk nonsense when I woke up. The villagers treated me like a dirty thing. Ever since I put on the peace locket given by the old man, I haven't had those dreams anymore.
Although I'm stupid, I'd become much quieter. At least people don't treat me like a dirty thing anymore. Thank you, old sir.
Shancheng bowed deeply and knelt down with his hands clasped. The old beggar turned aside to avoid the gift and waved his hand. It's just a small thing, a small favor. After reminiscing about the past, the 3 of them discussed serious matters, namely, the evil god. The witch said, It has 3 heads and 6 arms, and looks like Neza, but it is an evil god. The old beggar sighed, Rumor has it that Neza killed the dragon prince of the East China Sea.
The East China Sea clan regarded him as their mortal enemy.
Later, when he was ranked among the gods, they had no way to deal with him and could only resort to some shady tactics. The little demons would transform into this appearance, using it to wreak havoc on the world, trying to blame their sins on Neza.
The witch frowned. In other words, this evil god came from the East China Sea. The old beggar nodded. It's a direction.
At this time, Yu's father called the young security guard over. The young security guard had some skills and actually picked up a pencil and started sketching. He was an art student. It was not easy for him to find a job after graduation, so he worked as a security guard in a wealthy area. It turns out that senior security guards have very high salaries, so among his classmates, he had the highest income. 15 minutes later, a man appeared on the paper. He was very clear and easy to identify. It was Yulongzi's adoptive father. Is he from the coastal area? The witch asked Yulongzi. Yulong nodded. Our place is a small fishing village, close to the East China Sea. Mr. Yu was furious. How dare he? I'm going to settle the score with him. Before Mr. Yu could leave, a figure appeared who was faster than him, with a wine bottle faintly visible in his hand. Yu's father wiped his sweat and said, "My wife is going to hit someone again." Old Master Yu twitched his lips and said, "My daughter-in-law is still wearing high heels.
What if she sprains her ankle? Go find a pair of flat shoes." Yu's father nodded and picked up a pair of sneakers. His movements were very skillful, and it was obvious that he was very familiar with handing out shoes. Wai Yulong stood there in a daze. Han Fei patted his shoulder. Wai Yulongze came back to his senses and asked with his eyes downcast, "Grandpa Han, am I really that annoying? I've already left. They've always wanted to drive me away, and now I've finally left as they wished. I'll never go back. Why do they want me to die?" Chapter 98. For human beings, this world only has discovery, not creation. Don't try to make someone who hates you like you. What you have to do is cherish the people in front of you. Let those who like you not regret liking you, but appreciate and love you even more. Han Fei said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Yulong was stunned. He looked up in a daze and looked towards the door. "I saw the back of Yu's mother rushing out in high heels, saw Yu's father holding her shoes in both hands and earnestly persuading her to change into flat shoes, and saw my grandfather waving his big hand and summoning a dozen strong bodyguards. When he was sad and lonely, his new family members were ready to go out and fight to seek justice for him. The elegant lady has also learned to curse and hit people. Is this what it means to be a strong mother? My father, who lived a life of debauchery, hasn't gone out to play for a long time. Apart from working, he goes home to grow flowers and argue with my mother. He is also changing." Suddenly, Yulongze smiled with relief. "Grandpa Han, you are right. Those who hate him, let them hate him. When he really doesn't care, he won't feel hurt. Someone loves him, someone likes him, someone is willing to stand up for him. What else can he not be satisfied with? He should not be greedy for too much. What he should do now is to cherish the people in front of him." Wai Yulong picked up a fruit knife and was about to leave. Han Fei was startled and quickly stopped him, handing him a small chair. "Just use this to hit people. Yulongze, it feels not much worse than a knife. It's hard to see blood when you hit someone, so it looks better when you hit them. If you go in with a white knife and come out with a red knife, it's easy for people to blame you." Grandpa Han is right. Shanchang handed Yulongze a talisman folded into a triangle. "Put this on first, it can slightly suppress the evil spirit." "Thank you, master." As they were about to go out and settle the score with the old man, they saw three people standing at the door of Yu's house: an old man, a middle-aged man, and a little boy of 7 or 8 years old. The three of them were dressed identically, in black shirts, black pants, black shoes, and a black baseball cap. Yu's mother was blocked and was about to lose her temper, but when she looked up and saw the person coming, she immediately became timid and shouted tremblingly, "Clan leader, third grandfather, third uncle." Yu's father dropped the shoe in his hand and trembled along with his wife, calling out tremblingly, "Clan leader, third master. Master, third uncle." Old Master Yu walked in front, followed by a dozen well-dressed, well-built men wearing sunglasses. Old Master Yu walked out of the aura of a gangster boss. When he reached the door, his aura subsided and he turned into a coward, patriarch, third uncle, third brother. When Yulongze, Han Fei, Shanshine, the old beggar and the witch came out, they saw this strange scene. Old Man Yu was calling a little boy of 7 or 8 years old third brother with a look of awe. The little boy teased, "Little brother, what are you going to do? I remember you were in the manufacturing industry. When did you switch to the underworld?" Mr. Yu waved his hands repeatedly. "I am a law-abiding citizen." He drove away the bodyguards behind him. "Let's go, and do your own things." A straightforward bodyguard who looked not very smart asked, "Aren't you going to join the fight?" "I used to be a martial arts champion, but I haven't fought in a long time." "I'm itching to do it." Old Master Yu blared angrily, "I think you are itching for trouble. Hurry up and leave, or I will deduct your year-end bonus." "No, old man, I'm leaving now." The Yu family is very generous, and he receives a lot of red envelopes and year-end bonuses every year. If he loses this money, his wife will be very angry with him. Even though he is a martial arts champion, his wife is the daughter of the martial arts master. If he dares to fight back, the master will come to beat him up the next day. He can't beat the master. Seeing that the bodyguards had all run away, Old Master Yu put on a smile and said, "Third brother, you've grown taller." The little boy said proudly, "I drink a lot of milk. My goal is to grow to 1.9 meters tall." What an ambition! I came to see where my real grandson is.
Old Master Yu reached out and pulled Yulongza, who was standing there in a daze, over and said with a smile, Xiaolong, call me third grandpa. Yulongza, he looked at the little boy who was shorter than him and estimated that he was only about 7 or 8 years old.
Did he have to call him grandpa? Dear grandson, call me grandpa.
The little boy straightened his back and looked at Yulongza with shining eyes. Wai Yulong felt bitter in his mouth, his face flushed, and he looked at Old Man Yu with embarrassment. Old Master Yu coughed dryly and said, this child is afraid of strangers. Once he gets familiar with them, he will be able to cry out.
The little boy pouted, that's all.
Clan leader, third uncle, third brother, please come in. Han Fei walked up to Mr. Yu and lowered his voice, you entertain the guests. I'll take Shancheng and the other two to the fishing village first.
Old Han, don't worry, come and have a cup of tea.
Maybe the patriarch has another solution. Han Fei raised his eyebrows, it seems that the people in your Yu family are not simple. Old Master Yu chuckled, I am the last one in my hometown. At the Yu family's tea table, the maid brought milk tea. The clan leader looked at this new thing and gave Old Man Yu a strange look, have you changed your taste? Mr. Yu smiled and said, I'm keeping up with the times and learning to drink milk tea like the young people.
It's really good, it replenishes calcium and refreshes the mind.
It's also prone to diabetes. No, it's sugar substitute.
Come and try it.
The little boy couldn't wait to pick up the milk tea. On weekdays, his diet was strictly controlled in the tribe, and he couldn't drink milk tea at all. The little boy took a sip, his eyes instantly curved up, revealing a pair of dimples. While the patriarch wasn't paying attention, he drank it all up. He looked at the maid eagerly. The maid was very perceptive and immediately refilled his cup. The little boy smiled, his dimples deep. Just as he was about to gulp down the second glass, a hand reached out and took the glass away.
Dad.
The little boy looked sad. The patriarch didn't notice it, but his father had already noticed his sneakiness. Xiaolong, this is the clan leader.
Show me your birthmark.
Old Master Yu said proudly, my Xiaolong's birthmark is very deep. Yulong blushed and opened his collar. The small fish-shaped birthmark is vivid and has dark edges. The patriarch reached out to touch it, and Yulong's face turned even redder. The clan leader touched the birthmark and confirmed it was real. He raised his head, and his poker-like face became soft and kind. Xiaolong, don't be shy, your face is burning. Yulong was surprised at the changes in him. The clan leader smiled and said, I am such a realistic person.
I don't like to pretend.
If you were not a member of my clan, I would not treat you well.
Now that you are one of my clan, I should naturally treat you with a smile.
Old Master Yu smiled and said, Clan leader, I didn't lie to you, my little dragon is really real.
The clan leader glared at him and said, how dare you say that?
Old Master Yu touched his nose and didn't dare to say anything. He had picked up the wrong child and recognized the wrong ancestor. If the clan leader really wanted to blame him, he would have to kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days and 3 nights, and his old bones would probably fall apart. The patriarch narrowed his eyes and found that something was peeking out and slowly approaching Xiaolong's birthmark. A cold light flashed in the patriarch's eyes, and he pinched the thing and pulled it out of Xiaolong's body. A scream. What Shancheng, the witch, and the old beggar saw was, this mysterious patriarch grabbed the 3-headed, 6-armed evil god by the necks with his bare hands. All 3 necks were grabbed, and the evil god swung his 6 hands wildly. Evil creature! The patriarch shouted coldly, and the shadow of a fish appeared behind him. He increased the strength in his hands, and the neck of the evil god with 3 heads and 6 arms was completely broken. His eyes rolled back and his body turned into a ball of black smoke. Just before the black smoke floated outside, the patriarch took out a red gourd and collected the black smoke. From the perspectives of Grandpa Yu, Yulongza, and Han Fei, they saw the patriarch performing a pantomime. It's okay. The patriarch clapped his hands, as relaxed as if he had pinched a fly to death. Shancheng swallowed his saliva and said, Master. The old beggar trembled, too powerful.
The witch sighed, there are always people better than you, and there are always mountains better than you. Han Fei asked, what happened just now? Is the evil spirit in Xiaolong gone? Father Han, compared to this clan leader, we're just elementary school students.
He didn't even need to look for the evil god himself. He strangled him to death and even collected a trace of his soul in the gourd.
If I'm not mistaken, this gourd should be a magical instrument.
The souls collected in it will eventually turn into yin qi, and all consciousness will disappear.
There is such a thing.
Han Fei felt that the world was not as simple as he thought. That he may have been an atheist before, but since time travel has happened, what else is there to not believe? Han Fei quickly digested all of this and said with a smile, now that the matter has been resolved, we will take our leave so as not to disturb your clan's gathering. Mr. Yu wanted to invite Han Fei to stay for dinner, but when he saw Han Fei shaking his head slightly, he knew he was unwilling, so he didn't force him and could only see him to the door, the which was Shancheng's uncle, and the old beggar was Shancheng's benefactor. They were all old acquaintances, so they followed Shancheng and Han Fei. After they left, the clan leader narrowed his eyes and said, Mr. Han is extraordinary. Even with my level of cultivation, I can't see his past and future. Old Master Yu smiled and said, finally, there are people in this world that even the clan leader can't see through. It's just as well that they've left. Now pack up your things and follow me back to our ancestral land.
Chief, why are you so anxious? Xiaolong might awaken. Let's go back first. Yu Long was completely confused throughout the whole process. Father Yu trembled, can I not go?
The clan leader glanced at him sideways and said with disdain, you useless thing, we won't welcome you back even if you want to. Although Yu's father felt embarrassed, he was relieved in his heart. It's great that he doesn't have to go to the ancestral land. Although Yu Longza had many doubts, he quickly relaxed when he saw his grandfather's comforting eyes telling him not to be afraid. He had completely accepted his new family. The Yu family's ancestral home is a valley in a basin between rolling mountains and rivers. This place is like a paradise, and there are people wearing ancient hanfu.
The fish-shaped birthmark is actually a totem, a mark of our bloodline inheritance.
We are descendants of the god of time and the god of space, and we are also fish that travel through time and space. You can design games that overlap space and time and comprehend holographic games. In fact, it is the power of the domain. I suspect that you have awakened the power of your ancestors, so I will come to pick you up personally.
Yu Longza was stunned when he heard this. Many things that I couldn't understand in the past suddenly became clear.
He finally understood why he was so talented in these things, why he could understand them on his own after reading a book once without a teacher, and why he could research holographic games on his own without any guidance. In fact, creation is discovery. Human beings invented electric fans, air conditioners, cars, and rockets. In fact, they just discovered that by combining certain parts together, they can create a tool with new functions. When humans create a new type of metal or a new medicine, it is simply because they have discovered that by rearranging certain molecules or atoms, they can produce certain effects. So for human beings, there is only discovery but no creation in this world. He simply tapped into the power of his bloodline, discovered everything that existed within himself, and presented the holographic technology that already existed.
Chapter 99, a normal 4-year-old weighs only half as much as she does?
I don't think Xiaoqi is fat. Xiaoqi followed his uncle, wearing a small Taoist robe, and ran around the house cutely.
This little girl is quite talented.
The witch hesitated to speak. Shancheng shook his head, she is still young. If she wants to learn, she can learn.
If she doesn't want to learn, she doesn't have to learn. What are you going to learn?
Xiaoqi leaned against Shancheng and asked in a baby voice, are you going to learn to dance, or learn how to make money?
Shancheng smiled and asked, does Xiaoqi like learning to dance or making money?
Shancheng thought to himself, if I want to dance, I can learn the Inga dance.
How cool would it be to be a lead dancer? I can also make money by studying metaphysics. It would be so quick. It would satisfy Xiaoqi's wish. Xiaoqi said in a baby voice, Xiaoqi wants to learn how to make money from grandpa.
Xiaoqi said logically, my eldest brother said he wants to do charity work when he grows up, my second sister said she wants to be a female soldier, my third brother wants to join the army, my fourth brother wants to be a prosecutor, my fifth brother wants to be a top star, and my sixth brother wants to open up a new business that no one else has. So, Xiaoqi is the only one who can take over grandpa's business.
Xiaoqi sighed, looking very sad.
Of course I have to support my brothers and sisters in pursuing their dreams. Poor Xiaoqi can only be the heir of the family and sell buns and candied haws.
Xiaoqi laughed inwardly, Tonghulu is the best. I can have more than enough Tonghulu. No one can stop me.
Shancheng was so surprised that he was speechless. He never expected that the 4-year-old Xiaoqi had thought so far. The witch coughed dryly and said, your little niece, it's a waste of your talent to study metaphysics. Shanqing thought to himself, to put it bluntly, metaphysics is still about making money from rich people. It's actually not bad for Xiaoqi to skip this step and become a rich man directly. If Father Han can easily give me 10 million. If Xiaoqi takes over his business and becomes the heiress, it would be nice. The next year is the Jiuzili Hui year, which is also the time when female heirs come to power. If I do the math, there are already quite a few female heirs who have come to power, and female billionaires have reached the top, right? Shanchen counted on his fingers and sighed, perhaps for Xiaoqi, being a leader in the business world isn't such a bad thing. According to Xiaoqi's birth date, the day pillar, month pillar and year pillar show that Xiaoqi is a 7 killings person. The year pillar shows partial wealth, and he also has the help of the god of food. Such a person has suffered many disasters, but if he can resist fate and step on it, he can become a very powerful businessman, or a female senior official. Looking at Xiaoqi's big, innocent eyes, it seems that female senior officials and the like have nothing to do with Xiaoqi at all. It's better to inherit the family business and become a businesswoman. The old beggar smiled and asked, "What are you calculating?" The witch lowered her voice, the future of his little niece. The old beggar narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaoqi's face. He was shocked and said, "This birthmark cannot be left. I'm afraid it will bring disaster to my beloved. A beautiful woman's life is as thin as paper, and if things go wrong she will die young." The witch agreed, but then shook her head and said, "But this little girl has a face full of flesh and a double chin, not an oval face, so it doesn't have much impact." Xiaoqi's eyes widened, her face was full of disbelief, and she stared at the old woman with her round eyes. The witch, ahem. She felt guilty being stared at, so she could only urinate. "I'm going to the bathroom." Xiaoqi shook Shan Chang's arm vigorously. "Uncle, Xiaoqi has a double chin? Xiaoqi has a big face? Our little Qi has a round face, which means she is very lucky. She looks so cute with a round face and a blessed appearance." Xiaoqi stood up straight and muttered to herself, "Cute equals not pretty. I praise her for being cute because she's not pretty, so I can only praise her for being cute." Yashinari, the old beggar, laughed heartily. "You are still young. When you grow up, you will be beautiful." Xiaoqi was so angry that she ran out and found her brother. "Sixth brother, is Xiaoqi a little fat girl?" Xiaolu looked at his sister, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Compared to before he met his grandfather, Xiaoqi seems to have become more plump. His pointed chin has turned into a double chin. Seeing his embarrassed face, Xiaoqi became even angrier. He stomped his feet and turned to find a scale. "I searched for a long time, but there was no scale at home." "Grandpa Su, why don't you have a scale at home?" "I didn't have any before. I'm an old man and I don't control my weight. After you came, I didn't see you asking for a scale, so I haven't had any since then." Xiaoqi wants a scale. Xiaoqi wants to know how much he weighs. Old Su laughed and said, "That's easy. Grandpa Su will hold you and you'll know after you weigh it. When I used to make meat buns, I would go to the meat factory to buy the pig's trotters. I could tell how much they weighed as soon as I held them in my hands." Xiaoqi was about to nod and agree to let him hold her, but after hearing the following words, Xiaoqi huffed, "Xiaoqi is not a pig, I don't need you to think about it." Xiaoqi wants a scale, an electronic scale. Xiaoqi emphasized angrily in a baby voice. Old Su didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm going out for a walk and buying you one. Do you want to come with me?" Xiaoqi reached out and took off her little Taoist robe, revealing a long-sleeved shirt with a strawberry pattern and a pair of flared jeans. She found a pair of white leather shoes with strawberries on them, put on a small shoulder bag with a strawberry pattern, and found a strawberry hat. Everything was ready. She looked in the mirror and smiled at herself in the mirror with a beautiful look. Her dimples were sunken, which was very cute. "Grandpa Su, Xiaoqi is ready, let's go out." Old Master Su reached out and took Xiaoqi's hand, saying gently, "Be good along the way. Don't let go of my hand, and don't run red lights." Xiaoqi said seriously. Xiaoqi understands traffic laws and is a law-abiding citizen. Old Su laughed, "You look a lot like your grandfather. There's no need to emphasize this, right?" Xiaoqi was very proud, like a proud kitten. Xiaoqi is the most like Grandpa. She is Grandpa's little darling. "After we finish shopping at the mall, I'll take you to your grandfather's workplace and we'll pick him up from get off work." "Great, great." Xiaoqi is going to the building to pick up Grandpa.
He wants to watch the pretty sisters sing and dance. Brother Xiaowu must be dancing hard too. He's so fat that he looks like a ball when he dances. Old Su silently glanced at the girl's double chin. He always felt that she should hold her chin up before saying this. When making fun of others, she should look in the mirror more often. Arriving at the mall, Xiaoqi asked the waitress, "Beautiful lady, do you know where the electronic scale is?" The waitress turned around to look for someone, but couldn't find anyone. She looked down and saw a little strawberry doll. The little girl's eyes were shining like stars, and her little chubby face was full of milk fat. She was so cute. "Are you serious about calling her beautiful? Such a little girl, she won't lie. I am a great beauty in the eyes of little kids," the waitress smiled and said, "Sister will take you there. Come, follow me." Old Man Su followed Xiaoqi silently, feeling that Xiaoqi seemed to have a social compulsion. Xiaoqi saw a huge turtle and asked curiously, "What is this turtle for?" "This is also a scale for weighing." Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. "Xiaoqi, can you give it a try?" "Of course you can. You'll quickly learn the weight when you sit on the turtle's back." Xiaoqi couldn't wait to climb onto the turtle's back. "Little boy, how old are you?" 4 years old. The waiter pressed a 4 and enter key on the turtle's back. Xiaoqi climbed up and lay down, waiting for the weight to be displayed. Where to look? No need to look, it will report it. As soon as the waiter finished speaking, Xiaoqi was anxious to get off, but it was too late. A burst of extremely piercing music started playing, and a turtle voice announced, "You are overweight. A normal 4-year-old child weighs 16 kilograms, and you weigh 30 kilograms, only 2 kilograms less. You are equivalent to 2 of your peers. You can lose weight, please stop being a fat kid. The world of fat people is not fun. You are too heavy, too heavy. This prime minister can't carry you. Get off quickly." Zayakish died. The old men and women shopping in the mall stopped, covered their mouths with their hands and laughed, pointing in the direction of Xiaoqi. "This little girl is really pretty, but she's too fat. Being too fat can lead to premature development, which is unhealthy. You have such a pretty little face, don't let it become ugly, lose weight quickly. You're already 2 of the same age. That's hilarious. This turtle is quite interesting. The little girl is about to cry. Shoo, everyone, shut up." Xiaoqi slapped the turtle's back hard, climbed down angrily, and walked forward without paying any attention to anyone. Old Man Su followed behind and silently made a video call to Han Fei, with the camera pointed at the little girl in front who was stomping away in anger. Han Fei looked at Xiaoqi's angry expression and asked with a smile, "Who made her angry?" "She got mad at a turtle." Old Man Su recounted Xiaoqi's experience of social death. Han Fei was silent for a moment, then frowned and asked, "Is Xiaoqi overweight?" "A normal 4-year-old weighs only half as much as she does. But I don't think Xiaoqi is fat. She seems to have lost some weight compared to a while ago, right?" Old Man Su smiled and shook his head. "You are looking at your own granddaughter, you like her no matter how you look at her, and she looks thin no matter how you look at her." Old Man Su finally understood why the children raised by their grandparents were so different from those raised by their parents. Almost every one of them was a little fat boy. "Let me have a word with her." "Okay." "Huh? What's wrong?" In the blink of an eye, she's gone. "What's going on?" "Find it quickly." "I'll be right there, send me my location." "Old Han, don't worry. The twin sisters have been following us. Even if Xiaoqi and I get separated, they are still watching over Xiaoqi. I can't get through to them." Han Fei frowned and rushed out of the office. Zhang Jianguo asked, "Boss, is there something urgent?" "Drive to this location." Han Fei showed Zhang Jianguo the location of his phone. Xiaoqi's advertisement became a hit overseas. People in China have not seen the advertisement where Xiaowu and Xiaoqi fight over buns, but it has gone viral overseas, mainly because the fact that Xiaoqi is a little angel made the advertisement popular. Later, Han Group was shut down and the advertisement was removed. Foreigners can't find their little angels again. The scene of Xiaoqi weighing herself in the mall just now attracted a lot of attention, including several people who had returned from overseas and foreigners. One of them turned on the live broadcast and broadcast the scene just now. His live broadcast platform was overseas, and it instantly attracted a lot of attention.
The number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 100,000. Because Xiaoqi became famous, he was targeted by people with quirks. At this moment, someone sent a private message to the anchor, asking him to catch the child and he would pay a high price. The anchor decisively refused, and then the man directly sent a string of numbers. Seeing that string of numbers, the anchor was shaken. Chapter 100, Xiaoqi defeated the bad guys with magic. I'm so awesome. Xiaoqi, why are you running so fast? Xiaoqi, slow down. Hurry up, pretty sister. That bad Grandpa Su is taking pictures of me with his phone. He's definitely going to call my grandpa and tell him. I'm going to disappear and scare him to death. The beautiful sister laughed out loud. He is not young anymore. If he loses you, he will cry. Xiaoqi puffed up his cheeks. Then run slower, give him some time to find me. It seems that Xiaoqi is still a sensible little girl. The cool sister touched Xiaoqi's head. Xiaoqi raised her head and stared at her cool sister with a pair of eyes full of trust and dependence, because I know that no matter where Xiaoqi runs, the sisters will follow Xiaoqi and will not lose Xiaoqi. The pretty sister tapped Xiaoqi's nose and said, "You, just relying on your cuteness, do whatever you want." Grandpa Su is so slow, why hasn't he found Xiaoqi yet? Strange, why is there no signal on my cell phone? The beautiful twin sister took out her cell phone and prepared to call Old Man Su, but found that there was no signal. There might be some signal blocking device here. Two big beauties and one cute little beauty, where are you going? How about chatting with us and having a drink? The anchor still chose to give in to money that he didn't try to catch Xiaoqi, but just sent the location as instructed by the other party and blocked the signal nearby. The man quickly arranged for his lackeys in the Dragon Kingdom to do the job. There were 5 strong men, who did not look like dragon people. Judging from their tone of voice, they sounded like they were from Sawadika's side. A man reached out to touch the twin sister's face, and the twin sister punched him in the face. He dodged and the two started fighting. The man knew some Muay Thai and his punches were ruthless, but fortunately the beautiful sister was agile and his punches missed every time. Another companion joined in, making it 2 against 1. The other 2 blocked the twin sister's way from the front and back, preventing her from helping her sister. The 2 beautiful bodyguards fought with 4 people. It was a 2-on-1 situation, and the 2 beautiful bodyguards were evenly matched and did not lose the upper hand. The other strong man who was free lifted up his sleeves, revealing his big tattooed arms, and walked towards Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi was a little scared and stepped back. "Little darling, don't be afraid, you don't smile like a good person. Uncle is a very good man, little darling, let uncle hug you." Xiaoqi frowned. Grandpa said that if a strange uncle she didn't know wanted to hug her, he would be a bad guy and would be dealt with severely. The little girl reached into her messenger bag and asked in a baby voice, "Uncle, do you have any candy? If you have candy, I'll let you hold it." "Hey, there really is one." The man took out a mint candy, which he had just picked up from the cashier counter when paying at a small restaurant. Xiaoqi pretended to go get it, quickly took out the fairy wand from his bag, and pressed the switch hard. The man didn't take it seriously at first. The appearance of this thing was too deceptive. He thought it was a little girl's toy until the fairy wand touched the palm of his hand. The electric current was extremely strong, the man's whole body was shaking. He screamed and then fell down, his whole body twitching. Xiaoqi quickly turned off the switch and patted his chest in fear. "Humph, I told you not to underestimate my fairy wand." The man lying on the ground rolled his eyes and his tongue stuck out. Xiaoqi quickly covered his eyes and said, "How scary." He was already ugly, and now he's even uglier. When the 4 saw their boss lying down, one of them called for help. After calling for help, they rushed over to help the boss up. When they reached out to touch the boss, their faces turned pale, they trembled, twitched, started to roll their eyes, and fell to the ground one after another, just like their boss. The twin sisters were impressed. Boss Han's stuff is really extraordinary. Compared to ordinary stun guns, the voltage is at least doubled. The cool sister warned, "Xiaoqi, be careful when using it, don't hurt yourself by mistake." Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled. Facing this kind of situation, the little girl was not afraid, but eager to try. "Sisters, how should we deal with them? They want to take me away, they must be human traffickers." A sneaky man looked over at them and was startled to see 5 people lying on the ground twitching. He turned and ran away. "There's a fish that slipped through the net. Sister, please protect Xiaoqi. I'll go catch him." "Okay, don't waste time,
go and come back quickly. The cool and sassy girl has long legs and runs fast.
She is wearing a tight black dress and looks like an agile black panther. She pounced on him and pushed him to the ground. She had a pair of handcuffs in her hand and handcuffed the man behind his back.
Behave yourself.
The cool sister dragged the man like a dead dog. The man stumbled after her, feeling extremely regretful for agreeing to that person. As the cool girl left the information shielding area, her phone rang. She picked up the call. Hello, Boss Han, don't worry, Shao-Chi is with us, everything is fine.
We just encountered some small flies. Don't worry, they are all alive. We will catch them and bring them back for you to interrogate.
After hanging up the phone, the cool sister returned to Shao-Chi. Sister, you keep an eye on this person first, I'll go to the parking lot and drive over. Good. Shao-Chi walked over to the man who was lying on the ground with his hands handcuffed, and reached into his pocket and took out a cell phone. What are you doing? Asked the beautiful sister. Shao-Chi proudly displayed her trophy, Shao-Chi's. After the 5 men were completely unconscious and no longer trembling, Shao-Chi said to the man lying on the ground, touch them. The man played dumb and didn't move. Shao-Chi took out the electric baton and pointed it at him. If you don't obey, Shao-Chi will punish you with thunder. Man, he saw with his own eyes how the tiny girl knocked down the strong man with the thing in her hand. He didn't dare to resist and could only move his butt. With his hands handcuffed behind his back, he could only touch the 5 men randomly with his back to them. Shao-Chi was relieved when he saw that he didn't twitch.
The electricity is out.
Shao-Chi went up and searched everyone's pockets. The beautiful sister was at a loss for words. Who taught you not to let go of any trophy?
On TV.
The soldiers have limited firepower, so they kill the bad sun people and then search their bodies for loot.
Bad guy, sun man? The pretty sister laughed out loud. That's an interesting description.
Shao-Chi began to count the money, frowning. This is not Dragon Country's money, nor is it M-Gold.
What kind of money is this? Can I use it?
This is T-Country's money, they should be T-Country people. At this time, a 7-seater car stopped on the side of the road.
Old Man Su got out of the car in a hurry and ran over angrily. Seeing that he had a stern face, Shao-Chi turned around and hid behind the beautiful sister, stuck out her tongue at him, and then retracted her head. Old Man Su was so angry that he lost his temper. Shao-Chi, did you run away on purpose? I checked the mall surveillance, and you were laughing the whole time you were running, and your mouth was still saying, scare Grandpa Su to death. The pretty sister tried to smooth things over, gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, Mr. Su is amazing. He can even tell the lip shape. Does he know lip reading? I don't know shit about lip reading. She didn't even try to hide it, repeating it over and over again, so happily that even a fool could tell what she was saying. Shao-Chi hid behind her beautiful sister and laughed. Old Man Su became even angrier. From now on, I will never take you out to play. This naughty girl almost gave me a heart attack because of her scare. Who are these people?
Old Man Su then noticed that there were 5 people lying on the ground, and one of them was conscious and handcuffed.
They want to catch Shao-Chi.
Old Man Su was anxious. Shao-Chi, I told you not to run around.
If you didn't have bodyguards, you would have been captured by them.
Shao-Chi straightened his back, his belly popped out, and he raised his chin like a proud little fat cat.
Grandpa Su, Shao-Chi subdued the bad guys. Shao-Chi is so powerful. Shao-Chi has a magic wand. With a swipe, they all fell.
Old Man Su recalled that when Han Fei was abroad, he went to several stores but failed to buy satisfactory self-defense products. Finally, he found a store in a dark alley and customized a pink electric baton that looked like a fairy wand. At that time, he thought that Lao Han was too pessimistic, but now it seems that it was all necessary. Shao-Chi is so naughty, if he doesn't have something to protect himself, something bad will really happen. Just as they threw the unconscious man into the trunk of the car, Han Fei arrived at the scene. Han Fei stared at Shao-Chi with a gloomy face. Shao-Chi was a little scared and shrank his neck like a little quail. She took small steps and moved to Han Fei's legs little by little. The little girl closed her eyes, hugged Han Fei's legs tightly with both hands, and said in a soft and pitiful voice, Grandpa, Shao-Chi knows I'm wrong. Han Fei, Shao-Chi will never dare to do that again. The child has already admitted her mistake, so let it go? Han Fei looked down at the little girl's pitiful face, then met her bright eyes and softened his heart. Han Fei squatted down, looked at Shao-Chi at eye level, and said earnestly, Grandpa took you to see the movie Su Yuan. After watching it, Xiaoqi said that he would not give directions to strangers, nor would he follow strangers. Xiaoqi said pitifully, "Xiaoqi, don't pee with the bag on your back." Xiaoqi has protected herself well. She pointed at the twin sisters. Xiaoqi has the sisters to protect her. She waved her pink magic wand again and said in a baby voice, "Xiaoqi used magic to defeat the bad guys. I'm so awesome." Han Fei sighed and picked up the little girl who was still boasting. "You were very well behaved when you were little, but now that you're older, you've become naughty. No wonder they say that 3 or 4-year-olds are the age where even cats and dogs hate them. They're incredibly naughty. The smarter they are, the more naughty they are. If you're not careful, they can cause a big mess." Just as they were about to leave, the reinforcements that someone had called earlier arrived. There was a huge group of people, all of them were street thugs. They looked like energetic young men and were very thin. "You guys, hand over our foreign big brother. Big brother promised to take us to country tea to make a fortune next month." Old man Su was annoyed. "Don't be fooled. I took you to country tea to cut off your kidneys and sell them, and you still think you can make a fortune by joining the underworld? Brothers, come on, smash this old man's stinky mouth. We know that big brother is a fraudster, so what? We're willing to follow him. We don't need you, a stinky old man, to tell us what to do. As long as I can make money, what does it matter if I go against my conscience?" Han Fei sighed. "Old Su, you can't wake up someone who is pretending to be asleep. Many people don't deserve sympathy at all if they knew that they were going to commit fraud and they also knew that they were going to do illegal activities. They have no bottom line and will do anything for money. Such people are a threat to society if they stay in Longwa. It is better to send them away and be beaten." Those who have been deceived deserve sympathy, but this group of people, who clearly knew the truth and still went, do not deserve sympathy. Just when the twin beauties were about to take action, a lion dance troupe arrived. The little girl from the lion dance troupe came with her men and attacked, but the troupe beat these spirited young men away. "Humph. I've told them many times not to do evil in my Wing Chun territory. I'll beat you up the next time I see you." The little girl was about 10 years old, with her hair neatly tied in a ponytail. She was wearing a martial arts uniform and looked very capable. The twin beauties started chatting with her and learned from her that she was the daughter of the owner of a martial arts gym. She had been learning Dragon Country martial arts since she was a child and was best at Wing Chun, so she was known as Little Wing Chun. The industry is in recession now and the martial arts school is about to go bankrupt, so Xiao Wing Chun brought his fellow apprentices out to make a living. He just received an order to perform lion dance for the opening of a new store. "My beautiful sisters, my lovely little 7, I won't chat with you anymore. I have to go out and make money with my fellow apprentices. Otherwise, I won't be able to pay the rent for the martial arts gym this month. Thank you for your help. Do you have business cards? I also have a business and need the help of a lion dance team." Han Fei asked. Little Wing Chun took out a small card and handed it to Han Fei, a little embarrassed. "I don't have money to print business cards. This is a card I made myself. It has our contact information on it." The card was very delicate, with the name, address, contact information, and potential business cooperation of the martial arts school written on it in black marker. There were lion dance teams, dragon dance teams, cheerleading teams, security teams, and even errand running and picking up children from school. There are lion heads and dragon heads drawn on the card, which is very thoughtful. Little Wing Chun ran forward with his men, turned around and waved to Han Fei. "We're going to be late, Grandpa. Bye. Contact me if you have business." Chapter 101 Xiaowu, I told you, I'm waiting for fourth brother to slap me in the face. My Xiaomei is even cuter. Xiaoqi stood in front of the sofa, waving her fairy wand for a while. That's how I do it. With a swipe, they all fell down. He still wants to catch me, hee. I, Xiaoqi, am a fairy. I can use magic. Under the thunderous means, they twitched all over. Ah. Xiaoqi stuck out his tongue, rolled his eyes, and screamed, imitating the reactions of those people after being electrocuted. Han Chengda, Han Rou, Han Chengshan, Han Chengxi, Han Chengwu, and Han Chenglu sat in a row on the sofa, watching their little sister's lively performance. Han Chengda clapped his hands vigorously. It would be a waste of your talent if you don't learn acting. Han Rou covered her mouth and chuckled. Xiaoqi is really amazing. He is not afraid at all. He is calm in the face of danger, and he can save himself. Han Chengshan raised his thumbs up. as expected of my sister, Han Changshan, you are awesome. Han Chengxi pushed up the lensless glasses on his nose and said, I filmed you sticking out your tongue and rolling your eyes. When you grow up and get married, I'll provide the footage and show it to my friends and family.
Han Chengwu's eyes widened. Why do you have a fairy wand? Why don't I have one? No, I have to ask Grandpa for one. Han Chenglu glared at his fourth brother and said, How dare you? If you embarrass my sister, I will embarrass you too.
Han Fei was about to go out when Han Chengwu blocked his way and yelled, Grandpa is biased.
Shao Qi has a fairy wand, why don't I have one? Han Fei's mouth twitched. You're a boy, why do you need a fairy wand? Then change your look for me.
I want the beggar gang's dog beating stick. Han Fei held Xiaowu's collar and said, If you can make it into the top 10, I'll give you a dog beating stick.
Xiaowu kicked his feet in the air, his big eyes full of expectation. Grandpa, you are not lying? When have I ever lied to you?
Hey, my instructor said I have the talent to compete for the top 3, and getting into the top 10 is just a piece of cake.
Go get me a dog beating stick.
When I win the championship and show off my skills, I'll use my dog beating stick to perform the beggar's sex long-lost dog beating stick technique.
Has the competition started yet?
Han Chengda asked. Xiaowu puffed out his belly and said proudly, The auditions are over.
The performances of the contestants who performed well in the auditions will be broadcast on TV next week. Be sure to watch it then. Can it be on TV already? Han Chengda looked at Han Fei curiously. Which channel are you cooperating with? There are also 2 online platforms willing to host our local channel. The drinking culture is prevalent in Longwa. The cooperation opportunity between the 2 online platforms was exchanged by Han Fei at the table.
I don't know how much wine he drank before he knocked down the 2 partners. The local channel watched the program, reviewed it, and then broadcast it, without any ulterior motives. In fact, there is a 3rd online platform, but the meeting place is not formal. In addition to drinking, they also have to order girls. As an old man, he said he is powerless. Drinking is fine, but forget about other things. Those girls don't look much older than the little boss. Han Fei found the business card of little Wing Chun and dialed the number. Hello, is this little Wing Chun?
It's me, you're the grandpa. Can you recognize my voice? Hee, I didn't give out many business cards. Grandpa's voice is very nice, like a low saxophone. Han Fei was amused. Little Wing Chun, there is a business, do you want to do it? Do it. I can't pay the rent anymore. I have to help everyone make money.
Both the lion and dragon dance teams are in need.
Do you have enough people?
I saw your team that day, and there were only about 10 people. Don't worry, our martial arts school has had many brothers and sisters since its establishment. Some have gone to school, some have moved away, and some have gone to work, but as long as I gather them in the group, everyone who is free will come. There will be no fewer people than usual.
No way, for 7 days in total, we'll parade on every street holding signs promoting our program. Is it just parading around to advertise? Yes, that's about it. This fee is a little higher than the opening fee.
I can divide the lion dance team into 3 teams to parade on 3 streets separately. The dragon dance team is smaller, with only 2 teams, each with 10 to 15 people. If someone gets tired halfway, they can be replaced to ensure that the parade will not stop. Grandpa, we have about 70 people, and we charge 300 per person per day. I could hear the sound of a young girl clacking her abacus.
21,000 a day, 147,000 for 7 days. Is that price acceptable to you?
If you think it's too high, I can give you a 20% discount, 117,600 yuan.
Just erase the hundreds digit and it'll be 117,000. We can negotiate the price.
Han Fei saw that although this little girl was very capable, she was also an honest child, not very good at business and not cunning. How could she be like this? Before others even think it's too expensive, she's already rushing to lower the price, as if she's afraid of losing business. She keeps repeating that the price is negotiable. If someone with a more ruthless heart saw her eagerness to make money and her desire for cooperation, it would be strange if he didn't cut her money in half.
I'll give you 150,000 yuan.
If you do a good job, we'll have many opportunities to cooperate in the future.
15,000. Little Wing Chun exclaimed ecstatically. That'll cover this year's rent. Thank you, Grandpa. We'll do our best. Where are you? I'll come over and sign the contract with you. You'll pay 30% and then the balance after we complete the task in 7 days. If you think we're not doing a good job, you can deduct a small amount. Han Fei held his forehead and said, "Little girl, if you do business like this, aren't you afraid that others won't pay the balance and will find fault with you?" Little Wing Chun sighed, "So many people found fault with us, and in the end they only gave us half of the balance. What can we do about it? It's our fault for not satisfying the customer. Doesn't your contract specify where payment will be deducted for poor performance and where it's not included in the scope of deductions? I don't quite understand it either. No one understands it either. We all racked our brains and put a lot of thought into this contract, but every time the other party finds a problem, we don't want to go to court, so we can only take a smaller balance." After hanging up the phone, Han Fei shook his head repeatedly. "They are just a bunch of roughnecks. It would be strange if they didn't get ripped off. No wonder they have thought of so many ways to make money, but in the end they can't even pay the rent. Xiaoxi, come here for a moment." Han Shengxi pushed his glasses and said, "Grandpa, if you want me to make a custom contract, I have to pay for it." Han Fei's mouth twitched. "If you can get the money, you can ask Xiao Yongchun for it." Han Shengxi smiled and said, "I am a professional. My professional level will make her willingly pay for it." Little Wing Chun came over with 3 brothers. Little Wing Chun handed a contract to Han Fei. "Grandpa, this is our contract. Take a look and see if there is anything you want to add." Han Fei took a look and thought that with this completely selfless contract, it would be strange if the girl didn't lose a lot of money. "Xiaoxi, take a look." Han Shengxi stared at Xiao Yongchun for a long moment, then nodded and took the contract, shaking his head repeatedly. "This contract is not good. From your perspective, you have no guarantees. If the client gets serious, you won't get the final payment at all." Little Wing Chun pursed her lips, feeling a little unconvinced when a little boy who looked even younger than her said that. "How about I revise the contract and you give me 1% of the money?" 1% of 150,000 yuan is 1,500 yuan. In fact, Xiaoxi's price was already a fair price, but the girl was very dissatisfied. "Just change the contract, you want so much money. Brothers, from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., you only make 300 a day. I'll make changes once, and next time I'll use this template. You can use it over and over again, so you won't lose out." "No, it's too expensive." Little Wing Chun held out a hand and showed 5 fingers. 500, not a cent more. If the modification is not good, I won't give you a cent." Han Fei saw Xiaoxi push up his glasses and frown, thinking he would refuse, but he actually nodded. "Okay, if you're satisfied, I'll be your legal advisor from now on." "No problem. If your contract can truly prevent those businesses from withholding final payments, you'll be our martial arts school's legal advisor from now on. Every month, we'll give you 1,000th of whatever we earn from our accounts." Xiao Wingchun's current monthly income is not ideal. The biggest problem is that merchants will deduct the balance in the end. They either say that their lion dance costumes are dirty or that they are not eye-catching and the effect is not as good as expected. The most we earned in 1 month this year was only 30,000 yuan. After deducting the hard work fees for fellow disciples, the actual income of the martial arts school was only 8,000 yuan, which is only 8 yuan per thousand. If this 150,000 yuan business is successful, after deducting the 100,000 yuan for everyone's hard work, the martial arts school can get 50,000 yuan. After paying the annual rent of 48,000 yuan, there will be 2,000 yuan left, which is 2 yuan for him. Little Wing Chun's mind was ticking. He thought that his martial arts school would be upgraded in the future and would have a legal advisor. Moreover, it would be very cheap and could be solved with just a few dollars. Han Fei felt that the girl was going too far. Hiring a legal advisor for 1,000th of a percentage was too little. He looked at his 4th son and thought that given how cunning he was, he would not agree to such a thing. Finally, the 4th child nodded and said, "Okay, I'll visit you 3 times a month to see if there are any problems. You can also call me from time to time and we can communicate more." Han Fei, something's wrong. Little fourth isn't someone who'll suffer any loss, Han Shengxi revised the contract. After reading it, Xiao Yongchun felt that the other party was truly capable. He immediately gave Xiao Si 500 yuan from the 30% down payment he had received. Follow me, I will make a lot of money in the future and will not treat you unfairly. Brothers, this is our martial arts school's legal advisor. Junior sister, isn't this legal advisor too young? Age is not a problem. In our martial arts school, we never look at age, we only look at strength. Little Wing Chun smiled, you are 1 year younger than me, so you will be considered a member of our martial arts school from now on. From now on, you can call them senior brothers and call me junior sister. Okay, junior sister. After everyone left, before Han Fei could ask Xiao Si what he was doing, Xiao Si asked, Grandpa, didn't you have some extra material from the last gift you gave to brother Xiaolong? Indeed, there is. Han Fei stared at him suspiciously. Han Shengxi's ears turned red. Grandpa, make me a peace locket and I'll give it to someone. Xiao Wu, who had been hiding at the doorway and watching the whole scene, rushed in and burst into laughter. I told you I was waiting for fourth brother to slap me in the face. Look, that slapping sound is so loud right now. Han Fei realized it belatedly and asked, do you like little Wing Chun? Han Shengxi pushed his glasses, his ears reddened. I can only say that I have a good impression of you. Han Fei had a deadpan expression. Often, when we set our sights on something, things don't go as planned. It's like a slap in the face. Sure enough, I heard the sound of a slap. Xiao Wu pulled Xiao Si aside and muttered, fourth brother, that sister just now was like a boy. Do you like this? She's boyish, but she's wearing pink, so what? The contrast is cute. I think my Xiaomei is cuter. Little Wing Chun gathered 70 people and arranged the tasks. 3 lions and 2 dragons paraded through the streets with the beating of gongs and drums, creating a lively atmosphere all the way. Passers-by were puzzled. A new store has opened? It doesn't seem so. Look at those banners. The brothers who did not perform the lion dance held banners, which fluttered in the wind on my boyhood tonight at 9 o'clock. First broadcast on this city channel. Kiwi platform and Cat platform are updated simultaneously. Choose your favorite child, he will become the next superstar. National Prince, please watch them grow up. Be proud of them. The era of online childcare has arrived. Let us support our children through the screen. Chapter 102 Audition Show. This little Wu is so cute. Look at his little belly. At 9 o'clock sharp, the locals stayed in front of their TVs to support the local channel. When netizens are watching online dramas or variety shows on the Kiwi platform or the Cat platform, they are attracted by the forced advertisements that suddenly pop up. In fact, they were quite angry about this forced advertising at first, but when they saw the little boys playing together in it, they became a little curious. I saw that this group of children were fighting over a bun. Take a closer look at these little faces. They are handsome, cool, cute, gentle, heroic, adorable, everything you can imagine. It seems as if all the good-looking little boys on the market have gathered here. The message floated across the screen. The era of online parenting has arrived. Let's support our children even from across the screen. Choose your favorite child, he'll be the next superstar. Click to go directly to the live auditions for National Little Prince. Out of curiosity and gossip, they pressed the button, and the screen changed directly from the web drama or variety show they were watching to the audition scene of the little boys. This is a star-making program. It is not a selection of young boys and girls, but a child star program for a group of little boys. Star-making project, National Little Prince, My Boyhood. Auditions for wonderful performances start now. The host is a well-known local gold medal host. He kicked off the show with his magnetic voice. Please welcome the first little prince to present his performance for us. A cute little boy with a pacifier in his mouth came up to the stage. In front of him were 4 teachers. He was a little nervous, his hands clenched tightly. One of the female teachers smiled and said, "Relax, don't be nervous." The little boy stammered as he introduced himself. A serious older teacher shook his head. Although she looks cute, she lacks spiritual energy. The female teacher retorted, "The child is still young, only 5 years old. When he grows up and is less nervous, he will be fine. He is a lovely child with bright eyes." Okay, let's take another look. If the child wasn't cute,
his stuttering self-introduction would definitely have been marked with a red cross, and he wouldn't even have the chance to perform. The little boy performed a war drum routine. He was holding drumsticks and standing in front of the drum. His eyes were still cute at the moment, as if he had not yet entered the state. Just when the female teacher was worried about him, the music started. At this moment, the little boy seemed to have forgotten his nervousness, and his whole body reflexively beat the drums according to the beat of the drums. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, each beat struck people's hearts, sonorous and powerful, as if bringing people to the battlefield. He was the inspiring general. The little boy had a serious expression, sharp eyes, and looked like he was on a battlefield. The female dancer teacher exclaimed, "This kid. He got into the groove so quickly." The musician's older teacher stroked his beard and smiled. 1 minute on stage is the product of 10 years of hard work off stage. The fact that he can forget everything else and immerse himself in the music shows that this child really loves playing drums. The actor nodded. The expression is also very good. He is very motivated. The variety show celebrity teacher nodded and said, "This kind of contrast is actually very popular. He can create a lot of topics, and he has a promising future." After a performance, the 4 teachers pressed the green pass light at the same time. The host handed over a green pass. "Congratulations, Zhanggu, you passed the audition." Viewers who watched the show left comments. "When this little boy first appeared, I thought he was a bronze medalist. I didn't expect that I would become the king as soon as the music started. I also learned to play drums." This is already considered physical memory, which shows that this child works very hard. He looks only 5 or 6 years old, but I can't believe he's already reached this level. I've also been learning drums for almost 10 years, and I still can't compare to him. Did you take a screenshot of the scene where he spits out the pacifier? Haha, I didn't take a screenshot just now, but now that he's picked up the pacifier and looks so distressed, I did take a screenshot. I like this cute little kid. Come on, little drum. I'll vote for you." On the screen, Zhanggu took a photo with his pass and a pacifier in his mouth. His age and basic information appeared below the photo, as well as the voting entrance. He was contestant number 1, and each mobile phone number had only 1 vote. Some people like the contrasting cuteness of the cute baby, while others don't. One person commented, "Although it's cute, it's too silly. I like smart kids. I'll keep my ticket and see if there's a better one." The screen played the scene quickly. A boy came on stage and was directly kicked out by the 4 mentors with red lights. Another boy sang out of tune as soon as he opened his mouth and was also sent out with a red light. After 6 children were played in this fast-forward format, there was finally one who could perform the whole segment without being kicked out. The boy looked about 8 or 9 years old. He took out his saxophone and played a quiet saxophone tune on the spot. The older music artist closed his eyes in enjoyment, which showed how well he played. After a performance, he got 4 green lights. This little boy is cold and has a certain charm. Ha ha, does it taste like milk? I am dying of laughter. What are you trying to find out from an 8 or 9-year-old boy? Report, there's a weird auntie here, catch her quickly. This little boy is very professional, I give him a vote. Actually, I think the little boy who played the song off-key and fast-forwarded earlier is also quite good-looking, but it's a pity that his professionalism isn't up to par. This off-tune performance was actually broadcast live. Doesn't this become a black mark on the child? What if I don't pursue singing in the future and instead debut with my looks? Looking back at this dark history, I can't delete it even if I want to. Fast forward again and watch the contestants who participated in the competition but were eliminated. Although they failed one by one, these children are still very cute. Although it is an audition, they also have to pass some preliminary assessments before entering the audition. At least this little face is absolutely okay. Please welcome contestant number 50, Han Chengwu. Xiaowu came onto the stage with a bulging belly. He was wearing a tuxedo, a top hat, a black bent cane in his hand, and a pair of pointed black leather shoes on his feet. On his delicate little face, a little baby fat was particularly prominent, and a fake beard was stuck on his philtrum. His bright eyes looked at the 4 teachers. He took a deep breath and introduced himself. My name is Han Chengwu. You can call me Xiaowu. My birthday is in a month. Although I am only 6 years old now, in a month, I will be 7.
The show I'm going to perform for you is a Chabalin mime. The little boy performed on the stage with his round eyes wide open. This was a performance without words, with only body language and facial expressions to present the plot. The film star teacher nodded and said, "The most taboo thing is to laugh yourself out loud." This little boy was so cheerful when he introduced himself just now that I thought he was just a playful kid. I didn't expect him to challenge himself to perform a mime, which requires concentration to perform well. The dance teacher said, "It's also quite a test of body flexibility. This little chubby boy looks very flexible." The old music artist said, "Don't let the child hear this, he will be sad. He is not very fat." Variety show star teacher, "This outfit looks like a tight suit to him. I'm afraid the buttons on his belly will break. He has a very variety show style. He is suitable for my show. I can do an imitation show. Maybe he can become a mimic master." The audience can hear the conversation between the mentors. If there is no microphone, the children performing on the stage cannot hear it. This is also a special design for the effect of the show. Modern people like to eat melons, so they will like to listen to the whispers of the four mentors. "I am dying of laughter, little fat boy. This little Woogway is so cute. Look at his little belly, he looks familiar to me. I saw him on a street advertising screen a while ago when I was on a business trip abroad." The above poster, you must have read it wrong. If you are famous abroad, why come to China to participate in an unknown talent show? Now that you mention it, I have some recollection of it. At the time, my complete attention was on the little girl in the commercial. She was so adorable, with big, bright eyes like talking stars. The phrase "finely crafted jade" perfectly personified her. Why are there only little boys in this program? Why are there no little girls? Is it because of preference for boys over girls? Why are there no little girls? I'm going to go to the authorities and ask them why no girls are participating. Are they not eligible? Chapter 103. If you burst into tears in 3 seconds, I will take charge. I will push him away and give you the green light. Under the bombardment of some interested parties, the official finally responded, "Girls' clothes are too expensive, and their accommodation and food require careful care. We are currently short on funds, and boys are tough and easy to support." Ha 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 ha. This official is trying to make me laugh to death. This answer is beyond my expectation. I actually think it's pretty practical. Girls' performance costumes are often fancy dresses, but it's not as easy to get away with boys wearing just jeans and a sweatshirt. Little boys will fall asleep wherever they can, even if the environment is worse than usual. But little girls can't do that. In fact, the official is not biased towards boys, but is actually biased towards girls. Boy, do we deserve to live a rough life? Xiaowu's performance in the audition was remarkable, except for the variety show celebrity teacher who did not press the green light. The other 3 teachers all pressed the green pass light. Xiaowu looked at the variety show celebrity teacher in confusion, with a stern face. "What are you dissatisfied with me? Strange. This little kid is so brave. I'm the first one to directly become a mentor. I'm dying of laughter. When he's angry, his face is about to turn into a meat bun. I remember, he was working on a meat bun commercial abroad. Robazi making a meat bun advertisement, so fitting, huh? I'm laughing like crazy. From now on, you can't call him Xiaowu anymore. You have to call him Xiaorubaozi." Xiaowu had no idea that this action of his would earn him a nickname that he would never get rid of for the rest of his life. Even after he grew up to be a handsome guy, there were still fans who called him meat bun in a bad way. I have nothing against you, but I think you can do better. If you have no complaints about me, just give me the green light. The variety show star teacher was amused. "I'm afraid you'll become proud, so I'm giving you a red light to put pressure on you." Xiaowu's eyes widened. "Is this possible?" The variety show star teacher smiled and said, "A strict teacher produces excellent students. I have high expectations for you. When your next performance is better than this one, I will definitely give you the green light." Xiaowu shook his head. "Next time is next time, this time is this time. Since you are not dissatisfied with me this time, you should give me the green light. If you want me to perform well next time, you should encourage me instead of suppressing me. Otherwise, huh?" What else?
The variety show celebrity teacher didn't expect that the kid would dare to threaten him. Xiao Wu sat down on the ground, angrily saying, "Then I'll stay here."
I can even put on a crying scene for you.
The actor burst into laughter.
Xiao Wu, perform. Perform for me right now. If you burst into tears within 3 seconds, I'll make the decision. I'll push him away and give you the green light. Really?
Xiao Wu blinked. The movie star had already pushed the variety show celebrity away from his seat, put his hand on the celebrity's green light, and said with a smile, "If you cry, I will press it down for you."
He has to agree even if he doesn't agree. Hey, even if you're the best actor, you can't do this. You've crossed the line.
This is my variety show light.
Doesn't he have a sense of variety?
He's already bickering with you, but in this show, his sense of variety is at its strongest. His show is a performance, but he's actually my child. After he passes, he'll be following me as his mentor, so I'm working for the benefit of my child.
It'll be better if all the lights are on.
Who said he's your child? He has such a sense of variety, he should follow me as a mentor.
TSK, you didn't even give me a light, and you still want me to follow you, you have such a thick skin.
The female dance teacher laughed and said, "He's not thick-skinned, and he's not a big star in variety shows. I suspect he's just being special, deliberately not giving this kid the light, so that this kid will remember him. If this kid has a stubborn temper, when the time comes to select mentors, he will definitely choose him. He wants to prove it to him and get his approval."
The veteran musician was shocked. "Xiao Zong, you have so many twists and turns?"
The actor snorted coldly, "He's just a jerk.
This child's program is a performance.
Logically, she's my student. He wanted this child, so he took an unconventional approach.
Don't think I don't know.
So this time, I have to stand up for the child. The child is mine, and you can't take her away." The entire argument was heard by the audience, who nearly went crazy laughing. I didn't expect the movie star to be so shrewd in private. I didn't realize that variety show stars have so many little tricks up their sleeves.
You know what?
If this kid was originally a student of the movie star, after what the variety show star did, he might really want to prove himself to the variety show star, get his approval, and then choose the variety show star as his mentor. So I say, those who are able to thrive in the entertainment industry are not simple people.
When they come to our workplace, they are absolutely a dimensionality-reducing attack. They are good at acting and have many ulterior motives. They are definitely workplace poison. Please let them stay in the entertainment industry and don't come to the workplace to steal our jobs. They are beautiful, handsome, and can act. If they have some professional skills, how can we compare with them? As far as I know, those who have left the entertainment industry and entered the ordinary workplace are all top employees. I wonder if this little boy can cry in 3 seconds. Children's tears come at any time, right? This is not certain, let's see. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to cry in front of so many people and cameras. The actor counted, 3, 2. Before he could even shout, Xiao Wu started to cry out in tears. It was completely different from what the actor expected. He thought that if such a lively child started crying, he would cry loudly, but the crying scene this child chose is a performance that hits your heart, making you feel distressed, uncomfortable, and making you want to wipe his tears. Xiao Wu on the stage sat on the ground with his eyes drooping, tears as big as beans rolling down his cheeks. He pursed his lips gently, as if enduring great pain, not daring to cry out loud, as if afraid of disturbing others. The camera turned to Xiao Wu. Just as the cameraman zoomed in for a close-up, the little boy raised his eyes. Even the photographer who has been taking photos for many years exclaimed in his heart, "This kid has a great sense of the lens. This shot is amazing." The audience was deeply moved by the little cub's close-range kill, a pair of clear and innocent big eyes, with a layer of mist on the pupils, and when the light shines on them, the watery light shimmers. The eyelashes are very long and thick, with water droplets hanging on them, like tender buds covered with morning dew, giving people a feeling of tenderness, youthfulness, and weakness. He is so fragile, so pitiful, and also so handsome. His little face turned red because of crying, and his white face was rosy. He bit his lips lightly, trying hard not to cry out. Who else could be so hard-hearted as to not give him the green light? He's so pitiful. Xiao Zong is going too far. Why didn't he give him the green light? Why did you make my little prince cry? My heart aches. He cries, why does my heart ache? Why does this little doll cry so pitifully? She looks like a fragile crystal doll. These eyes are like crystal, so beautiful. This doesn't fit his character. Just now he was just an angry bastard. I thought he would burst into tears, but he ended up doing this? Even Lin Dayu couldn't cry as miserably as him. Chapter 104. Am I the only one curious about how delicious meat buns are?
Not only you, I want to eat them too. It turns out that pear blossoms with raindrops don't just describe women, little boys can also look like pear blossoms with raindrops.
This child is so versatile, he must be a natural actor. I like this kid so much. I want to vote for him. What's the date? Han Chengwu, number 50. Everyone, vote now. I want my little meat bun to win the whole show and be the most voted for cub. All 5,000 people in my company must vote for Little Meat Bun. Do you have more people than me?
I run a security company and a housekeeping company.
I'm not short of people.
I have 30,000 security guards and 30,000 housekeeping staff under my command.
Little Meat Bun, all 60,000 tickets are yours. All of them are yours. Don't cry, don't be sad, Grandpa's heart is broken.
I run a beauty salon and have 1,000 employees.
I'm giving all 1,000 votes to you. Don't cry, baby. My heart is broken.
The movie star was about to press the green light on the variety show celebrity's seat when the celebrity pressed it before him and shouted, "Xiao Wu, I recognize you.
Your performance has impressed me. I have decided to be your mentor. Would you like to be my student? It's not our turn yet."
"You're using dirty tricks," roared the actor. The variety show star was very proud. "Anyway, this student is the one I want." The movie star took to the microphone and shouted to Xiao Wu, follow me, I will definitely train you to be the next movie star. Perhaps, your future will far surpass mine, and Hollywood is your goal.
Become my student?
Hey, you two broke the rules, the veteran music artist yelled. Director, please come and take care of this.
Didn't you say that only the kids who passed the level get to choose their mentors at the end? These two broke the rules.
The director had not expected to encounter such an accident.
He ran forward and kindly reminded, teachers, it's not time to choose the mentors yet. Please wait a moment.
No time to wait. If you wait any longer, the students will be snatched away, the actor said unhappily. The variety show star smiled and said, I can't wait either. The veteran musician narrowed his eyes, acting cunningly. Since they've broken the rules and violated the rules, they should be punished. Director, I think they should be disqualified from being Han Chengwu's mentor.
The director nodded, you are right. Old man, what do you mean?
The variety show star cursed, you did it on purpose.
The actor was incredulous, you're not planning to take Xiaowu as your apprentice, are you?
Xiaozong and I were fighting over each other, but I didn't expect you to get the upper hand.
You're a musician, playing drums and saxophone, isn't that enough? Why are you trying to snatch someone who's studying acting?
Xiaowu isn't going the music route, you're ruining his future. Mime requires a strong sense of musicality, and I can see that Xiaowu is also very talented in music. At this time, the female dancer teacher spoke up. Mime requires not only a sense of music but also physical coordination. He is also suitable for dancing. The director was really confused. He didn't expect that this little fat boy would be fought over by 4 teachers. Xiaowu had almost cried enough. He wiped his tears and looked at the 4 teachers vying for him in the audience. He asked childishly, I want to learn dance, music, acting, and variety shows.
Can't I learn all of them?
When these words were spoken, the 4 instructors were stunned. The director wiped his sweat and said, you are too bold, kid.
Can you learn it? I can learn it all.
Grandpa hired a music teacher, a dance teacher, an acting teacher, a comedy teacher, as well as Chinese, math and English teachers for me.
I learned a lot.
Sometimes, I even took law classes with my 4th brother. The teachers all praised me for being smart.
Xiaowu's boastful character was fully exposed.
His little belly protruded, his chin raised, and he looked like a proud peacock spreading its tail feathers. this is so funny, this kid is just looking for trouble, right? You can tell at first glance that he loves to learn. The point should be that he's only in elementary school, yet he already has so many private tutors? Shouldn't he be allowed to learn everything? If you learn everything, it will be boring. Sure enough, the director did not agree to his request. Instead, he took out a box and threw 4 pieces of paper into it. You draw one yourself. Whatever you draw is what you get. Xiao Wu pouted, everyone else can choose, but for me, I have to rely on luck. The director glanced at him and muttered, behave yourself and cooperate. If the show falls apart because of you, I'll see how you're going to explain it to your grandfather. The director spoke in a very low voice, almost right next to Xiao Wu's ear. The instructors present didn't hear it, and naturally they didn't record it, so the audience didn't hear it either. The audience just felt that the director was bullying Xiao Wu a bit. He is so biased. Why is he so strict with our Xiao Wu? Everyone else can choose, but our Xiao Wu can only draw. I'm obviously the best, but I can't choose myself. How unfair. Xiao Wu reached into the box, pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to the director. The director took it apart and displayed it in front of the camera. Performance, the actor laughed heartily. It seems that God also thinks this child is more suitable for studying acting. He cupped his fists towards the 3 instructors beside him and said with a grin, thank you, thank you, thank you. Although the official side said that boys are easy to raise and it seemed that they would give these little boys who passed the auditions the worst dormitory environment, in practice, they rented a townhouse and arranged 2 people in 1 room for the children. They did not suffer the poor treatment of having to sleep in bunk beds, so it was still acceptable. The diet is also planned by nutritionists. This program is also considered conscientious. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Who did you vote for? I think the number 1 snare drum is the best. I vote for number 1. I voted for number 30. That guy's backflip is so cool. I voted for number 10. The saxophone is so beautiful. Haha, I voted for the little meat bun. Me too, me too. I voted for the little meat bun too. Are you guys real fans? If Xiao Haigan knew you guys were giving him nicknames, he'd definitely be pissed. It's good to be angry. We can see the meat buns again. His angry look is so cute. We love him when he's angry. Are you serious? I think the kid is going to cry. Xiao Wu was rated S because of his outstanding performance. 2 other boys also received S this time. One is Zhang Gu who plays drums, and the other is Xiao Feng who plays saxophone. Xiao Wu and Xiao Feng were arranged in the same room. The villa they lived in had a total of 10 rooms, with 2 people in each room, for a total of 20 people, all of whom were outstanding A and S level students. Xiao Wu would sneak back home every day. After all, it was very close to his home. Han Fei deliberately arranged for him to stay in the villa area near Lao Su's residence. Xiao Wu was a foodie. Every day he brings meat buns and scallion meat rolls to share with the 20 children living in the same villa. Some children looked down on it, but one child came back from vacation abroad and said that there was a long queue for this bun abroad, but later it was no longer available. He didn't expect Xiao Wu to have so many. The child who originally looked down on meat buns ate one out of curiosity and then liked it. Children are relatively innocent, and even if they have some little thoughts, they can't resist the age of being greedy. Brother Xiao Wu, do you have any meat buns left? Little 5, do you have any scallion pork rolls? Xiao Wu has become the most popular kid in this villa building. He pointed at the table and said, not much left. It's all there. I'll bring some more tomorrow. He felt gusts of wind blowing, and the children rushed to the table and started grabbing the meat buns. Give me half. Hey, you took 2. Give me a bite. You're going too far. Give me a bite. This is the forced advertisement that pops up when everyone watches online dramas and variety shows at the beginning. It is because of this scene that netizens are hooked and completely addicted to this show. Next, the children will face the monthly elimination rounds. Under the guidance of their mentors every month, they will make considerable progress. The following is just a trailer, and today's program is just an audition. This leaves the audience wanting more, and they can't help but look forward to the next performance of their favorite children. My little 5 is so cute. Kids these days are all very talented and secretive. My little brother is at the 8th grade piano level. This show is so cool. It's really cultivating the nation's little prince.
Am I the only one curious about how delicious those meat buns are? Ha, you're not the only one, I want to eat it too. Please provide a link to where I can buy meat buns and flour rolls. Chapter 105, Eating Melons. I watched him build a mansion, and then I watched it collapse. Is the old man unlucky again? I know how delicious this bun is. I just returned to China, and this little fat boy and his sister are very popular overseas. I also recently returned to China. Little angels can have faith abroad. I've already posted this video about Xiaowu's performance online, and within a short while, it's already gotten over 10,000 hits. After Xiaoqi's advertisement went viral on the internet, everyone also saw the little boy who partnered with Xiaoqi. From their eyebrows, it can be seen that the two children are very similar, especially the same little baby fat. After learning that the two were siblings, netizens on the foreign website fell in love with the plump little boy as well. Hundreds of chain stores under the Hanhun Group were closed, and even frozen products were no longer available. They didn't know all the twists and turns, they only knew that the boss Han Hong was involved in a murder of passion and committed suicide in prison, and as a result, the Hanhun Group also closed down. Extranet frowny face Jack, look. The little angel's brother. It really is a little fat boy, he is performing a mime. This close can't hide his belly, ha ha ha, what a great performance. I've seen Charlie Chaplin perform this, and this kid's performance is truly amazing. Look, the instructor refused to turn off the lights, and he even started arguing with the instructor. I think he is so cool for trying to get what is his own. Crying in just 3 seconds? Really? I'm really looking forward to seeing the little fat boy sitting on the ground and crying. I already have a picture in my mind. Oh my god, is he the angel's tears? I thought he would be a wailing brat, but when he cried, he looked like an angel descending to earth, showing compassion to the world, as expected of the little angel's brother. When he cries, he looks like he has wings. Angel brother. I want to vote for Angel brother. How do I vote? Can I access this link and vote even if I'm abroad? Give it a try. If that doesn't work, we'll ask our friends in China to help us vote for Angel brother. Hello, my dear Dragon Country friend, I'm Jack. I want you to do me a favor. Can you use your phone to vote for a kid I really like? What, you've already voted? Who did you vote for? Saxophone Xiaofeng? No, your vision is not good. You should vote for the angel brother Xiaowu. Hey, my handsome uncle from Dragon Country, I want you to vote for me. Yes, for National Little Prince. What? You've already voted for Xiaowu? That's okay, I want to vote for Xiaowu too. Hello, my ex-girlfriend from Dragon Country. This is very presumptuous of me to ask you to do something for me. Hey, don't hang up. I was wrong back then. Please give me a chance to talk. Have you ever watched the show National Little Prince? I wonder which child you like. Do you like Xiaowu too? What a coincidence. I like Xiaowu too. What, you want to have a child and you're just looking for a partner? Don't waste time, I'll fly over right now. We'll definitely be able to have a pair of little angels. The airport staff found that there were a lot of foreigners coming to Longwei in the past 2 days, and they all had one thing in common. As soon as they got off the plane, they asked where to get mobile phone cards, and they wanted to vote for the program. Airport staff work in 3 shifts and are usually very busy. They rarely watch variety shows, let alone wait for a show in front of the TV at 9 o'clock. But today, a group of flight attendants who had just got off work got together and went to a colleague's house, waiting in front of the TV for 9 o'clock to come. As soon as 9 o'clock arrived, the National Little Prince program started on time. This is the first episode after the auditions, and it is also the time for the children to officially perform solo. Unlike the rough auditions, there will be stage dance accompaniment, stage lighting, etc. In short, it finally feels like a formal performance. The Kiwi and Cat platforms saw the business opportunities in the program and quickly uploaded overseas links. They didn't expect that the overseas links almost crashed as soon as they were launched. Too many people entered, causing the system to be unable to handle the load. Fortunately, the maintenance personnel worked overtime to maintain it, which stabilized the overseas links. Han Fei didn't expect that Xiaowu, a glutton, would bring meat buns to the villa to share with his friends,
and he didn't expect that Han Group would usher in a highlight moment in the country. The current Hanli, formerly known as Henry, has quickly opened up the Han Group in the country.
Han Fei admired his younger brother's execution ability very much. He would do things as soon as he said he would, without any hesitation.
Moreover, the speed and quality of task execution were amazing. An advertisement for the Han brand was interspersed in the middle of the program.
It was a scene of a little girl and a little boy fighting over a bun.
It was the same advertisement that was popular overseas. This was the first time that the people of Longwa saw this advertisement. Some overseas friends had told them about the Han Group, and they had already seen the advertisement beforehand. At this point, netizens in Longwa were furious and began to criticize the official website. What's going on?
Do children in Longwa not deserve good food? What's wrong with you? Why are you selling it overseas instead of feeding it to the children of Long Country?
I want to eat meat buns, I want to eat scallion meat rolls.
Give it to foreigners first? Because they're rich? I'm telling you, I'm rich too.
You have to arrange a set meal of steamed buns and flour rolls for me.
No cheaping allowed.
I'll pay whatever the foreigners pay.
Why is it called Han Group abroad and Hans Group in China? If you don't understand, just ask. The official finally came out, and the AI customer service replied, "Hello everyone, I am Han Group's AI customer service. My name is Han Shaba. I will answer everyone's questions one by one."
The chairman of the Han Group is this old man. A link to a video was released. Netizens followed the internet and saw a series of short videos, an old man picking up trash, then an old man selling candied haws at a stall in front of a primary school, and then an old man driving a breakfast cart selling buns in front of a park. This sign looks familiar. Nowadays, all the candied haws shops in the streets and alleys have this sign hanging on them.
Grandpa Candied Haws.
So this old man started it.
Does that mean all those candied haws stalls with signs are chain stores?
No wonder every new product tastes the same.
Have you tried the new candied haws with glutinous rice wrapped in hawthorn?
They're super delicious. I have, and my son keeps asking for the candied haws from Candied Haws Grandpa every day.
My child is the same. He must eat every day. If he doesn't, he will throw a tantrum.
Everyone watched as this old man earned his first pot of gold with his own hands from the bottom of society, and then bought a breakfast cart, making his life better little by little. The scene was very heartwarming, and you could see that all the customers liked the old man very much, and they lined up in an orderly manner and cooperated very well. But suddenly the scene changed, and a group of security guards surrounded the breakfast cart and were trying to drive it away. The breakfast cart had no choice but to leave the park and go somewhere else to sell. But before the cart could even start selling, the supermarket clerk came out to chase the people away, and then the urban management arrived. The old man had nowhere to set up his stall, and he had to watch helplessly as the steaming hot buns lost their heat, became cold, and could no longer be sold. Why not give people a chance to live? This old man didn't choose to beg, but instead chose to scavenge and earn money with his own hands. He didn't give up because of people's contemptuous looks, but continued to work hard to make his life better.
Why do you tease him like this?
Just when the old man was frowning, a foreigner appeared. Then they saw the old man's life taking off. Cool.
Grandpa has his own steamed bun factory. Grandpa has his own business, Han Group. I suddenly feel like crying.
It's really not easy for him at such an old age. He found hope amidst despair. When life hits its lowest point, never give up, because you'll definitely bounce back and take off. Just wait for that moment of takeoff. It turns out that Han Group's main business is the frozen food industry chain, which is exported overseas. Only a small portion of the products enter the market, and even then, only in the city where the grandfather lives. I'm so envious of my fellow townspeople who can eat such delicious buns. 10,000 people signed a petition in blood, begging the old man to expand his business and stock it in major supermarkets in first and second tier cities.
You can't blame the old man for favoring foreign businesses.
After all, they are funded by foreigners, and the old man doesn't have much say. Alas, Dragon Country's good things are all coveted by foreigners, and as a result, our own people can't even taste them. How heartbreaking. After a brief period of glory, the old man in the short video suddenly became shabby and destitute again. What's going on?
Chairman, how did it become like this? Isn't it time for another bad luck?
The old man does have real skills, but his luck seems to be very bad. In the video, all frozen products in foreign supermarkets were taken off the shelves, and the supermarkets refused to continue cooperation. The reason was that business was too good and other products could not be sold. What kind of a reason is this? Why did they remove the product from the shelves when business was booming? This is bullying us dragon people. Because it's a product of dragon country, I think they're deliberately suppressing us, dragon country, to prevent us from making a lot of money. Have you noticed that if our country makes less profit, or even suffers losses, that's what they want to see? Whenever our business is booming abroad, we encounter this kind of malicious suppression. Look. Grandpa's wearing his chef's uniform. He's going to show off his cooking skills. I'm so excited. I wonder what delicious dishes he's going to make. Do you want to make the meat buns yourself, using your hands instead of machines? But that would be tiring, wouldn't it? In the short video, 100 chain stores quickly opened abroad, and domestic netizens exclaimed frowny face wow. Grandpa has taken over foreign territories like a virus without us knowing. I laughed my ass off. Grandpa Ken, who was next to the bun shop, is gone. Is the big gourd in front of the bun shop real? It's real, a domestic specialty, a giant gourd. No wonder a friend of mine from abroad called me and asked if I had any channels to buy gourds. He wanted to buy one, and I was wondering why he was interested in gourds. It turns out he had been eating well behind my back and had become a fan of the old man. The old man personally started making pork ribs rice cakes. When the ribs were fried until golden and steaming hot, netizens seemed to smell the fragrance of the ribs through the screen. There's pork rib rice cake in foreign countries. I can't even find it in China. It seems to be a specialty of first-tier cities? Oh my god, I'm so envious. Thousands of people signed a petition in blood, asking Grandpa to open 1,000 bun shops in China. Not one less. Yes, if we have 100 stores abroad, we should have at least 1,000 stores in China. We can't treat our compatriots badly. We are from the same country. The old man must have made a lot of money. Things are so expensive abroad. I'm so envious. This money is what Grandpa deserves. He should be given it. Didn't you see that Grandpa Ken and Uncle Mai are about to close down? Look, there's no one inside. It's like when Grandpa Ken and Uncle Mai came to China and caused chaos in our domestic restaurant industry, forcing many restaurants to close. Karma has come. Thank you, Grandpa, for revenge for the Dragon Kingdom restaurant industry, but before netizens could be happy for long, they saw that every bun shop was sealed. Chapter 106, Supporting Chinese Products starts with me. I only drink Waha water and only eat Han's meat buns. What's going on, Grandpa? Is he unlucky again? 100 stores, what kind of excuse did they use to close them overseas? They are simply bullying others by taking advantage of their power. So I say, if someone can thrive in a foreign country, it must be something extraordinary. Excluding traders, they must be someone with real talent. In the short video, the foreigner who cooperated with the old man was arrested and put in jail. As you can see in the picture, 3 men wearing beast masks visited him in prison, as if forcing him to make a decision. That night, the foreign man, unable to make a decision, chose to set himself on fire. Fuck, he really set himself on fire? I'm just curious, where did this fire come from? What on earth did those 3 people force him to do? He actually chose death rather than obey their wishes. There's a rumor going around that these 3 people are all foreign capitalists. They seem to want Dragon Country's holographic game, and they want him to get it through the old man. What? This foreigner actually chose to commit suicide and was unwilling to do so. He is a real man. His values are very positive. If he were an ordinary person, he would definitely choose to live a miserable life and agree to it first. I'm really crying my eyes out. This old man finally rose from a scavenger to his current success, but because of some intrigue, he's suddenly been reduced to his original state. Luckily, the old man didn't stay abroad and has been working in a domestic factory the whole time. Otherwise, he would have been arrested by the foreigners, and this matter would not have been done through that foreigner, but through the old man. Grandpa definitely wouldn't do that. Wouldn't that make him a traitor? If the old man hadn't done this, his fate would have been the same as that of the foreigner who remained true to his principles, a dead end. It's so chaotic abroad, it's better in China. Yes, I studied abroad for 8 years. When I returned to China, I was embarrassed to say that I had been abroad. Aha, me too. I went abroad for 4 years, and when I came back I felt like a country bumpkin. I couldn't even use mobile payments. When I bought a jianbing, a Chinese pancake, the woman selling it had to help me operate her phone before I could pay. She asked me where I was from, and I said I was from the mountains. I wouldn't dare even say I was from abroad, it's hilarious. A friend of mine came back from studying abroad and went to a small restaurant for dinner. He accidentally blurted out something in Japanese, and the proprietress immediately kicked him out. He's just being unreasonable. Why would he choose to study abroad anywhere else but with his old enemy? Grandpa's products overseas are all gone. What should he do next? The fact that we can see all this from here shows that Grandpa has made a comeback. A capable person, no matter how suppressed he is, will always be able to fight back and will definitely take off again. Your abilities are your own. No matter how bad the external environment makes your current situation, don't be discouraged. Because as long as you have real abilities, you will definitely have a job. Many children now realize that no matter how high their academic qualifications are, without truly solid technical and professional skills, they are just a piece of useless paper. My child's grades are average. If he gets into high school, he'll just go to an ordinary one, and I'm not sure if he'll be able to go to college. Right now, he's madly drawing. His goal is to get into an art school. Although he only has a technical secondary school diploma, he can become an artist or a designer after graduation. As long as he has artistic talent, there's no job he can't do. Parents nowadays are more open-minded. Unlike when I was a kid, they thought if my child didn't get into college due to poor grades, there would be no other job for him in his life except sweeping the streets. When I was little, my mom took me out to sweep the streets. She told me seriously that if I didn't get into college, I'd end up sweeping the streets. I was so happy sweeping the streets back then, and I felt like it was perfect for me. So when I grew up, I became a glorious sanitation worker, the kind with a braid. Fuck, the guy above is awesome. How many years of detours have been avoided? Xiaoba, I'd like to ask, is the current Han group the same as the former Han Hum group? Without the Hang character in the name, does that mean there are no foreigners, and that the Han group is a true dragon national private enterprise? Han Xiaoba answered in a baby voice, yes. Can this thing also chat with voice? AI technology is getting more and more powerful. Holographic games are already out. AI is a piece of cake for our technology, right? Xiaoba, is the old man in the short video Grandpa Han himself? Han Xiaoba sighed. Grandpa refused to play the role himself, so a contracted artist from Han Entertainment Company played the role. The artist who plays the grandfather is 25 years old, but he just looks older. This doesn't just make you look old, does it? Looks older than Song's Bayo, right? Looks older than the actor who played Crazy Donkey. Zhao Lao is so good at looking old, he started playing old men in his 30s. So he beat Mr. Zhao, and now at 25 he's already playing an old man? This is hilarious. What a glorious thing. He saved himself decades of trouble. Am I the only one paying attention to Han Entertainment? So, this short video, which resembles a skit, was filmed by the old man himself, hired by his own company. The old man has something on him. I am dying of laughter. Grandpa, 10,000 people have written in blood, please film it yourself, don't use a stand-in. I really want to see what the old man looks like. The latest news from abroad says that the little boy and girl in the advertisement are the grandfather's grandchildren. Is this true? Xiaowu is the grandfather's grandson? So, just by looking at Xiaowu's chubby little face, you can guess what the grandfather looks like. Anyone with good art skills, please draw Xiaowu as an old man, so we can figure out what the old man really looks like. I'm a former sprinter, now retired. I was lucky enough to be a loyal customer of the breakfast cart. I even visited old Han's home. He's truly handsome, the kind of dandy, with a certain Shanghainese air. I just checked the information above. It's a certified athlete, a grandfather. A grandfather's friend is also a grandfather, there's nothing wrong with that. I believe it. What this old man said must be true. I really want to meet this yuppie old gentleman. Han Xiaoba's childish voice rang out. Grandpa has re-established the Han Group. All products will be gradually available in major supermarkets across the country. Please stay tuned. Hurry up, I want to eat now. I checked the convenience store downstairs, but they didn't have it. My city already has them. Ha! I just bought some frozen meat buns from the freezer at a large supermarket and have them steamed already. I'm so excited. I'm so envious. Where is your city? I want to fly there and eat there. My city has it too. I just bought it at the small supermarket downstairs. Eat quickly, and tell me if it's delicious. Is it really as good as the rumors online? Generally speaking, the food that internet celebrities promote doesn't taste that good, it's all false advertising. I was a little worried, so I only bought one pack of meat buns. I too bought a pack of meat buns and a pack of scallion and pork flour rolls, just to try them out. So delicious. I just bought some hot buns from the breakfast counter at the convenience store. The salesperson said they were the same meat buns from Grandpa Han's. They're really delicious, absolutely true. Convenience stores sell steaming hot breakfast buns? I'm so envious. Why can't I get them in Shanghai? Friends in Shanghai, let me tell you, from what I've heard so far, it's basically only available in third-tier cities. There are not many second-tier cities with this product, let alone first-tier cities like you. I suspect that Grandpa's products were rejected by supermarkets and shopping malls in first and second-tier cities, so they couldn't be put on the shelves immediately. I suddenly feel like living in a third-tier city is a good thing. Ha ha, people in the capital, Shanghai, and Shangguan can't eat here. I'm so happy. Don't they have enough delicious food? They eat a lot of imported food, right? Now I'll let you try it. It's so frustrating to only be able to watch. I have to shoot a short video and upload it to make them envious. As a Shanghainese, I'm from the south. Honestly, I have no interest in northern-style steamed buns or meat rolls. But I'm completely captivated by the old man's golden, crispy fried pork ribs and rice cakes. My tears are flowing, along with my saliva. Please, come to Shanghai and sell pork ribs and rice cakes soon. Don't you have your own brand of pork rib rice cakes in Shanghai? Why are you missing out on old grandpas? I think your city is just being xenophobic, not letting old grandpa's stuff in. What do you know? Fresh rice cakes are different now. They used to be fried rice cakes, but now they are boiled. The spare ribs are also extremely thin. It's so disappointing. A while ago, a TV series became a huge hit, which brought back the popularity of pork rib rice cakes. I also tried it because of my childhood memories. The taste was completely different from my childhood, which was really sad. It was just a passing fad. Now the street in the TV show has returned to its deserted state. On the Lantern Festival, there wasn't even a ghost on the street. Is it true that you can't set off firecrackers in your city? Yes, there's no festive atmosphere at all. There used to be fireworks on the Bund, but because of the stampede 2 years ago, even the fireworks have been cancelled. The best cities are those with parades of gods. I went there during Chinese New Year, and the fireworks there even formed thick white clouds. It was so cool. Xiaoba, help me urge Grandpa Han to come to our magic city to sell pork ribs and rice cakes. Han Xiaoba's childish voice was filled with apology. I'm sorry, the housing prices in Shanghai are too high, and the shop rents are too expensive. Grandpa hasn't made any plans to venture into Shanghai this year. Please wait a little longer. I am going to cry so hard, I have no choice but to move. The person above, come to our third-tier city. Housing is cheap, the air is good, and there are also pork buns and scallion pork rolls from Grandpa's house. I just had a big steamed pork bun, and it was delicious. I'm not kidding. Grandpa Han's meat buns are quick frozen, but the skin isn't stiff at all, it's soft and fluffy, and the meat inside is made with real ingredients. I just checked the expiration date, and it's only 30 days. The ingredient list is super clean. This is a conscientious Chinese product. Support domestic products, start with me. I'm a patriot. Now I only drink Waha water and only eat Han Ye's meat buns. Chapter 107. We are not here to see the Cubs perform. We are here to attend a food feast. Little 5, little 5, little 5. Little wind, little wind, little wind.
Snake drum, little drum, little drum.
At the scene, fans were wildly shouting their favorite little cubs and waving their glow sticks. The live guests of the talent show are drawn from the audience who vote in each episode, and the winning audience can come to the scene to experience the live version. The scene of a talent show is different from that of a concert. Because there are so many contestants, they are on site from morning to afternoon. The audience was reluctant to leave their seats. Some had brought bread, while others chose to go hungry. Just when they were starving, a fragrance wafted over, the charming aroma unique to fried food. The Maillard reaction is always irresistible. The host pushed a cart to the audience.
Each area of the audience was clearly divided.
Fans of different people were sitting in which area, and their fans could be identified by the support signs they held. Then, a little cub would run off the stage, come to his fans, and distribute boxes of pork ribs and rice cakes to each fan.
Wow, Xiaofeng handed it to me personally. I can't bear to eat it.
Xiaofeng's face was cold. You can't be hungry, eat.
Okay, mommy fans, as ordered. Eat it right away. Our Xiaofeng is so cool. Xiaofeng has the aura of a boss at such a young age. Sister, be obedient, and eat right away.
Xiaofeng, don't always have a stern face. Smile. Xiaogu was young and didn't want to work after a while. The little boy held his mouth and looked very unhappy. At this moment, a pacifier was handed to him. Xiaogu widened his eyes and looked over, only to see a gentle auntie. Xiaogu, are you unhappy because you don't have a pacifier? Xiaogu nodded angrily. Mom said that I was on TV and I had to pay attention to my image.
She even took away my pacifier. Walala.
All the fans handed over a pacifier, each holding one.
Come, sister will give you a pacifier.
We are Xiaogu's fan moms, and the fan moms said we can suck on the pacifier. After distributing the pork ribs and rice cakes, Xiaogu was very happy and went back home with a great harvest. On the other side, Xiaowu was also distributing pork ribs and rice cakes. The style here was very unique. Other people's fans were either making their little ones laugh or giving them gifts to cheer them up, but here, the fans pointed their cameras at Xiaowu and shouted, "Ro Baozi!
Cry! Meat bun, get angry!
Ro Baozi, hurry up and get angry, puff up your little cheeks, and perform a live Ro Baozi!
Little prince of meat buns, shouldn't you be giving out your meat buns?
Why are you giving out pork ribs and rice cakes? Brother Angel, cry quickly, cry out." Xiaowu grinned and laughed happily. The pork rib rice cake was made by my grandfather himself. You should try it.
Humph. You want me to cry? You want me to get angry?
I won't cry, I won't get angry.
I want to laugh, laugh like a flower. I'll make you mad. I came all the way here just to see you, an angel, cry.
You can cry in 2 seconds, so satisfy us fans and cry.
Cry one. Cry one.
The fans cheered. The cameras captured the entire scene. In addition to the edited program broadcast on the local channel at 9 p.m., the Kiwi and Cat platforms have already launched the live broadcast room of the variety show National Little Prince. At this moment, fans who were not lucky enough to be selected to attend the live broadcast are squatting in the live broadcast room to watch the show. Frowny face, I'm dying of laughter. Rubozi's fans are so mean.
Are you sure this is a true fan?
Not a hater. If I were there, I would also like to watch the live version of Angels crying.
Look at Rubozi's stiffly smiling face. Is this the highest level of pretending to be smiling? Screenshots, screenshots, crazy screenshots. Each of Rubozi's expressions is awesome.
I'm looking forward to seeing him make a set of emoticons.
Angel crying JPG. Angry meat bun JPG. Mime face JPG. Arguing with a variety show star, argumentative face JPG. Smiling like a flower JPG. Smile with a fake face JPG. The above is giving out benefits. Quick answer. Wow. Awesome.
Picture saved. Picture saved +1, +2, +3, +9.99. After interacting with the fans, the little cubs returned to the backstage and began to enjoy their pork ribs and rice cakes. A smile appeared on Xiaofeng's 1,000-year-old face. He bumped Xiaowu with his shoulder and said, "Xiaowu, does your grandfather still need a grandson?" Xiao Wu ate the fried pork ribs with big mouthfuls and shook his head. My grandfather has so many grandchildren, and recently there is also Xiao Ba competing with us for favor.
Xiao Ba? Is he the AI customer service on the official website?
Xiao Bu came over and asked curiously. Xiao Wu stamped his feet in anger.
It's invading my home now.
I'll show you its hateful face. On the tablet screen, a chubby, short robot was circling an old man, shouting, "Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa, Xiaobo wants the latest game, Xiaobo wants to play it too."
Wow! Is this an intelligent robot? How cute!
Xiaowu, I'm so envious of you.
You have an intelligent robot. Is it a girl or a boy? It's so cute.
A group of children gathered around Xiaowu's tablet computer, full of curiosity about the smart robot inside. Xiaowu was furious. Who knows if it's a man or a woman?
It's just a flatterer.
The audience watched their little cubs reluctantly go back to the backstage, and only then did they turn their attention to the pork ribs and rice cakes.
Is this the pork rib rice cake that's so popular overseas that foreigners are lining up in long lines?
I never expected that I would be one of the first people in the country to eat Han's pork rib rice cake.
Wow! The person who took a bite praised loudly and didn't bother to talk anymore, just started to eat with relish. Is it delicious? Aren't you being too exaggerated? Try it now. It's really delicious. After everyone took a bite and tasted it, no one bothered to talk anymore.
The scene was surprisingly quiet at this moment. When they came to their senses, they looked down and found that the lunchboxes were empty.
Some people closed their eyes and savored the memories. Someone shouted, "Can I have another one? I have a big appetite, I'm from the north, this is not enough. One more, please."
Someone stepped forward and shouted, and the audience in the auditorium echoed him. The cart arrived, but this time it wasn't golden fried pork chops, it was baskets of meat buns. The host smiled apologetically. The pork ribs and rice cakes were all cooked by Mr. Han himself early in the morning.
Please understand that he is old. Cooking for so many people is really a physically demanding task. Let him rest.
For those who haven't eaten enough, since you are from the north, I think you must love steamed buns.
Try Han's meat buns, you will definitely not be disappointed. Can this stuff be as delicious as the meat buns my mom makes?
We in the north all make our own buns. We put as much meat as we want in them. How honest.
Can yours be better than ours?
I don't believe it tastes better than what I make at home.
It's better than nothing.
When the first person who complained took a bite, then a second bite, and then a third bite, the bun was finished. He took 3 bites to eat a bun. It was definitely not because the bun was not big enough, but because he was really hungry.
How is it? Is it better than what your mom cooks?
Asked the host with a smile. The man suddenly sobbed and burst into tears. This scared the people around him. Brother, are you crying because of eating so much?
My mother is gone.
He sobbed softly. I can no longer eat the meat buns made by my mother, but today I tasted the flavor of my mother, the same way she mixed the minced meat. I don't like ginger and scallions mixed in minced meat, but I like meat with scallion flavor. Later, I could no longer taste shredded scallions and ginger in meat buns.
It's just like the meat in this bun.
It tastes like scallions and ginger to remove the fishy smell and enhance the freshness, but there are no scallion and ginger residues. It's similar to the way my mother made it, and the seasoning is even better than my mother's. Some people who hadn't eaten yet broke open the meat buns on the spot and saw the meat filling inside. As expected, there was no onion or ginger except meat.
Let me try it.
My grandma doesn't like ginger in meat buns, but the ones sold on the market now all have chopped green onions and ginger mixed in.
If it's really delicious, I'll take some back for my grandma to eat. Delicious. This is so delicious. The meat is so firm, you can tell it's leg meat right away, not some messy junk meat. Host, can I take 2 back home for my parents to eat? Host, can I take 2 back to my grandma? Host, can I take 2 back home for my child?
Anyone who has eaten the meat buns is eager to take them home and share the delicious food with their closest family members. The host laughed.
Don't worry, everyone. After the children's performance, everyone will get a gift to take home.
I won't go into detail about the specifics, but you can see for yourselves when the time comes.
I've saved a little surprise for everyone.
I can guarantee that there will be a bag of frozen meat buns and a bag of frozen scallion pork rolls in the gift bag. Now that you mention it, I'm even more looking forward to this surprise. I wonder what gifts Grandpa has prepared for us. I'm so excited. I almost forgot I was here to watch a talent show. I'm eating and taking things. How embarrassing. We're not here to see the little cubs perform, we're here for a food feast. Chapter 108 Jealousy makes me unrecognizable. Large-scale eating broadcast. Han's products are now on the shelves. Not long after they had eaten the pork ribs, rice cakes and meat buns, the little cubs came out from backstage again. This time, each of them was wearing a Calabash Brothers costume and holding a small basket filled with colorful candies. The little cubs came to their own exclusive fan area and started giving candies to their fan moms, dads, brothers, and sisters who liked them. The host explained on stage, "This is Hans Group's new product, handmade fruit candy, which will soon be available. To support the re-employment of people with disabilities, the fruit candies you're receiving are all made by people with disabilities. They're physically disabled, but their hearts are strong. We hope everyone will give you their honest feedback after trying them. We'll then film a video to share your feedback with them. To reassure everyone, we have also filmed the entire production process and the sanitation conditions there. Please watch it." A large kitchen appears on the big screen. Inside the kitchen, everyone is wearing a white chef's uniform, a hat, a mask, and gloves. Some are making syrup, some are peeling fruit, some are cutting fruit, some are putting fruit into a blender, and some are putting fruit into a juicer. The division of labor is clear and the kitchen is clean and hygienic. Looking closer, you'll notice the people peeling the fruit are in wheelchairs, with disabled legs. The worker putting the fruit into the juicer has only one hand, operating it effortlessly. Meanwhile, the soup chef is signing to a deaf-mute person. After receiving the candies distributed by the cubs and watching the scenes on the big screen, the audience suddenly felt that the candies in their hands became heavy. "No matter whether this candy tastes good or not, I will buy it once it's on the shelves. No matter what it tastes like, to me, it's candy with a soul, the most delicious candy. Don't underestimate them, I think what they cook must be delicious. Yes. I believe them. The candies they make must be delicious." Some people couldn't wait to open the candy wrapper. It turned out to be a square piece of yellow soft candy with a piece of glutinous rice paper on the surface. You could vaguely see some granular objects inside the yellow candy. It says passion fruit flavor on the candy wrapper. Let me try it. Such a rich passion fruit flavor. Mine is strawberry flavored, and I can taste the graininess of the strawberry. Mine tastes like durian, haha, stinky, but sweet. I had the mango flavor. It was so delicious and sweet. Looking at the production process on the big screen, they are all handmade, using real fruits, not the garbage stuff mixed with flavors and pigments. Look at the big screen. They're making passion fruit candy. So this is how it's made. I'm almost learning it. This is the secret recipe, right? Are you sharing it with us? Grandpa is so generous, isn't he afraid that we'll look at the secret recipe and go home to make our own candy instead of buying his candy? The purple passion fruit with wrinkled skin was cut into two halves by an employee in a wheelchair, and the essence inside was taken out. Then a large bowl filled with the pulp was conveyed via a conveyor belt to the stove. The deaf-mute employee poured the pulp into the pot, added sugar, lemon juice, and butter, and simmered it while stirring. When the syrup was bubbling, water starch was added and stirred quickly. The sugar was boiled until it was clumped together and not loose. It was picked up with a spatula, and the dripping shape formed a smooth waterfall. It was then considered cooked. Pour it into a square stainless steel mold while it is still hot, and the deaf-mute employee puts it on the conveyor belt and sends it to another employee. The employee covers the stainless steel container filled with sugar with plastic wrap and puts it in the refrigerator to set. The employees took out the previous batch of shaped candies from the refrigerator, cut them into pieces with a long knife, and scattered the golden pieces of candy in a large iron basin. They then put them onto the next conveyor belt and sent them to another group of employees in wheelchairs, wearing gloves. The employees began to wrap each piece of candy with rice paper to prevent sticking, and then wrapped it with the corresponding candy wrapper. All operations are in order and smooth. My brain has learned it, but my hands haven't. It looks simple, but it's hard to operate.
Am I the only one who noticed that this huge basket of passion fruit only had this little bit of sugar in the end? I've also noticed that the sugar conversion rate isn't high. This candy will definitely be very expensive, right? I've given up on making it myself.
I've already bought so many passion fruits and washed them, and I don't want to do anything else.
Ha, I'm better than you. Once I cut them up and take out the pulp, I probably need to take a nap. I'm so tired.
They each do their own thing, and they look and feel very smooth. If we really had to make them by hand, it would take us more than a day to finish, and the cost seems extremely high.
It feels like we might as well buy ready-made ones. I understand. Grandpa is indeed a businessman. If we could make this stuff ourselves, he wouldn't show us the secret recipe. He showed it to us so we wouldn't give up, right?
It turns out that experience is always the best.
The Cubs came on stage and continued their performance.
The audience ate candy and watched the Cubs cheering them up, feeling very happy. Even gods wouldn't change this day.
Yeah, it's so comfortable.
When I was selected, I was a little upset because I had to take time off and lose a day's salary.
Now I feel that it's totally worth it. I'm willing to pay for the day's salary loss.
The staff came over with a cart and started distributing drinks and water. The water was Waha purified water, and the drinks were Waha AD calcium milk, Shuangweiwei, and Nutri Express. Having food and drinks, this is so cool.
Grandpa is so good, I don't even want to go home. I'm already looking forward to afternoon tea.
Me too.
I think Grandpa will prepare afternoon tea for us, right?
I hope the Cubs can perform longer so I can still have some dinner. Around 3 o'clock, the Cubs on the stage had almost finished their performances, and it was the turn of the 4 mentors to score and guide them. The 4 mentors needed some time to discuss, and the Cubs stood on the stage waiting quietly. Suddenly, the host came over with a cart, and the Cubs' eyes lit up. They were all at the age of greed, and it was after the performance that they were exhausted and the hungriest. The audience's eyes widened. They have it, but we don't?
Although I'm very full, I think I can still fight. I can eat too. Don't just spoil the little ones, give us grown-up friends some afternoon tea.
The host smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone, your share has already arrived." Carts were pushed over one after another, loaded with milk tea, xingjian, stir-fried dumplings, pot stickers, siamai, steamed buns, spring rolls, steamed dumplings, colorful xiaolongbao, small steamed buns, sesame cakes, fried dough sticks, rice cakes. I told you, Hana, this is a gourmet feast.
This is a gourmet feast belonging to our dragon country. It seems. I haven't eaten these for a long time. It's the same at my house.
For convenience, we always buy bread the day before and just have a quick meal the next morning. I haven't had breakfast at a breakfast stall in a long time. With work getting busier and the pace of life accelerating, it seems like I haven't sat down, calmed down, and had a good breakfast in a long time.
Rice cake. White rice cake. I haven't eaten this in a long time. Fried spring rolls.
My grandma used to make them for me only during Chinese New Year, but she passed away and no one in the family knows how to make them. This milk tea is delicious, not like the sour taste of non-dairy creamer.
There's an ingredient list. Is this something the Han Group is going to sell in the future? It's treholos. I have no sugar here. Isn't sugar-free bitter?
It's not bitter, it even has the taste of longan.
Let me try the sugar-free flavor. This is pu'er. Only the best pu'er has a fruity aroma similar to longan. Oh my god, a lowly office worker like me deserves to drink good pu'er tea? Why do I feel like this is more energizing than coffee? Tea is good tea. Add fresh milk to it. Of course, it has the same effect as coffee.
Tea is also refreshing, but it is healthier than coffee.
It contains tea polyphenol, which are anti-cancer and can promote blood circulation. Black tea is also good for the stomach. Good stuff. I need to drink more. After a belly full of milk tea, do you still have room for anything else? It's edible.
Take a bite of the fried dough sticks, they're so delicious. I thought fried dough sticks with soy milk was the ultimate combination, but now I realize that fried dough sticks with milk tea is the ultimate combination. It's amazing.
Ha! I sense 4 resentful gazes. Ha ha ha, I felt that too. I even locked eyes with them. It's so pitiful.
The little cubs and we are all eating, but the 4 instructors are the only ones who can't eat, even though they are tempted by the delicious aroma.
They still have to work and get points. Audience in front of the live studio, explode. I'm going to explode right here. Jealousy has distorted me beyond recognition. The 4 mentors are jealous, but I'm even more jealous. At least they just had pork ribs, rice cakes, steamed buns, and the fruit candy. Not only did we not get to eat it, we also got shown off. I suspect I wasn't watching the National Little Prince contest, I was watching a massive eating show. Help! My stomach is screaming. I ordered takeout Xingjian, a type of fried dumpling, and it was terrible. Bad review.
I just checked the official website, and the fruit gummies won't be available in supermarkets in third-tier cities until next month.
People in the capital are crying. People in Shanghai say, I'm moving tomorrow. Shine Guangren said, Grandpa Han, we invite you to be our guest.
Let's have a good chat about your business and see if you can expand it to ours as soon as possible. People in Hangzhou said, we are not a first-tier city, please take a look at us, Mr. Han.
The person above, stop pretending. Are you any worse than the city next door?
I heard your average salary has already exceeded that of first-tier cities.
Xiang said, Grandpa Han, we're rich in grapes, red dates, and nuts here. Is there any chance for us to collaborate?
We have many beautiful women and handsome men here, and we'd welcome you with singing and dancing. I just went downstairs to the convenience store and bought a steaming hot Han's meat bun.
I'm satisfied.
Tears of envy streamed down my cheeks.
Why doesn't the convenience store downstairs sell Han's meat buns? No, I have to give them some advice.
I can't fall behind. After the on-site food carnival, it was time for the Cubs to reach a turning point in their fate and a crucial moment for scoring. The monthly elimination rounds are divided into 5 rating levels, S, A, B, C, and D. S and A grades advance successfully, while B, C, and D will face the final live audience voting session and will have a 3-minute self-rescue performance opportunity. After the performance, if more than half of the live audience votes, they can stay, and if less than half, they will bid farewell to the stage of National Little Prince. There was no suspense. Xiaowu, Xiaofeng, and Xiaogu, the 3 favorite contestants, advanced directly to S level. After watching this scene on the platform, Han Fei turned around and sat back on the sofa.
Han Li handed him a glass of shuangweiwei. Han Li bit the straw and said, This is really delicious. Han Fei nodded, It can cure depression, drink more.
Ever since he sang Tears Behind Bars last time, Han Li couldn't sleep at night. He saw a psychologist and developed mild depression.
It has this effect? Then I have to drink more.
Han Li snatched back the shuangweiwei that he had just handed to Han Fei. Han Li took out the map of Longhua. Han's products were being put on the shelves quickly, and the red dots represented the geographical locations that had been occupied. Han Li's goal is to make Han's products conquer the taste buds of all Chinese people. Han Fei took a look and shook his head.
Xiao Li, are you scared out of your wits? Is your ambition just to conquer the Dragon Kingdom with delicious food?
I still remember what you said to me the first time you ate the meat buns I made.
Back then, you wanted to conquer the world with your delicious food.
Han Li lowered his eyes and sucked on his cigarette. They won't let us grow bigger or stronger. Once we exceed their capacity, they'll kill us.
We've already tried the overseas route, and it's already failed.
Han Fei crossed his legs and leaned back on the sofa, his eyes dim.
Do I look like the kind of person who would swallow a loss? Since they've already attacked us, we must fight back. They caused me to lose an entire group and declare bankruptcy overseas, so I want them to pay the same price. Brother Han, forget it. How can we fight back?
They're all capitalists, and they've already swallowed up countless listed companies. They're incredibly powerful, and they have connections in both the black and white worlds.
We can't defeat them.
Even if I'm not strong enough now, sooner or later, I will avenge you with interest.
It's worth it for you to call me Big Brother. Chapter 109 Grandpa Han, are you still in need of a grandson?
Will you accept a 400-month-old grandson? For the audience who came to watch the talent show in person, today was a great value experience. Not only was it a treat for the eyes, but the taste buds were also greatly enhanced. Before leaving, their favorite cubs interacted with them once again, this time giving them farewell gifts, all of which were provided by the authorities. When I picked up the red bag, I could feel its heaviness.
What's in there? Let's take a look.
The host said it was a surprise. I've been looking forward to it. When I opened the red gift bag, what caught my eye were 2 bags of Hans frozen specialty products, 1 bag of frozen meat buns, and 1 bag of frozen scallion and meat rolls. Hidden beneath them is an exquisite little box. The surface of the box is made of iron, and this material is specially used for isolation, apparently to prevent the water from the quick frozen products from damaging the contents. The audience couldn't wait to open the box, and the audience in the live broadcast room
hurriedly left messages on the screen. Show us. Show me what the surprise is. Oh my god. It's Xiaofeng. Wow. It's a cute version of a snare drummer playing the drums. Ah, Baozi's face is crying. The audience took out the cute Q version babies from the gift boxes, which were their favorite little cubs. Why does the material of this saxophone feel a bit heavy to my hand? Why is it that the little drummer's drumstick is so golden that it looks like real gold? Why is the fan in Xiaokon's hand also golden? This gold, let me take a bite and try it. Pure gold. Soft. 24K? This must be worth a lot of money. The price of gold has skyrocketed. Why do I suddenly regret not liking Xiaofeng? Because Xiaofeng's saxophone is the biggest and heaviest, and has the highest gold content. It's so funny, there's nothing golden about your chubby faces. What are you doing? You have gold, what's so great about it? We have meat buns, it's enough for us. We don't care whether we have gold or not. Yes, all we need is a Q version of our angel brother crying. We don't care if there's gold or not. The audience in the live broadcast room are about to become sour. Eat fruit under the lemon tree. My teeth hurt so much. It's so uncomfortable, I need a bottle of vinegar. I originally thought I just missed the chance to go to the event, but that was okay, I could still watch the livestream. Then I realized I missed out on the food feast, but that was okay too, I could just order takeout and treat it like watching the food show. Now, I've missed out on 100 million. I can't be so carefree anymore. Are there any fake fans here? Someone who just randomly cast a vote and got picked, and who doesn't really like the Cubs? Can you sell your cute Cubs? I'll buy them for a high price. Me too, I'm willing to pay 1,000 yuan. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Xiaofeng's saxophone is made of at least 10 grams of gold. Do you know the current price of gold? According to domestic gold prices, such exquisite craftsmanship, including labor costs, would cost at least 5,000 yuan. You offer 1,000 yuan? That's awesome. Is it so expensive? Could it just be gold plating? Shouldn't a single layer of gold plating be expensive? Judging from the reactions on the scene, it doesn't look like gold plating. Some people even took a bite. It seems that fans who like Xiaofeng get the best deal, while fans who like Rubozi are really miserable, as they don't get any gold at all. That doesn't make sense. Isn't it rumored that Xiaowu is the grandson of the former chairman of Han Entertainment Company? Perhaps this is an attempt to avoid suspicion? Is he treating me differently and deliberately suppressing me just because I'm his grandson? No way, this is too tragic, right? If you really wanted to avoid suspicion, you wouldn't have spread the news in the first place. Honestly, getting the news out early is definitely better than later revealing Xiaowu's identity as the company's future chairman after he wins, right? By then, there's bound to be a lot of haters saying he got in through the back door and that he doesn't have the real talent. It's better to reveal it from the beginning than later. Everyone knew his special status before they voted. Whether they deliberately withheld their votes out of hatred for the rich, or were moved by the sight of him crying, the decision to vote for him was their own. Even if Little Meat Bun won the championship, what would anyone say? All we can say is, he truly lives up to his reputation, he's just that good. I'm rich. Suddenly, a fan stood up holding a tearful Q version figurine of Xiaowu and said, "Look. Rubozi's tears are sapphires. Is this true? Oh my god. If it's really a sapphire, wouldn't I be rich? In the past 4 years, the price of sapphires and rubies has skyrocketed. It's even more terrifying than the rise in gold. My aunt bought a sapphire 4 years ago. 4 years later, the person who sold it to her called her and offered to buy it back for twice the price. Although this teardrop isn't big, its color is very beautiful. I think it could be made into a ring egg-shaped face. The price would be at least 10,000. Hey, do you have any heart? How could you say such a thing? How could you bear to ruin the Q version of Angel Brother crying? I'm going to take it back and put it on display. I won't hurt Bowsy Lian at all. I'm so jealous. Same as above +1. As expected, the little bun is the biological child. Suddenly, the gold on the other contestants seems to have become dim. I told you, Grandpa Han is a big doting grandson. Rumor has it that Grandpa Han opened this entertainment company just for Xiaowu. What? Is this true? I have a friend who's a police officer. There was a criminal gang that filmed pornography. They sent out scouts to trick many children, including Xiaowu. Grandpa Xiaowu didn't let them succeed and wiped out the entire gang. Is this true? There is such a thing. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, my news is absolutely true. Aren't you afraid your police friend will lose his job if you reveal this? What's the difference between friends and not friends? When you say you have a friend, it's just who you are. Dude, be careful online, or you might lose your job. He disappeared. After being exposed by us, he dared not show up anymore. If Xiaowu was really close to being scammed by a talent scout, and Xiaowu really loves acting, then the boss of Han Corporation, as his grandfather, is very likely to start his own company just to fulfill his grandson's dream of becoming an actor. Oh my god, I'm so envious. What a wonderful grandpa. I just want to ask, Grandpa Han, are you still in need of a grandchild? Look at me, I have a 400-month-old grandchild. Do you want one, 400 months? Upstairs, how old are you? Oh my god, I'm 33 now. Dude, you're so shameless. You shouldn't acknowledge me as your grandpa, you should call me dad, acknowledge me as your godfather. Before the audience left the performance hall, the price of the crying Rubozi figurine had been hyped up online. Someone posted a message offering to buy it at a high price of 100,000 yuan. Soon, the post was sold out, and someone else offered 200,000 yuan. The price continued to rise step by step, and finally someone posted a message offering a whopping 1 million yuan. Some of them are just following the trend and fooling around without money, but there are also real beautiful and rich girls and handsome and rich men who bid high. Han Li was frantically pressing his phone with a smirk on his face. Han Fei leaned over curiously and asked, "What are you doing?" You want Xiaowu's action figure? Han Li was one of the instigators, and he was also the poster of the post that soared to 1 million views. Brother Han, I'm here to join in the fun. Look, Xiaowu's tears are so valuable. 1 million? Han Fei shook his head. The entertainment industry is indeed a bubble economy. If it wasn't for Xiaowu's dream, he wouldn't want to get involved in this bubble economy, which would lead people to misunderstand money. Only the real economy can give people a sense of solid foundation. Brother Han, you must have spent a lot of money on these sapphires, right? It didn't cost any money. Xiao Lu exchanged it for jade to support his fifth brother. Han Fei had to admit that Xiao Lu was a natural businessman. He had used the leftover jade scraps from last time to exchange for a lot of pure sapphires. Even the gold was exchanged by that kid.at first. The idea of letting the children take photos and sending someone to customize the figures was proposed by Xiaowu himself. Although the child likes performing, he did not give up taking photos. Later, Xiaolu suggested that they should make different figures. If they were too cheap or worthless, no one would cherish them after the competition was over or the popularity died down. Only real gold and silver, and gemstones, and jadeite with great appreciation potential have collection value. Xiaowu took the photos of the children, and the company's public relations department enthusiastically helped arrange for people to make the figures. Then Xiaolu got the gold and gems, and these two children also took care of various customizations. In fact, this is a gift from the two children to the audience.
But in the end it benefited the grandfather, and he got all the benefits. According to the current situation, the more popular the show National Little Prince becomes, the more famous Hans Meat Buns will become. He never expected that a company he founded to help his child realize his dream would eventually become the biggest help to real enterprises. How are the current sales in third-tier cities? Han Fei got down to business. Han Li sighed, business is good in some places, but not in others. Although meat buns are delicious, they can't compete with local delicacies. After all, if the price of frozen products is on par with local fresh delicacies, it will be difficult to get good sales. Moreover, different places have different tastes, and it's difficult to satisfy everyone. Some cities don't like our meat buns very much. Han Li pulled up the sales reports of various third-tier cities from his mobile phone. The downward trend is red, and the upward trend is emerald green, which is somewhat similar to a stock market chart. According to Longgua's latest annual ranking of the top 100 cities, there are a total of 45 third-tier cities this year. Han Fei's entrepreneurial empire started from these 45 cities. He chose to move forward steadily and did not rush into first-tier cities. The first city that comes into view is Taizhi, which starts high and ends low with a red line, and its sales volume drops off a cliff. When Han Fei returned home, he saw Xiaolu and Xiaoqi sitting in front of the TV, watching Xiaowu's performance. Xiaowu was bragging to his younger siblings, looking as proud as a peacock with its tail spread out. "Are you three free?" Han Fei asked. Xiaolu said with a bitter face, "I have watched it 7 times, and fifth brother insisted on forcing us to watch it." Xiaoqi drank calcium milk and said in a baby voice, "Beautiful. Backflip Xiao Kong is amazing." Xiao Wu was unconvinced. "How can you be as good as me? I am an angel brother." Xiaoqi stabbed him in a childish voice, "You are also a meat bun." Xiao Wu was furious, "You only pick on the bad things." Xiaoqi chuckled, who told fifth brother to only pick out the good things to say. Seeing the two little cubs bickering, Han Fei chuckled, "It seems that you are really free. In that case, pack up and I will take you out to play." When she heard the word play, Xiaoqi was the first to jump up. She quickly went into the house and changed into her prettiest little dress. She made a heart shape to herself in the mirror and said, "Xiaoqi is the cutest. You look thinner today." Xiaolu changed his clothes and passed by Xiaoqi's room. He knocked on the door. Xiaoqi said in a baby voice, "Come in." Xiaolu saw his sister smiling at the mirror. Fairy mirror, has Xiaoqi lost weight again today?" "Xiaolu," he pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. "The food has been so good recently, with fruit gummies, calcium milk, pork ribs, and rice cakes." His sister seems to have become plump again. He didn't dare to say anything, so he could only lower his eyes and wait for his sister silently. Girls always forget the time when they are dressing up. When Han Fei packed 2 large suitcases and prepared all the children's clothes, Xiaoqi was still looking at herself in the mirror and admiring herself. Xiaowu was lying at the door, covering his mouth and laughing secretly. Xiaolu glared at him, not allowing his fifth brother to ruin his sister's good mood. He was also afraid that his fifth brother would say, "Sister, you've gained weight again," and Xiaoqi would burst into tears. "Xiaoqi, are you still not feeling well?" Han Fei asked. Xiaoqi then quickly put on her small bag, which contained her fairy wand. She trotted out and smiled sweetly. "Grandpa, Xiaoqi is ready. Let's go." Chapter 110: Traveling with kids to explore shops, morning tea culture, and local delicacies such as crab roe buns. "Grandpa, what fun things are there in Thailand?" Xiaoqi asked excitedly on the plane. Xiaoqi loves looking in the mirror so much. "Let's go to Taizhi and have a good meal first. Then we can go to Qiao Garden and take Xiaoqi to the beauty mirror rock." Xiaoqi, who loves looking in the mirror, had sparkling eyes. "Beautiful mirror stone? Xiaoqi wants to look in it. Xiaoqi wants to look in it." Han Fei chuckled and tapped Xiaoqi's forehead. "Okay, you take good care of it when the time comes." Xiaowu pulled Xiaolu and whispered, "It's over, it's over." Xiaoqi gets obsessed with looking in the mirror. "How much time will it take?" Xiaolu glared at him and said, "Didn't Grandpa tell you to eat first? You're already full, so why not wait and see how your sister is doing? You're a big brother, you can't wait for that." Xiaowu pouted, Okay, I'm wrong. Hey, why am I not the younger brother?" The first city we visited with our kids was Taizhou, a low-key treasure tourist city and a relatively niche and interesting place. When we came to Qintong ancient town, it felt like we were in Shaanxi, but in fact it is an ancient town belonging to Jiangsu. Looking at the card with the secret room written on it, Xiaowu became interested. Is there any treasure in here?
I want to be the first to enter the secret room.
Xiaowu quickly slipped into the narrow passage, and the burly and strong bodyguard leaned sideways and followed him in with great difficulty.
What?
It's just a narrow passage. There's no treasure at all. Xiaowu reached the other end of the passage, disappointed, and stamped his feet.
I got so excited for nothing. It's not fun at all.
Han Fei hired a tour guide, who explained, the words on this plaque were written by the president.
The president? Xiao Lu asked curiously, is he the former local emperor? The tour guide laughed. This president's name is Su Shichang. He invented the modern patrol system.
The two boys listened with gusto.
Xiao Qi's heart had already flown away. He tugged at Han Fei's sleeve and said, Grandpa, when are we going to eat our fill and go to the beauty mirror stone?
The tour guide heard this and said with a smile, I'll take you to eat our most famous Thai crab meat buns in a minute.
This is our local famous crab meat bun shop. It was even featured on CCTV.
Xiaowu muttered, there's no way they can be as delicious as my grandfather's meat buns.
Xiaolu nodded, yes. Xiao Qi nodded vigorously, Grandpa is invincible.
Han Fei was amused by the three little cubs. He didn't expect that they would brag like their grandfather in front of outsiders. There is always someone better than you.
There is no such thing as the best in food. There is always something better that you haven't discovered yet, and there is always someone new who is more delicious than you. There is no end to the world of delicious food. Grandpa, don't lose confidence in yourself. I think you're number one in the world of steamed buns.
Xiaowu raised his thumb and snorted, there's no way there's a better tasting steamed bun than Grandpa's meat buns.
Absolutely not.
At the dining table, Xiaowu was eating voraciously, as if he heard the sound of slapping his face.
Delicious. How can it be so delicious?
Xiaowu's mouth was full of oil. The crab roe bun is very heavy and huge. When you break it open, it is full of crab roe and crab paste. Xiaowu bit and sucked the food so much that his eyebrows were almost falling off. Asa boy, Xiaolu was much more polite and sophisticated than him. He first bit open a thin layer of bun skin, blew on it, and then began to gently sip the soup. Xiaolu narrowed his eyes and curved his eyebrows, obviously pleased by the delicious soup. The fresh and sweet taste danced on his taste buds, making him eager to take a big bite. He forgot about being polite and gradually ate more and more, which made the soup more and more delicious. Han Fei did not eat immediately, but first observed the customers of this restaurant.
These people were dressed differently and spoke different dialects.
There were many private cars parked at the door. Most of them drove from faraway places, but there were very few locals who actually ate here. After eating, these people will pack up a lot of food to take home, and most of the food they pack up is raw. There are master craftsmen making the buns on the spot behind the glass. Every raw bun you take away is made fresh and the price is discounted. You can take away 10 cooked buns for 90 yuan, and 12 raw buns for 99 yuan. For less than 100 yuan, you can get 12 raw buns, freeze them at home, and eat them whenever you want, without any preservatives. Anyone would choose the big crab roe buns that cost about 8 yuan each. No wonder Han's frozen buns are not doing well here. This is just a store that outsiders like to visit. In fact, the prices are on the higher side. They always raise the prices a little for tourists, which is understandable. I haven't been to the crab meat bun shop that the locals really like and that has real local characteristics. Maybe it's better value for money. Xiao Qi took a bite and put it down. She licked her lips. The little girl was actually very greedy, but she looked at her grandfather with her big eyes, then at her two disappointing brothers, and said in a soft voice, "It's not delicious at all."
Xiao Qi doesn't like it.
Xiao Qi only likes the meat buns made by Grandpa. Han Fei was stunned, and the two little boys froze while eating their buns. Xiao Qi raised his voice, Xiao Qi thinks it's fishy.
Xiao Qi doesn't like it. Not at all.
The locals at the next table laughed heartily. Oh, little girl, you know how to eat.
Indeed, the crab roe in this restaurant is a bit fishy.
They are just trying to trick tourists from other places. If we weren't hungry and happened to be nearby, we wouldn't have come in to eat. We locals love to go for dim sum, and the ones in dim sum shops are the real authentic crab roe buns for us locals. They're not this big, but that's the real kick. To make this bun bigger, they put too much meat and pork fat, so there's not much crab roe. The tour guide smiled awkwardly. Indeed, this is the favorite place for tourists. After all, it's on CCTV. The locals scoffed. What's so great about being on TV? It's just connections. Come on, I'll take you to eat some authentic crab roe buns. Besides crab roe buns, the dim sum shop also has lots of local specialties. There were 3 locals at the table, 2 men and 1 woman, all of them very hospitable. The middle-aged woman, in particular, screamed upon seeing Xiao Wu, angel's tears. Xiao Wu had been wearing a mask all the way and only took it off to eat. He didn't expect to be recognized so quickly. At this time, Xiao Wu finally realized, I seem to be famous. Han Fei did not waste the food. Instead, he packed up all the crab meat buns on the table and studied them slowly. Later, followed the locals to the local morning tea street. The locals enthusiastically introduced us. We have steamed buns, large boiled dried bean curd strips, steamed dumplings, and everything in between. Xinhua is rich in crabs, and we have crab roe buns year-round. By June, 9 out of 10 are male and 10 are female. We're sure you'll fall in love with our city and want to stay here for morning tea every day. On the endless tree-lined path, there are rows of morning tea shops on the roadside. Bicycles are parked on the roadside, and most of them are locals who come here on foot. Obviously, this is a food paradise that belongs only to the locals, secretly hidden and not told to foreign tourists. The locals ordered a table of morning tea in the local dialect and said with a smile, "It's my treat, eat as much as you want." Han Fei shook his head. "I can't do this. I've already delayed your business. I brought us here for breakfast. I can't let you spend money. I have to pay for this meal." After a while of shirking, Han Fei finally lost. He was a little overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the locals. In fact, the biggest reason was that this middle-aged woman was a true fan of Xiao Wu. This can be considered as Han Fei reaping the benefits of being a grandson. The hot dried bean curd is a must-order. Come and try it. The middle-aged woman was taking photos crazily, which made Xiao Wu feel embarrassed to eat so fast. He could only take small bites and pretend to eat. A layer of seasoning oil was poured on the surface of the dried shredded meat, and the aroma came out instantly. The taste was so tender that Xiao Wu couldn't help but forget to maintain his image and ate it in big mouthfuls, with dried shredded meat sticking to his lips. In addition to the local specialty crab roe buns, there are also local meat buns on the table. The first thing Han Fei picked up was the meat bun. He took a bite and found that the skin was thin and the filling was rich. You could see chopped green onions in the salty and fragrant bun filling, but there was no ginger. The meat was very big, basically the same size as Han's buns. In addition, the thin skin made it look like there was more meat. Fresh buns are only 3 yuan each. Who would buy frozen ones? Han Fei narrowed his eyes and thought about his future development plan here. Xiaoqi pursed her lips. The enthusiastic aunt picked up some food for her, but she turned her mouth away and refused to eat anything. "Little kid, this won't do. You won't grow tall if you're picky about food," the middle-aged woman said earnestly. She liked Xiao Wu, and she loved Xiao Wu's brothers and sisters as well. They were all her favorites and treasures, especially this little girl, whose eyes were so beautiful, so white and tender. She was simply a little angel. Han Fei looked at his own Xiaoqi, who was clearly swallowing her saliva but stubbornly refusing to eat. His heart softened. He reached out and put a crab roe bun into the little girl's bowl, saying lovingly, "Grandpa should learn this. Xiaoqi, eat 2 more and remember the taste. When Grandpa makes it again in the future, Xiaoqi will be able to tell which parts of it are similar to my own and which are not." "Grandpa, are you here to learn?" Xiaoqi blinked his big eyes, but Grandpa is already very good. Longwy cuisine is extensive and profound, and learning never ends. Grandpa also wants to make delicious new products. The signature products will not change, but fresh blood must be incorporated to keep it fresh and revitalize the business. Then Xiaoqi will bear with it a little and help Grandpa taste it and remember its taste. Xiaoqi emphasized in a childish voice, "It's definitely not Xiaoqi who likes to eat it. Xiaoqi's favorite thing to eat is the delicious food made by Grandpa." Chapter 111. What makes a bustling metropolis unmatched is the sense of happiness that comes from the city. As Xiaoqi ate, her eyebrows curved and her cheeks puffed out.
When she met Han Fei's gaze, the little girl frowned again, looking righteous and awe-inspiring. Xiaoqi doesn't like it. It's just a so-so, not as good as the pork rib rice cakes made by Grandpa. Han Fei smiled and nodded. Grandpa, I understand. Xiaoqi, please eat first. After that, we will go to Qiao Garden to see the beauty mirror stone. Great. Xiaoqi started eating happily. Because the chair was high, the little guy sat on it, and his two little feet swung in the air. Soft and smooth dried bean curd strips paired with fresh and fragrant crab roe buns, and a bowl of fish soup noodles is the right way to start a day in Thailand. After the last cup of tea was finished, the morning tea came to an end, and Han Fei exchanged contact information with the three enthusiastic people. When you are free, come visit me in my city. I will do my best to be a good host and take you to see the beautiful scenery and taste the delicious food. Han Fei said with a smile. The middle-aged woman laughed heartily and said, Okay. We will definitely come to play, and you must bring your family with you. Okay, no problem. When the time comes, don't refuse. I'll treat you. Han Fei also learned about the relationship between the three men. One man was the husband of the middle-aged woman, and the other man was their business partner. They met at the crab bun shop just now because they happened to be discussing business nearby. After saying goodbye to the three of them, Han Fei held Xiaowu and Xiaoqi's hands, Xiaowu on the left and Xiaoqi on the right. Xiaolu didn't have to worry at all because he had taken the initiative to hold his sister's hand and protect her in the middle. He was a complete sister-con. The tour guide led the way, and after dinner and a walk, we arrived at Qiao Garden, known as the Qiao family compound of northern Jiangsu. Taizhou Qiao Garden is the oldest surviving classical garden in northern Jiangsu. It's also known as the Wuling Scenic Spot and the first garden of Huaibei. It's a national 4A-level scenic spot. The rocks, valleys, forests, and springs in the garden complement each other, the pavilions and terraces complement each other, and the flowers, plants, pines and bamboos are dotted in between, with clear layers. The hall is located in the north, with a pool across the middle, rockery facing each other, caves hidden in the rocks, stone beams lying on the waves, etc. It is composed of very simple objects, which is not routine and has a fresh look. You can enjoy the beauty of mountains and rivers without leaving the city, and enjoy the fun of forests and springs while living in a bustling city. Xiaoqi was tired from walking, so she clung to Han Fei's legs and almost sat on his shoes, letting Han Fei take her away. Han Fei looked at the little girl's breathless, red face and sighed. Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi raised his head, and his big eyes, sparkling like the bright stars in the sky, looked at him. Grandpa, call me Xiaoqi? Han Fei swallowed the words, you need to exercise more, otherwise you will turn into a little pumpkin, that were about to come out of his mouth. Han Fei coughed dryly and said, we'll be there soon. Beauty mirror stone. Xiaoqi is coming. Xiaoqi cheered and stopped sticking to Han Fei, becoming more energetic. The Taihu stone embedded in the wall is like a lattice window, seemingly transparent but not transparent, playing the role of blocking and hiding the scenery. This is the beauty mirror stone that Xiaoqi has been thinking about. A sign stood nearby, a unique rock from Taihu Lake, formed entirely by nature, with crisscrossing veins and intertwined vortexes, revealing exquisite details, like a graceful beauty applying her makeup in front of a mirror. Xiaoqi looked at the stone full of holes, then turned back to look at Han Fei with doubtful eyes. Grandpa, is this piece of rag the beauty mirror stone? Children always reveal certain truths without any concealment. In the eyes of the artist, it's like a graceful beauty dressing herself in front of the mirror. In the eyes of children, a stone is full of holes, like a torn rag. Xiaowu took out his SLR camera and started taking pictures like a professional photographer. He directed, Xiaoqi, go to the back of the rock, face the hole, and stand higher. Xiaoqi cooperated reluctantly. Is that so? The little girl put her face close to the vortex and blinked her big eyes. Right. Keep it up. Very good. Smile. Xiaowu directed, Xiaolu, you go too, take a photo with your sister. Xiaolu likes taking photos with his sister the most, and he goes there happily. Although Xiaoqi said she disliked the stones, she was still quite enthusiastic when taking pictures. Maybe the little girl was born to like taking pictures. Xiaowu waved his hands and said, I've taken the photo. My hand is sore from pressing the shutter button. Show me the photo. Xiaoqi came over. Xiaowu opened the photos he had just taken. In the photos, a large stone was graceful and Xiaoqi's small face occupied a hole, which indeed confirmed the beauty mirror stone. Tai Zi Mei Garden commemorates the Peking opera master Mr. Mei Lanfang. The tour guide introduced Mr. May's life and personality.
The children listened with great interest.
Xiaowu was moved by Mr. May's character. I've decided that he is my idol.
Xiaowu said seriously. Xiaoqi blinked her eyes and suddenly hugged Han Fei's legs. Han Fei thought she was asking for a hug because she couldn't walk, but then he heard the little girl say in a baby voice, "Grandpa is my idol, I love Grandpa the most." Han Fei was amused and laughed heartily. "Grandpa, remember, your idol is me.
Don't chase celebrities when you grow up."
He sees many little girls chasing after stars, calling them brothers and idols, and he is worried that his little girl will be like that when she grows up. Now it seems that there is nothing to worry about. Xiaowu leaned close to Xiao's ear and whispered, "I know why Grandpa favors Xiaoqi the most. It's not because she's young, but because she's really good at finding opportunities to flatter him. For example, we were enjoying our meal so much that we forgot everything else, but she even praised Grandpa, saying that his food was better than what we had at the restaurant.
It's the same now."
I was moved and said that I regarded Mr. May as an idol. She turned around and made a contrast. She hugged Grandpa and said that she regarded Grandpa as an idol. Xiaowu muttered for a long time, then saw Xiaolu smiling and frowned. "Why are you getting happier the more you listen?" Xiaolu said proudly. "It shows that my sister is smart."
"I'm proud and happy. Xiaowu, I'm really impressed."
Opposite the plum garden is the Thai Old Street, where you can go shopping, eat and drink. For dinner, you can try authentic Thai dishes on the Old Street, such as chintong stewed with 2 fresh vegetables, fried stinky dried tofu, and local chicken soup. At night, you can take a pleasure boat to Wanghai Tower, which is known as the #1 tower in Jianghuai, where you can listen to folk songs, look out at the Taiyangfanju River, and cruise on Fengqing River at night. Xiaowu took out his camera and took a lot of pictures. What he took most of were not the scenery, but Grandpa and Xiaoqi.
Xiaolu was automatically ignored by him.
Xiaoqi looked at the night view of Fengqing River and rubbed his eyes. Xiaoqi is very sleepy, but Xiaoqi is reluctant to close his eyes. It's so beautiful here, the lights are so beautiful, and the houses are so beautiful. After staying in the hotel for one night, the next day, Han Fei took the 3 little ones to the Naval Ship Cultural Park, the birthplace of the Dragon Kingdom Navy. The 2 little boys, Xiaowu and Xiaolu, were extremely excited to see the real ships with their own eyes, climb on them, and touch them up close. Xiaowu improvised and taught Xiaoqi how to take pictures. "Yes, that's right, Xiaoqi is so smart. Come on, take a picture of Brother Wu, I love this place so much." Xiaoqi was very cooperative. "Fifth brother, stand up straight.
No one in the Navy would be so crooked as you." Right, stand at attention."
Sixth brother, you and fifth brother stand in front of the ship. I'll take a picture of you too."
Okay, Xiaoqi is ready.
As soon as Xiaowu saw the photo, he was extremely dissatisfied. "Why did you make Xiaolu look so handsome and me look so silly? I have this silly smile on my face, I don't look serious at all, I don't fit in here. You're just stupid." Xiaoqi hid behind Han Fei. "Grandpa, protect me, fifth brother is going to throw a tantrum." "Xiaowu, I can't afford to offend you." Han Fei smiled and said, "I'll take a picture of you. Just stand still. Don't grin. Just smile. Don't show your teeth." Xiaowu finally got a photo he was satisfied with. Grandpa is still the best. In the afternoon, Han Fei brought the 3 little ones to Lizhong Water Forest Park. This artificial ecological forest covers an area of 1,500 mu and adopts a 3-dimensional model of forests, ditches and fish. Metasequoia and pond cypress grow tall, beneficial birds gather on the treetops, fish jump in the ditches, and the forest is full of vitality. This is a paradise for wildlife, with owls, wild ducks, egrets, black cuckoos, grass parakeets, and mountain prairie birds nesting here. There are usually over 30,000 birds in the forest, and at its peak, there are over 60,000. At dusk, hundreds of birds return to their nests, blocking out the sun and creating a spectacular sight. There are more than 100,000 azalea fir trees. The towering redwoods blend into the Dutian scenery, which is beautiful beyond words. Xiaowu screamed, ran, and took pictures all the way, and was so happy that he almost merged into it and turned into a flying bird. Xiaoqi ran after him. "Fifth brother, I want to take a picture with the owl." He. "Owls go to sleep during the day and won't take photos with you." Xiaowu still remembered the grudge she had for secretly taking a photo of him smiling silly. Xiaoqi didn't lose his temper yet, but Xiaolu did. He snatched Xiaowu's camera away and said, "Xiaoqi, brother will take you to find an owl and take the best pictures of you.
Hey! Give me back my camera. Don't run. Wait for me.
Watching the three children playing and chasing each other in the forest, like three elves, Han Fei felt relaxed and happy. He took a deep breath. The air here was very comfortable, like a natural oxygen bar.
It's a deer.
Xiao Qi exclaimed, "Fifth brother, sixth brother, there are deer here."
Xiao Wu's eyes widened as well. Wow, that's so close. I'm going to chase the deer.
But just as Xiao Wu chased after it, the deer ran away. He ran as fast as he could but couldn't catch up. Finally, he was so tired and breathless that he sat down on the ground. "I can't outrun it, I really can't outrun it." Xiao Lu took some secret photos and recorded all of Xiao Wu's stupid behavior in chasing the deer, and prepared to go back and show it to his brothers and sisters. Thailand is not big, and you can explore it all in 2 days from morning to night, but its beauty is warm and elegant. Here, not only is there a vibrant morning tea scene, but also a cultural legacy that has influenced generations to come. Along with the river that has nurtured generations of Thai people, this city, woven together, is filled with a sense of happiness. This bustling metropolis is an unparalleled place, a place that derives its inhabitants from the happiness it bestows upon them. When Han Fei brought the three little ones home, he was faced with 4 pairs of resentful eyes. Han Chengshan raged, "Grandpa, you took advantage of me living in the school dormitory and took Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, and Xiaoqi to carry me around to eat, drink, and have fun." Han Chengxi sighed, "Why don't you wait for me to come back from school and take me with you?"
"I don't live on campus."
Han Chengda said coldly, "Can't you just stay at home with me?" Han Chengxi glanced at him sideways, "Your face is like a rainy day, changeable, it's so tiring to get along with you." Han Ro took Xiao Wu's camera and flipped through the photos from the past 2 days, her face full of envy. "If only I didn't live on campus, I could also see the night view, it's so beautiful." Xiao Qi coaxed her sister like an adult. "Second sister, I brought you some delicious food, don't be sad."
"Delicious." Han Chengshan saw the large and small bags in the bodyguard's hands and asked expectantly, "What delicious food? Is there any for me?"
Xiao Wu smirked, "No, everyone gets a share, except third brothers."
"You kid, believe it or not, I will beat you up. Go ahead and hit me." Lulu.
Xiao Wu stuck out his tongue at him provocatively. Han Chengshan chased after him, and Xiao Wu ran around the table. When he was about to be caught, he would take advantage of his small size to crawl under the table. After playing for a while, the 2 children were sweating, and the third child really couldn't catch the 5th child, who was as slippery as a loach. Han Fei had already heated up the delicious food he had brought back from Thailand.
The family happily enjoyed dinner.
Old Man Su took a bite of the crab roe bun inside. "No wonder our meat buns don't sell well in Thailand.
They hid such delicious food and didn't let anyone know." Han Fei asked, "You haven't eaten it before?"
He thought that Old Man Su was old and knowledgeable, and that he had been very successful in his youth, so he must have eaten it before. He didn't expect that he had never eaten it. Old Man Su shrugged. "When I was young, it was just a small place, and tourism hadn't taken off. It's only in recent years that it's been developing rapidly." Han Fei narrowed his eyes, thinking, "Not if you want to sell quick frozen products in Thailand, I am afraid that the traditional meat buns will not sell well. If the improved crab roe buns are sold locally, the meaning of quick freezing will be lost." Quick freezing does not mean using local food to defeat local food, but rather using transportation to quickly freeze and preserve local food, and then send it to various places so that people who have never eaten it in other places can taste it. Business must be transported from south to north and from north to south so that wealth and fortune can flow and rise. After returning from Taizi, Han Fei immediately went into his exclusive, new product R&D room. In the factory, Han Li was beside him, looking at the crabs on the table, and asked curiously, "Which one is male and which one is female?" Han Fei picked up a larger crab and said, "The larger ones are usually male. You can tell by the crab's belly button, female crabs have round belly buttons." Chapter 112. We, the Han family, come to this world with the sole purpose of having a clear conscience. The green-shelled hairy crabs are put into the steamer and turn into a reddish-orange color after being steamed. After steaming, it's time to remove the crab meat. You need to dismember them, but you don't need any professional crab-eating tools. Just a pair of small scissors and a rolling pin are enough. Crabs have 8 legs, so first you need to break off the 8 legs and open the belly button. There are many parts of the crab that cannot be eaten and must be removed. First, remove crab gills. crabs live in water most of the time and breathe mainly by filtering impurities in the water through their gills. Therefore, crab gills contain a large amount of impurities in the water. If they are not eaten carefully and enter the human gastrointestinal tract, they may stimulate the gastrointestinal tract and cause obvious diarrhea, abdominal pain, and other discomfort symptoms. Then remove the crab's stomach and intestines. Crabs mainly supply their own metabolism by ingesting decaying food, so there are too many decaying substances accumulated in the crab's stomach and it contains more bacteria. If consumed carelessly, the bacteria will enter the human gastrointestinal tract and may induce acute gastroenteritis. It causes symptoms such as diarrhea, nausea, and vomiting in the human body. The crab intestines contain digested food, which is the crab's excrement, crab heart. This is difficult for many laymen to find. This is a small, fingernail-sized white substance on the crab roe, which can easily be mistaken for crab roe and eaten. Crab heart is relatively cold in nature, so it can cause greater irritation to the gastrointestinal tract, easily causing diarrhea, and even have adverse consequences for pregnant women. Crab roe is the most precious and delicious ingredient. There is a lot of crab roe inside the crab shell. Han Fei took out the crab roe and placed it in a large glass bowl. Next, he processed the crab meat. The meat on the body was relatively easy to handle. Han Fei cut the crab body in half horizontally, picked the crab meat out of the shell with the tip of the scissors, and placed it in another glass bowl, separate from the crab roe. The crab legs are the most difficult part to handle. First, you need to trim off each joint and leave the main body. You can use scissors to cut the legs one by one and remove the leg meat in one piece, but this is only suitable for a small number of crabs to be processed. If you want to quickly process a pile of crab legs, you need a rolling pin. Han Li saw Han Fei gently press and crush the leg meat with a rolling pin, and the leg meat flew out by itself. Brother Han, let me try this. Han Fei was also a little tired. It was a very tiring job to pick up a lot of crabs as someone was interested and wanted to play, so why not? Like throwing away a hot potato, Han Fei handed the rolling pin to Han Li. Do a good job. Han Li started playing on a whim and had a lot of fun, but gradually, he felt his hands getting sore. He looked at the small pile of processed crab shells in front of him, then turned his head to look at the other side, where there were several times more crab legs that had not been processed. He silently put down the rolling pin and said, "Brother Han, I think the meat buns are good. We don't need to innovate." Han Fei, who was resting on the side, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just now he was wondering, how long can this cheap brother last? 10 minutes? 20 minutes. In the end, he managed to hold on for 30 minutes. It's a very labor-intensive process, but it's also a good thing. Good thing? Han Li was very puzzled. It seemed that all difficult things could be viewed from another perspective in the eyes of his elder brother Han. Han Li, I know that foreign countries have been trying to replace human labor with machines, but this has also left many people with no choice. In this world, not everyone is excellent. There are always some who are born behind. Brother Han, are you talking about those disabled people? Yes, the scale of the fruit candy business has not yet expanded, and the number of disabled people it can help is limited. But now, this seemingly tedious task that you don't have the patience and energy to complete is actually a job and a skill worth cherishing for them. But this is too tiring. Maybe we can invest some money to develop a crab cutting machine. Han Li, this is already the best option for them. If there were a machine that could quickly remove crabs, they would lose another job they could choose. Brother Han, I don't quite understand you. You can donate money, which is also helping them. Donate money? Han Fei smiled bitterly. I don't know how much they will get. Also, I don't know if they are willing to ask society and the country for money. Maybe some people have given up on themselves and prefer to live a life of idleness, but others have different ideas. All I can do is give them more options. For example, there are jobs making fruit candies and jobs breaking crabs. I can offer these positions to people with disabilities in society. Whether they come or not, whether they are willing to do it or not, is their own choice. Whether they like making fruit candies or breaking crabs is also their own choice. Choice. Han Li murmured, Brother Han, maybe I understand you a little bit. Choice, seemingly two simple words, but it is different for everyone. People who come from wealthy families have many choices from birth. They can choose art, and even if they can't make money, they have wealthy families to support them. But people from ordinary families can also choose art, but they must use art to create wealth, then art becomes impure and will be criticized. But for people from poor families, what is art?
Can art be used to make a living? How much does art cost in tuition?
After considering all these, they will not consider art and will delete it from the options. Art is not an option in their lives at all. For people with disabilities, their choices are far fewer than those of normal people, and the choices they can make are far too few. He suddenly felt that Brother Han was great. He was not like some philanthropists who set up foundations or donated money in a drastic manner, but could actually help very few people. Those people may need needs from society more than money, and Brother Han created opportunities for them to be needed.
Brother Han, you're different from those capitalists.
You're the most unique businessman I've ever met, and I really enjoy doing business with you. When I was little, my family always told me that you have to be ruthless in business, or else you'll be treated ruthlessly by others. Later, I witnessed just how ruthless my family was. Even when I died, no one came to collect my body. Han Fei patted Han Li on the shoulder and said, "They only consider it from one perspective, which is wrong.
There are many ways to make money in business.
Han Li, if you use your brain to make money, you have to learn to be flexible. If you're using people to make money, you need to be open-minded, know how to share money with people, and know how to delegate power.
If you're using connections to make money, you need to be diplomatic and have a high emotional intelligence. If you're using money to make money, then you really need to be ruthless. You absolutely must be ruthless.
You can't be too kind, or you'll be bullied until nothing is left of you, and in the end, all your money will go into someone else's pocket."
Han Li was surprised. No one has ever said these words to me.
We are now making money from delicious food, but these foods are not our original creations, but are passed down from ancient times.
I am enjoying the benefits of my ancestors. It is only right that we take from the people and give back to the people. I also want to do something in return to Longwei and society.
Han Fei joked, "Perhaps one of the disabled people we help is the ancestor of the original inventor of delicious foods like meat buns and crab roe buns?
I can say that I am giving back to his descendants." Brother Han's vision is indeed different.
I feel that following you, I can go very far, and I won't feel any pain if I touch my conscience.
Did you feel pain before? Working for the family is somewhat. Han Li sighed.
We can deny responsibility for injuries sustained on the job, but we usually can, unless we have evidence.
This is probably why I left the family and wanted to work on my own. Han Fei sighed, it's all in the past. You are my brother now.
We, the Han family, come to this world and walk through it all with a clear conscience, living up to ourselves and others. Chapter 113 Han Group announces recruitment to the public. Publish these job postings.
Yes, I will ask the Human Resources Department to release it immediately.
Chen Milan took away Han Fei's empty coffee cup. Han Group announced recruitment to the public for crab disassembly and fruit candy positions. Only disabled people with disability certificates are recruited. There are also many other positions, such as truck drivers, warehouse managers, human resources, logistics personnel, administration. Captain Zhang, the Han Group is recruiting, and the salary is not bad.
Should we go take a look?
A younger brother handed the recruitment information to Zhang Qi. The old boss disbanded the team, and Zhang Qi's title of Captain Zhang was unworthy of his reputation. He could only be regarded as a poor guy who was looking for jobs with a dozen unemployed old men. 3,000?
Zhang Qi frowned. That's not a high salary. Captain Zhang, the overall business environment is bad right now. Many companies are laying off employees due to poor performance. The first ones to be laid off are middle-aged people like us over 35. It's hard to find a job again.
It's great to be able to start with 3,000 yuan, and they also have commissions.
Zhang Qi looked down and nodded with satisfaction. I've been a truck driver for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen overtime pay clearly stated in a recruitment notice.
For this kind of work, once the car is dispatched, how long it takes to drive is up to you. If you are unlucky and get stopped for inspection, the time wasted is also yours. Calculating them truck by truck is already a conscientious enterprise. Some companies give you an order early in the morning, and you must complete all the trips on the order and deliver all the goods. They don't care what happens during the delivery or how long it takes to transport the goods to the delivery location. Even if they have to deliver until the early morning, they have to complete all the work on the list, completing the tasks on the list only counts as completing your work for the day.
There is no such thing as overtime pay. Their working hours are more than 8 hours a day, but what can they do about it? It's hard to make money. And overtime pay?
Hey, I've been driving for more than 10 years and I've never heard of such a good thing. An elderly man who was smoking threw away his cigarette butt and came over to watch the fun.
Seeing that there was really overtime pay, he exclaimed, "We work 8 hours a day, and overtime is counted as overtime pay? Is the boss of this company an idiot? Is there really such a good thing?"
More than a dozen people gathered together and the information on their mobile phones was passed around one by one. 3,000 a month, plus meal allowance, car allowance, and fruit allowance? What are fruit stickers? I have a relative who works in Hong Kong. They have a fruit subsidy there, which basically pays around 2,000 yuan a month.
What? 2,000? The middle-aged men were all agitated. Isn't it too easy to make money over there?
I don't eat fruit, so I can save this money, 2,000 a month, that's 24,000 a year.
If I add a little more, it will be enough to cover the hard-earned money I earn every month. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Why wasn't I reincarnated in Hong Kong? Even if it's not Hong Kong, a first-tier city would be fine. It's so hard.
Some people are born in Rome, but people like me are born like cattle and horses, and we will be other people's cattle and horses for the rest of our lives. That's right, us drivers are just like the cattle and horses in ancient times.
The job posting didn't specify how much the fruit allowance would be. Tell me, how much can this stupid company give us?
Even if it's not as much as Hong Kong City, if you remove 10, it should be at least 200, right?
Otherwise, why write it down? Are you kidding me? I'm not greedy.
I make $100 or $200 a month, just enough to buy cigarettes.
Can overtime pay really be given for working more than 8 hours? If that's the case, won't some people deliberately delay the work to get overtime pay?
A dozen people looked at each other in confusion. There is a voice in my heart. If it were me, I would definitely do it. A man exhaled the cigarette in his mouth. Pa.
I feel like a piece of shit. No wonder those bosses didn't want to pay overtime before.
They probably saw through the bad nature of people like us. We don't have any money, and we'll be bothered by our wives when we go home anyway, so we might as well stay out a little longer and earn some overtime pay.
If you have money, who wouldn't want to go home to a warm home with a wife and children? Rather than working outside and struggling to earn overtime pay?
Yes, people like us are indeed bad, but it's because of these hard times. If he's capable of writing out overtime pay, he must have thought of everything.
He doesn't care about it, so why shouldn't we earn this money? It's a waste if we don't earn it. I can't even pay my rent. How shameless. How shameless.
Come on, brothers, let's go to this Han group and see who they are. They're actually paying truck drivers overtime.
It's bizarre. How many people does he recruit? There are so many of us, can we accept it? I've seen it. They're hiring 100 people. So many people? How big a business is this? What exactly does this company do? Other owners are disbanding their teams, so why is he doing the opposite? Is his company doing well? How can he still make money in this environment?
I'm in the frozen product business. Due to the lockdown a while ago, many people who didn't have the habit of stocking up on goods in their freezers have developed this habit now. As a result, many frozen food companies have taken advantage of the overall environment and are now thriving. Come on, guys, we're going to make a killing from this overtime pay and this fruit allowance.
Hey, I still think it's a little too little. The basic salary is only 3,000. I used to get 4,000 a month.
We don't have meal, car, or fruit stickers yet.
We'll ask specifically how much money we have. If it adds up to 1,000, it's no less than what we made at our old employer.
My old employer was such a rip-off. I couldn't finish all the orders until the early morning. Especially when delivering to big shopping malls, I had to wait in line and waste so much time.
Don't even mention it.
One time I was delivering something to a newly opened mall, and there was no one there to meet me.
I waited 3 hours before anyone showed up. I didn't finish my work until after 2 in the morning. If it weren't for that mall, I could have gone home at 11 o'clock. When the group arrived at the gate of Han Group, they found many old acquaintances. The truck circle is so small, and everyone's delivery destinations are similar. Every time they queue up, they will give each other cigarettes or go out to eat boxed lunches together. Lao Shang, your team has also disbanded? Are these all your team members? Yes, Lao Chun, your company is doing well, right? Why did you disband the fleet?
Hey, other companies disbanded their fleets because of bad business, but our business is too good.
The boss's brother-in-law opened a transportation company.
Now, the boss disbanded his own fleet and put the bowl of rice in the mouth of his brother-in-law, almost feeding it into his mouth. Chen Hai looked indignant.
It's not easy for everyone.
Fortunately, this company recruits a lot of people, otherwise our two teams would have to compete with each other. Zhang Qi joked. Chen Hai hooked his arm around Zhang Qi's shoulders, and the two of them were good brothers. He's recruiting 100 people, and we only have a little over 30 people here. We're all experienced, so we're sure we'll all pass.
Lao Zhang, we'll be colleagues from now on.
He leaned close to Zhang Qi's ear and whispered, Old Zhang, is the boss of this company stupid? Why would he write something like 8 hours of overtime is counted as overtime pay?
Are you going to make money from this?
Zhang Qi asked with narrowed eyes. Chen Hai sighed. We want to make this money, who doesn't want to? But we're afraid of losing our jobs again, so we'd better be honest. I'm thinking about whether I should remind my future boss that we can't get overtime pay for this kind of work.
Calculating it by the truckload is already a conscience. Don't tell anyone.
Zhang Qi said in a deep voice. Chen Hai was stunned for a moment, then reacted with an unnatural expression. You guys want to make this money?
Zhang Qi nodded.
My brothers haven't been able to find work for 3 or 4 months.
Now that there's money to be made, they'll definitely want to make it. Even if they can deliver all the goods in 2 or 3 hours, they'll definitely delay and hang out outside to earn the overtime pay.
Chen Hai sighed. It's not easy for you either. We are better off than you because the old boss didn't make any sense and only laid off employees to support my brother-in-law.
So everyone was given compensation. Our life is better than yours.
The HR staff gave each truck driver a form and asked them to fill in basic information. As they were filling out the form, a young man they didn't know suddenly exclaimed, 10,000.
10,000 every month.
He seemed to have lost control of his emotions and suddenly let out a cry. Realizing that he had attracted everyone's attention, he immediately covered his mouth with a look of regret.
Young man, you look unfamiliar. Did you work in the trucking business before?
I just got my driver's license not long ago, and I used to deliver goods to convenience stores.
What were you looking at just now? 10,000 a month somewhere?
This.
The young man was embarrassed and didn't want to say it. We all come out to make a living. It's not easy. If there really is a good place to go, don't hide it. If they are hiring a small number of people, we won't blame you for hiding it.
But if they are like the Han Group, recruiting more than 100 people at a time, you can't hide it from us. Yes, young man, it's not easy for everyone to make a living. If you know of a good place to go, please tell us.
We will remember your kindness.
Come on, young man, have a cigarette and tell me what this great place is. Come on, have a smoke.
This is a good cigarette.
The young man was given a cigarette and it was hard for him to refuse.
You can read it yourself.
It doesn't say how many people are being recruited, but it does say that they need a lot of truck drivers. Chapter 114. The stinky old man, Joe Paopi, made a lot of money, but he only knew how to exploit us. They took the young man's phone, and the first thing that caught their eyes were 6 words: high-paid truck driver, send away logistics companies. A large number of driver positions are being recruited on a certain local website, with monthly salaries exceeding 10,000 yuan. Living in a country with a rapidly developing economy, middle-aged people face great challenges in terms of the entrepreneurial environment, employment environment, and living environment. When these middle-aged men heard the high salary of 10,000 yuan a month, they were all tempted.
Look quickly, what are your requirements? Are there any educational requirements?
I'm 40 this year.
Can I go? Is there an age limit?
The young man said, as long as you have a truck driving license, you can go for the interview.
There is no educational requirement, no age limit, and the threshold is low.
I saw someone's comment below, and they almost said it was like picking up money with a sack. A driver's license seemed to be their shared ticket to the palace of wealth.
Is it really that good? Then we have to go. Let's go now.
Some people were so impatient that they packed up and left without even filling out the forms. Zhang Qi shouted anxiously, "Wait a minute, we're already here, why don't we wait until the interview is over?" A younger brother who listened to him nodded and said, "That's fine.
We won't sign a labor contract anyway. Let's interview first. If that doesn't work out, there's still a way out here."
The young man hurriedly said, "The interview time conflicts with ours.
Today is the last day, and the interview ends in 2 hours. We have to hurry up."
But there were also those who usually argued with him and didn't take him, the captain, seriously. They pulled the young man away and said, "Young man, lead the way.
We're leaving now. The pay here is only 3,000. Even if there's overtime pay, it's not clearly stated how much it is. Who would do this?
I used to make 4,000, I don't want to do a job that pays 3,000. I'm already a seasoned driver, I have a lot of experience, why can't I make 10,000?
Exactly. Why can't we make that kind of money?
Those young people drinking coffee in the office easily earn over 10,000 yuan a month.
Why can't we, the drivers working so hard on the road, earn over 10,000 yuan a month?
Young man, lead the way."
Zhang Qi roared, "Xue Bing, come back here. It's not too late to finish the interview first. Your mother urgently needs medical expenses. If you fail, you will lose both sides.
You're the one who's in charge.
The team has been disbanded. Don't always act like a boss and manage us. You're crazy wanting to be the boss."
"That's right, the team has been disbanded, and you're still talking official language all day long, who cares about you? Zhang Qi, it's your business to earn the 3,000 yuan.
Don't get in the way of us making money. The convoy has disbanded. Let's keep our distance and keep our distance. Stop. Come back here."
Zhang Qi reached out to pull the people, and a fight broke out during the struggle. Han Fei, who was interviewing Chen Hai, heard the noise outside and frowned, "What's going on outside?" Chen Milan went out to see what was happening, called the security guard to pull the people away, and then went back to report the situation.
You mean someone among the interviewees suddenly discovered there was a high-paying job opening? Yes, that's what they say. Everyone is outside, haven't they left?
Before they could leave, they were stopped by their former captain. It was because they wanted to leave, but their captain refused to let them, that the fight started. Chen Hai whispered, "Zhang Qi is a righteous man, but he has a bad temper and is not very good at dealing with people. He must have stopped them out of kindness."
"Do you know him?"
Han Fei asked. Chen Hai nodded and told Han Fei that he and Zhang Qi were both team leaders of their respective companies. He also told Han Fei that they knew each other through fighting. They once had an argument over queue jumping while waiting in a long line at a mall to unload goods.
"I'll go out and take a look."
Han Fei was going out in person, and Chen Milan was very worried. When she saw a square-faced bodyguard following Han Fei closely, she felt a little relieved. When he walked outside, Han Fei saw Zhang Qi, whose face was swollen from being punched. He turned around and ordered, "Xiao Chen, take him to the infirmary."
The place where Han Fei interviewed was the factory.
The original factory was equipped with a small medical room. After Han Fei took over the factory, he improved it a little and hired a college graduate who had just graduated from medical school. Currently, there is an old doctor and a young doctor in the medical room. They have very leisurely lives and few people from the factory go there. Han Fei looked at the men with wounds on their faces. Except for Zhang Qi, the others were about to leave, so he did not let Chen Milan take them to the infirmary. "Think carefully, once you leave here, you will have no chance.
TSK, the monthly salary is only 3,000. I used to earn 4,000 yuan a month. If you offer a higher salary, we can consider it." "What are you considering?"
"It's 10,000 there, and even if I add a little here and it goes up to 4,000, I won't do it." That's right, people go to high places, and water flows to low places.
What's so great about that? If there's no opportunity, then there's no opportunity. Do you think your company is the only one hiring truck drivers?
Brothers, let's go. Stop talking nonsense with this old man. Chen Hai continued, the base salary is 3,000, but the meal allowance, vehicle allowance, and fruit allowance add up to 2,000.
Not counting overtime pay, we make 5,000 a month. Don't get fooled.
Once you leave this job, it's hard to find a truck driver job with such good pay. The overall environment is bad now, and everyone out there is desperately trying to lower wages. It's impossible for them to give you 10,000.
Don't get fooled.
When they heard 5,000 yuan a month, some people stopped in their tracks. Seeing his companions hesitate, someone shouted angrily, 5,000 is so great?
They're giving 10,000 over there. Old man, unless you give us 10,000 a month, we'll leave. Yes, if you can't give me 10,000, forget it.
You old bastards, you guys are making a fortune, but you only know how to exploit us.
We work so hard, why can't we earn 10,000 yuan?
All the money was taken away by you black-hearted bosses. They vented their anger towards their former employer on Han Fei. Their hatred of the rich made them dislike Han Fei in every way. Han Fei laughed in anger. Are these people not very clear-headed? It's obviously a game. I originally wanted to give them a warning to prevent them from being fooled, but now it seems that forget it. It's difficult to persuade the damned ghost with kind words. There were originally 53 people waiting for interviews, but now 35 of them were taken away by the young man at once. Han Fei looked at the remaining 18 people and asked, why don't you follow? They can earn 10,000 yuan a month there.
A middle-aged man with an unshaven beard sighed, boss, I'm old.
If I were 10 years younger, I might have the drive to make 10,000, but now I'm in my 40s and I really don't have that drive anymore.
I like your job here, boss.
You wrote that I get overtime pay for working more than 8 hours.
I think your job here must be very easy. You won't have to work until the early morning. Besides, you have hundreds of people at once. With so many people, the work will definitely be dispersed, and I can go home earlier to talk to my children.
In the past, I left home early and came back late, and my child would have finished his homework and gone to bed, so I rarely communicated with him. Now that he is in high school, it is the most critical time for him.
If I have more free time, I can cook him a delicious meal.
He has never tasted his father's cooking.
Yeah, me too.
I used to drive a truck early in the morning and come back late at night, sometimes even on long trips. I basically had no time to communicate with my children, and my relationship with them became alienated.
Boss, you've got hundreds of people on your payroll. Will our work really be any easier in the future? For the past 3 years I've been driving a sports car. I've basically been finishing work in the wee hours. Can I go to bed earlier?
Facing those pairs of hopeful eyes, Han Fei shook his head. I can't sleep early for much longer. The 18 people were stunned, staring at Han Fei with a look of being deceived and hurt. Han Fei touched his nose and patiently explained, you all look quite old.
You can't keep driving forever, right?
After you turn 50, your physical fitness will decline.
Even if you want to drive a big car, I, as your boss, won't be at ease. Men can only retire at the age of 60, boss. I want to work until I'm 60. Please don't fire me when I'm 50. I really won't be able to find a job by then. Yeah, boss, if you don't need us when you're 50, we should find jobs somewhere else.
In my company, after you turn 50, you'll step down from your driver position and go to the warehouse or the workshop.
It all depends on your ability.
I won't fire you unless you make a serious mistake. Once you're employed by the Han Group, you won't be fired unless you make a serious mistake. The most you can do is transfer to another position or write a self-criticism.
Will your wages be deducted? Won't.
The men all breathed a sigh of relief. If you choose to work in the warehouse in the future, they'll work 3 shifts. That's why I said you probably still won't be able to go to bed early.
The night shift pays more, and I think you'll prefer it. If the night shift pays more, I'll definitely work the night shift.
Boss, if you can transfer to other positions at the age of 50, can we also go if we don't have any skills? When you're between 48 and 50 years old,
you will choose your future transfer position and someone will give you 1-hour training courses every day. When you officially transfer to another position at age 50, your salary will not be reduced. If the salary of the position you transfer to is lower than that of a truck driver, it will be automatically increased to the same salary. If the salary of the position you transfer to is higher than that of a truck driver, you will directly receive the higher salary. Then can I choose the job with the highest salary? The man in his 40s rubbed his hands. He felt that he was not far from 48. In fact, he had not wanted to drive for a long time. Yes, you can choose your goal at 48. During the first year of study, you can keep trying different courses. If you can't keep up, don't force it. Wait until you are 49 to be completely determined. After a year of study, it doesn't matter if you start working at 50. If you can cook, you can consider working in the R&D department that develops new products. The salary there is currently the highest in the group. Han Fei still remembered that the old man said that he wanted to cook for his son. It seemed that he was a man who was very confident in his cooking skills. I started cooking with my grandma when I was 5 years old. When my family worked in the fields, I was the one who cooked for the whole family. Even though I later became a truck driver, I had 10 years of cooking experience between the ages of 5 and 15. Okay, if you don't want to drive a truck now, you can try your hand at cooking. We're hiring anyway. Han Fei asked Chen Milan to make some arrangements and took the person to another interview location. Han Fei looked at the remaining 17 people and said, "Go and test drive the car. If there's no problem, I'll buy it." Han Fei waved his hand, and basically all these people were safe. At this time, Zhang Qi, who had just finished treating the wound, came back and asked quietly, "Boss, how much is the overtime pay?" Han Fei gave him a deep look and said, "If we recruit a full 100 people, it's basically impossible for you to work overtime. If you do work overtime, I will talk to you." Zhang Qi's face was stiff and he lowered his head. They used to laugh at their boss privately, saying he was stupid, but now it seems that the boss is not stupid at all. He is very smart. It seems that they are the stupid ones, otherwise how could they be cattle and horses, and how could others be the big bosses? Chapter 115. What kind of fish do you want to catch? What kind of bait do you need? Han Fei warned Chen Milan. You must confirm their identities before letting them in, to prevent any small fish or shrimp from sneaking in. Did that young man sneak in here on purpose to poach people? Be more careful next time. Yes, I asked the administration to go to the front desk first to help. Actually, the front desk verified their identities. It must be that guy who slipped in while the front desk was checking on others. I don't mean to blame the front desk. It seems that the front desk is your friend. Chen Milan blushed. "Boss, I can't hide anything from you. She's my old classmate. She's quite pitiful. Her husband cheated on her when she was pregnant. After the divorce, she came to me for help. If I can help, I'll help you. If I can't, don't force it." Chen Milan was stunned. "Boss, did my husband say something bad about her in front of you?" Han Fei touched his nose uncomfortably. Zhang Jianguo did say something, saying that Chen Milan's best friend had no place to live and was temporarily living in their house, so the plan to have a baby had to be postponed, and he was very unhappy about it. You care too much about your best friend. He's a little jealous. Please care about him more. Chen Milan's fists hardened as she smiled wryly. I must take good care of him. At another interview, Zhang Jianguo sneezed as he watched the interviewee dismantle a crab. Am I wearing too little? The 35 truck drivers who left the Han Group followed the young man to a logistics company called Sendaway. There were more than a dozen large trucks parked in front of the warehouse. It looks huge at first glance. Look, there are already people queuing over there. I counted more than 50 people. Xue Bing came to the end of the line and asked the man in front, "Are you all here for interviews to become truck drivers?" "Yes. The salary here is high and the benefits are good." "You too?" Xue Bing nodded. The eldest brother sighed. It seems the competition has become fiercer again. There are over 100 people ahead of us. From the interviews this morning until now, you're really late. So many people are interviewing? Can we still get in? How many people are they hiring in total? They didn't specify how many people they're hiring,
but a female manager just said that the company is large, so as long as you meet the requirements, we'll hire anyone. Now that the female manager is here, I guess she's here to hand out the forms. None of the 35 people noticed that the young man who brought them here had taken a detour to a factory building behind the warehouse. A foreigner wearing sunglasses patted the young man on the shoulder and said, "Andy, you did a good job. You cheated a lot of people." It was during the interview at Hans Group that Andy suddenly discovered a young man being recruited as a truck driver with a high salary. Andy's smile is simple and honest, and it is precisely because of this simple and honest appearance that he can deceive many people. Often the top hunters are always mixed in with their prey. By the way, there's a meat processing company on the outskirts of town hiring truck drivers next week. Maybe we can trick a lot of people into coming here. Andy said regretfully, "It's definitely not going to be as large as the Han Group's recruitment. It's a pity that it's been exposed. They will definitely be more vigilant next time. Otherwise, it would be nice to just pick on the Han Group. I can always trick people who go to their interview." The man in sunglasses shook his red wine glass. Anyone who's fished knows that the purpose of baiting is to attract fish. You need to use the bait that suits the type of fish you want to catch. So what bait is suitable for middle-aged people? Andy narrowed his eyes. 6 words, high-paid truck driver. Men, bewildered by the recruitment information, flocked to the office. However, when the fish gather, the hunter holding the fishing rod will start to show off his skills. The two looked at the surveillance footage, which showed Xue Bing and the others. The female manager said loudly, "If you want to earn over 10,000 yuan a month, you have to work harder and earn more. The more goods you transport, the higher your income will be. Our logistics company has long-term cooperation with airports and other places. We have no shortage of work, but we are short of manpower now. In short, as long as you can endure hardship, there's more work than you can handle." Xue Bing took the lead and shouted, "Yes. We can endure hardships. As long as there's money to be made, we can endure any hardship." The man in sunglasses, watching the surveillance footage, scoffed, "It's only natural to set up a bait. What's the purpose of baiting? To accurately hit the target fish. Of course, the fish that logistics companies want are a group of middle-aged fish with good credit records." Andy raised his red wine glass and toasted with the man in sunglasses. "The main event is about to begin." Xue Bing's old colleague lowered his voice and said, "So many people want it? There's no threshold at all. Why do I feel like something's not right? Lao Jiang, don't overthink it. How could such a big company cheat us?" The female manager pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and said in a calm voice, "You need 5 to 8 years of driving experience, a good credit record, and no bad record before you can sign a labor contract. Old Jiang, you see, it's not that others don't have a threshold, they just haven't set it yet. Luckily, I have exactly 5 years of driving experience this year." Lao Jiang nodded repeatedly. "That's right, it would be too strange if there were no thresholds at all." The female manager glanced at them and sneered in her heart, "A bunch of idiots." In fact, what is used is the psychological effect called the threshold effect, which roughly means setting some conditions that are not difficult, so that after you step over the threshold step by step, it will be easier for you to accept the more difficult conditions set later. The female manager read the information on the form loudly in front of them. "Xue Bing, the driving age is 5 years. Check his credit record." Her subordinates started checking and soon finished. "Manager, the credit report is fine. Those who pass, stand on my left." Xue Bing smiled and walked to the left side of the female manager, making a victory gesture to the other brothers. There were 90 people present, and in the end 70 of them were standing on the left side of the female manager. The 20 eliminated players were very depressed, and they envied Xue Bing and the others by saying, "You guys are so lucky. I'm only 1 year away from completing 5 years. You must cherish this opportunity. A monthly salary of 10,000 yuan is really enviable. It's so hard to find a job nowadays. I finally got such a good job, but I didn't pass it." The 70 people who passed became excited and urged, "When can we sign the contract? We are ready to work at any time." The female manager frowned and said in distress, "I didn't expect so many people would pass even with such strict conditions. There are too many people. Didn't you say you had connections with the airport and that there was endless work to do? Isn't it a good thing that we have more people?" The female manager sighed, "There's definitely work, but we don't have enough cars. As you can see, we only have about 10 cars. Even if we work 2 shifts, we can only hire 30 or 40 people. I'm sorry, I can only hire the other half. The assistant said casually, actually, just having a car would be great. Buy a car. The female manager seemed to be reminded and slapped her forehead. Why didn't I think of it? You just buy a car and you can start working? Where do we get the money? Yeah, if we have money, why would we work? First, let's use your names to get a loan to buy a car. It will be approved faster, and the sooner you get the car, the sooner you can start working and earning money, right? Don't worry, the company will buy us out at a high price in 3 months. Once you've finished your work, the airport will pay us. If the work assigned to you doesn't bring you a monthly income of 10,000, the company will top up the amount every month and pay you. Xue Bing and his colleagues were hesitant, but seeing the sea of interviewees, the rush to get car loans, and the employment contract that promised a monthly income of over 10,000 yuan right before their eyes, Xue Bing gritted his teeth and said, "It's just a signature. It won't take any money out of my pocket anyway. Lao Jiang, if you ask for my money, I will never give it to you. Now it's just a signature. Done. I'll sign too." The 35 people signed their names on the last page without even reading the contract, which was over 10 pages long. When Xue Bing signed, he smiled foolishly at the female manager. "Manager, I believe you. Beautiful women won't lie." The female manager had a forced smile. Lao Jiang hit Xue Bing and said, "Don't mess around, kid. You can't mess with the manager. Lao Jiang, it doesn't matter whether the company acquires the truck or not. I'm a car owner now." Lao Jiang took a puff of his cigarette and said, "That's true. After all, this car will be ours for the next 3 months. I can use it for some private work and to pick up the kids from school." When Zhang Qi, Chen Hai, and others started working, Xue Bing and others also started working at the same time. They met on the way to deliver the goods. "Who is this?" "Oh, it's Lao Zhang." Xue Bing smiled proudly. "How is it? Is your work easy? I see you have no work to do until 2 or 3 o'clock every day." Zhang Qi nodded. "It is indeed very easy. I have been driving a truck for so many years, and it is rare to encounter an easy job. It seems your company's business isn't very good, otherwise why would there be so little work?" Xue Bing said sarcastically, "Unlike our company, we're incredibly busy. Guess how much I can earn this month?" Chapter 116, Fish are easily hooked when they are greedy for bait. People who are greedy for profit will eventually fall into a trap. Zhang Qi frowned, feeling uncomfortable, and didn't want to reminisce with Xue Bing anymore. In fact, at the beginning, he was also afraid that Xue Bing and others would be cheated. Now that he sees that they are working, he is really happy for them. "After I started working at Han Group, the bus would leave at 7 a.m. every day and would be finished at 2 or 3 p.m. They had seen that the people working in their factory would not get off work until 5 o'clock, so they sat and waited for the end of the shift. Then the boss came and said, 'Go home when you're done. You don't have to wait for the end of the shift like them.' These men have never experienced the feeling of getting off work after 2 o'clock, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. They get home at 2 or 3 o'clock every day, which makes their wives very happy. They start to order them around, asking them to buy groceries, wash vegetables, or pick up the children from school. Although they were a little reluctant, they felt happy when they saw their wives and children smiling more and their children becoming closer to them. In fact, these grown men are quite easy to please. They have money, free time, meat and wine, and their life is wonderful. Although I now receive a fixed salary every month and there is no overtime pay, I feel a little cheated by the overtime pay, but in fact, a salary of 5,000 is considered upper middle class in this city and is enough to live a comfortable life." Xue Bing raised 2 fingers and said, "I estimate I can make 20,000 this month." "Ha ha ha, let me calculate, how many months' salary is that for you?" Zhang Qi actually felt a little regretful, but when he thought about his leisurely life now, he felt that he should be content. Working so hard to earn 20,000 yuan is not as good as living a stable and leisurely life now. Xue Bing is a young man, he should fight and make breakthroughs, so I should leave the opportunities to the young people. After comforting himself, Zhang Qi smiled and said, "This bus is done. I should get off work now. I have to go pick up my son." Before leaving, Zhang Qi added, "Xiao Shui, young people shouldn't be too proud. Otherwise they won't be able to catch the good luck God has given them and will collapse. Don't just focus on making money. When you have time,
go to the hospital to see your mother. What do you care? Xue Bing was angry and embarrassed. This month he was indeed only concerned with making money and neglected his mother. He hadn't visited her for a long time. When the salary was settled at the end of the month, Xue Bing only received 2,000 yuan. Manager, this isn't right. Why is it only this much? I calculated it myself, it should be 20,000. Lao Jiang, how come I only have 1,500 yuan? Manager, what's going on? Mine is not right either. Didn't we agree on a base salary of 10,000? Why do I only make 1,800? I'm obviously working harder than before. I'm out early and back late, and I don't even get to see my kids. A group of people gathered around and wanted to argue with the manager, and a group of people appeared and blocked the manager. These people look familiar. There are colleagues who were hired before, and there are also people who were eliminated before. Aren't they the people in line in front of them? Xue Bing took a step back and turned to look at the people who were asking for their wages with him. They were all 35 people who had interviewed together at the Han Group at that time, but later stopped the interview halfway and came here for the interview, not one more, not one less. You are all in the same group. Xue Bing asked loudly. Isn't it a little late to react now? A man dressed in elite attire came out. He was wearing a well-ironed suit, a folder in his hand, and a pair of silver-rimmed glasses. 2 foreign black bodyguards stood beside him. He had cut his hair, shaved his beard, and trimmed his eyebrows. His whole demeanor was completely different, but this group of people still recognized him. This was the young man who brought them to the interview. You are one of them too? Xue Bing covered his heart, unable to bear it. He had realized that this was a scam from the beginning. Andy waved the contract in his hand. None of you actually read the contract. No wonder you were scammed. Once you sign it, not only will you be taking out a loan to buy the car, but the ownership of the car will not be yours, but our logistics company's. I advise you not to cause trouble and just work hard. You took out a loan to buy the car, and you need to pay it back yourself. If you start making trouble now, you'll lose your job and have no income. You won't be able to sell the car, and you'll have to face huge penalties. Xue Bing snatched the contract and this time read it carefully word by word. It's not a labor contract, it's just an affiliation agreement. I haven't even received a labor contract. My dream of earning over 10,000 yuan a month is shattered. It's all a lie. There is never a lack of darkness in the real business world. The fish are greedy for bait and are easily hooked. People who are greedy for profit will eventually fall into a trap. Andy is very good at manipulating people's hearts, and he also knows how to keep his distance. He knew that in this situation, these people would only choose to accept their fate and would not gamble with their lives, because he had checked everyone's background and they all had families to support, so it was impossible for them to risk their lives so easily. Just work hard, it'll only take 3 years. Every month, depending on your efforts, I'll give you a couple thousand to live on. At least you won't starve to death, right? If they were not given a penny to live on, they might really be forced into desperation and fight him to the death, but now the method of giving him a slap in the face and a sweet date was enough to make them work like donkeys, because they still had hope, and the loan was due in 3 years. As long as they pay off the loan after 3 years, they can leave the logistics company and the loss will be just a loss of effort. Andy narrowed his eyes dangerously, but for the people in his hands, there was no need for them to live unless they worked for him and produced value. Han Fei saw a man standing in front of the office door. When he turned around and saw his face clearly, it was Zhang Qi, the truck driver Han Fei had hired personally. Boss, I don't know what to do about this matter. You're the only capable person I know. Come in and talk. Han Fei invited him into his office, asked him to sit down, and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Zhang Qi shook his head instinctively, then nodded immediately. Wait for me here. Han Fei walked out and came back with a plate in his hand, which contained 2 meat buns and a cup of hot milk tea. Even if the sky falls, I should have a full stomach. Thank you, boss. After Zhang Qi finished his milk tea, he told Han Fei about Xue Bing and the others. They were all my former team colleagues. Even though the team has disbanded, the friendship we had over the years is still there. Seeing how they are now, I want to help them, but I really don't know how. What's the name of that logistics company? Send the logistics company away. Han Fei frowned, feeling that the name sounded familiar. Send away, send someone away? How unlucky. I'll ask someone from the legal department to come over. Please consult them about the specific situation. The Minister of Justice came over with two capable subordinates.
After hearing the whole story, the three of them shook their heads at the same time.
You guys can't do anything?
It's written in black and white, signed, and they have no evidence to prove that the other party is deceiving them. The other party is very clever.
He pays them back every month. After all, they haven't paid a cent so far, right? Why are they suing him? It's a tough case.
According to the affiliation agreement, whether you earn more or less is up to fate, so it's hard to determine if it's a human resource scam. I've encountered similar situations before, and I always lost in the end. I continued to appeal to higher courts, but they were generally rejected.
Is there no hope at all? These past 3 years have been like selling themselves cheaply to that guy named Andy.
Zhang Qi said with a bitter face. Han Fei stood up suddenly and asked, "What's that person's name?" Zhang Qi said angrily, "Send away the boss of the property management company, his name is Andy.
He's the one who sneaked in among us for an interview last time and suddenly said he saw a high-paying job opening. He clearly has the face of a dragon, but he's a foreign national and doesn't admit he's a dragon."
Han Fei's heart was pounding. This is a big fish. If he remembered correctly, Xiaoliu's adoptive father was called Andy, and he did have a logistics company in the country, but the goods that company delivered were awful.
Chapter 117, Xiao Shui, do you want to change your fate? Boss Han, do you think I should call the police? Shui Bing went to the hospital to visit his mother.
His mother was hospitalized for surgery due to a heart attack and had 2 stents installed.
She is still in the hospital for observation. Xiaobing, you're busy with work, you don't need to come over, go back quickly.
The guy in the next bed muttered, he hasn't been here for over 10 days. He finally came, and you've been looking forward to him for so long, yet he's still trying to chase him away.
Shui Bing felt guilty. I'm not busy today, I'll go back later. Xiaobing, are you worried?
No one knows a child better than his mother. Seeing her son's drooping eyebrows, she guessed that something must have happened. Shui Bing shook his head. It's okay, just a little tired.
If you have any questions, please consult your Captain Zhang. He's a very nice guy and came to see me a couple of days ago.
He said you've worked very hard and found a great job, so I can rest assured. When Shui Bing saw the fruit basket, his nose felt sore and he almost cried out. Unexpectedly, the captain put aside the past grudges and came to visit the patient and help him comfort his mother. He tried to keep his head down, feeling extremely regretful that he had not listened to Zhang Qi and stayed at Hans. And now that I think about it, Hans is such a good job and it suits me so well.
I can have a fixed income of 5,000 every month.
I can get off work at 2 or 3 o'clock every day to come to the hospital to see my mother. When my mother is discharged from the hospital, I can go home early to take care of her. You give up such a good job and choose to commit suicide.
Mom, I need to go to the bathroom.
He hurried out of the ward, afraid that his mother would see him crying. Just as he was about to enter the men's restroom, he saw a familiar figure. He suspected that he had seen it wrongly because his eyes were blurry from crying, so he rubbed his eyes hard. It really is a female manager. At this moment, the female manager was not wearing glasses, but was wearing a mask and a female doctor's white coat. Someone else might not recognize her because she was wearing a mask, but Shui Bing once liked this female manager and he pays special attention to people he likes. Shui Bing was afraid of being seen by the female manager, so he quickly walked into the men's restroom. The female manager was very perceptive and felt that someone was watching her. She turned her head and saw that there was a toilet next to her, but no one was there. Shui Bing came out of the bathroom only after the female manager left. His thoughts about the female manager were completely dispelled after he learned that they were a fraudulent company. He believed that the female manager was in cahoots with those people and was not a good person. A bad guy shows up in the hospital, dressed as a doctor. I don't think it's a good thing. Shui Bing returned to the ward and saw 2 more people in the ward. One is the old Captain Zhang Qi, and the other is the big boss of the Han group who I have met once. Shui Bing's voice was hoarse. Captain Zhang, Boss Han, please take a seat. Each bed was equipped with a chair, and Shui Bing borrowed another chair from the patient in the adjacent bed. He wiped the chair clean and asked them to sit down. Han Fei smiled kindly. Thank you, young man.
Shui Bing's face flushed red.
He remembered that when he left the Han Group, he took out his anger towards his former employer on this kind old man.
What a sin!
I'll cut some fruit for you. Xue Bing wanted to keep himself busy, otherwise he was afraid that he would burst into tears. He felt extremely fragile now and would easily collapse when encountering the slightest thing. Zheng Qi and Xue's mother chatted casually. Seeing that it was getting dark, Xue Bing suggested taking them out for dinner. Xue's mother couldn't eat anything else here and could only eat the dishes prepared by the hospital. Han Fei and Zhang Qi looked at each other, but did not refuse. In front of the small restaurant, Xue Bing hesitated uncomfortably. Boss Han, this doesn't bother you, right? In fact, he knew in his heart that such a big boss would definitely dislike him, but no matter how good the place was, he really couldn't afford it. This is a noodle shop, and it is the cleanest and tastiest one on this street. Han Fei took the lead and walked in, saying with a smile, before, eating in a noodle restaurant like this was a luxury for me. Xue Bing couldn't believe it. How is that possible? Han Fei smiled and shook his head, saying meaningfully, not everyone is born in Rome, but all roads lead to Rome. What do you want to eat? Han Fei asked Zheng Qi. Scallion oil noodles with pork ribs.
Xue Bing, I'm the same as Captain Zhang.
Han Fei shouted, Madam, 3 bowls of scallion oil noodles and pork chops.
Okay, the proprietress called out, it'll be ready right away. Xue Bing endured it for a moment, but still refuted Han Fei's words. Boss Han, I don't think all roads lead to Rome. Most roads only lead to the abyss.
Xiao Xue, 2 years ago, I was just a scavenger.
Scavengers? Xue Bing was shocked. He looked up and down at the old man in front of him.
He was of extraordinary bearing, with kind eyes and a smile that gave him the elegant temperament of an aristocratic gentleman.
How could such a person be a scavenger?
It's really hard to connect him with the old man picking up trash on the roadside. He looked at Zheng Qi and saw Zheng Qi nodded.
It's true.
The Han Group was only established in China this year. Boss Han started from scratch, starting out as a street vendor. How is this possible? This completely overturned Xue Bing's idea. After suffering from the harsh treatment of society and being cheated by a fraud gang, he gradually began to accept his fate. He believes that one's fate has already been arranged, and no matter how hard one tries, one cannot struggle to escape the predetermined trajectory of fate. He is a waste and will never be able to turn things around. He lost from the moment he was born. Some people are born with a silver spoon in their mouth, have the best education, the best food, clothing, housing, and transportation, and after graduation their families will give them money to start a business, so they never have to work in their lives. But he was different. Not long after he was born, his father had an accident at the construction site, and his mother raised him alone. He dropped out of school after finishing middle school. Firstly, his grades were not good enough to keep up, and secondly, it was a waste of money to continue studying, so he went out to work early. He thought that as long as he worked hard, he would be able to give his mother a good life. He had no skills and could only wait tables in small restaurants at first. Later, he saved enough money to learn to drive. Driving a truck is indeed more tiring than other jobs, but it also makes more money than waiting tables. He worked there for 5 years, but the overall economic climate and industry downturn led to the disbanding of the team. His mother's illness had almost wiped out all the money he had saved, and everything seemed to be back to square one, a time of poverty and destitution. This time, I finally got a good job, but I gave it up. I was blinded by greed and insisted on earning a blank check with a monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan. I was too ambitious and deserved to be cheated. He thought that this was how his life would be. Even after 3 years, when he had paid off his loan and was looking for a job, it would be the same. He would never see the end of his life, but now, listening to Mr. Han's story of how he made his fortune, he suddenly felt a renewed passion for life. It turned out that life truly had endless possibilities. A scavenger could become the boss of a group in just 2 years, and an old man over 50 could build such a large family business from scratch. He is only 30 now and has endless possibilities. Suddenly he had the energy to eat again. Originally, he ate noodles like chewing wax and ate listlessly, but now he slurped and ate with big mouthfuls, enjoying the meal. Soon, the bowl of scallion oil noodles was empty, and he shouted, "Boss, add another bowl of scallion oil noodles."
Do you want to continue the meeting? Yes. Okay, the noodles are free, eat as much as you want. The boss lady is so generous. Xue Bing smiled.
It turns out that when a person is in a good mood, his luck will also improve. Zheng Qi saw that Xue Bing, who had been lifeless and had a dull look in his eyes, seemed to be alive again and gave Han Fei a thumbs up. As long as Boss Han took action, even the most depressed young people could come back to life. After eating and drinking, Han Fei lowered his voice and asked, Xiao Shui, do you want to change your fate? Shui Bing was stunned. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, let's find a place where there's no one and have a good chat. Zhang Qi wanted to go with him, but was rejected by Han Fei. Zhang Qi was very curious, but he left tactfully because he had to go back to pick up his son, who was about to get out of school. Standing on the empty golf course, Shui Bing felt a little nervous. This was his first time in such a high-end place. Do you know why many entrepreneurs and successful people like to play golf? Shui Bing shook his head. Because the venue is large and open, you can see far away at a glance. No one can hide and eavesdrop on their conversation, making it more convenient to discuss business secrets. I see, no wonder they spend so much money to come here. Xiao Shui, do you know what is being transported every day? Shui Bing shook his head. I don't know, I'm only responsible for driving, and they are the ones who unload the goods. Those who pretend to be truck drivers for interviews are all shills, all their people. Now there will be 1 or 2 people following the truck, specifically handling the loading and unloading matters. Sometimes he will be driven away if he wants to watch the fun. Shui Bing suddenly thought of what happened when he met the female manager in the hospital and hesitated whether to tell her. Looking at Boss Han's kind and steady face, he felt inexplicably at ease and wanted to find someone to talk to. Boss Han, I actually had a crush on the female manager when I first joined the company, so I paid special attention to her. I ran into her in the hospital today. Even though she was wearing a mask and a white coat, I recognized her right away. There was no doubt it was her. Their entire gang is a liar, even the female manager is a liar, but she showed up at the hospital, so I think she has no good intentions. Boss Han, do you think I should call the police? Tell them about this? Han Fei wanted to use this young man as an intelligence agent, but he felt that it was inappropriate to involve him in the game. If there was any danger, it would be difficult to explain to his mother. It now seems that he has already been involved in the game. He discovered that the female manager was pretending to be a doctor. If the criminal gang knew about it, she would be killed to silence her. Don't call the police. They might have someone there, and you won't end up well. Chapter 118 A Wonderful Fate. Xiao Lu meets his adoptive father in the original plot. Luckily, I wasn't discovered by the female manager. If I had been discovered, would they have killed me to silence me? Han Fei looked at him deeply and nodded. Shui Bing covered his chest, terrified. Why did she go to the hospital? He lowered his hand from his heart, and a ridiculous thought occurred to him. Could it be for something like the heart or the kidneys? Han Fei was surprised that he could think of these things. He was quite perceptive. That depends on what goods you usually deliver. Shui Bing felt a chill on his back. His car is a cold chain vehicle, so if he really needs to transport internal organs, it is not impossible. Those people were guarding against him like they were thieves, not allowing him to see the goods. From this point of view, they were not good people. What good can those liars do? Shui Bing became more and more frightened the more he thought about it, and his voice trembled. Boss Han, what should I do now? I'm really scared. You know too much. You're so deeply involved that it's hard to extricate yourself. Besides, those people won't let you. If they were truly good people, you wouldn't have been tricked into helping them with the transportation. Once the truth is revealed, you won't be able to escape the blame. We don't know anything, we are just drivers. The problem is, your relationship isn't one of employment, but of partnership. If you say you are unaware, the police won't believe you. Besides, you're no longer unaware. If you continue doing this, the nature of the situation will change. What should I do? I can't get into trouble. I can't go to jail. What will happen to my mother if I go to jail? She has a heart disease and can't be frightened or stimulated. If something happens to me, she will definitely not be able to bear the blow. I asked you to come here to talk privately. Actually, I wanted to ask you for a favor. Now you know too much. It's like you're in trouble. You have to do this. What's up? Informant. You want me to be an informant and provide intelligence to the police? No, you said they have people in the police force, so they are providing you with information? Boss Han, who are you?
Are you an undercover agent sent by the state to work among the people? You used to pick up trash to hide your identity? No wonder you became a big boss in 2 years. Is the state helping you behind the scenes? Han Fei admired the boy's imagination and shook his head. You think too much. Boss Han, if I agree to become an informant, can I become the country's eyes among the people like you, and work until I'm 50? Then the country can reward me by helping me become a big boss or something? Young man, you really think too much. Boss Han, I know this has to be kept secret. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I'm also going to be an informant, and we'll be colleagues from now on. Han Fei held his forehead with his hand and said without further explanation, since you are willing to be an informant, then you must do as I say next. Remember, safety first, don't be too greedy and reckless. Don't worry, I will be careful. This time I was not discovered by the female manager, right? Xue Bing said proudly. Don't be careless. Pride will lead to failure. You must be extremely cautious. Han Fei has already contacted the senior official privately. He also attaches great importance to this matter and has arranged 2 senior members of the special police team to assist Han Fei. They are both trustworthy people and there will be no problem with these 2 people. Han Fei brought Xue Bing, who was willing to join as an informant, to one of the old SWAT officers. With his initial training, Xue Bing quickly mastered some detective work. So many things are not impossible to learn, but there is no professional guide to teach you. Remember, safety first. Before leaving, Han Fei handed Xue Bing a vest. What is this? Xue Bing took it and studied it over and over again. The latest bulletproof vest, thin and lightweight, hard to detect. I hope you don't need it. Thank you, Boss Han. Xue Bing lowered his eyes. If something happens to me, please help me take care of my mother. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, take care of your mother yourself. I'm old, and I might die earlier than her. Xue Bing touched his nose. I'm in the right mood, why don't you cooperate? What are you cooperating with? I won't promise you anything casually. Get lost. Xue Bing was kicked by Han Fei and rolled away, looking back every few steps. He shouted, Boss Han, I haven't apologized to you yet. When we first met, I transferred my resentment towards my old boss onto you. I'm sorry, but you're not Joe Paopi. You're the best boss I've ever met. If I come to apply for a job at Han Group in the future, can you open a back door and hire me? It depends on your strength. Xue Bing waved his hand, turned around and ran away. After the men ran away, the old SWAT officer sighed and said, he's very talented in investigation. Han Fei looked at him calmly, so what? If he performs a great deed this time, can your SWAT team make an exception and recruit him? The old SWAT officer shook his head, he's too old. This answer is expected. There are so many talented people among the people, but very few of them can be recruited as exceptions. There are always so many restrictions and limitations that some useless guys who just want to eat and wait for death are left occupying the positions without moving. Have they found the culprits? Airports, courts, police stations, I'm afraid there are quite a few, otherwise their industry wouldn't be able to thrive. The old SWAT officer smiled bitterly, we can't alert the snakes yet. We're afraid that if we catch the small ones, the big ones will get away. Since there's nothing for me to do, I'm going home to take care of my grandchildren. My daughter is a fan of your grandson. Can I have a chibi figure? The sapphire one is out of reach. It's okay, she just likes the little meat bun himself. Okay, let's meet up some other day and I'll bring you a few more. Can he write his own name yet? Why, you want a signature? The old SWAT officer rubbed his hands and said, it would be even better if you could sign it. Okay, I'll force him to sign. Xiaowu was a very lazy child. The 3 characters Han Shengwu have too many strokes. In his homework books at school, he is unwilling to write his full name. He always writes the 2 characters Xiaowu. As a result, the class teacher always calls his grandfather to complain. What can he do? He didn't choose the name, so it's his son's fault. Speaking of which, among the 3 children, the most unlucky one should be Xiaolu. Han Shanglu has the most talent in painting, but fortunately he has not yet started elementary school. At this moment, Xiaolu was strolling on the street,
followed by two bodyguards carrying large and small bags. Because they had bodyguards to protect them, Han Fei did not restrict the children's freedom. The other children still have to go to school, and Xiaoqi also has many interest classes to attend. So the one with the most free time at home is Xiaolu. Xiaolu has a lot of money, and his favorite thing to do is to wait for his younger sister to go to interest classes and then go to the street to buy beautiful clothes for her. He walked into a women's clothing store and pointed at a row of clothes. I don't want this one, and this one. Everything else, pack it up. The salesgirl was stunned. You don't want these three, but you want the others? Yes, the size on the paper, delivered to this address. Xiaolu handed her a piece of paper, paid the money, and waved his hand. Let's go. The two bodyguards looked at each other and their mouths twitched. Young Master Xiaolu has the aura of a domineering boss at such a young age. I am doting on my younger sister now, but if I meet a girl I like when I grow up, I don't know what I will become. Xiaolu walked out of the women's clothing store, burst out laughing, and asked the two bodyguards with a wink, was I handsome just now? Bodyguard A, a bit pretentious. Bodyguard B, he's pretty handsome. Xiaolu chuckled. Yesterday, while watching TV, Xiaoqi said the guy on TV was so handsome. That guy is just like that, and I imitated him pretty well. Next time, I'll show it to Xiaoqi, and she'll definitely think I'm handsome too. Just when Xiaolu was bragging about himself, he almost bumped into someone, but fortunately he was protected by his bodyguard. Andy looked down at little Buddy and asked with a smile, little boy, please watch where you are walking. Sorry, I was too excited at the moment. Xiaolu didn't argue. After all, he almost bumped into the bodyguard because he was talking to him while walking forward. He really didn't look at the road. After Andy left, Xiaolu squatted down and picked up a loose sapphire. He looked around but didn't find anyone. When they arrived at the parking lot, the two met again. Xiaolu ran up and said, Big brother, you dropped your things. What, sapphire? Andy felt his pocket, and sure enough, the sapphire that was originally in his pocket was gone. Did you find it? Yes, but you have to describe what it looks like so I can be sure it was you who lost it. Andy took out his phone and clicked on a photo. Look, isn't it like this? The sapphire in the photo was exactly the same as the one Xiaolu had picked up. Xiaolu then returned the sapphire to him. Big brother, don't be so careless. If someone else had found it, they would have hidden it away. Andy reached out and touched Xiaolu's head. You are indeed a good child. I am going to adopt a child from an orphanage. I hope to adopt a child as interesting as you. Xiaolu raised his chin, his eyes proud and proud. That's probably difficult. After all, I am unique. Is the orphanage far from here? Xiaolu asked curiously. Not far, Pinyin Orphanage is 1 kilometer away. Xiaolu remembered that he seemed to have heard his eldest brother mention this morning that he would go to Pinyin Orphanage to volunteer after school. Big brother, I want to go too. Let's go together. Chapter 119. The child is very smart and a good seedling, but it's a pity that he is not an orphan at Pinyin Orphanage. Han Chengda and his high school classmates distributed milk snacks to the children. Brother, can I have an extra one? Han Chengda met the little girl's sparkling eyes. Seeing her skinny appearance, he felt distressed and nodded in agreement. Give it to you. Why give her more? I want to too. Me too. Wow, that's not fair. The children in the orphanage cried together. Han Chengda was at a loss, and his classmates were also extremely worried. It's impossible to coax her. It's impossible to coax her at all. Han Chengda, it's all your fault. You caused all this. Just coax them. Yeah, you have to help us coax the child. I'm telling you, why do you have to be so kind? One for each child, but you insisted on giving 2. If you can, give 2 to each person. That's right, you have to settle this matter. It's my fault. I saw that child is the same age as my younger sister, but she's so skinny. My younger sister is 3 times her size. Xiaoqi, who was learning to dance in the distance, sneezed. The teacher asked with concern, Xiaoqi, is there too little fabric for your dance costume? It doesn't matter if you wear more. Xiaoqi waved her hands. If you wear too much, you will sweat while dancing, and the clothes will stick to your body and feel uncomfortable. The teacher looked at the chubby Xiaoqi and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Han Chengda's classmates were stunned.
One female classmate asked weakly, "Your sister is equivalent to 3 people? How fat must she be?"
Han Shengda touched his nose and coughed dryly. "She is not fat, just a little round."
A boy burst into laughter. "One is worth 3 and not fat? Han Shengda, you are a sister complex."
Han Shengda, show us the photo of the chubby little girl, and we'll pool our money and buy some milk and snacks to comfort the child.
I won't bother with you about this matter. Yes, show us, or we'll blame you. Show us, a little fat girl can be cute? I don't believe it. My sister is really cute.
In order to prove that Xiaoqi is cute, Han Shengda clicked on Xiaoqi's photo, which was a travel photo taken by Xiaoqi in Thailand. The little girl was eating crab roe buns, her black and shiny eyes wide open, like the bright stars in the night sky, looking at the camera in a silly and cute way, her cheeks bulging, her skin white and rosy, her bangs a little messy, but this messiness was very natural, making her look more playful and cute. Wow! These eyes are so beautiful.
Han Shengda, is this your sister?
So cute.
She's not fat, she's definitely not fat.
If she were a little thinner and had less fat on her face, she wouldn't be so cute.
She's so cute, pink and chubby.
I really want to pinch her little cheeks. Han Shengda, I envy you so much, you have such a lovely sister.
Han Shengda, I want to come to your house and play. Please invite us to visit.
When the children saw that the older brothers and sisters ignored them and gathered around their phones praising other children, they lost their composure and cried even louder. "Wow, this is not fair. Why does she have 2 snacks?
I want 2 too. Woo woo woo, I want 2 too."
The crying finally drew the attention of a group of young boys and girls. A boy from a good family waved his hand and said, "Stop crying.
It's Han Shengda's fault.
I'll pay for it. Just wait, I'll buy it for you.
2 servings each." Han Shengda had already used up all his money to buy new quilts and clothes for the children.
He was short of money, but he still wanted to take responsibility for his own mistakes.
He stopped the boy and said, "Jiang Hao, I'll go buy it." "You're broke, aren't you? You spent all your money on quilts and clothes." "I asked my grandfather for it."
Han Shengda called Han Fei. Han Fei found it strange when he saw the caller ID.
Was there a time when the little boss would contact him on his own initiative?
"Hey, little boss, what difficulties have you encountered?" If it wasn't a difficult matter, given the little boss's face-saving personality, he would definitely not call me. Han Shengda hesitated and told the story.
"So, we are short of supplies now?" Wait, Grandpa will deliver it to you personally."
Han Fei finally got the chance to get closer to the little boss, and he still wanted to have a good relationship with him. In fact, Han Fei still likes the little boss very much. The villain in the book who is both good and evil is very regrettable. He cannot let down the people who burn incense to see him off. In this life, the little boss wants to live a comfortable and happy life. The car that Han Fei and his bodyguard were sitting in was in front, and a large truck carrying a full box of supplies followed behind. The driver was Zhang Qi. Han Fei said that he would be paid overtime for today as Zhang Qi, who was lured to the Han group by overtime pay, finally earned overtime pay, and his mood was quite complicated. This was the first time for him that he hadn't gotten off work yet at 3 o'clock. He called his wife and asked her to pick up the child because he had to work overtime today. His wife was also surprised, then breathed a sigh of relief. "Your company's business is finally picking up? That's great. I was so worried about your company going bankrupt that I had to come home at 2 or 3 every day. It really worried me to death." Zhang Qi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The company's business has always been good, but the boss is afraid that we will be too tired, so he hired more drivers. It's like a courier who has to deliver hundreds of orders door to door every day. He has to run around until dark when he finishes delivering the goods. The emergence of courier lockers has made things easier for him, but for people who are waiting for the courier at home, they would rather the courier deliver the goods to their door, which has caused a conflict between the courier and the customer. In fact, the real reason does not lie with the courier, nor with the customer, but with the courier company. Express delivery companies were divided into different regions. To reduce costs, they originally had 1 courier per region, but later changed to 1 courier managing 2 regions. This made it even harder for the delivery companies to handle all the deliveries, so they had to deliver door to door. They worked non-stop from morning till night, yet they couldn't finish the deliveries. If the express company arranges 2, 3, or even 4 couriers, and each courier delivers according to the number of pieces a day instead of according to the area, can the problem be solved? But in order to save costs, they hide behind the scenes and only intensify the conflict between customers and couriers. It was because Boss Han saw this problem that he spent a lot of thought on transportation. First of all, it is most important to arrange people in the right place. It is better to have people with no work to do than to have them work like donkeys all the time. It is a truly conscientious enterprise. Zheng Qi felt that following Boss Han would ensure a stable life. He used to worry about hair loss and was afraid that he would become bald one day. The truck stopped in front of Ping'an Orphanage. When the director saw such a large vehicle, he hurried out to greet Han Fei. Just as Han Fei and the dean were drinking tea in the dean's office and Han Chengda and his classmates were distributing new supplies, Xiaolu and Andy arrived at the orphanage. Xiaolu asked, "Big brother, are you unable to have children?" Andy smiled politely, "I'm a man, I really can't have children." Xiaolu was puzzled, "You can find a wife to give birth to the child." Andy smiled gently, "I don't like women." The two bodyguards hurriedly covered young Master Xiaolu's ears and glared at the man. "What's wrong with this man? How can he say such things in front of a child?" Xiaolu took a while to react and said, "You don't like women, you like men?" Andy smiled politely, "Yes." The two bodyguards were stunned. This guy isn't hiding anything at all? Is he so frank? Xiaolu was at a loss and scratched his head. "I'm going to find my big brother." "Goodbye, big brother." Andy smiled and said, "Goodbye, little one." Xiaolu trotted over to Han Chengda and said, "Brother, I'm here to help too." "Xiaolu, why are you here at the orphanage?" "I figured you were here, and I happened to be passing by, so I saw if I could help." "Help me distribute these books and notebooks to them, 1 copy for each." Han Chengde seemed extremely frightened and repeatedly warned, "If a child asks you for 2 copies, you must not give them 1. Only 1 copy for each person, no more. You absolutely cannot give any, otherwise there will be a disaster." Xiaolu nodded, "I understand." Xiaolu was still very reliable. The little girl who had asked for 2 snacks used the same trick again. "Little brother, can I have 2 notebooks? I like drawing, and 1 is not enough." Xiaolu was ruthless and said, "1 copy per person, no more." "But it's really not enough for me. I really like painting." The little girl hung her head, looking pitiful and about to cry. Xiaolu said with a straight face, "Can't you use your brain?" The little girl looked at him puzzledly. "You can trade your book for a notebook, or you can trade food with your friends. There are many ways to do this, instead of just begging me to give you 2 like a pathetic creature." The little girl was so ashamed that she turned and ran away. Xiaolu curled his lips. "I didn't curse at anyone, why are you running away?" Andy saw this scene and said with a smile, "Little friend, you are very smart. I like you more and more. Big brother, I'm not an orphan. Even if you like me, you can't get me. You should look at other children." "Oh, what a pity." Andy talked to a few children and glanced at Xiaolu from time to time. He really thought that the child was very smart and a good seedling, but it was a pity that he was not an orphan. In fact, it is not difficult to turn him into an orphan, but it is too complicated and not worth it. The truth will be revealed sooner or later, and it will only raise an enemy. There is no need to do that. "How old are you?" Andy asked a good-looking but timid boy in front of him. The boy whispered, "I'm 7 years old." Andy nodded and looked at the other child who was looking expectant. "Do you really want to be adopted by me?" The boy nodded vigorously and wiped his nose. "If I'm adopted, I'll have a good life. I'll eat better than in the orphanage, wear better clothes, and even have my own room. I want to be adopted sooner. Dad, can you adopt me? You're quite proactive." "I'll think about it." Andy looked at another dark-skinned, strong-looking little boy and asked, "Do you like sports?" The little boy nodded, "Exercise can make me stronger. That's what they say on TV. A man must be strong." Andy was amused. "I like you guys very much. My financial situation is also very good. It's difficult for me to make a decision. If possible, I would like to adopt you all." "Is it possible to only adopt one?" The dark-skinned boy scratched his head. Someone once wanted to adopt 2 children, but the director said each person could only adopt 1. The rules of this world are meant to be broken.
You'll understand this when you grow up. Andy walked towards the dean's office. After he left, the high school students started talking about it. Is that guy here to adopt a child? Which child is he going to adopt? Why didn't you bring your wife with you? Isn't it said that adoption requires both husband and wife to come together? Not really.
Some unmarried people in their 30s who meet the requirements can also adopt a child.
I see. I don't know who will be chosen to be taken away today.
Han Changda frowned irritably and said angrily, they are children with independent consciousness.
They are not commodities. They can't be taken away by anyone who wants to. Chapter 120, Han Changda went crazy, with a monster in his heart.
Money, lots and lots of money. Jiang Hao patted Han Changda on the shoulder. Brother, they are minors and cannot make decisions on many things by themselves.
The orphanage will make decisions for them. The female classmate said, yes, they have no choice at all.
Besides, they are orphans and they definitely long for a home.
If someone adopts them, they would be willing to go.
You see, among those 3 children, one really wants to be adopted.
Han Changda walked over with a stern face and asked, do you really want to be adopted? A boy nodded vigorously, I want to have a father. The father just now looked very gentle.
The tanned boy sighed, I don't care. Growing up in an orphanage or being adopted, as long as I have food to eat, I'm fine with that.
The quiet, gentle and handsome little boy shook his head and said in a very soft and weak voice, I don't want to be adopted. He knew that he had little influence and if the man just now wanted to adopt him, he would not be able to refuse at all. The director's mother would definitely persuade him and tell him the benefits of having a family and brainwash him. He learned the word brainwashing from TV not long ago. At first he didn't understand what it meant. Later, I saw some of my companions crying and making a fuss, refusing to be adopted. After going to the director's office and coming back, I nodded in agreement. It is said that the dean talked a lot to the child, and the child felt that it was true, so he agreed. At that moment, he also understood the meaning of brainwashing. If you don't want to be adopted, just say no.
The little boy looked up at his tall brother. Han Changda always felt that this look was full of helplessness, as if saying, you are so childish. Being looked at in this way by a little boy of 6 or 7 years old, Han Changda felt strangely uncomfortable.
What did I say wrong? If you don't want to, just refuse and cry. The people who are going to adopt you will definitely give up in the end when they see you are so uncooperative. The dean won't force you. This is a consensual matter between both parties.
The little boy sighed, his tone revealing a sense of maturity. Brother, I'm just a child. These words, I'm just a child, inexplicably made Han Changda's nose soar. It seemed as if, countless nights before, he was frustrated and helpless, shouting, why am I just a child? Han Changda didn't know what he was insisting on or why he was insisting on it. Anyway, he just didn't want this child who didn't want to be adopted by someone else. It's as if, through this child, I am seeing another self. This feeling is very strong and comes out of nowhere, Han Changda said angrily. Anyway, if you don't want to, no one can force you. If he forcefully adopts you, I will.
I will. Jiang Hao was helpless. Han Changda, what are you talking about? Are you sick? What are you insisting on? The female classmate murmured, could it be that classmate Han Changda has entered the rebellious phase?
Jiang Hao lowered his eyes. Han Changda, all we can do is deliver supplies to the orphanage. If the orphanage has everything it needs, the adoption requirements will be raised, and adopters who don't meet the requirements won't be able to adopt children.
Children can only stay in an orphanage if they are happy, well-fed and warmly clothed, and not think about being adopted.
Otherwise, even if they insist, they are just children and can be easily coaxed into agreeing by the director or adoptive parents.
How do you know so clearly?
Han Changda looked at Jiang Hao in confusion. Jiang Hao leaned close to his ear and said, because I was adopted too. Han Changda was shocked. He knew that Jiang Hao had a good family background and his family was very good to him. He had met Jiang Hao's mother at the parents' meeting and found her to be a very gentle mother. She spoke softly to Jiang Hao, and Han Changda, whose mother had passed away at that time, was extremely envious.
Your mother looks a lot like you.
Han Changda still couldn't accept it and didn't quite believe it. Jiang Hao touched his face and said calmly, They went to several orphanages and chose from hundreds of children. Naturally, they wanted to pick one that they liked and looked like.
As someone who's been through this, and who was adopted, do you think it's better to be in an orphanage or be adopted? Are you happy with your life now?
If I could choose again, I would like to grow up in an orphanage so that I can earn money and give back to the orphanage and society, instead of.
Never mind, let's not talk about these unpleasant things.
We haven't distributed all the supplies yet, so hurry up. Although Jiang Hao didn't continue speaking, Han Shengda already got the answer. It would be fine if an adopted child was adopted when he or she is still young, but if he or she is adopted after he or she can remember things, he or she will always feel a sense of not belonging, and it would be better for him or her to stay in an orphanage. A home doesn't have to be something you have as a child. For orphans, when they grow up, they can also build their own families rather than forcing or suddenly
getting involved in another home that doesn't belong to him. People change. How many of those who initially adopt a child with great enthusiasm can maintain their original intention?
Brother, this is the big brother who wants to adopt an orphan.
Xiaolu made a finger-bending gesture. Han Shengda looked confused. What do you mean? Xiaolu was annoyed. Don't you usually watch TV series?
Han Shengda, I haven't watched TV for some time. Before the high school entrance exam, he was busy with schoolwork and also had to learn accounting knowledge, so he forgot how long it had been since he last watched TV. Moreover, the TV at home is basically dominated by the three little ones, Xiaowu, Xiaolu, and Xiaoqi, and he, as the eldest brother, doesn't want to grab the remote control. Xiaolu lowered his voice. He doesn't like women.
Han Shengda was puzzled. If you don't like women, do you like men?
Under Han Shengda's shocked gaze, Xiaolu nodded.
No way?
He looks normal, and he's dressed normally. He told me this himself.
There's no reason for him to lie, right?
Han Shengda looked at the children waiting to be adopted not far away and wanted to ask, if your father might be a mother, would you still be willing to be adopted? But will the dean tell the child about this kind of thing? I'm afraid that only after being adopted and entering a new home will the orphan know who adopted him or her. This is so unfair. Every adoptive parent can pick a child they like from 100, but the child has no chance to choose, and no right to know in advance what kind of people the parents are. Han Shengda deeply felt that this was wrong, absolutely wrong. When you see that the world is in tatters, like a makeshift team, with loopholes everywhere, the saddest thing is that you have no influence and are powerless to change anything. This feeling of powerlessness makes Han Shengda feel irritable and collapsed, and he is almost going crazy. Yet he had an inexplicable anger that he wanted to vent, and he didn't know how to solve these problems. He desperately wanted to change all this, but he didn't know how. Money, if I had a lot of money, could I change? It's not fair to change this. As long as the orphanage has plenty of money and is not short of supplies,
can they properly screen the qualifications of adopters?
Can they then let the children choose their adopters instead of the adopters choosing their children? When one party is not at a disadvantage, can it stand on a higher ground and become the chosen party? Money, I want a lot of money. How can I get a lot of money? Han Shengda scratched his head frantically, feeling like there was a monster in his heart, wanting to rush out and devour anyone. He was almost unable to control himself. In the dean's office, the dean looked at Han Fei with a flattering look. She served tea and water to Han Fei with a very humble attitude. She was very grateful to the old man for being able to give her children a full meal. Han Fei frowned, not liking this kind of deliberate flattery. He got straight to the point. Director, is Ping'an Orphanage short of supplies?
It's just a truckload of supplies.
If it weren't for the extreme shortage of supplies, there would be no need for a dean to be so flattering. The dean put down his teacup, his face full of worry. Our dean is not very good at making announcements.
Other orphanages in the same city would occasionally take photos of the children and interact with us online.
This led to many people donating supplies and money to other orphanages, and gradually no one was interested in ours. Several teachers and I are old and not very good at using phones or computers, so we can't spread the word well. We also want to learn and take some photos of the children, but it's too difficult.
You can ask a young man to help you. We would like to, but hiring someone to do this costs money.
It would be better to spend thousands of dollars on the children's meals.
I can't bear it. Aren't there high school students coming to look after the kids today? You can ask them for help.
I've thought about it, but it's a bit embarrassing. After all, they are all students, and I'm afraid it will affect their studies.
Knock knock.
There was a knock on the door.
Hold on.
The dean went to open the door and saw a strange man.
He asked in confusion, "Are you looking for me? Are you the director of Ping and Orphanage?" "It's me." "Hello, Dean. My name is Andy. I want to adopt 3 children." "3?" The dean shook his head repeatedly. "That won't work. According to the regulations, if you meet the adoption qualifications, you can only adopt 1 child." Han Fei was sitting with his back to the door, so Andy didn't see him. They had met once, and if they saw his face, they would definitely recognize Han Fei. When Han Fei heard the other party's self-introduction, he thought of the plot in the book where Xiaolu was adopted by Andy. It seemed that Andy was Xiaolu's adoptive father, and now Xiaolu was no longer an orphan, but Andy's plan to adopt a child has not been cancelled and is still proceeding according to the original plot. Han Fei lowered his presence and listened attentively to the conversation between the two. "Andy, I am willing to donate 10 million to sponsor Ping An Orphanage." The dean exclaimed, 10 million. She was extremely excited, but quickly calmed down. This money was not given for free. She shook her head. "This is against the rules." Andy said calmly, 20 million. This won't do." The dean was obviously shaken. Andy smiled faintly, 30 million. "Mr. Andy, just because you have money doesn't mean you can do anything. I still can't promise you that." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the dean was so principled. Andy narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Dean, this place is about to be demolished. Have you found a new address for the orphanage?" "Demolition?" The dean shook his head. "I haven't received any notification from the relevant department." Andy smiled mysteriously. "You will receive it soon. This is my business card. If you need any help, you can come to me." The dean seemed to realize something. She took the business card blankly and began to tremble as she watched Andy leave. "Is he threatening me? If I don't agree to let him adopt 3 children, he will make the orphanage disappear?" Chapter 121. Han Chengda, Grandpa. "Han Fei, isn't that a bit insincere?" Han Chengda, Grandpa. "Don't worry." Han Fei stood behind the dean, staring intently at the departing figure. Suddenly, the man turned his head sharply, but he only saw the dean. He thought the sharp gaze came from the dean and sneered, "Just an ant." The angle at which Han Fei was standing was blocked by the door. He could see Andy, but Andy couldn't see him. The dean turned around and looked at the old man with a calm and kind face, and said in panic, "Mr. Han, you heard everything. I almost forgot that you are still here. Dean, close the door and let's continue drinking tea." The dean really couldn't drink it, but looking at the calm old man, she nodded and agreed. She filled a cup of tea for Han Fei and said respectfully, "Mr. Han, drink your tea. Be careful of the heat." "Thank you." Han Fei took a sip of tea. His voice was steady. "The Ping An Orphanage hasn't been repaired for a long time. I see that some of the children are quite old, and their clothes don't fit them well. Their pants look like cropped pants. It's time to get them some new clothes. It hasn't been repaired in 5 years." The dean sighed. "Clothes and pants are made to measure, not to be tailor-made. So, they might not fit me properly. I will personally invest 30 million to take good care of these children." Han Fei directly wrote a check to the dean. Unlike Andy, who just raised the price verbally but did not take any action, the dean was stunned when he saw the check pushed in front of him. "Mr. Han, are you acting on impulse because of that gentleman just now? Please don't be impulsive. You don't need so much. The repair costs and new clothes won't cost much." Han Fei laughed out loud, but his expression became more complicated. "Xiaolu was adopted here, which means that all 7 children were sent to this orphanage. If we look at the dean's character, such an honest man who would refuse money even if it was in front of him, he should not let those messy people adopt 7 children, but in the end, the children were adopted and treated badly. Maybe Andy did it. Andy's threat failed, and the dean was murdered." Han Fei's face darkened. The dean thought he was angry and whispered, "Mr. Han, I don't look down on you, but 30 million is really too big a number. I'm afraid you are acting on impulse." She thought it was just a rich person's bad temper, and she was unhappy because her kindness was rejected. Han Fei shook his head. "Dean, it's not because of you." "Is Mr. Han angry because of that person just now?" Han Fei nodded and said, "I invested 30 million in the hope that the children in the orphanage can live a better life. I think this money is enough for them to grow up safely." From a certain perspective, all the children here are my children. I don't want them to be adopted casually. Dean, do you understand what I mean? I'm not like him, threatening you with words. I like to negotiate with you using money. The dean said silently in his heart, yes, you don't have to threaten me with words, just throw money at me. However, the way the old man spent money did not make her feel humiliated, unlike the gentleman just now, who added tens of millions at a time. With a sense of oppression, his indifference revealed contempt and dominance. His condescending attitude was very uncomfortable. Mr. Han's original intention was actually the same as hers. She also hoped that the children could live well in the orphanage. If the orphanage can afford to raise the children and give them a good education in life, she is willing to raise these children until they grow up and enter society. Even after they enter society, the orphanage is still their home, and she is their director, ready to welcome these children home at any time. She actually didn't really want the children to be adopted. It wasn't that she was selfish and wanted to leave them in the orphanage as orphans. It was just that there were too many examples of adopted children who always had a hard time for an orphanage. The chance is only a few percent, but for every child, once they become one of that few percent, their life will be ruined. Mr. Han, I'll take the money. I'll remember what you said. The children in the orphanage are all your children. Not everyone can adopt them. She hesitated, but, I'm worried. You're worried that the man just now is putting pressure on you. Yes, since he said this place will be demolished. As soon as he finished speaking, the dean's cell phone rang. After hanging up the phone, the dean looked gloomy. He did it. He was forcing me. Is this place going to be demolished? Han Fei asked. The dean nodded and said, I will be compensated, but it will take some time for the payment to arrive. I need to leave first. In fact, now that he has the 30 million, the director is not that panicked. At worst, he can rent a house with the children, and then rebuild the orphanage when the compensation comes in, but I just feel uncomfortable. Why do they force her like this? Is it great to have power? Does having power mean you can break the rules? She didn't even want to adopt a child like that, let alone 3. She was afraid that the children would be taught badly by him. I won't give him any child. The dean clenched his fists. Han Fei looked at her, having no doubt that she would fight to the end and never give in, but, in the original plot, the children were still adopted. All she got in return for her persistence was destruction. Since she is a stumbling block, according to Andy's character, he will definitely make the stumbling block disappear completely before saying goodbye to the dean. Han Fei wanted to keep the square-faced bodyguard. The square-faced bodyguard was in a very complicated mood. He was returned by the third young master, and then old Master Han took him in. Now he has sold him to the director of an orphanage. Is he not satisfied with his work? Don't worry, I'll still pay her, not a penny less. Protect her well. Yes, Boss Han. The dean repeatedly declined. No, really no. Your persistence will only bring you danger. That person will not give up until he achieves his goal. I'm not afraid of him. The dean stiffened his neck. Don't even think about taking any child away from me. Han Fei sighed. If you die, he can take away all the children in the orphanage. The dean's pupils trembled and his voice trembled. Can he kill people? I don't know. Safety first. Protect yourself. The dean stopped chasing the bodyguard away and leaned closer to him, whispering, Brother bodyguard, you must protect your sister. I'm a good cook and I'll make sure you have enough to eat. The square-faced bodyguard, Dean, are you still wearing perfume? You're too close, you're choking me. The director's mother blushed and said, the kids sprayed it randomly. It's cheap stuff, so it's a bit choking. Sorry. The square-faced bodyguard said sternly, I have a lot of perfumes at home that my former employer gave me as gifts on business trips. I, a man, can't use them all. Next time I bring them all, I'll give them all to you. Let the children play with something good. Inferior perfumes are not good for their health. Seeing that they were getting along well, Han Fei turned around and left to find his eldest grandson. Surprisingly, in addition to the eldest grandson, the youngest grandson was also there. Xiaolu, why are you here too? Han Fei touched his head. Xiaolu clung to Han Fei docilely and said, Grandpa, I was shopping for clothes for my sister and passed by here. I thought of my big brother being here, so I came here. How many clothes did you buy for Xiaoqi? Xiaolu spread his hands. A lot.
Bodyguard A added, Master Xiaolu, after entering the store, pick out 3 items you don't want and take the rest. Bodyguard B added, Master Xiaolu treats money like dirt and spends it like water.
Han Chengda's eyes turned red. The children in the orphanage didn't even have clothes that fit them, and his younger brother was so wasteful. Where did Xiaolu get the money? He looked at Xiaolu, who was clinging to the old man and had transformed from a stubborn donkey to a docile and clingy kitten, and he instantly understood. It must have been given to him by the old man. The old man is rich. The old man will definitely be able to change the fate of these children. Han Fei felt like he was being locked in a pair of extremely fiery eyes. He turned around and met Han Chengda's red eyes. Han Fei was surprised. Have you cried? Han Chengda shook his head uncomfortably. No.
Xiaolu leaned over to Han Fei's ear and whispered, There's an uncle who likes men and wants to adopt 3 children. When my eldest brother found out, he was furious.
He was furious. An uncle who likes men?
Andy, Han Fei frowned deeply and looked at Xiaolu strangely. Xiaolu tilted his head, puzzled. Grandpa, you look at me so strangely, as if you were looking at a poor little thing. Han Fei laughed and patted his head. I bought so many clothes for your sister, but not a single piece for yourself.
Aren't you a poor little thing? Come on, Grandpa will take you clothes shopping. Xiaolu waved her hands. I have enough clothes. Han Chengda hurried forward and grabbed Han Fei's hand. Grandpa, take me to buy some suitable clothes for the children?
Han Fei was held by these sweaty hands and was startled by the word grandpa.
You called me? What? Grandpa. Aren't you my grandpa?
Han Chengda said uncomfortably, I lost the bet last time, and you opened an entertainment company and made Xiaowu famous. I should have admitted defeat and called you grandpa a long time ago.
Grandpa, they're really pitiful.
Many children have older clothes that have been worn for a long time.
If they're not worn out, they'll take the younger ones and wear them.
Some of them have holes in them, but they still wear them. Their shoes are obviously too small, and their toes are rubbed until they bleed, but they still wear them. Han Fei was silent. So it was because of these orphans that he called himself grandpa. Isn't it a bit insincere? Never mind, it's better than still calling myself old man from a distance. The dean came over and said with a smile, Student, don't worry.
Mr. Han has donated 30 million.
I will buy the children new clothes and shoes that will fit them well. 30 million.
Han Chengda looked at Han Fei in disbelief. Really? Han Fei nodded. Han Chengda's eyes moistened, and he shouted again, Grandpa.
Han Fei felt that there was some sincerity in the call of Grandpa. Han Fei handed him a tissue and said, You're such a grown-up, and you're still crying? Your classmates are watching and will laugh at you. Chapter 122 It's just a stone, just move it. The next day, Andy visited Ping'an Orphanage again. He narrowed his eyes and took another look at the square-faced man standing next to the dean. Dean, have you thought it through?
Can I adopt 3 children?
Facing the aggressive Andy, the dean, who was panic-stricken and had a trembling voice yesterday, straightened his back today, looked straight at him, and shook his head firmly. Mr. Andy, our rule is that you can only adopt 1 child, no matter who you are or how much power you have.
You can't break this rule in Ping'an Orphanage.
Ha! Andy chuckled. I don't know who gave you the confidence to reject me, but there's nothing I can't get. He turned and left. A light voice reached the dean's ears. Dean, be careful when you go out. The dean gasped for breath and patted his chest in fear. How was my performance just now?
Was I stable?
The square-faced bodyguard gave her a thumbs up, very steady. The dean smiled, revealing a pair of deep dimples. The square-faced bodyguard couldn't help but reached out and poked her dimple. The air suddenly became quiet. The square-faced bodyguard withdrew his hand. Sorry.
The dean blushed. No. It's okay.
The square-faced bodyguard scratched his head awkwardly and changed the subject. It's better not to go out recently. The dean lowered his head, his ears burning red. Last time Andy said that the orphanage was going to be demolished, and then someone informed her about the demolition this time. Before leaving, I told her to be careful, so she really has to be careful.
I know, I won't go out.
Andy returned to the hotel's presidential suite and lay on the sofa drinking. The foreign man wearing sunglasses came back, took off his suit jacket, hung it up, and sat on the sofa.
What's wrong?
Haven't you adopted the child you like yet? Trouble.
If you have any trouble, just pull it out. Why drink and harm your body?
The man took the whiskey from his hand. Andy sat up in dissatisfaction. It's already frustrating that the child I chose isn't an orphan. I was forced to choose 3 who were halfway decent, but the director of the orphanage is like a stone in a toilet, stubborn and unyielding.
Smelly and hard. It's just a stone, just move it.
Han Fei rushed to the hospital and saw the dean lying on the bed with a broken right leg and a broken right arm tied up. His eyes fell on the square-faced man. I saw that this big brother was not in much better condition. He had a broken left leg and a broken left arm tied up. He was a perfect match for the dean and was the patient in the bed next to him. He was in a worse condition than the dean, with a severe head injury.
He was hospitalized for observation and may have a concussion. What's going on?
The square-faced bodyguard said with a bitter face, I was caught off guard and got ambushed. He used to be a partner with another square-faced bodyguard and was used to cooperating with his partner. Now that he was working alone, he was prone to being careless and attacked by surprise. Oh, it's because I lack exercise. The square-faced bodyguard lowered his head in shame. He was injured so badly that it was good enough that he was still alive.
Han Fei couldn't blame him for failing to protect the dean. Andy sent someone to do it.
The dean was very excited.
He just threatened me and I got into trouble.
She felt that she was so naive. She thought that as long as she didn't go out, nothing would happen, but others came to her door and caused trouble. The cause was that a courier left the package at a post office on another street. In order to prevent Andy's men from taking action against him, the dean chose not to go out, so he called the courier and asked him to deliver the goods to his door. The courier said he was too busy and couldn't handle it. The dean's tone became bad and the two argued for a few words on the phone. The dean hung up the phone, thinking of asking someone else to pick it up for him and not wanting to deal with the courier anymore. Unexpectedly, not long after, before she could ask someone to help her pick up the express delivery, several couriers came to her door. She recognized the voice of the person in the lead. It was the courier boy she had spoken to on the phone. The delivery guy angrily asked, "Did you report me?" The dean was puzzled and spread his hands. "I don't have any."
"Don't play innocent. It was obviously you.
After you finished talking to me on the phone, my boss found me and wanted to fine me 9,999 yuan. Either you pay for this, or this matter won't end today. Yes, you have to pay for this money on behalf of Brother Chen, otherwise this matter will not be over." The square-faced bodyguard stood next to the dean and said coldly, "You can find your leader and confront him face to face. If it was really her who reported it, I'll pay for it." "Why are you paying for it?"
"I didn't do it, so I didn't do it." "Are you taking advantage of me by spending so much money for no reason? Wouldn't it be nice to use this money to buy milk, cakes, and fried chicken wings for the kids?"
The dean reached out and pulled the square-faced bodyguard back, then stood in front and confronted him, saying, "The newly revised express delivery market management measures have officially come into effect. Without the user's consent, express parcels may not be delivered to smart express boxes, express service stations, or other express delivery terminal service facilities. Violations will result in a warning or public criticism, and may also be fined up to 10,000 yuan. In serious cases, a fine of between 10,000 yuan and 30,000 yuan may be imposed."
"I didn't bother with you before. How far is it to send the baby to the orphanage?"
"You always insist on leaving it at a post office or a courier locker on another street, saying there's no courier locker here and it's inconvenient. Are you too lazy to make this short trip?"
"It's this damn new rule. Do you know how many houses we have to deliver to every day? You guys always report it."
"I've already been reported multiple times, warned, and criticized, and now you're the last straw that breaks the camel's back."
"Because of your report, I was fined. Do you know how hard it is for me to earn this little money?"
"It's none of my business whether it's hard for you to make money or not.
It's easy for everyone to make money.
You didn't do your job well, so it's your fault if you were reported."
"I'm reiterating once again that I haven't reported you.
Even though I think you're wrong and wanted to report you, I still had some humanity in me and didn't report you."
"You're wrong to come here and accuse me now.
It was only after I spoke to you on the phone that my boss punished me.
It was clearly you who reported me."
The two sides argued until their faces turned red and their necks became thick. The delivery boy couldn't help but slap the other boy. but the square-faced man caught him with his quick eyes and hands. Seeing the fight, the courier's brothers also rushed forward. What happened next was chaos. The square-faced bodyguard was surprised at the skills of these people. At this moment, he was sure that this matter was not simple and these people were definitely not just couriers. Except for that noisy delivery guy, the others are all martial artists. In order to protect the dean, the square-faced bodyguard cannot use too much force and should be more restrained. They saw that he was protecting a woman, so they all deliberately hit the woman, causing the square-faced bodyguard to be attacked on the back of the head while shielding the dean.
Did Andy arrange this? Han Fei frowned. It's really difficult.
Chapter 123. If you don't listen, you won't have a good life in the orphanage. Andy came to the hospital and knocked on the ward door. Two patients lying in bed with fractures were unable to open the door. Come in, just come in. The square-faced bodyguard shouted. When the person opened the door and came in, the square-faced bodyguard immediately rang the bell. When he saw Andy holding flowers, the nurse rushed over. What's wrong? The square-faced bodyguard pointed at Andy and said, please, help me get this guy out. The nurse was in a dilemma. If you don't chase him away, I'm going to call the police and have them come and chase him away. The nurse was afraid that the police would come and make things worse, so she could only say to Andy embarrassedly, Sir, your friend may not welcome you. He needs time to recover.
Can you come back next time? Andy smiled and nodded, okay. The nurse didn't expect that this gentleman was so handsome and gentlemanly. Can you please let me put down the flowers in my hand?
They are for that lady. Sure. Because he had agreed to leave so readily, the nurse also readily agreed to his request.
No. I don't want your flowers, take them away, the dean roared.
Andy looked hurt. I didn't expect you to have such a big prejudice against me. Andy handed the flowers to the nurse and said, since she doesn't want them, I can only give them to you. If you don't need them either, please help me throw them away.
Thank you.
Such beautiful flowers, I can't bear to throw them away, thank you. Andy smiled slightly and left the ward. He seemed to come over to admire his trophy, and then left after looking at it. Han Fei came over with a lunchbox and saw the flowers on the table.
He wondered, has anyone been here?
The director was so angry that he told the nurse about Andy's visit and how she had bewitched the young nurse, causing her to force the flowers on her desk and even giving her a lecture. The director said worriedly, after I leave the orphanage, the higher-ups might send someone to take my place temporarily. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. I saw it coming, the person who sent the children away one by one. If this person had not carefully reviewed the adoptive parents' information, the subsequent tragedies would not have happened. Then I have to meet the temporary dean. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone.
The director did not transfer anyone to take over the job.
Instead, he selected and promoted a former teacher from Ping'an Orphanage to temporarily take over as director. Wang Na sat in the dean's office, reaching out to touch the dean's broken chair that always creaked after he had sat on it for a long time.
Now that I have been given this seat, I won't give it up easily. This chair is so worn out. It would be nice if I could get a new one. A foreign couple came to the orphanage. We want to adopt a little girl. It's best to be cute.
Eyes are the windows to the soul, so clean and beautiful eyes are best. Wang Na looked embarrassed. According to your situation, you are not eligible to adopt.
We love the children of Longhua. Please, give us a chance. We will definitely treat the children well. We can't have children, but we really like children. We really want to adopt a child from Dragon Country. I'm really sorry.
Wang Na still sent the two of them out. The next day, outside the dean's office, a teacher called out, Dean, there's a package for you.
It's huge. The dean came to the gate and asked, is this my delivery? Are you Wang Na?
I need to verify your phone number, 13XXXX. Yes, it's my cell phone number. It was sent to you by a lady named Helen.
Send it to my office first. Can.
After everyone left, Wang Na closed the office door and opened the box alone. It's a big one, the Herman Miller second-generation ergonomic chair. It looks like a thin layer of cloth, but it has a high load-bearing capacity. When she sits on it, her whole body fits into the chair, just like someone is gently supporting her buttocks. The gossipy teachers knocked on the door, wanting to see what goodies the dean had received. Before the door opened, the dean hid the instructions and other things, threw the box aside, and left only a chair. The teachers came in and scrambled for chairs. This chair is so comfortable.
Several hundred, eh?
Ergonomic chairs are quite expensive these days, maybe even thousands of dollars. As they were discussing around the chair, Wang Na smiled sarcastically. They are all ignorant country bumpkins. This chair costs at least 15,000 yuan and is hard to buy. It is the seat for successful people, such as the president of a country, the richest man in a country, a stock god, etc. In the afternoon, Helen came to the dean's office with a gift. She was the lady from the couple whose adoption was rejected yesterday. Helen saw that the dean was already sitting on the chair and did not refuse her gift, so it seemed that this matter would be promising. Which child do you like? Wang Na asked. Helen handed Wang Na a photo and said, my husband and I visited the children yesterday and gave them some snacks and books. This child loves the books and has drawn many beautiful flowers on them. She is very artistic. She has beautiful eyes and we would like to adopt her. She will have better prospects for artistic development abroad. Wang Na tapped the table with her pen. Okay, as long as the child agrees, I have no problem with that. The dean asked someone to call the little girl over. This girl is the one who asked Han Shengda for 2 milk snacks, and also the one who asked Xiaolu for 2 notebooks. Are you willing to go home with your new mother? Wang Na asked. The girl pinched the corner of her clothes and looked at the foreign woman cautiously. In fact, she was very scared because the foreign mother had a pair of green-blue eyes and yellow hair, like a man-eating monster in a cartoon. Follow your new mother. You can eat what you like and as much as you want. You can also learn to paint from great artists, and you can become a painter when you grow up. Wang Na began to brainwash the child, painting a rosy picture. The little girl thought of what Xiaolu said, you can change it. Later, she exchanged the biscuits she didn't like for a notebook with another little boy who loved biscuits. Only then did she realize that many things did not have to be asked for. In fact, you can get it in a more dignified way. You can exchange what you have extra, and what you don't like for the things you like, what you lack, and what you want to have. Today's orphanages are better than before. You can tell me what you want to eat, and someone will deliver it to you the next day. I heard that it was an old man who arranged for the food to be delivered. He is a very nice grandfather. She wanted golden watercolor pens, but there were no golden ones in the box of watercolor pens bought by the orphanage. She tried to write golden watercolor pens on the wish card, and sure enough, the next day, the old man sent someone to deliver a large box of golden watercolor pens. She thought the current orphanage was very good and she didn't want to leave with a man who looked like a man-eating monster. I don't want it. The little girl mustered up the courage to say it. Pa! A loud slap sounded. The little girl covered her face and looked at the new dean in disbelief. Wang Na gritted her teeth and glared at her. You ungrateful thing. Studying abroad is the dream of so many people, and you don't even know how to cherish it. I'm telling you, you have no choice but to agree. If you don't leave the orphanage with your new mother, believe it or not, you won't have a good life in the orphanage in the future. Wang Na lowered her voice and said grimly, I have the final say in the orphanage now. If I don't want to give you a good life, how can you have a good life? I advise you to be obedient and follow your new mother. Chapter 124, Breaking the Promise. The 30 million must be returned to my grandfather, not a cent less. The little girl was very thin, like a poor little quail. At this moment, she was threatened. She looked even more like a helpless and pitiful quail who had done something wrong. She wished she could disappear right now. She didn't know what to do. She desperately wanted someone to come and rescue her. She didn't want to leave the orphanage and follow the man-eating monster, but she was also afraid of the new director, who now looked like a monster that ate children. She shed tears but dared not cry out loud, feeling wronged and helpless. Bang! The door was violently kicked open. Han Shengda stood at the door with a gloomy face. The young man had already begun to show his brilliance. In addition, the 2 years he followed Han Fei were the perfect time for growth. He ate well and slept well. Han Shengda was a head taller than his peers, which made him feel very oppressive. My grandfather said when he donated the money that if the orphanage accepted the money, they had to agree to hand over all the adoptive parents' information to me for review. Now, I haven't received any information from any adoptive parents. Who do you want to give the child to? Don't forget, if you break your promise, the 30 million must be returned to my grandfather, not a cent less. Wang Na's face changed drastically, and she said timidly, it was a promise between the former dean and your grandfather. I just took over the position, so I didn't know about it.
You obviously know everything. I really don't know, you misunderstood me. Wang Na tried her best to act innocent. Han Chengde walked towards her step by step and said gloomily, "Now, do you know?"
Wang Na is short among girls, about 1.5 meters tall. When Han Chengde stood in front of her, it was like an adult looking down on a child. The oppressive feeling was so strong that it made people feel suffocated. Wang Na swallowed her saliva and forced a smile. "I understand now.
I will remember it. Give me. What do you want? Adoptive parents' information."
This, Wang Na's face turned pale. I returned it to them. Since the information was not approved yesterday, she returned it to the two of them. She looked at Helen beside her for help. Helen reacted quickly and searched in her bag, finding two pieces of information. She was glad that after her application was rejected yesterday, she had someone forge two sets of documents that looked bright and flawless enough to pass. Han Chengde took the information and read it carefully. Helen is a foreigner with foreign nationality, but she has 1/4 dragon blood. Her grandmother was a dragon who married overseas. She is a lawyer and has a good career. Han Chengde looked at another piece of information. The man was from Longwood and currently opened a restaurant in Longwood. The two have no bad habits, no criminal records, are well educated, have stable incomes, and 3 properties, 2 apartments in China and a villa abroad. The conditions are quite good, and any orphanage would approve their adoption application. Wang Na stood beside Han Chengde, took a look at the information, a flash of surprise in her eyes, and looked at Helen in confusion. The two looked at each other, and they understood each other tacitly. Wang Na breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't the 2 worrying documents from yesterday. In fact, Helen's husband is from the Middle East, and they are both foreigners. Helen is not a lawyer, and her husband does not own a restaurant. They are both freelancers, have no stable income, no real estate in the country, and no villas abroad. Look, their information meets the requirements. I didn't do anything wrong. I just didn't know I had to review it again. Wang Na said confidently. Han Chengde said in a cold tone, "Even if she meets the requirements, as long as she doesn't want to, I won't let anyone take the child away, even if the King of Heaven comes to adopt her." Han Chengde turned his head to look at the thin girl who was crying silently and didn't even dare to cry out loud. His voice became a little gentler. "Tell me, are you willing to go home with this foreigner? As long as you don't want to, no one can take you away. No one in the orphanage dares to bully you." The little girl raised her head and looked weakly at Han Chengde, then looked cautiously at Dean Wang Na. She was extremely scared and didn't know who to trust. "I have the final say in the orphanage now. If I don't want to give you a good life, how can you have a good life? I advise you to be obedient and follow your new mother." The new dean's sinister voice seemed to still echo in my ears. She clutched the corner of her clothes, not knowing whether she could trust her brother. The brother was very kind and gave her 2 snacks and milk. She likes to eat chocolate-flavored sandwich cookies and sweet milk. Because of her brother's kindness, he was blamed by his classmates. She still remembers the embarrassed look on her brother's face. She didn't want to embarrass such a good brother anymore. The little girl raised her head and said firmly, "I do. I am willing to go home with my new mother." Han Chengde, think it over carefully. As long as you don't want to, no one can stop you. I am willing, brother, you don't have to stand up for me, don't make it difficult. I'm not embarrassed. Brother, I know you are in a difficult situation. Han Chengde felt that this kid was a little difficult to deal with, so he had to ask for help from outside. He felt that he had some judgment on people, and this person named Helen didn't look like a lawyer. It's not to say that all lawyers look like high-level intellectuals, but they definitely don't have that kind of temperament. He also noticed that the woman named Helen had sniffed several times. She was not a normal person at all, let alone rhinitis. She still yawns. How can someone with rhinitis yawn? It's impossible. Just wait for me, I'll ask my grandfather to come and talk to you. Han Chengde called for outside support. Han Fei was visiting the square-faced bodyguard and the dean in the hospital. After receiving the call, he frowned and said, "I have to go to the orphanage." The dean said anxiously, "Is something wrong? Take me with you. You should take good care of your injuries." After Han Fei left, the dean was still worried. "I have to go and take a look, I'm really worried." The square-faced bodyguard glanced at her and said, "As long as you can leave the ward, I will respect you as a man." The dean decided to jump out on one foot, but her arm was in a cast and her center of gravity was unstable. If the square-faced bodyguard hadn't jumped over on one foot to support her, she might have had to wear another cast.
You'd better take it easy. Nothing can stump Boss Han. If Boss Han can't handle it, there's no point in you going there. Han Fei arrived at the orphanage and entered the director's office. He felt that the atmosphere was not right. He took a closer look at the woman named Helen, because she yawned and wiped her nose vigorously. This looks like eating rock candy. Grandpa, look at these 2 documents. That woman doesn't look like a lawyer to me. Han Fei took the document and read it through, then asked Helen, tell me, what is the difference between continental law and Anglo-American law?
Helen looked confused and stared at Han Fei blankly. Han Fei threw away the documents in his hand.
You can't even answer the most basic questions. Are you a lawyer? Which country gave you your lawyer's license?
You wouldn't even be able to pass the judicial examination in our dragon country.
Grandpa, is the information fake, right? Han Fei made a direct phone call. Hello, I want to call the police. Someone here is using fake information to try to trick Longwa children from the orphanage and sell them abroad. Yes, it's a transnational human trafficking case. Please send more people.
Chapter 125, Little Boss, come with me to the mental hospital tomorrow.
How could you call the police?
Wang Na roared. Helen cursed in a foreign language and ran towards the door. There were 2 bodyguards standing at the door, all 1.9 meters tall, wearing black suits, black sunglasses, and with strong builds. They hugged their chests and looked at Helen with playful eyes. Han Fei sent the square-faced bodyguard to protect the dean, and he also hired 2 other professional bodyguards. People, when you get older, cherish your life. Seeing that she couldn't escape, Helen gave up on the door and ran
towards the window. She climbed out the window. Fortunately, it was on the 2nd floor.
She closed her eyes and jumped down. Rolling on the ground, she opened her eyes and saw 4 black leather shoes. Her pupils trembled and she looked up in horror. Then she saw 2 more men in black suits, also with their arms folded across their chests, looking down at her with mocking eyes, as if she were a clown. These 2 men were Han Chengda's bodyguards. Helen stood up and wanted to run in the other direction. After taking 2 steps, she ran into 2 bodyguards at the door. They were walking towards her. The 4 of them blocked all her escape routes. Helen was desperate and collapsed. She fell to her knees with a thud. She prostrated herself on the ground, kowtowed, and cried, "Let me go.
I won't dare to do it again. Please. Let me go this time."
The poor Mandarin is really painful to listen to. The sound of kneeling was so loud that the 4 bodyguards felt pain in their knees when they heard it.
If you can be forgiven by kneeling down and begging for mercy after committing a crime, do you still need the law?
This person, who is illiterate about the law, dares to write lawyer in her information.
He is quite bold.
The police surrounded the entire Pinyin orphanage, and the police who rushed in were armed with guns. According to the report, a fierce battle ensued. They will have to face a group of extremely vicious foreign criminals. They are mentally prepared for a fierce battle, but when they stepped into the orphanage, the police were dumbfounded. Wang Na was extremely frightened. She lowered her presence and hid in the corner, wishing she could become invisible. Han Fei casually pointed at Wang Na and Helen. They are in the same group. Wang Na screamed, "You're talking nonsense. She and I are not in the same group." Police, a criminal gang, just 2 women. One of them was kneeling on the ground crying bitterly, and the other one almost shrank into the corner and disappeared. Just these 2 people, were they confirmed to be the ones who reported the incident, using false information to try to lure children from Longwa away from an orphanage and sell them abroad? A transnational human trafficking case. They pointed their guns at the bodyguard who was standing with his arms crossed, with a burly build and wearing a black suit and black sunglasses. The 4 bodyguards looked confused and raised their hands in the air.
"I surrender." "Don't point the gun at me. What if it accidentally goes off? It's unfair. I'm not a criminal." "Hey, this has nothing to do with us. Get it straight. You're mistaken. Don't be fooled by our fierce appearance, but we are gentle and kind people."
No matter how the police looked at it, they felt that these 4 people were more dangerous and looked more like criminals.
"Who called the police?" "Me." Han Fei stood up. "It's you."
The policeman who led the response was an acquaintance of Han Fei. He was one of the Special Forces soldiers who had rescued people on the island. After retiring, he was assigned to the police.
"Long time no see." Han Fei smiled.
"Long time no see. you are still so energetic. Since it was this old man who reported the case, this matter must be treated with caution.
Take them all back.
Everyone present was taken back to the police station. The little girl was very scared, so Han Fei asked kindly, "Are you allergic to strawberries?" The little girl shook her head. Han Fei grabbed a handful of strawberry fruit candy from his pocket and handed it to her. "Here you go."
There was so much candy that the little girl needed to hold it with both hands. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Are all of them for me?"
"Yes, eat it." The little girl carefully put the candy into her pocket, took out a piece, carefully unwrapped it and put it in her mouth. After holding it for a while, she smiled with her eyes curved. "Grandpa, this candy is so delicious. I've never eaten such delicious candy before." Han Fei always carries candy in his pocket to appease his granddaughter. He smiled gently. "Eat more if you like." The little girl held her pocket tightly and said, "It's so delicious, I can't bear to eat it." When they arrived at the police station, everyone was separated and their statements were recorded. Helen was so frightened that she just answered whatever was asked. The police quickly rushed to the hotel and arrested Helen's husband. 8 people were caught on the spot, gathering to smoke ICE. In addition, the 3 little girls rescued from the hotel bathroom were children that Helen had successfully adopted from 3 other orphanages. Han Fei was escorted out by the police captain himself.
"Thank you for your assistance.
If it weren't for you, those 3 children would have encountered something very bad." After interrogation, they were found to be foreign human traffickers who were only looking for pretty little girls.
It was self-evident what they were doing.
"I'm glad that I was able to prevent the tragedy from happening." Han Fei lowered his eyes, feeling depressed. In the original plot, Shao-Chi was locked in the toilet. At the time, she must have felt as helpless as those 3 girls. Han Fei's heart ached when he thought about his precious granddaughter going through all this.
"Hey, busy man, I need a favor from you." "Old Han, go ahead. Send some people to assist in this case.
It would be best if we could also take down that overseas den."
"Okay, it looks like they've hit a wall."
The captain returned to the police station and was surrounded by the young policeman.
"Captain, do you know him?" asked the female police officer. "Police captain, don't you like watching the official short videos of the Han group?"
The policewoman nodded. The captain smiled mysteriously and said, "The actor in the short video is playing Mr. Han.
The one we see today is the real owner of the Han group." The female police officer exclaimed, "He is the boss of the Han group." The other policeman also exclaimed, "Wow.
The old man is really energetic.
He's a refined gentleman."
He was so gentle and kind when he was coaxing the little girl.
The captain thought to himself, "Elegant gentleman? Gentle and kind?"
If you had seen old man Han slaughtering people on the island, you would probably call him a ruthless bandit. Han Fei and Han Chengda sent the little girl back to the orphanage.
Wang Na is still in the police station.
Her problem must be quite serious and she won't be able to get out for a while. Han Chengda looked at the chair and instantly became furious.
She wants to give the children from the orphanage to those 2 human traffickers just because of this chair? Han Chengda's eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was trembling violently. "Just for a chair? Grandpa, I really can't understand it. It's just a chair, just a chair."
Han Chengda kicked the chair, sending it flying and hitting the wall. Then he turned over and lay on the ground. He went up and kicked the mesh several times, then found a pair of scissors and cut the mesh into pieces.
A chair in exchange for an orphan? A person's future is only worth the value of a chair? I really can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out at all.
The chair was completely scrapped. He covered his head in pain and squatted on the ground, his heart beating wildly, as if some ferocious beast was about to rush out and kill everyone. Han Fei stood beside him, thought for a moment, and said, "Little boss, come with me to the mental hospital tomorrow."
Han Chengda was completely defeated.
He stared at Han Fei with red eyes and said hysterically, "What did you say?" Han Fei touched his nose and said, "If you don't want to go, forget it." Han Fei turned around and was about to leave when a hand grabbed the hem of his clothes. Han Fei looked down and said, "I never thought of forcing you."
Han Chengda took a deep breath. "Do you really think I need to go?"
Han Fei waved to one of Han Chengda's bodyguards and said, "Doraemon, take a mirror and look at him." The bodyguard known as Doraemon took out a small mirror from his pocket, opened it and handed it to Han Chengda. Han Chengda didn't answer it. He just glanced at his reflection in the mirror, veins popped out of his forehead, his eye sockets were bloodshot, the whites of his eyes were bloodshot, his hair was messed up from being pulled by him, and he looked, not like a normal person. Han Chengda closed his eyes and asked, "What time do we go tomorrow?"
"Whenever you wake up, we'll go good."
Chapter 126, Meeting on a Narrow Road. From classmates to patients in a mental hospital. Xiaoqi rubbed her eyes sleepily. She was wearing pink and white bunny pajamas, and her two long furry ears were swinging back and forth. She skipped to Han Fei's legs and grabbed Han Fei's hand that was putting on his shoes. Han Fei raised his eyes and met the little girl's white and tender bulging cheeks. Her big eyes blinked at him, and her beautiful eyes were full of accusations.
"Grandpa, where are you and Big Brother going to play?"
She tilted her head and pouted angrily. "Why don't you take Xiaoqi with you?" Han Fei looked at the sky outside the window. It was just dawn, only 5 o'clock. I originally thought that I could just go out quietly and not disturb anyone, but who would have thought that the little girl got up at night and was caught red-handed? Han Chengda had dark circles under his eyes, as he had hardly slept all night. He didn't expect that he would be discovered by his younger sister even though he was in the early morning. Xiaoqi looked at his grandfather and then at his elder brother. Seeing that they refused to take him with them, he sat down on the carpet. The little baby voice was filled with resentment. Grandpa secretly took Big Brother out to play.
"You all don't like Xiaoqi anymore and don't take Xiaoqi to play."
"Xiaoqi is a poor little thing, no one loves him." Han Fei held his forehead and said, "Watch less TV dramas." This kid has been enjoying watching some weird TV dramas lately and learning some strange accents. Xiaoqi wrinkled her nose, snorted, and took out a strawberry handkerchief from the pocket of the plush rabbit. She pinched a corner of the handkerchief, feeling aggrieved, and pretended to imitate the tragic heroine in ancient costume on TV, wiping her tears with the handkerchief. Han Fei, Han Chengda, "Grandpa, I think we can take her to see a doctor." What started as a two-person trip ended up being a three-person trip. Fortunately, Xiaoqi didn't really cry from beginning to end, nor did she cry out loud, otherwise Xiaolu, who dotes on his sister, would definitely come running over after hearing the noise, and then it wouldn't be a group of 3, maybe a group of 4, or even more people. Han Fei deeply felt that having many children was also a sweet burden.
Standing at the hospital entrance, Xiaoqi's eyes whitened like glass.
He looked at Han Fei, then at Han Chengda, and asked nervously, "Are you sick?" She didn't expect that the place her grandfather and elder brother carried her to was actually a hospital. Xiaoqi stretched out his hands and raised his feet. "Brother, bend down." Han Chengda bent down so that the little girl's hand could touch his forehead. Xiaoqi confirmed that his elder brother was not sick, turned around and trotted to Han Fei's feet, saying urgently, "Grandpa, bend down." Han Fei didn't bend down, but directly picked up the little fat girl. "Han Fei, why is your hand heavier?" Xiaoqi stretched out his small, fleshy hand and placed it on Han Fei's forehead, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Grandpa is not sick either, that's great."
The little girl couldn't understand why she came to the hospital.
She tilted her head, her big eyes full of question marks.
"If you're not sick, why are you coming to the hospital? Come for a physical examination."
Han Fei said gently, "If you don't want to go in, play with the driver and bodyguards in the car.
Grandpa and brother will be back soon."
Xiaoqi hugged Han Fei's neck and shook his head like a rattle. "No, Xiaoqi wants to go with you."